Chu Yunxi had been dead for 8 years. For a full 8 years, she was trapped in a dilapidated temple by an ancient spirit who tirelessly taught her the art of medicine day and night without pause. The old ghost proclaimed that she possessed great fortune and that her mastery of medical skills could grant her the fulfillment of her desires. Chu Yunxi scoffed at the notion as a mere wandering soul. How could she possibly possess such fortune? Until one fateful day, under a clear blue sky, a sudden thunderclap shook her from her reverie. She burst forth from the crumbling temple, only to behold the old ghost standing in the scorching sunlight, his ethereal form nearly dissipating into nothingness. Dong Laogui, have you lost your mind? Spirits cannot endure the sun. Chu Yunxi shouted from the shadows. Yet Dong Laogui merely smiled brightly. My dear girl, after 8 years, I have imparted my unparalleled medical skills to you now. You are only a breath away from your ultimate destiny. Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. Dong Laogui, what do you mean? By sacrificing my spirit, I shall grant you the chance to attain completeness. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking with tremendous force towards the old ghost. Child, in the 34th year of the Yuanhe era, a family named Dong in the capital was wrongfully accused of rebellion and met with utter destruction. When you return, remember to look after this old man. In the blinding flash of lightning, those were Dong Laogui's final words. An overwhelming force surged forth, and in an instant, Chu Yunxi's very soul was propelled into a fleeting shadow, the rushing wind by her ear sounding like a sorrowful sigh. Eat Yunxi, eat. In her dazed state, Chu Yunxi felt something brush against her lips, dry and painful. Yunxi, eat. Quickly startled, she opened her eyes wide, her piercing gaze meeting the sight of the decrepit room, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. And the next moment, all attention was captivated by the figure beside her. Chu Yunxi stood in a daze, gazing at the woman before her, who was shoving a half-eaten, stale bun into her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was still alive. Yunxi, do not cry, do not cry. Mother will protect you. No one shall bully my Yunxi. The woman before her extended her hand in a protective gesture, then reconsidered and pressed the dry bun into Chu Yunxi's hands, lifting a bowl containing half a serving of clear porridge from the ground. Chu Yunxi clung tightly to Lu Shi, tears streaming down her face, yet the smile at the corners of her mouth grew ever wider. She had been reborn. Reborn at the age of 15. In the year of the 30th of Yuanhe. This was the grand fortune bestowed upon her by the old ghost. If that were the case, then in this lifetime, grievances would be avenged, and enmities would be settled, all that needed protection would be safeguarded. She would surely fulfill the old ghost's dying wish. Yunxi, do not cry. Mother will hold you. Do not cry, do not cry. Chu Yunxi's once hardened heart instantly softened. In this world, only 2 people truly cared for her, the foolish Lu Shi and her uncle. Before Chu Yunxi could utter a word, the door to the firewood room was suddenly flung open. Ah! I knew it was you, you wretched woman, who stole the porridge and the bun. Just wait, and see if I don't beat you to death today. The speaker was Chen Er's wife, a mid-aged woman from the estate, with a flattened nose and small eyes, as corpulent as a pig, her face etched with malice. Seizing a nearby wooden stick, she swung it towards Lu Shi. Chu Yunxi immediately shielded Lu Shi in her embrace, glaring fiercely at her. How dare you? Chu Yunxi had spent her childhood in the village, enduring hunger and cold while toiling away, which resulted in her emaciated frame and pallid complexion, leaving only her pair of bright, piercing eyes that held a hint of intimidation when fixed upon others. Little brat, who do you think you are? Protecting that foolish mother of yours. Stealing and still having the audacity to argue. Chen Er's wife shouted as she lunged towards the 2 of them. Though Chu Yunxi yearned to resist, the fact that she had gone 2 days without food left her frail and weak, unable to contend with the robust Chen Er's wife. Lu Shi, being simple-minded, was even less capable, merely cowering in fear. When the blow came down, Chu Yunxi could only shield Lu Shi, taking the full brunt of the strike herself. Uncle Chen will return tomorrow. My mother and I are injured. You won't fare any better. She cried out desperately. Upon hearing these words, Chen Er's wife hesitated, clearly taken aback. Chen Er was the head of the village and also her husband, who had always protected Lu Shi and Chu Yunxi. Without him, they likely would have perished long ago. You little wretch, consider yourself fortunate. Chen Er's wife spat through gritted teeth, glaring at the bowl of porridge on the ground before striding over and kicking it over. Do you 2 wretches even deserve to drink porridge? Not even fit for a dog. She hissed, snorting derisively before turning on her heel to leave. Chu Yunxi fixed her gaze upon the stout figure retreating. Her teeth clenched in determination. She vowed to avenge the grievances of all these years. Turning back, she reached out compassionately to the cowering Lu Shi, pulling her close. Lu Shi, lost in her own foolishness, had become accustomed to her suffering over the years, entirely oblivious to the notion of resistance. "Mother, do not be afraid, she has departed." Lu Shi seemed to suddenly recall something, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Yunxi is in pain. Mother, please listen. Do not strike Yunxi. Yunxi is hungry. Yunxi wishes to eat." As she spoke, Lu Shi picked up a piece of hard, stale bun from the ground and thrust it into Chu Yunxi's hands. Chu Yunxi's tears flowed uncontrollably as she gently comforted Lu Shi. "Mother, I am fine. It has not hurt. Yunxi is perfectly well, so do not weep." Chu Yunxi wiped the tears from Lu Shi's face, then picked up a broken bowl from the ground and went to the corner of the woodshed to fetch some snow water from a cracked jar, soaking the bun in it. Even if it was unpalatable, she had to eat. Only by avoiding starvation could she seek her vengeance. This village belonged to the Chu family, a rural estate of the esteemed family in the capital, where the Minister of Rights, a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade, resided. Chu Yunxi was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chu family, and Lu Shi was the respectable lady of the minister. It was lamentable that Chu Tianqing, that scoundrel, had taken a concubine even before marrying Lu Shi. Lu Shi and that concubine had essentially given birth on the same day. Lu Shi suffered severe blood loss and delivered a daughter, while the concubine, comfortably, birthed a pair of twins. Merely 3 days later, Chu Tianqing grandly announced his intention to bring the concubine back. Simultaneously, Lu Shi received the devastating news of her only brother's death on the battlefield. Overwhelmed by these dual blows, she succumbed to madness. Chu Tianqing proclaimed that Chu Yunxi was a harbinger of calamity, and before Lu Shi had even completed her month of confinement, he sent her, along with the still infant Chu Yunxi, to the countryside. The concubine directly elevated her status to that of a legitimate wife. The mother and daughter seemed as if they had never existed, abandoned in the countryside to await their demise. Fortuitously, it was Chun Er who cared for them, allowing the two to survive. However, once Chun Er's spouse arrived, their existence transformed into a living hell. In a previous life, at the tender age of 16, Chu Yunxi's uncle, who was supposed to have perished on the battlefield, unexpectedly emerged as a celebrated general, prompting the Chu family to reclaim her. It was then that she learned of her true heritage. Regrettably, on the eve of receiving this revelation, Lu Shi was defiled and murdered. Chapter 2. The Cave Rescue. That night, Chu Yunxi was bound outside the door, listening to the vile words of 3 scoundrels within, mingled with the heart-wrenching cries of Lady Lu, until her tears were nearly exhausted. The following day, she was brought back to the Chu family in a soft sedan chair, and to silence the tongues of gossip, those 3 wretches were directly executed. Subsequently, she was cautioned repeatedly not to reveal the events of the past years to the uncle she had never met. Chu Yunxi had thought she had finally escaped that nightmarish place, only to find herself plunged into an even deeper abyss. It was only after death that she uncovered the truth that had eluded her for so many years. Closing her eyes, Chu Yunxi expelled a deep, heavy breath, suppressing the indignation and bone-deep resentment within her. There was still time. She was but 15, and everything was still within reach. The cold, snow-soaked steamed bun was chilling to the bone, yet Chu Yunxi gritted her teeth and swallowed it down. "Mother, you stay here, and don't go anywhere. I will be back in no more than 2 hours." "All right. I will wait for Yunxi to return." Lady Lu nodded blankly, huddled in the corner, her eyes fixed on Chu Yunxi with longing. After giving her instructions, Chu Yunxi grasped the only firewood knife in the shed and stepped outside. The biting wind of early winter pierced through her thin garments, rendering the midday sun ineffective against the cold that threatened to chill her to the bone. Nevertheless, she resolutely made her way towards the back mountain. With the firewood knife in hand, Chu Yunxi ascended the mountain, not for any other reason but to seek 2 medicinal herbs. Although Chun Er would return the next day, he would be returning half alive. In her previous life, Chun Er nearly met her demise around this very time, leading to a tumultuous existence that left her bedridden, while her family bore the brunt of the hardship. The snow-covered path was treacherous, and Chu Yunxi's thin shoes had long since succumbed to dampness, numbing her feet with cold and pain. Yet, she dared not halt her relentless progress. She knelt on the ground, meticulously clearing the snow inch by inch from the withered grass, using her machete to excavate 2 medicinal herbs from the earth. Cautiously, she tucked them into her cloth pouch. As she descended the mountain, she fortuitously stumbled upon a plump gray rabbit ensnared by a branch. Its abdomen was impaled, warm crimson blood seeping out and staining a patch of snow. Chu Yunxi's gaze sharpened. She sprinted forward, her movements swift and decisive as she severed the rabbit's throat with her blade. Moments later, the creature ceased its struggles. Reborn. She was no longer the Na'vi girl she once was. In this world, compassion held no significance for her, especially not for a rabbit fated to perish. Grasping the rabbit, she sought refuge in a cave, wary of venturing deeper, and settled at the entrance to shield herself from the wind. With deft strokes of her machete, she swiftly skinned the rabbit, cleansing the blood with snow to wrap around her feet for warmth. Otherwise, she feared her toes would succumb to frostbite before she reached the base of the mountain. Just as she contemplated preparing the rabbit meat to roast and bring back for Lu Shi, she heard muffled sounds resonating from the depths of the cave, reminiscent of human voices. With a surge of courage, Chu Yunxi ventured inward, her machete at the ready, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As she turned a corner, a solitary figure lay within the darkened cavern, not far from a vividly patterned venomous snake, which, though the thickness of a child's arm, had been cleaved in two, lifeless. Chu Yunxi dared not approach directly. Instead, she picked up a stone and tossed it toward the figure, who remained utterly silent. Only then did she cautiously draw closer. The cave was dimly lit, revealing a man adorned with a silver mask covering half of his face, his exposed lips tinged with a purplish hue. Clearly a victim of the snake's poison, lost in unconsciousness. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxi hastened to the serpent, carefully extracting its gallbladder and wrapping it securely in a cloth pouch. This precious medicinal material could fetch a good price, and with the money, life for her and the Lu family would improve significantly. In a moment of distraction, she glanced down to find a plant known as Zhong Lu growing nearby. The cave's stillness and warmth had kept its leaves lush and green. Turning back for a final look at the man, she pondered for a moment before murmuring, "To encounter me is to defy fate." She uprooted the Zhong Lu, separating the roots and leaves to crush them, stuffing the roots into the man's mouth while applying the crushed leaves to his wounds. Then, without a hint of hesitation, she seized the only pouch on his person, rummaging through its contents to discover 20 taels of silver, eliciting a surge of joy within her. Two debts settled. With those words, Chu Yunxi departed the cave without a backward glance. The man, groggily awakening, could only murkily perceive a figure retreating with his pouch before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. As Chu Yunxi emerged from the cave, she noticed the sun was about to set. With no time to attend to the rabbit, she hastily descended the mountain. By the time she returned to the village, the sky had darkened completely. Before she could step inside, she heard the anguished voice of Lu. Yunxi is not. Yunxi did not. Each denial was intermingled with cries of pain. With a swift kick, Chu Yunxi burst through the door, and what she beheld was a chilling scene. In the heavy snow, Lu was clad in thin garments, being viciously tormented by Chun Er's family. "You dare to argue, you wretched creature. If it wasn't that little wretch who stole the axe, then who could it be? That cursed Chun Er, raising two depraved harlots." Chu Yunxi's vision blurred with rage. She raised her hand and hurled the axe, striking Chun Er's foot squarely. The pain elicited a yelp, causing her to tumble to the ground, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. "Which dog spawn is seeking death? How dare you strike your aunt? You wanted the axe, didn't you? You missed it, whose fault is that?" Chu Yunxi rushed to support Lu, feeling the coldness emanating from her. In the depths of winter, being pressed into the snow and mercilessly beaten was unbearable, especially for a woman like Lu. "How dare you? You little wretch. Born of a mother but lacking a father's guidance. You shameless harlot. Today, I shall not let you live." Chu Yunxi shielded Lu behind her, raising her voice in a desperate cry. "Murder! Murder! Chun Er's family intends to kill. Someone please help." The Chu family's estate is situated within the village, not far from several neighboring households. In addition to their own family, there are also over a dozen other workers residing on the estate. Should Chu Yunxi continue her wailing, she would undoubtedly attract attention. Under normal circumstances, Chun Er's wife would not be intimidated. However, with Chun Er's return imminent, any escalation would render her situation untenable. "Cease your cries, you little wretch. Today, fortune is on your side, but should there be a next time, I shall ensure your demise." As soon as Chun Er's wife finished speaking, she noticed that Chu Yunxi's feet were wrapped in some kind of fur, and in her hand, she held a skinned animal. devoid of its head, leaving its identity a mystery. What is it that you have wrapped around your feet, you little wretch? And where did the meat in your bag come from? Did you steal my silver to procure it? Chapter 3. The Skinned Weasel in her haste to return. Chu Yunxi forgot to hide the rabbit fur and the rabbit itself, which was now at risk of being seized by Chun Er's family. However, she had brought the rabbit back with the intention of nourishing Lu Shi's health. If it were to be taken away, all her efforts would be in vain. As her mind raced, she quickly devised a plan. Would you like the weasel I caught on the mountain skinned? Chu Yunxi proposed, aware that the rural folk were superstitious, believing in various omens associated with colors and animals. In their eyes, the weasel, being yellow, was considered an unclean spirit, and those who dared to handle such creatures were deemed fearless. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chun Er's family instinctively took a step back, scolding her, "You little fool! How dare you touch such a thing? If you seek death, stay far away from our village." Chu Yunxi rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging with her, and began to pull Lu Shi away. However, Chun Er's family quickly regained their composure and stepped forward to block their path. "Wait! You're deceiving me. Weasels are a tawny yellow. This is clearly gray, not a weasel at all." Chu Yunxi did not contest her claim. Instead, she casually tore the fur from her feet, along with the rabbit, and hurled it towards Chun Er's family. Instinctively, she dodged, only to bend down to retrieve it. Before she could reach for it, Chu Yunxi's icy voice cut through the air. "Believe it or not, when the yellow immortal comes for you, it won't be my life at stake." Chun Er's family initially expected Chu Yunxi to argue a bit, but was taken aback by her decisiveness, causing a sense of unease to creep in. Although she felt the creature did not resemble a weasel, what if it truly was one? After all, it could be deadly. With this thought, Chun Er's stout figure straightened immediately, and she kicked the bloodied carcass back. "Get away! Don't think you can harm me, you little wretch!" After uttering these words, she shot a disdainful glare at Chu Yunxi and turned to leave. Chu Yunxi let out a derisive laugh and took a few steps forward to collect the rabbit skin and the rabbit itself. However, she was halted by Lu's grasp on her arm, who shook her head vigorously, her brow furrowed and her face etched with concern. "Don't touch it." Chu Yunxi gently patted the back of Lu's hand, reassuringly whispering, "Mother, it's all right. I was just tricking her." "It's a rabbit?" Lu timidly inquired. "Really?" "Indeed. Wait a moment, and I shall roast it for you. We will have meat." Lu, being somewhat simple-minded, immediately cast aside her worries upon hearing the mention of meat, clapping her hands and laughing. Oh. Meat, meat. Mother loves meat. Yunxi loves meat too." Chun Er's family had not yet ventured too far, and although she did not catch Chu Yunxi's earlier words, she heard Lu's exclamation quite clearly. Unable to suppress a cold chuckle, she thought, "Truly a foolish mother with a reckless simpleton at her side." Chu Yunxi pretended not to hear, picking up the rabbit and neatly gathering the rabbit skin. After washing and trimming it, she could even fashion a pair of gloves for her mother. Outside, the biting cold compelled Chu Yunxi to hastily escort Lu Shi back to their humble abode. Although the dwelling was dilapidated, it provided shelter from the elements and had a bed for rest. Yet, when Chun Er was away, they often found themselves relegated to the woodshed. The shed, devoid of windows, was particularly frigid, and after enduring countless winters, Chu Yunxi felt fortunate to have survived. Seating Lu Shi upon the bed, she wrapped her in a blanket and gently rubbed her icy hands. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Yunxi, do not weep. Do not weep," Lu Shi murmured, using her frigid hand to wipe away her daughter's tears. Chu Yunxi grasped her hand, placing it over her heart to warm it. "Cold, so cold. You are freezing, Yunxi," Lu Shi remarked, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Chu Yunxi refused to let her go. "It's not cold, it's fine, Mother." After a moment, she continued, "Mother, I promise I will no longer let you suffer. Tomorrow, Uncle Chin will return, and everything will improve." With a sense of assurance, Chu Yunxi believed that when Chun Er returned, even in illness, she would be able to heal him. She had no intention of sparing Chun Er's family from her wrath. Once she resolved that matter, life would surely become better. "Mother, wait for me. I will prepare a meal for you." After reassuring Lu Shi, Chu Yunxi rose and took a rabbit to the kitchen. She added water to the pot, lit the firewood, and cleaned the rabbit's innards before skewering it and placing it in the hearth to roast. By the time the rabbit was cooked, the water was nearly boiling. Thus, She first prepared hot water to bring back to Lu Shi for washing her hands and feet to warm her up. As Chu Yunxi departed, Chen Er's wife, who had been lurking outside the kitchen, squeezed her plump body inside. The aroma of the roasted rabbit prepared by Chu Yunxi wafted through the air, reaching her nostrils long before. However, recalling Chu Yunxi's remark that it was a weasel, she hesitated. That daring little brat had no fear of death, but she certainly did. Yet, the mouth-watering scent of the meat had already caused her saliva to drip. After some contemplation, she rationalized that since she had neither killed nor roasted the creature, what harm would it do to indulge in just a small bite? With her justification firmly in place, Chen Er's wife swiftly tore off a generous piece of the hind leg and made her escape. When Chu Yunxi returned, intending to let the rabbit cool a bit before removing the iron skewer, she was taken aback to find that a substantial portion of the rabbit was missing. Her gaze turned icy as she realized that Chen Er's wife, indeed, had the audacity of a gluttonous pig to steal from her. In light of this, she resolved not to fear any repercussions. A wicked smile graced her lips as she contemplated retribution against those who had wronged her in her past life. None would escape unscathed, for debts must be repaid, and lives must be accounted for. Setting down the basin of water, Chu Yunxi carried the roasted rabbit back to her room. Meanwhile, Chen Er's wife, lurking in the shadows, cursed under her breath, "Wretched girl." She had already devoured the leg she had taken, initially planning to wait for Chu Yunxi to leave before pilfering more, but to her dismay, the entire rabbit had been taken away. Thus, she could only console herself with the thought that consuming such things was detrimental, and that little wretch would eventually meet her demise. With a sense of indignation, she departed. Chu Yunxi returned to her room, clutching a roasted rabbit. Lu Shi sat on the bed, lost in a daze, her eyes unfocused and devoid of light. Chu Yunxi tore off a leg of the rabbit and offered it to Lu Shi. "Mother, it's time to eat." Lu Shi's vacant gaze finally returned to reality as she looked at the meat, clapping her hands with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Meat! Meat! Yunxi eats meat! Grow tall!" Lu Shi continued to clap and laugh, completely oblivious, her childlike eyes sparkling as they gazed at Chu Yunxi. This sight tugged at Chu Yunxi's heart, for in her memories, Lu Shi had always appeared foolish, yet she showered her daughter with boundless affection. In this lifetime, endowed with extraordinary medical skills, she was determined to find a way to heal Lu Shi. Chapter 4. Chen Er has returned on the following dawn. As the first light of day began to break and delicate snowflakes continued to descend, Chu Yunxi was stirred awake by an urgent knocking. It was not a knock on their door, but rather at the gate of the courtyard. "Open the door, Chen Er's family. Chen Er has come back. Something has happened." Hearing the commotion outside, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu Yunxi's lips. He had returned. Chen Er was back. Chu Yunxi rose and donned her outer garments, tucking the blankets around Lu Shi before stepping outside. The courtyard was in disarray. As soon as the door was opened, several individuals rushed in, carrying a man. The man, barely clinging to life, opened his eyes weakly. Who else could it be but Chen Er? "Master, what has happened to you?" A throng of people clamored as they entered. Chu Yunxi kept her distance, standing at the doorway and observing. Chen Er had been traveling through the snow-laden night when he slipped and overturned his cart, tumbling down the slope. By the time he was discovered, he had already lost half his vitality. However, this was not the gravest of matters. The village doctor lived far away and lacked sufficient skill, which delayed treatment. Moreover, Chen Er bore no significant external injuries but lay there dazed, unable to move. Rumors began to circulate, suggesting that he had encountered something unclean, that he had been possessed. In her previous life, Chu Yunxi had nearly shared the same belief until her conversation with the old ghost illuminated the truth. Chen Er had merely succumbed to poisoning. The poison was not lethal enough to claim his life, but it had left him ailing. In less than a month of lying down, Chen Er's family could no longer bear it, and a cup of poison brought an end to his life. Chu Yunxi was determined to save him this time. After all, without Chen Er's care over the years, she and her mother would surely not have survived. Chu Yunxi walked past the eaves, entering a room crowded with people. Chen Er lay on the bed, while his wife sat on the floor, weeping inconsolably. "My dear husband, how shall I live without you?" One aunt, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to offer some words of comfort. "Enough of the tears. A doctor has already been summoned. He is still alive. Your lamentations bring ill fortune." However, Chen Er's wife was ungrateful, retorting sharply, "It's easy for you to say, Your husband isn't the one in trouble. Wait until your man lies here. Let us see if you weep. Upon hearing this, the aunt seethed with anger, but chose not to engage further, turning away in silence. Chun Er's wife resumed her wailing, alternating between lamenting her childless state and cursing Chun Er for his inadequacy, claiming she was destined to live in solitude. She then turned her ire towards those returning from their outings, questioning why only her family faced misfortune while others remained unscathed. After a while, her incessant ranting drove everyone away, leaving only a few laborers from the village to keep vigil. Chu Yunxi chose not to enter, listening from outside. Although she possessed medical skills, she preferred not to reveal them prematurely, understanding the wisdom in the saying that a common man bears no guilt. Yet possessing a jewel can invite calamity. Shortly thereafter, the doctor arrived. Though referred to as a doctor, he is merely a clumsy village physician who has perused a few medical texts and can only tend to minor ailments. Chun Er's condition eluded his understanding. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, Chu Yunxi overheard from within, "I cannot discern any issues either. Perhaps he has been possessed. A few days of rest might suffice." Standing beneath the eaves, Chu Yunxi shook her head in disbelief. A few days of rest? If he lies for a few more days, the poison will seep into his very marrow, rendering him irrecoverable, confined to a bed for eternity. A chill breeze swept through, carrying a few icy snowflakes that slipped into her collar, causing her to shiver. Promptly, she tightened her garments and made her way back home. Upon her return, Lu Shi was still fast asleep on the bed. Chu Yunxi settled onto a small stool and ground the 2 herbs she had unearthed into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle, then wrapped them into 2 pouches to tuck into her belt. Throughout the day, Chun Er's family was consumed by their lamentations, scarcely affording any attention to her and her mother, allowing Chu Yunxi to avoid their ire. As night fell, Chun Er's family distanced themselves from him, fearing his wide-open gaze as he lay motionless on the bed. After soothing Lu Shi to sleep, Chu Yunxi quietly slipped into Chun Er's room, gently pushing the door ajar. Indeed, Chun Er lay there, his eyes wide open, utterly still. Chu Yunxi understood that although he could not speak, he could hear. "Uncle Chun, it is I, Yunxi. I know you can hear me." As if in response, Chun Er's gaze shifted toward her, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, unable to form the words. "Uncle Chun, do not be anxious. You have merely been poisoned, not possessed. I possess a remedy to alleviate your affliction." With that, Chu Yunxi paused momentarily. Despite Chun Er being a good man, having lived a second life, Chu Yunxi understood that the human heart is the most intricate entity in this world and should not be trusted easily. "Uncle Chun, I have a packet of medicine that can counteract the poison. If you believe me, I shall prepare it in water and administer it to you immediately. If you agree, simply blink your eyes." After speaking earnestly, Chu Yunxi observed Chun Er, who indeed closed his eyes in response. Without hesitation, she took a cup of water, poured the medicine into it, stirred it until dissolved, and then brought it to Chun Er to administer. Within no more than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Chun Er was already feeling significantly better. He sat up, leaning against the wall, gazing at Chu Yunxi with profound gratitude. "Yunxi, you have saved my life. Uncle Chun, it is the least I could do. You have protected my mother and me for so many years. How could I stand idly by while you faced danger? What a wonderful child you are." Uncle Chen's affection for you was not in vain. Chun Er reached out to pat Chu Yunxi on the shoulder, but as soon as he made contact, she inhaled sharply. Chun Er's expression darkened instantly. "Did she strike you again?" Chu Yunxi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Chun Er felt a surge of anger within, yet found himself powerless to act. In his youth, he served as a servant in the Chu household, and later found his way to the Zhuang family, burdened with the status of a slave. As he aged, the prospect of marrying became increasingly daunting. It was only during his mother's lifetime that, after spending over 20 taels of silver and enlisting the help of more than 10 matchmakers, he was able to secure a wife. Though she was robust and sturdy, she at least promised to continue the lineage of the Qin family. However, to his dismay, after more than a decade of marriage, they remained childless, and her temperament grew increasingly irritable and harsh, particularly towards the mother and daughter of the Chu family, often resorting to verbal abuse. Chun Er was a man of integrity, striving to protect the 2 women, yet he found their situation becoming increasingly intolerable. "Yunxi, Uncle Chun. I am truly sorry. Uncle Chun, please do not say such things. It is getting late. I must return to accompany my mother." Chu Yunxi declared, turning to leave. Chen Er watched the slender figure of Chu Yunxi depart, his heart yearning to call her back, yet he remained silent, secretly resolving to take a stand in his heart. Chapter 5. You are the esteemed young lady of the Shangshu mansion. Chu Yunxi did not return to her chamber. This night would be one of sleeplessness. The humiliation inflicted upon them by the Qin family must be avenged. In the darkness, Chu Yunxi stealthily approached the window of the Chun residence, intending to create a disturbance. Just then, she caught sight of a shadow slipping inside. Soon, a startled cry emerged from within. "Ah! It's me, Wang Bu. You wretched man, why have you come?" Chu Yunxi paused beneath the eaves, momentarily taken aback. Was this the Chun family's way of donning a green hat? "My dear, I simply missed you," the man cooed. "How tiresome, you always bully me. Chen Er will soon return." Ugh, still calling me dear, Chu Yunxi thought, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the Qin family's hefty figure. How could such a man utter such words? If he doesn't return, I shan't either. Chen Er is barely clinging to life. What do you intend to do? What can we do? We shall wait and see. After all, he cannot utter a word now. What is there to fear? The Qin family member appeared unconcerned. The man, however, spoke with a menacing tone. If that is the case, let us take matters into our own hands and, making a slashing gesture across his throat. The Qin family member quickly interjected, "Keep your voice down. If someone hears us, we'll both be in trouble." The man chuckled lewdly, continuing, "Are you still afraid of being overheard? It seems to me you were quite vocal just now." As he spoke, his hands began to wander inappropriately. Chen Er's family, after a few hesitant rejections, fell silent, followed by a series of indescribable sounds. Chu Yunxi, feeling nauseated, quickly slipped away. Lying in bed upon her return, she found the situation somewhat unbelievable. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather normal. In her previous life, it was not long before Chen Er's family met a tragic end due to a bowl of poison. Had there been another, the outcome might have differed. Yet, what perplexed her was that Chen Er's family never remarried thereafter. Dismissing such thoughts, she resolved to devise a plan for the next day since her efforts that evening had proven unsuccessful. Clearing her mind of the tangled thoughts, Chu Yunxi kept vigil by Lu's side, who slept soundly. The following morning, Chu Yunxi was abruptly awakened by a splash of cold water from Chen Er's family. In the biting winter, the icy water shattered the warmth she had struggled to attain throughout the night. The door swung wide open, allowing a chilling breeze to invade, leaving her thoroughly cold. "You little wretch, get up and cook, or I shall deal with you severely," Chen Er's family shouted, brandishing a ladle at Chu Yunxi and Lu. Lu hurriedly attempted to shield Chu Yunxi. Don't hit. Don't hit." With a determined gaze, Chu Yunxi pushed Chen Er's family away. Where was Chen Er? This shouldn't be happening. He would never have allowed such treatment toward her and Lu when he was present. "You little wretch. How dare you push me? Do you think that with Chen Er back you have someone to rely on? He lies in bed, half dead. You have hidden away all day yesterday, and today you wish to continue your evasion. Do you not see that I shall not hesitate to strike you down?" Chu Yunxi harbored intentions of resistance. However, Chen Er's robust physique and formidable strength rendered her efforts futile. Just as Chen Er's guard was down, she found herself unable to push back. With a chilling gaze, she curled her thumb and forcefully struck Chen Er's, causing instant paralysis in her legs. With a cry of distress, Chen Er collapsed to the ground. The can induce paralysis in the chest and torso, the affects the upper limbs, while the paralyzes the lower limbs. Indeed, her deductions were accurate. The force she exerted was minimal, merely resulting in Chen Er's lower limb paralysis. Had she applied greater strength, it could have led to permanent disability or even death. "You little wretch, what have you done to me? My legs. I can no longer feel my legs." Chu Yunxi feigned innocence, replying, "What have I done to you? Do not slander me." As she spoke, a look of surprise crossed her face, and she timidly inquired, "Could it be? Have you provoked something unclean?" Upon hearing this, Chen Er immediately recalled her transgression of devouring a leg of the revered Huang Disian. Now, with her legs numb, she wondered if she had indeed fallen victim to a curse. A subtle smirk graced Chu Yunxi's lips as she raised her voice to ask, "Was it you who feasted upon my leg of Huang Disian?" "Nay." "You deceitful wretch, do not utter such nonsense. It must be you. You have drawn the ire of Huang Disian, and now it seeks retribution. Do not implicate me. If you are to perish, do so far from me." Chen hurriedly denied it. After speaking, she felt a slight sensation in her legs and quickly scrambled to her feet, stumbling as she rushed outside. Chu Yunxi glanced at her disheveled silhouette and couldn't help but let out a cold snicker, her gaze chilling. This time, she would not let Chen escape. Suddenly, her hand was tugged, pulling Chu Yunxi back to reality, and her ice-like eyes softened upon seeing Lu Shi. Yunxi, change your clothes, you're wet. You might catch a cold. Lu Shi's concern tugged at Chu Yunxi's heartstrings. Water droplets continued to trickle down her hair, yet she persistently urged herself to change. Chu Yunxi gently patted Lu Shi's arm in reassurance, then resolved to first help her dry her hair and change her clothes. However, Lu Shi, in a flurry of anxiety, insisted on changing Chu Yunxi into dry clothes first. Unable to withstand her insistence, Chu Yunxi complied, quickly changing herself before assisting Lu Shi. Yet, amidst all this, Chu Yunxi was preoccupied with a singular thought. Where had Chen gone? She had already detoxified him the previous day. His absence was unexpected unless he was still feigning illness. But what could be his motive for such a ruse? In the afternoon, seizing the opportunity to deliver a meal to Chen Chu Yunxi discreetly inquired, "Uncle Chen, why are you?" But before she could finish, Chen interrupted her. "Girl, there's a reason behind my actions. I've informed you to come secretly at night." Chu Yunxi felt a flicker of doubt within her, yet trusting in Chen character, she nodded in agreement. When night fell, she stealthily approached Uncle Chen. Lying on the bed, Chen heard the voice of Chu Yunxi and immediately sat up, casting vigilant glances towards the door before lowering his head and whispering, "My misfortune was no accident. It was a deliberate act." Chu Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Deliberate?
Why?
Chen a man known for his honesty and integrity, had never harbored enmity against anyone. How could someone wish to harm him? Gazing at Chu Yunxi, Chen sighed deeply before continuing. "Yunxi, you are the esteemed eldest daughter of the Chu family, the Minister of Rights in the capital. Are you aware of this?" A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Yunxi's heart, prompting her to feign ignorance and shake her head. Chen exhaling another sigh, prepared to divulge the secrets he had kept buried within. "My recent departure was to visit the main household. Upon my return, that woman who usurped the position of the minister's wife, upon receiving some tidings, commanded me to return and eliminate both you and your mother." As Chen spoke, a cold disdain flickered within Chu Yunxi's heart. Tidings? Naturally, it was news of Lu Chonglin on the battlefield. This woman feared that upon their return, she and her mother would usurp her position, hence her intent to eliminate them both. Suddenly, Chen descended from the bed and knelt before Chu Yunxi. She was taken aback, hastily reaching out to assist him while lowering her voice. "Uncle Chen, what are you doing?" Chen filled with remorse, replied, "Yunxi, no, miss. It is I, Chen who has wronged you and your mother." Chapter 6. The Call of the Huang Daxian. Chu Yunxi's countenance appeared somewhat grim. The fact that Chen could utter such words undoubtedly hinted at deeper truths concealed beneath the surface. "Uncle Chen, please speak," she urged with a tone of gravity. Chen sighed heavily, wiping away a tear, before he settled back onto the bed and began to divulge those long-held secrets. "Your mother was originally the eldest daughter of the Lu family. 18 years ago, she married Chu Tianqing, who was then merely a 6th-rank official." As Chu Yunxi exited Chen chamber, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Having been reborn, she had believed she was privy to the truth. Yet she realized that there were still numerous facets of her past that remained shrouded in mystery. Chen had served as the steward of the Chu family. After Lu Shi fell into a state of madness, she was coerced by the current lady of the Shangshu to bring Lu and her daughter to the estate, initially intending to ensure they would never return. However, with the recent news of Lu Chonglin from the battlefield, a sense of urgency gripped Chen Shi, who feared that Chu Yunxi and her mother might return to usurp her position. Hence, she plotted to have Chen eliminate them. Yet, Chen mother had long since passed, leaving him devoid of leverage over him. Furthermore, having watched Chu Yunxi grow over the years, he had come to regard her as his own daughter and felt responsible for the suffering they had endured. Naturally, he refused to comply. Consequently, on their return journey, he was pushed off a mountain. Perhaps it was not his time to perish. He sustained minimal injuries and, upon being discovered, found himself merely sore, otherwise unscathed. Unexpectedly, at some point, she had been poisoned, leaving her in this wretched, half-alive state. Moreover, The perpetrator was one among those who returned with her. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Chu Yunxi felt as though a veil had been lifted, revealing a startling clarity. Wang Bu emerged as a prime suspect. If he were indeed the culprit, then the death of Chen Er in a past life was not merely the consequence of the Qin family's unwillingness to serve, resulting in a fatal dose of poison, but rather a sinister collaboration between herself and Wang Bu, both of whom were already intertwined with the Qin family. This torment she inflicted upon herself and her mother, was her mother's demise also entangled in this web? Chu Yunxi's breath quickened, and the name of her family, the Chu family, echoed ominously in her mind. They were all treacherous, ungrateful wretches, and in this lifetime, she would ensure they faced the consequences they so rightly deserved. She halted her steps, taking several deep breaths to suppress the bone-deep resentment that surged within her. If that were the case, then she would first strike at the Chen family. Resolute in her decision, Chu Yunxi stealthily approached the threshold of the Chen residence as night fell. The candlelight flickered, indicating that the Chen family had yet to retire for the evening. She stood at the door, listening intently. No other voices were heard from within, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She had devised a plan to deal with the Chen family, but if Wang Bu were also present, the situation would become precarious. Chu Yunxi picked up a small stone and tossed it through the crack of the door, where it struck the candle precisely, causing the flame to flicker and extinguish with a soft pop. She then crouched beneath the eaves and imitated the calls of wild beasts. Chen Er's family was taken aback, tremblingly shouting, Who is there?" Chu Yunxi gathered her hair into two pointed buns atop her head, peering through the window with half her head exposed, weeping. "It is you. You consumed my leg. Return my leg." Initially, Chen Er's family was skeptical, but when Chu Yunxi hurled a stone that struck her acupoint, her legs instantly went numb, rendering her unable to move. Coupled with the traumatic experience earlier that day, she was now almost convinced, hastily prostrating on the ground, ceaselessly knocking her head. "Great Immortal, spare me. It was not I who killed you, but Chu Yunxi. That wretched girl is the one who took your life. And she even flayed your skin. A grievance has its source. Oh, Immortal. I have done nothing wrong, please spare me." Chen Er's family nearly lay prostrate on the ground, overwhelmed with regret, lamenting that if she had known better, she would not have succumbed to her cravings. Who could have imagined that Chu Yunxi, that little wretch, would dare to consume a weasel? Listening from below the window, Chu Yunxi felt that Chen Er's family deserved such a fate, even at this critical juncture. She attempted to drag her down as well, which was absolutely intolerable. Chu Yunxi was a celestial being incarnated to undergo tribulations, and to bully her would lead one to the 18th level of hell. She still had to cultivate, so killing her was not an option. Yet her resentment could not dissipate. Thus, she could only demand repayment for her life. In her past life, Chu Yunxi had read numerous tales of deities and spirits, and these stories were indeed plentiful. Chen Er's family was immediately struck with terror, urgently pleading, "Great Immortal, spare me. Please spare me. I shall craft a golden effigy for you, worshipping you daily. May you ascend to immortality." Yet, Chu Yunxi paid no heed to her words, letting out a cold laugh. Just as she was contemplating how to further punish her, a sudden recollection of her previous thoughts struck her, prompting her to speak. "Releasing you is not out of the question, but you must divulge the true lineage of Chu Yunxi and the affairs of the Chu family. Provide me with the means to seek favor with her, or I shall promptly extinguish your life." As she spoke, Chu Yunxi cast a stone that struck a pressure point on Chen Er's body, causing her excruciating pain. "I shall speak. I shall speak." Chen Er gasped, "Chu Yunxi. She is the rightful eldest daughter of the Chu family." Subsequently, Chen Er recounted all that she knew to Chu Yunxi, confirming that her prior suspicions were indeed correct. Chen Er and Wang Bu were, without a doubt, subordinates of Madame Chu, and the hardships endured by herself and her mother over the years were all orchestrated by her. With her fists clenched tightly, Chu Yunxi had previously harbored resentment towards Chu Tianqing, but now she realized that this woman was the true embodiment of malice. She must devise a plan for vengeance. Were it not for her uncle's absence, she could have acted swiftly, but provoking Madame Chu in such a state would only drive her to desperation. She resolved to delay her retaliation for now. With gritted teeth, Chu Yunxi turned and departed, leaving Chen Er to wail in agony throughout the night. By dawn, she found herself unable to rise from her bed, lying there like a corpse, utterly incapacitated. The difference being that while Chen Er feigned her condition, Hers was genuine. The news of the Chin family's encounter with a ghost spread throughout the village by afternoon. Upon hearing it, Chu Yunxi could only manage a cold laugh. The temperament of the Chin family was notoriously poor. They were mean-spirited and stingy, earning themselves a rather unfavorable reputation in the village. Consequently, upon hearing the news, the villagers merely whispered behind their backs, deeming them deserving of such a fate. With the Chen family stirring trouble, Chu Yunxi basked in her newfound freedom, relishing a hearty lunch of 3 large bowls of rice, one for herself, one for Lu Shi, and one for Chen Er. The Chen family lay unattended and ignored all day, only rising from their bed as dusk approached to prepare a meal for themselves. This only fueled their resentment towards Chu Yunxi, their teeth gritting in silent fury. Yet, recalling the words of the ghostly figure from the previous night, they dared not act, swallowing their indignation in frustration. Little did they know, Chu Yunxi's revenge was only just beginning. Chapter 7. Is Life Worthless? The task of reprimanding Chen Er's family seemed straightforward. However, orchestrating the expulsion of Wang Bu required meticulous planning. After all, Wang Bu had concealed himself adeptly and approached his duties with utmost diligence, leaving no room for error. Moreover, it was imperative to prevent the Chu family from catching wind of their intentions, for they would undoubtedly devise every conceivable scheme to jeopardize the lives of both her and her mother before her uncle's return. Nevertheless, Chu Yunxi had already devised a strategy in her mind. Within this estate, the only ally she could rely upon was Chen Er. Consequently, she selectively relayed information gleaned from Chen Er's family to him. Upon hearing it, Chen Er was initially incredulous. Yunxi, are you certain that what you say is true? Although he was aware of a mole within their ranks, he had never suspected that it would be Wang Bu. Uncle Chen, do you still doubt me at this juncture? In truth, Chu Yunxi was also testing the waters. If Chen Er did not trust her, her subsequent plans would falter, necessitating alternative approaches. Furrowing his brow,
Chen Er remained silent.
Uncle, he is intent on your demise, and you still hesitate? Only then did Chen Er exhale deeply. Wang Bu had been by his side since his tenure as the steward of the Chu household. Admittedly, the greatest suspicion of treachery lay with him, yet Chen Er had been reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Yunxi, dear girl, I shall heed your counsel. What do you propose we do? Upon hearing Chen Er's response, Chu Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Er were uncooperative, her plans would be rendered futile. Tomorrow, Uncle Chen, you need not feign any longer. You are well. Wang Bu will surely be anxious and will administer the drug to you once more. At that moment, we shall catch him in the act. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Er nodded in agreement. Very well. A smile finally graced Chu Yunxi's lips. Whether Wang Bu would indeed drug Chen Er again was uncertain. Yet she possessed a strategy to ensure Chen Er would catch him in the act, effectively resolving 2 predicaments simultaneously. At the break of dawn the following day, while it was still dark, Chu Yunxi, under the pretense of procuring medicine for Chen Er, departed with Aunt Zhang, who was heading to the market to sell goods. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that she returned, placing the money earned from trading snake gall beneath Lu's pillow before preparing medicine for Chen Er. Remarkably, as soon as the medicine was administered, Chen Er experienced an immediate recovery, standing upright as if nothing had transpired. By dusk, Chen Er's household received a small note from Wang Bu, requesting a clandestine meeting in the small kitchen to discuss matters concerning Chen Er. However, just as Chen Er's family entered the kitchen, they were unexpectedly tackled by a figure. Who is it? Upon recognizing the voice as Wang Bu's, Chen Er's family hastily attempted to push him away. Isn't this about Chen Er? How can you be so frivolous? Yet, Wang Bu offered no opportunity for retort, his hand slipping into her collar, seeking to engage in illicit conduct. With a few delicate gasps, Chen Er's family felt an unbearable heat rising within, surrendering to his advances. Unexpectedly, the tightly shut kitchen door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Leading the charge were Chu Yunxi and Chen Er, followed closely by 4 or 5 others, all of whom were long-time workers in this establishment. Upon witnessing the commotion, Chen Er's wife let out a startled cry and hurriedly attempted to cover her exposed body with her clothing, while Wang Bu remained hunched over, engrossed in his actions. The scene was utterly distressing. Chu Yunxi lowered his gaze and turned to leave, but not before stepping on a partially burnt incense stick at the threshold, extinguishing it in the soil as if it had never existed. As he departed, a small porcelain vial slipped from his sleeve, and upon opening it, several drops of a clear, oily substance fell onto the ash. A gentle breeze carried an unusual fragrance towards the direction of Wangbu and the others. Chun-Er strode forward and kicked Wangbu over. "Seize both of them," he commanded. Upon hearing Chun-Er's words, Chun-Er's wife cried out in desperation, "Master, this has nothing to do with me. It was Wangbu who coerced me. You must believe me." Chun-Er's expression darkened, and Wangbu, now regaining his senses, responded to Chun-Er's wife's plea by delivering a swift kick in her direction. "You shameless harlot! How dare you turn the tables? Were you not the one who seduced me? You lie. I have other men," she retorted. "Did you not say that Chun-Er was neither as handsome nor as charming as I?" The two continued to bicker, and Chun-Er, listening intently, found his demeanor increasingly grave. "Gag them," he ordered. Two laborers promptly stuffed rags into the mouths of the two individuals, silencing their arguments and leaving only muffled sounds. Upon exiting the kitchen, Chun-Er glanced at Chu Yunxi, sighed, and remarked, "I will ensure that they are dealt with appropriately by the authorities." Chu Yunxi raised her head to meet Chun-Er's gaze and calmly replied, "Uncle Chun, shouldn't those guilty of infidelity be punished severely?" Hearing her words, Chun-Er furrowed his brow, his voice dropping in intensity. "Miss, do you consider human life so trivial?" Without waiting for her response, he turned to lead the others away. Chu Yunxi paused, momentarily taken aback. This time, he had addressed her as Miss, rather than Yunxi. A sardonic smile played on her lips. Life is trivial? Their lives matter. But others do not? Though Chun-Er was a man of integrity, he was not naive. He understood many underlying truths. This time, Chu Yunxi had cleverly maneuvered to eliminate these two potential threats using his hands, and he was fully aware of her intentions. However, what she failed to anticipate was that a woman who had betrayed him without a shred of affection could still manage to create distance in their relationship. Indeed, the human heart is the most intricate entity in this world. Fortunately, she had her own countermeasures in place. Chu Yunxi tightened her grip around the small porcelain vial in her palm, calculating the time. 3, 2, 1. In the fleeting moment when Chu Yunxi's internal countdown reached its conclusion, Chun-Er's family and Wangbu suddenly seemed possessed, thrashing about wildly, their strength proving too formidable for the others to restrain. Wangbu broke free first, lunging directly at Chun-Er's family. The onlookers instinctively assumed he intended to commit further misdeeds, yet to their astonishment, the two men instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. Chun-Er's expression darkened like iron as he hurried to intervene, only to be held back by others. "Brother Chun, wait. There's something off about those two." In that brief exchange, the ragged strips of cloth fell from their mouths, and a primal, beast-like growl erupted from their throats. Before anyone could react, the two began to claw and bite at each other, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle. The concoction of Tsueching incense and the waters of rebirth had driven them to madness, causing them to savage one another like wild dogs. Chu Yunxi observed, a sense of vindication surging within her. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to the true cause of her mother's demise. Now enlightened, she resolved that these two must perish. No one could impede her. Chapter 8. Ambitions aspiring, progressing gradually in the courtyard. Both Chun-Er and Wangbu were drenched in blood, particularly Wangbu, from whom a chunk of flesh had been bitten away by Chun-Er. Onlookers had already been terror-stricken by the gruesome scene, retreating in trembling disarray. "Brother Chun, sister-in-law, is this a case of possession?" Chun-Er's expression was grim. Yet he found himself unable to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Although a seed of doubt regarding Chu Yunxi lingered in his mind, he dismissed the possibility that a mere 15-year-old girl could orchestrate such chaos. "I heard she consumed the flesh of the Huang de Xian. Perhaps she has been possessed by the spirit." Upon hearing this utterance, panic surged through the crowd, and they fled in haste, vanishing from sight in an instant. Thus, apart from the two still engaged in their savage struggle, only Chu Yunxi and Chun-Er remained. Chun-Er's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chu Yunxi, who coincidentally met his eyes. Her own were eerily calm, yet a hint of madness flickered beneath the surface. Chun-Er was momentarily taken aback, incredulity spilling from his lips. "Did you do this?" Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunxi let out a soft laugh. "Uncle Chun, Yunxi is but a mere 15-year-old girl, lacking the capacity for such feats. Perhaps, as they say, she is indeed possessed." Her tone was light, akin to a feather, devoid of weight, yet resonated profoundly in Chun-Er's ears, echoing with undeniable clarity. Chu Yunxi cast a glance back at the two bloodied figures in the courtyard, their strength to bite having dissipated. Chun Er's throat had been torn, blood flowing in a steady stream, his breath shallow and labored. Wang Bu bore numerous wounds on his neck, one of which must have struck an artery, leaving a pool of blood beneath him, his life force extinguished. The pungent scent of blood wafted towards her, causing a tumultuous churn in her stomach, compelling her to retreat a few steps and brace herself against the wall, retching softly. Yet, within her eyes danced a flicker of exhilaration born from vengeance. Once she acclimated to the grisly scene, she lifted her skirts and glided past the two corpses. Chun Er, watching her retreating figure, felt a surge of horror, his mind echoing with a single word: lunatic. His instinct was not mistaken. The current Xu Yunxi resembled a true madwoman, driven by an innate desire to exact revenge on all who had wronged her and her mother. After all, her rebirth was a life exchanged for the old Gostongs. In her previous life, she had endured immense suffering, her existence disregarded by all. Thus, upon her return, she was resolute in her quest for retribution. Aside from her mother and uncle, she was indifferent to the fates of others. Anyone who dared obstruct her path of vengeance would become her adversary. Upon returning to her room, she found Lu Shi patiently awaiting her on the bed. The sight of Lu Shi allowed the pent-up frustration within Xu Yunxi to finally dissipate completely. With the demise of Chun Er and Wang Bu, the mother and daughter could finally enjoy a few days of peace. Yunxi, Lu Shi exclaimed joyfully, leaping from the bed and hastening towards her. As Xu Yunxi was about to utter a word, she felt her hand seized by Lu Shi. It was then that she realized several wounds on her palm were seeping blood, likely inflicted by her own nails during her earlier agitation. Before Xu Yunxi could speak, tears began to cascade from Lu Shi's eyes. Hastily, Xu Yunxi embraced her, gently soothing, "Mother, do not weep. Yunxi is fine. Tomorrow will bring better tidings. It hurts, but with a gentle breath, the pain shall fade." Lu Shi's voice trembled with sorrow as she held Xu Yunxi's hand close to her lips, softly blowing upon it. In that moment, Xu Yunxi felt a warmth envelop her heart and replied with a smile, "Indeed, Mother is right. With a gentle breath, the pain dissipates." Contemplating her mother's escape from the tragic fate of her past life, Xu Yunxi felt a surge of joy within. Her ambitions were grand, requiring careful execution. These two individuals were merely the first pawns on her chessboard. The news of Chun Er and Wang Bu's illicit affair being exposed, leading to their mutual demise in a frenzied struggle, spread throughout the village overnight, though the source remained unknown. Bold onlookers dared to peek through doors, eager for a glimpse. The ground, washed clean of bloodstains, still lingered with a faint metallic scent. That night, as Xu Yunxi and Lu Shi huddled around the charcoal brazier, relishing warmth for the first time in over a decade, a heavy snowfall began to descend. Xu Yunxi stood at the door, glancing outside, noting that the snow had blanketed the ground. Should it continue through the night, the lingering scent of blood would likely be entirely suppressed. Lost in thought, she suddenly spotted Chun Er trudging through the snow towards them. "Uncle Chun, come inside and warm up." Xu Yunxi immediately stepped aside, intending to welcome him in. But Chun Er declined. "No need, Mississippi." As he spoke, he retrieved several account books from his pocket and handed them to Xu Yunxi. "Miss, these are the accounts from the estate over the past few years. From now on, you shall manage the estate." Xu Yunxi's expression shifted. Although she did not fully comprehend Chun Er's intentions, she sensed a hint of blame directed at her. In her previous life, after returning to the Chu family, she had indeed learned to read and write, tirelessly studying to marry that man. However, at this moment, she was illiterate. What did Chun Er mean by presenting her with account books? "Uncle Chun, are you mocking Yunxi's illiteracy?" Upon hearing her words, Chun Er's expression slightly altered. He had only intended for her to take charge, forgetting this particular detail. "I wouldn't dare. You are the young lady. It is only right for you to take charge." Xu Yunxi merely regarded him, and after a pause, she asked with a serious tone, "Has Uncle Chun informed the Chu family about Wang Bu's death?" Wang Bu was not merely a laborer, but a household servant bound by a contract. His demise warranted notification to the Chu family. Yet, Chun Er shook his head. "If I were to convey this news to the Chu family, Madame Chu would naturally learn of it. Her suspicions would arise, prompting her to send others here." Xu Yunxi let out a slight sigh of relief. Chun Er's silence indicated he had no intention of betraying her. "Uncle Chun, to speak rather bluntly, you and I are currently akin to grasshoppers on the same string. The Chun family desires my demise, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that they wish the same for you. My sole adversary is the Chin family. You have observed Yunxi grow since childhood. You are well aware of her true nature. Chu Yunxi's gaze was remarkably earnest, and Chun Er, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the implications of her words. She was asserting her own position. The fact that she had not disclosed the matters concerning Wang Bu to the Chu family indicated a degree of favoritism towards her. The choice of allegiance was, of course, self-evident. With a resigned sigh, Chun Er tucked the ledger back into his bosom. In all matters, it is the young lady who holds the reins. Chun Er had developed a rift with her, and Chu Yunxi understood that she had indeed orchestrated his predicament. However, as long as he remained aligned with her, she could afford to disregard these complications. Chapter 9. The Chu family's provision. Having cast aside the Chen family's concerns, Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi have been leading an exceptionally comfortable life. Although Chun Er still manages the estate, it is Chu Yunxi who holds the reins behind the scenes. Time has flown by, and soon the year draws to a close. The farmhands have completed their final tasks and have returned home to celebrate the new year. Chun Er must return to the Chu family to present the year's accounts, leaving the expansive estate with only Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi. Lu Shi, possessing a childlike spirit, often finds herself bored, so Chu Yunxi, wishing to alleviate her ennui, fortuitously discovered a stray dog and decided to adopt it for her amusement. During this time, under the midday sun that bathed everything in warmth, Lu Shi frolicked joyfully with the little black dog in the courtyard. Chu Yunxi sat nearby, observing them and feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Yet, she was acutely aware that such blissful days were numbered. As spring approached and her birthday neared, the Chu family would soon send someone to fetch her. Yunxi, it's snowing. Look, it's snowing. Just as Chu Yunxi was lost in thought, Lu Shi rushed over, cupping a handful of snowflakes, and upon getting closer, blew them toward Chu Yunxi, showering her with glistening flakes. Mother! Chu Yunxi exclaimed playfully, feigning annoyance, while Lu Shi giggled and scampered away like a carefree child. Lu Shi's affliction stemmed from the profound dual shocks she endured during childbirth. Despite Chu Yunxi's remarkable skills in both medicine and poison, she has yet to cure Lu Shi, as she still lacks one crucial herb known as the Seven Spirit Grass. This rare herb is akin to a mythical creature, elusive and nearly impossible to procure. Chu Yunxi rummaged through her memories from her previous life and vaguely recalled that the treasure pavilion in the capital had auctioned a rare herb in the 32nd year of the Yuanhe era. Therefore, under the current circumstances, she could only wait to return to the Ministry of Personnel, wait until she possessed the ability to purchase this seven-spirit herb. Yunxi, my dear. Her deep contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. She turned towards the sound and saw Aunt Zhang from the village standing at the door with a basket of vegetables, accompanied by a boy of about 10 years old. Aunt Zhang, come in quickly. Chu Yunxi hastily rose to invite her in. To her, the villagers were all kind-hearted individuals. The Chin family's bullying of her and her mother often left them without food, but thankfully, the aunts and elder women in the village shared their meals with them. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether she and her mother could have survived. Aunt Zhang approached with a beaming smile, thrusting the basket of vegetables into Chu Yunxi's arms, which contained over 20 eggs. No, Aunt, what are you doing? Please take it back. Chu Yunxi quickly declined. But Aunt Zhang held onto Chu Yunxi's hand firmly, her expression serious. If you refuse to accept this, then don't call me Aunt anymore. The last time I went to town, if it weren't for your reminding me that herb was medicinal, I wouldn't have sold it for 2 taels of silver. How could Dog Dan attend school? Before the break, the teacher even praised his eagerness to learn. During the last encounter with the Chin family, Chu Yunxi had accompanied Aunt Zhang to the town, and by sheer coincidence, she spotted a medicinal herb nestled among the grass used to cushion the eggs. Merely by uttering a single remark, she unwittingly altered the fate of that household. Before Chu Yunxi could speak further, Aunt Zhang tugged at the young boy behind her. Go, Dan. Quickly express your gratitude to Sister Yunxi. If it weren't for her, you would have spent your life toiling in the field with us. The boy, merely in his early teens, wore a set of coarse, faded garments that had seen better days, patched in several places, yet these could not obscure his innate purity and charm. Were it not for his humble attire, Chu Yunxi might have mistaken him for the scion of a wealthy family, for he radiated the aura of a scholar. As Chu Yunxi observed his youthful, barely formed features, a sense of familiarity washed over her, though she could not quite place it. Perhaps she had merely glimpsed him from afar in a previous life. Thank you, Sister Yunxi. The boy's voice rang clear and untainted by worldly concerns.
No need for thanks, Annie.
Please take the eggs back. Godan is too thin and needs nourishment. Chu Yunxi insisted gently. Aunt Zhang, seeing her intent to return the eggs, hurriedly interjected, "Are you dismissing Auntie's kindness? Once a gift is given, one cannot take it back. What does a scrawny boy need with so many eggs? It's you, my lovely girl, who should eat them to become even more delightful. All right, enough of this. Auntie has water boiling at home, so let us return." Aunt Zhang spoke as she briskly led the boy away, without looking back. The boy turned his head, his gaze lingering on Chu Yunxi as if he wished to etch her image in his memory. Chu Yunxi glanced at the eggs in the basket, unable to suppress a bemused smile tinged with sorrow. In this era, most favored boys over girls. Yet Aunt Zhang treated her with exceptional kindness. Perhaps it was because Aunt Zhang, having lost her husband at a young age, had to toil alone to raise her children, fully aware of the hardships involved. Thus, she extended a greater degree of care towards Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi, who were reliant on one another. The villagers were impoverished, hardly able to spare any money or possessions. The 20-odd eggs they had were the result of their few hens laying over the course of more than 10 days. And, particularly during this frigid winter, the hens were hardly laying at all. This illustrates Aunt Zhang's genuine gratitude towards Chu Yunxi. With a soft sigh, she prepared to put away the eggs when Chen Er returned, laden with goods. "Uncle Chun, give it to me. Why have you bought so much? There are only 3 of us, and we won't be able to finish it all," Chu Yunxi said hurriedly as she stepped forward to take the items. Chen Er carried pork, along with various pastries and other New Year-esque goods, his arms burdened with numerous packages, making him appear quite swollen. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's inquiry, he replied, "It's from the Chu family." Chu Yunxi paused in her actions. "The Chu family?"
Chu Tianxing?
She asked, her tone growing tense. Chen Er shook his head. "It's from the Chen family." In an instant, Chu Yunxi's expression darkened, and she declared, "Throw it away." As she spoke, Lu rushed over, her eyes gleaming with delight upon spotting the meat in Chen Er's hands.
Meat.
Oh. Yunxi gets to eat meat.
Yo he llegado taller.
Chu Yunxi grasped Lu's hand, earnestly declaring, "Mother, this meat is from a bad person. Eating it will cause a stomach ache." Upon hearing this, Lu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and immediately assumed a protective stance. "A bad person? There are bad people. No one shall harm Yunxi. Mother will protect Yunxi. We won't eat anything given by a bad person." Chu Yunxi then chuckled. "Indeed, we shouldn't eat it. I shall ask Uncle Chen to throw it away. Mother, you take Little Black back to the room first." Yet Lu remained anxious. "But there are bad people. They wish to harm Yunxi. Mother must protect Yunxi." She clutched Chu Yunxi's arm, vigilantly surveying their surroundings as if fearing that someone might suddenly appear from the shadows. In a soothing manner, Chu Yunxi patted Lu's hand and gently reassured her, "The bad people are not here, Mother. Do not worry, you go back to the room first, and I will find you shortly." Reluctantly, Lu embraced the little black dog and departed, glancing back at Chu Yunxi repeatedly, fearful that she might vanish at any moment. Chapter 10. The necessity of eradicating these 3 scoundrels. Once Lu had returned to her chamber, Chu Yunxi turned her solemn gaze towards Chen Er. "Uncle Chen, dispose of these items, please. Find a place to dig a pit and bury them, lest wild dogs uncover them and fall victim to the poison." Chen Er was momentarily taken aback and swiftly inquired, "Does the Chen family truly dare to take such a risk? Are they not concerned about the potential exposure?" Chu Yunxi's eyes darkened. She had not thoroughly tested these items for toxins. However, it was evident that the Chen family harbored no affection for her or her mother. So, why would they go out of their way to present them with gifts? Furthermore, she detected an unsettling odor emanating from the meat. The likelihood of it being poisoned was exceedingly high. There is an old adage, "The bold may feast while the timid may starve." Should they consume these offerings and perish, who would trace the calamity back to her? Given the circumstances surrounding Wang Bu, the Qin family was likely already aware of the situation. Even if they were oblivious to the perpetrator's identity, they would certainly seek to eliminate both herself and her mother. Especially with the new year approaching and the promise of good news on the horizon. If she did not act first, she would be forced to endure their presence. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chen Er nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall dispose of everything the Qin family provided." With that, he turned and exited with a shovel in hand. As Chu Yunxi observed Chen Er's departure, she felt a fleeting sensation, as if a shadow had swiftly darted away. Catching a glimpse of a tattered brown-gray cloth Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the area a few times, suspecting it might merely be a figment of her imagination, and ultimately dismissed it, returning to her room. Not far from the earthen wall outside, a man clad in brownish-gray attire spat and exclaimed, "That little wretch nearly discovered us." As his words fell, another man interjected, "Enough, enough. Keep your voice down. We are here to resolve a predicament. We must not let her overhear us." The man bore a scar that traversed from his left brow, across the bridge of his nose, to the right side of his face, presenting an intimidating visage, reminiscent of a remorseless outlaw. "Boss, she has disposed of everything that woman gave her. What should we do?" Upon hearing this inquiry from one of his associates, the scarred man cast him a glance. "What can we do? We must deliberate carefully. We cannot afford to leave behind any incriminating evidence. What do you think, second?" The man in brown, rubbing his hands in a lewd manner, chuckled. "I have no solutions, but I must say that foolish girl's mother is quite beautiful. It has been months since I've been with a woman, and I am quite starved for it, haha." The scarred man responded to this with a swift kick. "You worthless fool. We are here to commit murder. Once we complete this job and collect our payment, there will be plenty of women for you." The lascivious man scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, we have to kill anyway, so why not indulge a little first?" The scarred man shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent, turning instead to the third man. "Third, do you have any ideas?" After a moment's contemplation, the third man replied, "Let us wait a while. When that man is absent, it will just be a simpleton and a little girl left. Dealing with them will be much easier." A few individuals were engaged in a discussion when, from a distance, they spotted Chin-er returning with a shovel slung over his shoulder. The scar-faced man hastily suggested, "Let us depart from here and deliberate later." The two younger associates immediately acquiesced, and the trio vacated the vicinity. However, the path offered no alternative. They could only pass Chin-er face to face. As Chin-er encountered them, he felt an unfamiliarity, not recognizing any of them. After they brushed past, he turned back for a lingering glance. Chu Yunxi emerged to retrieve something and noticed Chin-er standing at the entrance, gazing into the distance. She couldn't help but inquire, "Uncle Chen, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing his name called, Chin-er withdrew his gaze and replied, "It seemed that a few individuals were lurking outside. They appeared unfamiliar, likely not from our village. So I took a closer look." Chu Yunxi was taken aback, pondering the unfamiliarity. Not from the village? Their hamlet was modest, comprising only a few dozen households. Having lived there for over a decade, she couldn't claim to know everyone perfectly by name, yet there were none she did not recognize. This was even truer for Chin-er, who frequently interacted with the villagers. If he claimed not to recognize them, then there could only be 3 individuals. "Uncle, did you see clearly? Was the leader a scar-faced man?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's question, Chin-er nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was a scar-faced man, looking fierce and intimidating. There was another with a lecherous demeanor, while the last one lacked any notable features. I cannot recall him distinctly. "Do you know them?" Upon hearing Chin-er's description, Chu Yunxi's gentle gaze abruptly transformed into one of fierce intensity. Acquainted? She was not merely acquainted with them. These 3 scoundrels, even reduced to ashes, would never escape her memory. She longed to devour their flesh and drink their blood. "Uncle Chen, did you see which direction they headed?" Chin-er raised his hand and pointed. "They likely went that way. They move quickly. If they're not still in the village, they must be making their way to the town." "Very well," Chu Yunxi responded, lifting her foot to step outside. Chin-er, witnessing her determination, was momentarily taken aback and quickly grasped her arm. "What do you intend to do? It's almost dark, and the snow on the ground is thick. It will be perilous after nightfall. I have a matter to attend to. Uncle Chen, please take care of my mother. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for further protest, Chu Yunxi broke free from Chin-er's grasp and strode out. Chin-er wished to stop her, yet she had already grown into a young lady, and it seemed inappropriate for an unrelated elder male to detain her. He could only call after her a few times. "Miss, I'll be back soon." Chu Yunxi did not look back, leaving only that brief assurance as she hurried in the indicated direction. It seemed she must know those individuals, which prompted her to pursue them, yet they appeared far from virtuous, raising concern in his heart. Nevertheless, Chin-er dared not chase after her, for there remained an elderly Lu who required assistance at home. Someone had to stay behind to guard against any misfortune. With such thoughts, Chin-er could only sigh and resign himself to her choice. As Chu Yunxi hastened after them, She followed the footprints left by several individuals, confirming that their departure was indeed directed towards the town. However, she was certain that they had not left this place, for she recognized that these individuals were the very scoundrels who had tarnished the Liu family in her previous life. The cries of the Liu family that night still echoed hauntingly in her ears. Countless times, she had awakened in the dead of night, her pillow soaked with tears, consumed by hatred for her own inability to protect Liu, which had led to her torment and demise at the hands of these wretches. Her palm instinctively clenched, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, as crimson droplets of blood fell onto the snow, creating small punctures, yet she appeared oblivious to the pain. She had initially believed that these individuals were connected to the Qin family, and that by eliminating both the Qin family and Wang Bu, her mother would be safe. Yet, to her dismay, these scoundrels had resurfaced. She could not afford to wait. She must not leave any danger for Liu. She was determined to pursue these individuals and eradicate them completely. Chapter 11. The True Hunter. As Chu Yunxi traversed the path, she exited the village, where the ruts of carriages became increasingly evident, obscuring the footsteps of those few individuals. They could not have left the village. They had been lingering around its periphery, harboring ill intentions only upon encountering the Liu family. Chu Yunxi compelled herself to remain calm and ponder where the three of them could take refuge. In the bitter cold of winter, it was inconceivable that they would sleep out in the open. They must have a destination. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Exiting the village and heading south, there lay a small temple. Though aged, its doors and windows remained intact, providing shelter from the wind and rain. These men, with nowhere else to go, must certainly be hiding within that dilapidated temple. Resolute in her thoughts, Chu Yunxi made her way back to the temple. By the time she arrived at its entrance, the sun had long set, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Leaning closer to the window ledge, she distinctly heard voices emanating from within. Freezing to death in this cursed weather. All right, enough complaining. Once we finish this job and collect our pay, there will be plenty of warm beds for us to burrow into. When the time comes, I plan to find 2 courtesans, embracing them on either side, living in comfort. You really know how to indulge yourself. Of course. But I still have my eyes set on that woman. Though she may be a fool, she is undeniably beautiful. That face, that figure, just a glance sends my heart racing. If I could spend a night with her, this trip would be worth it. Chu Yunxi's gaze sharpened. The loathsome words undoubtedly referred to her mother. That sleazy voice was something she would never forget in her lifetime. Brother, to be honest, I also find that woman quite attractive. What the second brother said stirred my heart. Otherwise, as he suggested, before we take action, we should indulge ourselves first. Such a beautiful woman is indeed a rare sight. Damn it, fine. A woman of such beauty is not something I encounter often. Once we find the opportunity, we shall capture that wretched girl and take turns with her foolish mother. Ha ha ha. The trio of scoundrels laughed heartily at their own crude jest. Outside the door, Chu Yunxi listened, feeling a surge of anger boiling within her. She had indeed not misidentified them. It was those 3. Having returned from her rebirth, armed with unparalleled medical and toxic skills, she could not allow them to succeed in harming her mother. With a silver needle, which she had procured from the town, gripped tightly in her hand, she devised her plan and kicked open the door. The 3 men turned their attention to the sound, and upon recognizing Chu Yunxi, the lewd man was the first to smirk. Well, little girl, it's quite dark now. What brings you here? Are you unable to sleep, perhaps yearning for a man? Have you come to meet your lover? Hearing his lascivious words made Chu Yunxi feel a wave of revulsion. However, facing 3 grown men, especially their leader, a towering figure, she, a mere girl, knew she could not confront them head-on. Thus, she resolved to employ cunning instead. Feigning a timid demeanor as though startled by their presence, she spoke softly. I came to find Brother Wang. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The lewd man initially gazed from a distance at Liu's alluring figure, his mind clouded with lust, showing little regard for the young girl, Chu Yunxi, who was merely a teenager. However, upon hearing her voice, which rang out clear and melodious, coupled with her timid tone, his desire intensified, prompting him to scrutinize her more closely. Years of mistreatment had stunted Chu Yunxi's growth and left her frail, making her appear 2 years younger than her peers. Yet, she had inherited her mother's exquisite beauty. In her emaciated state, it was less apparent. But having recently gained some weight, her attractiveness had notably increased. As the lewd man assessed her, he was taken aback to discover that the girl he had dismissed as a mere child was, in fact, quite lovely. Though still somewhat slender, she had begun to develop, her figure indicating maturity. Unable to restrain himself, he swallowed hard and remarked, "You must be here to meet a lover, sneaking into a small temple at this late hour. It's clear you're a little temptress." Upon hearing his words, the third man beside him nudged him and interjected, "Brother, refrain from uttering such crude remarks that might frighten the young lady." Chu Yunshi, listening to this exchange, pondered that neither of them was a virtuous character. While it seemed the third man was admonishing the lewd man, Chu Yunshi, with the wisdom gained from her past life, recognized that he was, in fact, the most cunning among them. Deceiving him would not be an easy task, but she was aware of his one fatal flaw. It is precisely this despicable individual who seems to favor innocent maidens on the cusp of adulthood. After their emergence from their mother's chambers, this man cast lingering glances in my direction. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Chu family, I might have succumbed to his sinister intentions. "We are merely friends of your elder brother Wang. There is no need for you to fear. He was merely jesting with you. Come, sit by the fire. It is much warmer here," they urged. "Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Chu Yunshi responded, her expression still tinged with skepticism. The man, sensing her hesitation, quickly reassured her, "Of course. What reason would we have to deceive a young girl like you? Your elder brother will be here shortly. It is rather chilly standing by the door, so do come closer." Yet, Chu Yunshi remained unconvinced, her wariness palpable. The lecherous man and the third companion felt a growing impatience, contemplating how this young girl was quite guarded and elusive. Unbeknownst to them, however, Chu Yunshi was the true predator. She understood that if she were to trust them too readily, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of doubt in their minds. She needed to dispel their suspicions entirely to allow them to approach her without caution. Only then could she swiftly strike, using her silver needles to accurately target their acupoints. Should she fail, these three adult men would surely react, and her escape would be jeopardized. The current contest lay in patience, determining who would falter first. "I think I shall remain here by the door," she declared. Chu Yunshi took a few steps back, and upon seeing the lewd man eyeing her with intent, he hastily shoved the third man. It was only then that the third man stood up, addressing Chu Yunshi, "Do not be afraid. We are all good people. It is bitterly cold outside, and as a young girl, you must be struggling to endure the chill. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. Your brother Wang has some matters to attend to, but he has entrusted us with your care." With a lingering sense of doubt, Chu Yunshi took a few tentative steps inside. Noticing that the others remained unresponsive, she inched closer. However, the lewd man swiftly seized her arm, calling out, "Third man, close the door. I shall take this little wench who has delivered herself to me today, and tomorrow I shall visit her mother." Chapter 12. Indeed. It is still the Chin family as the lecherous man's words fell. Chu Yunshi swiftly retrieved a silver needle from her bosom and pierced it into his acupoint. Instantly, he became utterly powerless, unable to move or utter a sound. Chu Yunshi's actions were executed with remarkable speed, and the dim light of the temple, illuminated only by flickering flames, rendered the scene vague, thus going unnoticed by the other two men. However, as the lecherous man lay motionless, Chu Yunshi, fearing to arouse their suspicion, immediately began to wail and struggle.
Please.
"Let me go. I beg you, release me. Woo-woo." The scar-faced man cursed. "Damn it."
Lao you lächeros fool.
As he spoke, he yanked at his belt and approached Chu Yunshi. Although she was half concealed beneath the lecherous man, her gaze remained fixated on the movements of the other two, poised to strike at the most opportune moment. The third man had gone to close the door, while the scar-faced man drew nearer. Seeing no chance to subdue both men, Chu Yunshi resolved to take a daring gamble. She procured another silver needle from her garment and continued her feigned sobs. The scar-faced man, caught off guard, approached and only realized something was amiss when he noticed the lecherous man's unnatural stillness. In that instant, Chu Yunshi swiftly extended her hand and struck at his acupoint. The scar-faced man collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Hearing the sudden silence behind him, the third man turned back to investigate. Unexpectedly, the figure of Chu Yunshi, who should have been overpowered by the scarred-faced man and the lecherous fellow, was instead cowering in the corner, clutching her collar. Before her, the two men lay sprawled on the ground, their conditions indiscernible, whether alive or dead. The third man's expression shifted dramatically, unable to contain his fury as he bellowed. Wretched wench! What have you done to my elder brothers? Internally, Chu Yunxi yearned to rend him to pieces, yet she maintained an outward facade of fear. Lowering her head and weeping, I don't know, woe is me. Please spare me. I beg you, do not harm me. Behind the veil of darkness, her eyes glinted with cunning. These three men were all grown, and her petite frame was no match for any of them. She could only dismantle them one by one. However, the third man, though not as imposing as the scarred one, concealed a long dagger within his grasp. Despite Chu Yunxi's adeptness with a needle, she could not guarantee a precise strike from such a distance. After all, he was now wary of her intentions, and any movement on her part would trigger his evasion. A missed attempt would render a subsequent strike nearly impossible. Initially, the third man harbored some suspicion, but upon witnessing Chu Yunxi trembling in the corner, he began to believe her ruse, even contemplating whether they had drawn the ire of an enemy. After all, over the years, they had engaged in numerous and scrupulous deeds, accumulating a host of adversaries. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, detecting no sounds or anomalies, and emboldened, he approached Chu Yunxi. She decided to observe the circumstances surrounding her elder brothers. Chu Yunxi concealed herself in the shadows, watching as he approached ever closer. A silver needle clutched anxiously in her hand, the tension causing her palms to perspire slightly. Closer, just a little closer. As the third brother bent down to inspect the scar-faced man and the lascivious individual, Chu Yunxi abruptly thrust her arm forward, swiftly flicking the needle, which glimmered ominously, directly into a vital acupuncture point on his face. Watching him collapse helplessly to the ground, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Rising to her feet, she brushed the dirt from her clothing, the feigned terror on her face dissipating entirely, replaced by a calmness that was chilling. The three men were merely incapacitated by her silver needle, rendered powerless and mute, yet they could still see, hear, and feel. Chu Yunxi kicked the scar-faced man and the lascivious man onto their backs on the ground, then spoke. Do you know? I have long desired to end your lives. In the past, I was too feeble to exact my vengeance upon you. She moved among them, withdrawing the needle slightly to allow them the capability to speak. How unfortunate it would be not to hear the anguished cries of her enemies in their final moments. The death of her mother remained an indelible nightmare in her life. Each word used to demean her echoing in her mind, fueling her rage with every repetition. Now, at last, she had the opportunity to exact revenge. How could she not relish this moment? The three scoundrels lying on the ground, upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, mistakenly believed her to be an old adversary, oblivious to the fact that she had been reborn. Who on earth are you? What grievance do we hold against you? One of them, with a scarred face, queried. In response, Chu Yunxi let out a cold chuckle. What grievance? What animosity exists between me, my mother, and you? The lecherous man quickly begged for mercy. Little girl, we bear no enmity. It was the wife of Minister Chu from the capital who paid us to come here. If you let us go, we shall consider this matter settled. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Yunxi delivered a swift kick to his chin, causing two of his teeth to shatter and fly out. I have ample opportunity to settle the score with Chun in the future, but today, I will settle accounts with you. Chu Yunxi's tone was fierce, yet her expression remained largely unchanged. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by Chun. Initially, after the deaths of the Qin family and Wang Bu, Chu Yunxi thought these three miscreants would no longer surface. However, upon encountering them again today, she realized she had been mistaken all along. These individuals were, in fact, linked to Qin. What a vile scheme by Qin. Not only did she send Qin heir to bring back poisoned goods in an attempt to kill them, but she also dispatched others to eliminate both Chu Yunxi and her mother, revealing her malicious intent that was utterly unforgivable. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxi retrieved a small porcelain vial from her belt, pulled out the wooden cork with a pop, and poured the powder contained within over the three men. Although they were unaware of what Chu Yunxi was doing, an instinctive fear gripped them, for she resembled a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, instilling dread with a mere glance. What are you doing? What is this thing? Wretched woman, what do you intend to do? Let us go, or I swear I will kill you. As they hurled insults and threats, Chu Yunxi replied with an air of nonchalance. Fear not, it is not poison. Merely a powder that attracts snakes, insects, and vermin. Her tone was reminiscent of one soothing frightened children, yet the words she uttered sent a chill down their spines. Chapter 13. The Avenger Chu Yunxi contemplated numerous methods to eliminate them, yet each one seemed insufficient. The haunting memory of discovering her mother lifeless in the room echoed in her mind, instilling within her an insatiable desire to carve them apart piece by piece. Lu, though frail, possessed naturally fair and delicate skin, which, despite enduring considerable hardship in the countryside, bore few visible scars. However, on that fateful day, her bare form lay on the bed, marred by bruises and swelling, her long hair torn and strewn haphazardly across the floor. Her cheeks were grotesquely swollen. Distinct handprints etched into her pale skin, and crimson blood lingered at the corners of her lips, while her arms twisted in an unnatural manner. Everything about her condition screamed of the unspeakable torment the owner of that body had endured while alive. The mere recollection of such images caused Chu Yunxi an anguish so profound that it rendered her breathless, fueling her fervent wish to consume their flesh, drink their blood, tear their tendons, and strip their skin. Suddenly, a rustling noise emerged from the surroundings, and as she listened, a faint smile crept across her lips. Ah, they had arrived, and she urged them to savor their impending fate. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a multitude of venomous creatures, snakes, scorpions, and centipedes, emerged from the shadows. Chu Yunxi took a few steps back, and to her astonishment, the vile creatures, as if sensing some unseen force, dared not approach her, creating a sanctuary of purity within 3 feet of her presence. Instead, they crawled onto the bodies of her adversaries, the overwhelming sensation of their presence instilling a paralyzing fear in them, yet they were rendered immobile, their acupoint sealed by Chu Yunxi's will. A scorpion, no larger than the palm of a hand, crawled upon the face of a lecherous man, eliciting a cacophony of terrified screams from him. "What is this? Get away! Away! You wretched creature! Free us! Help! I do not wish to perish!"
Ah! Do not bite me!
Listening to their anguished cries, Chu Yunxi felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Her gaze was icy and indifferent as she watched them struggle amidst the serpents and insects, and she spoke softly, "Those who have humiliated me, Chu Yunxi, shall not escape unscathed." With that, she turned and exited the small temple, casually tossing a firebrand onto the dry straw at the threshold. The spark ignited the straw, which in turn set ablaze the wooden structure of the temple. Amidst the towering flames, the crackling sound of charred insects filled the air, accompanied by the gradually diminishing cries of the 3 wretches. Emerging from the inferno, Chu Yunxi resembled a vengeful deity returning from the depths of hell. The small temple was not situated near the village, and despite the uproar, no one came to investigate. As she trudged back through the snow, the night had fully descended, and the biting wind stung her face, yet Chu Yunxi appeared impervious to the chill. One would expect her to feel liberated after eliminating these 3 individuals, but the knowledge that the orchestrator of these events was the Qin family weighed heavily upon her heart. In her previous life, they had surfaced shortly after her birthday, and following her mother's death, she returned to the Chu family. In this lifetime, due to certain actions taken by herself, Chu Yunxi has already caused a shift in the timeline. Thus, she remains uncertain whether the remaining events will unfold as they did in her memories. Particularly concerning the Qin family, given their previous failure, it is likely that they will send someone else upon receiving news of her. With this thought, Chu Yunxi quickened her pace on her way back. Her mother has always been her Achilles heel. To safeguard her, she must remain close at all times. The snow along the path was thick, and by the time Chu Yunxi returned to the estate, her shoes and socks were completely soaked. As she pushed open the slightly ajar courtyard door, she spotted Lu Shi sitting on a small stool beside the charcoal brazier in the inner room. The door stood wide open, and Lu Shi fixed her gaze upon Chu Yunxi without blinking, while the small black dog beside her stared at her with its dark, beady eyes. The moment Chu Yunxi appeared, both the woman and the dog sprang up and rushed toward her. Lu Shi, wrapping a long-held quilt around her, enveloped Chu Yunxi in warmth. "Quickly, come inside. Quickly," Lu Shi urged, gently pushing Chu Yunxi toward the room. The little black dog barked a few times, seemingly echoing Lu Shi's sentiments. Not far away, Chen Er let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, and went over to close the courtyard gate before returning to the kitchen. Emerging from the warm embrace of the quilt, Chu Yunxi poked her head out, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she addressed Lu Shi, "Mother, you are always so good to your daughter." Feeling warm in body and even warmer in spirit, she was taken aback when Lu Shi raised her hand and playfully tapped her on the head. Upon witnessing Lu's sudden strike at Chu Yunxi, The little black dog promptly followed suit, pawing at her feet. Chu Yunxi, taken aback by Lu's unexpected action, gazed at her in bewilderment, clearly perplexed by the motive behind such behavior. Naughty Yunxi, disobedient, deserving of a reprimand, barked the little dog in agreement, echoing Lu's stern demeanor. Unable to contain herself, Chu Yunxi let out a soft laugh at the sight of the duo, as if they had conspired in their antics. Seeing Chu Yunxi's laughter, Lu shot her a fierce look and declared, "No laughing." Woof woof. The little black dog concurred. Indeed, the little dog speaks wisely. Lu nodded in approval. Amused by this comical exchange, Chu Yunxi promised, all right, I want to laugh, but first could you tell me what the little black dog said?" In a cheerful mood, Chu Yunxi couldn't resist teasing Lu, whose innocence and charm were reminiscent of a child. After pondering for a moment, Lu replied, "The little black dog said that if you continue to disobey your mother, he won't play with you anymore." Chu Yunxi found herself both amused and exasperated, yet she patiently reassured Lu, "All right, I will listen to you from now on." In her previous life, Chu Yunxi had longed for a mother to guide her in such a manner, and now that this dream had manifested, she cherished it dearly. With this thought in mind, she embraced Lu tightly as the haunting memories of her past began to recede, no longer haunting her in the stillness of the night, nor causing her to awaken in tears. "My dear young lady, please enjoy a bowl of hot porridge." Chun Er's voice suddenly resonated beside her. Chu Yunxi lifted her gaze and beheld Chun Er presenting a steaming bowl of porridge. A smile graced her lips as she responded. Although Chun Er no longer addressed her as Yunxi, due to past events, he had watched her grow up, and given that he had no children of his own, he regarded Chu Yunxi with a paternal fondness, cherishing her as if she were his own daughter. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he could never truly sever ties with her. Chu Yunxi comprehended this deeply. In her rebirth, she discerned clearly who genuinely cared for her and who had plotted against her. "Thank you, Uncle Chun." She uttered no more than necessary, gracefully accepting the bowl from Chun Er and taking a sip. The warm porridge glided down her throat, enveloping her in a comforting warmth that radiated from within. Chapter 14. Has the Chun family sent someone to assassinate my mother again? Chun Er chose not to linger with the mother and daughter, for, regardless of the circumstances, both Lu and Chu Yunxi were women. Though he harbored no improper intentions, his reputation was of utmost importance at this moment. Once Chun Er departed, Chu Yunxi continued to engage Lu in intimate conversation. However, it was crucial for her to prepare Lu for what lay ahead. "Mother, have you ever contemplated the possibility of our departure from the village?" As soon as Chu Yunxi uttered these words, Lu displayed a look of bewilderment. "Why would we leave? Yunxi does not wish to go." Chu Yunxi offered a reassuring smile and addressed Lu, "Do not worry, mother. Yunxi shall never part from you. I merely inquire if there are other places you might wish to visit, perhaps the capital?" The prospect of returning to the capital was inevitable, and Chu Yunxi had many tasks awaiting her there, including remedying Lu's ailments. Upon hearing this, Lu furrowed her brow in contemplation, questioning, "What is the capital? Is it better than here?" For Lu, the cessation of the Chun family's torment had already ushered in a significant improvement in their lives. Coupled with Chu Yunxi's newfound prowess, she felt that their current situation sufficed. After all, her intellect was akin to that of a young child, and at times, when her affliction flared, she seemed even more foolish than a mere child. This led her to perceive that as long as no one struck them, it was best for them to be well-fed and warmly clothed. However, for Chu Yunxi, it was a different matter. The capital was a splendid place, bustling and vibrant, where they had family who would treat her mother with great kindness. Additionally, there would be an abundance of delightful things to eat and enjoy. In time, Yunxi would procure them for her mother, ensuring her daily happiness. Understanding Lu's circumstances, Chu Yunxi resolved not to disclose any matters pertaining to the past, wishing instead to cherish her as a child, showering her with love. All the pain and hatred would be borne solely by her. The vendettas too would rest upon her shoulders alone, and that was sufficient. Listening to Chu Yunxi's words, Lu tilted her head in contemplation, not entirely comprehending. Yet she grasped that Yunxi spoke of delightful food and entertainment, which stirred her aspirations. However, she glanced at the little black dog lying nearby and inquired of Chu Yunxi, "May I bring along Little Black?" With a smile, Chu Yunxi nodded, "Of course. Not only shall we bring Little Black, but we shall also take Uncle Chun. And together we will enjoy a splendid life in the capital." At this, Lu beamed, clapping her hands joyfully. After a few delighted claps, she went to catch Little Black, asking if it wished to accompany them. The little dog barked a few times, seemingly in agreement. Chu Yunxi sat nearby, watching the playful interaction between the girl and the dog, feeling that this was the life she yearned for most. With no villains seeking trouble, their days unfolded in a semblance of tranquility. In the previous years, the Lunar New Year was a time of great anticipation for both her and her mother. During this festive season, Chen Er would always be at home, and the atmosphere at the Chen household would be somewhat lighter, sparing her and her mother from severe mistreatment. It was the only time they could truly enjoy a hearty meal. Furthermore, according to local customs, the fire in the New Year's stove must not be extinguished, symbolizing an abundance of food throughout the year. This allowed her to share a warm night with Lu Shi by the glowing hearth, undisturbed by the cold. Once the New Year passed, Chu Yunxi began counting the days, eagerly awaiting news. By the arrival of spring in March, and with her birthday in early April, she anticipated someone from the Chu family would come to fetch her. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, after Lu Shi had enjoyed her tangyuan, she was gently persuaded to sleep early by Chu Yunxi. Carrying the warm water she had used to wash Lu Shi's face, Chu Yunxi prepared to dispose of it, while Xiaohe, ever the beggar, followed closely behind, playfully bowing and seeking treats, which brought endless laughter to Chu Yunxi. Upon reaching the kitchen,
She found something to feed the dog.
"You little rascal, how can you eat so much?" she teased, affectionately ruffling its fur. It was uncertain what breed Xiaohe belonged to, but it had grown remarkably fast and voraciously. On the day she rescued it, it was a mere bag of bones, hardly weighing a few pounds. Yet, within just over a month, it had plumped up considerably and even grown taller, now reaching the height of Chu Yunxi's calf. Moreover, this dog displayed an intelligence akin to that of a human. It understood every word spoken to it. In the face of danger, it would tug at the hem of Lu Shi's clothing, refusing to let her pass. Thus, with the presence of Lu's family, Chu Yunxi felt considerably reassured. As she pondered this, Xiaohe suddenly tensed, barking vehemently at something outside the kitchen. Chu Yunxi heard a few hurried footsteps, and her expression immediately shifted. The others on the estate were not due back from their break until after the Lantern Festival, and Lu had already been lulled to sleep by her. The footsteps did not sound like Chen Er's, causing Chu Yunxi to feel a creeping sense of dread. Unconsciously, her mind linked this to the Chen family. The traps laid for her and her mother by Chen had been deftly evaded. Yet the silence now suggested that perhaps she had sent someone to eliminate both herself and her mother once more. That woman truly was a persistent specter. In a fit of agitation, Chu Yunxi hurled the wooden basin to the ground and hastened towards the source of the noise. Upon arrival, she saw no one, and her countenance darkened instantly. She rushed towards the bedroom, fearing that she might be too late and that Lu might have encountered some misfortune. The kitchen was not far from the bedroom, yet at that moment, it felt as though she were traversing mountains and valleys, yearning to return in the blink of an eye. Observing the slightly ajar bedroom door, an ominous thought pierced her mind. When she had left, she had ensured the door was securely shut. With no wind this night, it could not have been blown open, which meant that someone must have entered the room. If her mother had truly suffered some mishap, she would never forgive herself. She was fully aware that the Qin family would not relent, yet she had left her sleeping mother alone in the room. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. Moreover, regarding Qin, should she truly dare to commit such an act, she would undoubtedly carve her alive with relentless precision. As she stepped into the bedroom, before Chu Yunxi could react, a figure suddenly emerged from behind and forcefully pinned her against the wall, the impact causing her shoulder to throb painfully. In the next instant, a potent scent of blood invaded Chu Yunxi's nostrils. Her eyes widened in shock, as if a string in her mind had abruptly snapped. With a hand unrestrained, she swiftly drew a silver needle from her waist and, with impeccable accuracy, plunged it into the acupoint of the assailant behind her. In the following moment, the individual fell straight back, lifeless. Chu Yunxi scarcely had the time to attend to the fallen figure on the ground before she stumbled towards the bed in haste. Chapter 15. Seizing Xie Xuanmu's jade pendant, as Chu Yunxi beheld the tranquil rise and fall of Lu's chest on the bed, she felt as though her strength had ebbed away, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Suddenly, a chill brushed against her cheek, prompting her to instinctively raise her hand, only to discover that tears had already streamed down her face in a torrent of fear. The terror gripped her. Within such a fleeting moment, Her mother had been taken from her sight and cruelly slain. The thought of losing Lu, whom she had so diligently protected, was insufferable. Fortuitously, she arrived just in time, preventing the assailant from carrying out his heinous act. Regaining her composure, Chu Yunxi rose with the support of the bed, tucking the blanket around Lu before cautiously approaching the figure on the ground. The silhouette was tall, unmistakably male, and the pungent scent of blood emanating from him was unmistakable. It was no wonder that Chu Yunxi had initially assumed Lu was in peril. The man's odor was overwhelmingly intense. Under normal circumstances, a person exuding such a strong scent of blood would surely be gravely injured. A man capable of holding himself against the wall, as he was, simply should not exist. Thus, her momentary misunderstanding was understandable. However, as she pondered this, she felt a sense of disquiet. If this individual had been dispatched by the Qin family to eliminate her and her mother, how could he be so severely wounded? Moonlight streamed through the open door, illuminating the man and revealing a silver mask adorning his face, which struck her as oddly familiar. With this thought, Chu Yunxi ignited a candle and drew closer to the man. The silver half-mask was indeed eerily familiar. It belonged to the man she had rescued from a snakebite in a cave during her first ascent of the mountain. A cold smile crept across Chu Yunxi's face. She had never anticipated that the person she saved would appear in her room in the dead of night, severely injured no less. Woof woof. Suddenly, the little black dog barked twice, prompting Chu Yunxi to quickly admonish it. Little Black, be quiet, don't wake my mother. Upon hearing her words, Little Black whined softly, seemingly aggrieved. This allowed Chu Yunxi to notice a small porcelain vial beneath the dog's paws. She reached down, picked up the vial, and examined it closely. It bore no markings, rendering its contents a mystery. With curiosity piqued, she uncorked the vial and brought it to her nose for a careful sniff. It was golden ointment, and of exceptionally high quality. Furrowing her brow, Chu Yunxi cast another glance at the man, beginning to suspect that she had misjudged him. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, around this same time, an intruder had entered the estate, also into this very room. However, at that time, she and her mother had not yet moved into this chamber. It had been the Qin family's encounter with this man. The specifics of that incident had faded from her memory, but she retained a faint impression that he had been mistaken for a thief and was subsequently driven away. Indeed, the timeline remained unchanged. All the necessary figures were making their appearances. The man's martial prowess was not to be underestimated. If he could be harnessed for her own purposes, it would indeed be advantageous. With this thought in mind, Chu Yunxi hoisted him from the ground. Lu Shi remained in slumber, and it was not prudent for them to linger in that spot. Though Chu Yunxi had grown considerably taller, she still appeared quite frail, and carrying such a large man proved to be a considerable challenge. After considerable effort, she managed to transport him to the room where she and her mother had been residing. Once there, she ignited a candle and meticulously examined his injuries. He bore both knife wounds and arrow injuries, but most concerning was the presence of a complex poison coursing through his veins. Even with her exceptional skills in both medicine and toxicology, Chu Yunxi found it difficult to decipher the nature of the toxin at that moment. As she gazed upon the half-mask adorning the man's face, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. The chiseled jawline and thin lips, pallid from excessive blood loss, could not conceal the aura of nobility that surrounded him. It was reasonable to surmise that this man possessed a striking appearance. Without hesitation, Chu Yunxi raised her hand and removed the mask. However, the next moment left her utterly speechless, not because he was extraordinarily handsome, but because the face revealed beneath the mask was one she recognized all too well. He was none other than the younger brother of the current emperor, the regent Prince Qin. The emperor, having aged considerably, had succumbed to a sudden illness following a hunting expedition the previous autumn, rendering him incapable of governing. Despite having numerous sons, he had failed to designate an heir, thus entrusting the reins of power to his brother, Xie Xuanmu, who was far away on the battlefield. Xie Xuanmu, originally a leisurely prince, had taken up arms 3 years prior when a nomadic tribe threatened the realm. In a bid to ensure the emperor's stability on the throne, he willingly accepted the command and turned the tide of battle, earning himself a formidable reputation. It could be said that the entire Qin court now lay firmly in the grasp of Prince Qin. As he has just returned from the battlefield to resume his governance, Chu Yunxi gazed intently at Xie Xuanmu's face, contemplating the challenges she would soon face upon her return to the capital. She swiftly made a resolute decision. After all, compared to the regent. What was that man truly worth? From her bosom, Chu Yunxi retrieved her silver needles to staunch the bleeding, excise the necrotic tissue, and meticulously suture the wound. She then sprinkled her own golden ointment over the injury. Finally, she rummaged through her wardrobe to find 2 pieces of fabric that were relatively soft and clean to bandage him. As she examined the familiar patterns on the fabric used to dress Xie Xuanmu's arm, a slight frown creased her brow. However, the fabric was so disheveled that its original design was indiscernible, and after a brief inspection, she relinquished her curiosity. Observing the 2 possessions that adorned Xie Xuanmu, an intricately carved jade pendant hanging from his waist, and a sword that had been severed halfway, Chu Yunxi acted without a moment's hesitation. Yanking the pendant from him, "Xie, I have effectively saved your life twice. You now owe me 2 lives, and I shall reclaim them upon my return to the capital." Having completed all these tasks, Chu Yunxi gently replaced the silver mask on Xie Xuanmu's face before rising to depart from the scene. She had long removed her silver needles, and under ordinary circumstances, a person would awaken within a quarter of an hour. However, given the severity of Xie Xuanmu's injuries, it was likely that he would remain unconscious for a considerable time. Chu Yunxi believed it prudent to minimize her interactions with him before truly requiring his assistance. As the more they engaged, the more her own affairs could be inadvertently revealed. She deemed Xie Xuanmu's role in her plans as optimal if left unused. Yet, should the need arise, she would employ him to the fullest extent. By the time Xie Xuanmu regained consciousness, he would likely leave on his own accord. For chaos was probably brewing in the capital, and he needed to return promptly to oversee the unfolding situation. Chapter 16. Chun Er's promise upon returning to her chamber. Chu Yunxi diligently cleaned the bloodstains from the floor and opened the windows to let in fresh air, allowing the odorous scent of blood to dissipate. Once she felt the air had cleared, she shut the windows, and with them, the warmth of the room vanished along with the foul smell. Chu Yunxi then stoked the charcoal fire, igniting it to a brighter glow. In the countryside, few people employed charcoal for warmth. Most relied on a stove and slept on heated Kong beds. During the long winter months, they would nestle on the Kong, finding comfort in its warmth. However, in her village, Kong beds were scarce, and Chu Yunxi shared a wooden bed with Lu Shi. In the absence of charcoal, they had to depend solely on their own body heat. After Chun Er's family was lost, the very first thing Chu Yunxi did was use the silver that was meant to be returned to the Chu family to purchase charcoal, ensuring her home was cozy and warm. It was merely the Chu family as silver, and she felt no remorse in spending it. Once everything was tidied up, she finally shed her outer garments and climbed into bed beside Lu Shi. Sensing her presence, Lu Shi turned over and instinctively wrapped her arms around Chu Yunxi's arm. Drifting back to sleep, a smile graced Chu Yunxi's lips as she adjusted the quilt to envelop Lu Shi snugly. Yet, throughout the night, sleep eluded Chu Yunxi. Her thoughts lingered on Xie Xuanmu, who was in the side room, pondering when he would awaken and when he would take his leave. More importantly, with Xie Xuanmu in the picture, her plans upon returning to the capital could undergo significant alterations. In numerous challenging circumstances, as long as Xie Xuanmu is willing to assist, she can effortlessly achieve her objectives. Reflecting on the tribulations she endured in her past life within the Chu family, Chu Yunxi felt a deep-seated resentment. As the rooster crowed thrice, dawn gradually illuminated the sky. Chu Yunxi rose to prepare breakfast for Lu Shi and unexpectedly encountered Chun Er, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. "Uncle Chun?" Mississippi Chun Er replied, his hands continuing their tasks as he poured rice into the pot and added several ladles of water. Observing the evidently excessive amount of water in the pot, Chu Yunxi sighed softly, took the ladle from his hand, and said, "Uncle Chun, allow me to handle this." Chun Er opened his mouth, initially intending to protest. But upon witnessing Chu Yunxi scoop out 2 ladles of water, he fell silent. "Miss, I am truly remorseful for the hardship you and your mother endure." His voice bore a somber tone, infused with palpable guilt. In his view, Chu Yunxi, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family, ought to lead a life of luxury, attended by servants. Yet now, not only was there no one to serve them, but she also had to rise early to prepare meals. This stark contrast stemmed from his compliance with the Chun family's wishes years ago. Nevertheless, Chu Yunxi remained unfazed, for she understood that even without Chun Er, there would be Zhang Er, Li Er, and Zhao Er. The Chun family's intention to separate her and her mother had long been set, regardless of Chun Er's consent. She would not relent. "Uncle Chun, I have previously mentioned that such words are unnecessary. Over the years, I have been acutely aware of your attitude towards me and my mother. The one responsible for our current predicament is not you, so there is no need for you to feel remorse. As Chun-er listened to Chu Yunqi's words, he merely sighed. However, Chu Yunqi recalled something else. Uncle Chun, if I were to say that my mother and I will soon depart, would you choose to accompany us? Chun-er was taken aback and quickly inquired, depart? Where to? Miss, I understand that you are no longer a child and possess your own thoughts, but given your mother's condition, you cannot manage on your own. Listening to Chun-er's concerns for both her and her mother, Chu Yunqi set aside her belongings, stood upright, and replied with utmost seriousness, to the capital. Chun-er was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by her declaration. He then hesitantly asked return. To the Chu family?
Chu Jun-si, not that.
Leaving nothing concealed. I will reclaim everything that wicked woman has taken from me, piece by piece. Chun-er fell silent. He understood Chu Yunqi's desire for vengeance against the Chun family and the significance of her words. However, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Shi was now in a state of madness, and Chu Yunqi was merely a young girl in her teens. How could she possibly confront someone like Chen Shi, who had navigated through life for decades? Moreover, Chen's family has now become the sole legitimate wife of the Chu family, and apart from the elders, how many can still remember the existence of Lu? Furthermore, Chu Tianqing shows little concern for both Chu Yunqi and Lu. Chu Yunqi lacks even the means to contend, and this battle is destined for her defeat before it has even begun. Mississippi.
Chen had attempted to dissuade Chu Yunqi,
but she interrupted him before he could continue. Uncle Chun, it is not that Yunqi is ungrateful, but the Chun family is compelling me to fight. If I do not engage, they will devise various means to undermine both me and my mother. There is a saying, one cannot guard against a thief forever. Upon hearing Chu Yunqi's words, Chun-er could only sigh, for he understood the truth in her statement. The Chun family would not relent. Thus, Uncle Chun, will you return with us?
Chu Jun-si inquired keenly.
Chun-er was a good man, able to care for her mother in ways she often overlooked, and Chu Yunqi was reluctant to let him go. After all, upon her return to the capital, there would be many matters requiring her personal attention, making it impossible for her to be by her mother's side at all times. Although her uncle would treat them well, as a man of military standing, he could not keep her mother with him daily. Therefore, she must find someone trustworthy enough to protect her mother in her absence. After an indeterminate wait, Chun-er let out a sigh and spoke. For these past several years, I have wronged both you and your mother. From now on, I shall toil tirelessly, my lady.
You need only ask.
At this, Chu Yunqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chun-er, by nature honest and averse to conflict, had been uncertain of the response his inquiry would elicit. With Chun-er's affirmation, Chu Yunqi found herself imbued with newfound confidence regarding the future. Uncle Chun, thank you, she expressed sincerely. Although she had uncovered the truth that had remained hidden for so long, she had never harbored any resentment towards Chun-er. After all, as she herself had stated, the true instigator of this ordeal had always been the Chun family, and her animosity was directed solely at them, sparing other innocents from her ire. Naturally, aside from the Chun family, there were a few individuals she would not let escape her reckoning. She vowed to reclaim every ounce of humiliation and suffering she had endured. Chapter 17. Xiaoxuanmu depart in the kitchen. Chu Yunqi and Chun-er were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the shadow lurking in the corner nearby. Uncle Chun, allow me to handle this. You may attend to other matters, Chu Yunqi said briskly, deftly preparing breakfast. Chun-er nodded without hesitation, responding, very well, Mississippi. Should you require anything, simply call for me and I shall come.
Murmur Chu Jun-si acknowledged Gasu.
Her movements uninterrupted as she filled the stove with kindling and set it ablaze. Once Chun-er had departed, the figure in the corner cautiously inched closer. Possessing remarkable agility, he moved silently, blending into the surroundings. The crackling sound of the fire further masked his presence, and Chu Yunqi remained unaware of the figure's approach. However, had he been any closer, the scent of blood would have alerted her. Xiaoxuanmu stood outside, peering through the gap to observe Chu Yunqi. He noted her nimble hands and methodical movements. Although he could not discern her features from afar, she appeared diminutive, likely no older than 12 or 13. He had surveyed the entire estate, and aside from the slumbering Lu Shi, the only other person he encountered was the recently departed Chun-er. Though he found it perplexing that such a young girl possessed such capabilities, Xie Xuanmu was certain that she was the one who had rescued him the previous night.
Woof. Woof.
The sudden bark of a dog pierced the air, momentarily halting Chu Yunqi's movements as she turned her gaze towards the source. Xie Xuanmu, quick to react, deftly evaded sight, casting a wary glance at the little black dog. As he heard Chu Yunqi's footsteps drawing nearer to the door, he utilized his lightness skill, leaping gracefully onto the rooftop. There were numerous matters to attend to in the capital, and he knew he must hasten back to oversee the situation, unwilling to squander any more time lingering here. With that thought, Xie Xuanmu departed in a flurry, vanishing in an instant. Upon exiting the kitchen, Chu Yunqi found the little black dog waiting outside. As soon as it spotted her, it barked several times in greeting. She crouched down to stroke the dog's head and inquired, "Did he come here?" The little black dog nodded eagerly and barked a few times in the direction where Xie Xuanmu had swiftly departed. Its perceptiveness was striking, almost akin to that of a human. Instinctively, Chu Yunqi glanced towards that direction, but all she could see was the empty rooftop, indicating that he had already left. The previous night, after tending to Xie Xuanmu's wounds, she had returned home, but left the little black dog with him. Seeing the dog here now reassured her that Xie Xuanmu had indeed come by. It was only natural for her to ponder the identity of her rescuer in such circumstances. She could only hope that Xie Xuanmu would not let her down, for upon her return to the capital, she would have ample need for his assistance. However, she was not overly concerned. Last night, in addition to his injuries, Chu Yunqi had discovered something else within Xie Xuanyu's body. Relying on this newfound knowledge, she believed she could enlist his assistance. Exhaling softly, Chu Yunqi gently patted the head of her little black dog and instructed, "Go wake mother. Dinner will soon be ready." The little dog barked twice and scampered off toward the bedroom. After Xie Xuanyu's departure, the workers returned to their tasks within a few days, and the estate became lively once more. Chu Yunqi enjoyed a peaceful month and a half, and as February approached its midpoint, she realized that spring would soon arrive in just half a month. Thus, she resolved to make another trip to the town. Upon returning to the capital, procuring necessary items would not be as convenient, so she needed to gather all essentials beforehand. One evening, Chu Yunqi sought out Chen Er and conveyed her plans. "Uncle Chen, I intend to visit the town early tomorrow. I entrust my mother's care to you." Upon hearing her words, Chen Er set aside his ledger and inquired, "Miss, are you going to the town to purchase something?" Chu Yunqi nodded, to which Chen Er responded, "In the coming days, the workers will also be heading to the town. If you require anything, I can have them bring it back, so there's no need for you to make the trip yourself." "Uncle Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel uneasy relying on them." Chu Yunqi was not lying. The items she intended to purchase were numerous, and even if she compiled a list, there was no guarantee that she could acquire them all. This journey was to prepare for her return to the capital. Thus the items she required must be flawless in every regard. Moreover, only she could visit that particular medical clinic. Chu Yunqi remained resolute, and Chen Er did not press further, merely nodding in agreement, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to accompany the young lady." In recent months, Chu Yunqi had enjoyed a comfortable life, with ample food and warm clothing. Her previously frail figure, reminiscent of a mere child, had quickly matured. Even her height had increased significantly. Now, she appeared as a blossoming young woman. Furthermore, having inherited the beauty of the Liu family, where once she was merely slender and delicate, she had now grown into an elegant and statuesque figure. It would be difficult to find another girl so distinguished in the surrounding villages. Had she been adorned in finer garments, it would have been evident that she hailed from a prominent family. Such a young lady venturing out alone was indeed a cause for concern. Chu Yunqi did not decline the offer of company, as the items she needed to procure tomorrow were simply too many for her to manage alone. Pleased to hear her acquiescence, Chen Er set about finding two quick-witted and observant attendants to assist her. At the break of dawn the following day, even before the sun had risen, Chu Yunqi set forth on her journey. Their village was not in close proximity to the town, and it took over an hour's travel by horse-drawn cart to reach their destination. However, today this journey can be considered swift. Had we traveled by the ox cart as usual, it would have taken over half an hour. Upon arriving in the town, Chu Yunqi addressed the two attendants, saying, Brother Sun Er, feel free to explore on your own. I shall procure some items and will meet you later at Zhao's tailor shop." The two attendants exchanged glances before responding, "Young Miss Yunqi, is it truly wise for you to venture alone? The master has instructed us to closely accompany and protect you. Chin Air had not divulged her status to anyone beyond the two of them. In the current circumstances, it is preferable that fewer individuals are privy to this information. Thus, they continued to address her simply by name. Chu Yunxi remained indifferent. After all, her identity as a young lady was merely a burden to her. If given a choice, she would gladly forego the privileges of nobility to live a humble and content life alongside Lu Shi. Yet, the circumstances of one's birth are never within one's control. What she could do was to seize her destiny within the confines of this predetermined path. Chapter 18. Little Master Uncle? Little Master Uncle. There's no need for concern. The town is quite safe. Besides, I am merely heading to the clinic up ahead to procure a few items. There is no danger, so you may wait for me elsewhere. Had it been the former Chu Yunxi, she might indeed have lacked the ability to defend herself in the face of peril. However, this life was entirely different. Her mastery of both medicine and poison was unparalleled, and the silver needles in her possession could swiftly extinguish a life. Who could possibly harm her? Nevertheless, the Sun brothers wished to voice their thoughts, yet Chu Yunxi did not afford them the opportunity. Instead, she leapt from the carriage and jogged towards the clinic. Noticing her departure and recognizing that the clinic was not far from their location, the two brothers ceased their deliberation and prepared to follow Chu Yunxi's suggestion to wait for her at the nearby tailor shop. Upon entering the clinic, Chu Yunxi was greeted by the languid voice of an elderly gentleman from behind the counter. No consultations today. She approached and called out, "Old Fan." The old man glanced up and, upon recognizing her, a look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "It's you." Chu Yunxi had visited this clinic previously. It was here that she had given her snake gall and acquired the silver needles and the Tsuiqing incense for resurrection water from him. Before she could utter another word, the elderly man, whom she referred to as Old Fan, hurried out from behind the counter, strode to the entrance, closed the door, and hung up a sign indicating that he was not receiving any more visitors. Then, after taking 3 steps and making 2 strides, he returned to look at Chu Yunxi and asked, "Are these items effective?" Chu Yunxi casually pulled out a chair and replied nonchalantly, "Not bad." The old man Fan immediately rubbed his hands together and inquired, "May I ask if you could teach me how to use them, little master uncle?" Hearing the old man refer to her as little master uncle, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but reminisce about that day. Initially, she hadn't anticipated that she would actually be able to purchase these 2 items at the clinic. Therefore, when she came, she had only intended to sell the snake gall and then buy some herbs to concoct these items herself. After all, while Tsuiqing incense and Rebirth water are quite common, their compatible use is rather rare. According to the old ghost, only those from his lineage possess the ability to create a blend of Tsuiqing incense and Rebirth water that can be used together. Thus, it is not something everyone can accomplish. Moreover, the process requires the addition of several other components to achieve the effect she had utilized that day. Otherwise, the outcome would be entirely different. However, she did not expect that when she disclosed the items she needed, the old man Fan would suddenly widen his eyes, grasp her hand, and ask her who her master was. Instinctively, Chu Yunxi pinched the old man's pressure point, but to her surprise, he became even more excited. The method of using Tsuiqing incense combined with Rebirth water is known only to my great master uncle, and he has never passed it on. In his 50-plus years of life, I have never heard of him taking on a disciple. Who on earth are you? Chu Yunxi had not intended to expose the old ghost, but given the circumstances, her denial would be futile. Moreover, she had indeed heard the old ghost mention his affiliation with the Mingfeng Medical School, which, though small in number, boasted exceptional practitioners. Though only a few words were shared, they left a profound impression on her. The old ghost had spoken of these matters with palpable indignation, suggesting a shared plight between them. Initially, when the old ghost had mentioned granting her a rebirth, she assumed he sought her assistance for revenge, only to discover he merely referenced the Dong family affairs. Yet, Chu Yunxi remembered well, and thus had resolved to assist the old ghost in avenging him. "My master is the renowned ghost doctor, Dong Mingfei." Chu Yunxi's countenance darkened, for the old ghost had revealed that his departure from the sect was not voluntary. Rather, he had been wronged by treacherous individuals, leading to the accidental demise of a patient and his subsequent expulsion. Furthermore, his own death had also been orchestrated by a villain within the sect. Now, gripping this man's vital point, she prepared to extract information. However, to her surprise, as soon as she uttered those words, the old man, Fan, burst into tears.
Good. Good.
Good, he exclaimed with exuberance, repeating the word thrice before continuing. My grandmaster indeed has successors now. The Mingfeng Medical School has hope. Chu Yunxi's expression shifted sharply as she inquired, what do you mean by that? Old Fan sighed deeply and began. In the past, my master's uncle was betrayed by a scoundrel within our ranks, unjustly forced to leave the sect. It was only when the Mingfeng medical sect was utterly dismantled by that villain that my master learned the truth. As Chu Yunxi observed the sincerity in his emotions, she released her grip on his arm, though a mark had already been imprinted on his vital point. Chu Yunxi then expressed my apologies, old sir. I misjudged you. Old Fan, unconcerned, pulled a chair for Chu Yunxi to sit down before continuing. The Mingfeng medical sect has been in decline for many years. Since my master's passing, there has been a dearth of capable individuals. At this juncture, he shifted his tone, patting Chu Yunxi on the shoulder. Who would have thought that my master's uncle would have a young disciple like you in this world? His medical skills are unparalleled. If you could inherit even half of his true teachings, you would surely possess the ability to revive the Mingfeng medical sect. Having said this, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, how much of his medical skills have you learned? Chu Yunxi maintained her composure, replying, all of it. In truth, she was not entirely forthcoming. She had mastered not only the medical skills of the esteemed Dong Laogui, but also the poisons he had diligently studied after leaving the Mingfeng medical sect. However, since Old Fan only inquired about medical skills, she chose not to elaborate further. In her view, medicine and poison have always been intertwined, and exceptional medical prowess necessitates formidable toxicology. Yet, she recognized that these traditional practitioners might not share her perspective. Old Fan was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in Chu Yunxi's mind. Upon hearing her words, his delight only intensified. How wonderful, how splendid. As Chu Yunxi gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with fervor and vitality, she could not help but inquire, what is the name of the scoundrel who harmed my master? Fong Mingxuan, Old Fan replied, and as soon as his words fell, Chu Yunxi's fists clenched tightly. It was he. In that case, there was no need for further deliberation. She could avenge both herself and the old ghost. Junior uncle? Junior uncle. The distant reverie of Chu Yunxi was abruptly interrupted by Old Fan's voice, jolting her back to the present. Logically, she should have taught him the method of use that day. However, her knowledge of the usage of Tsuiqing incense combined with the rebirth water was merely theoretical. She had never applied it herself. Thus, she had intended to wait until she had tested it out before returning to enlighten him. Chapter 19. By chance, becoming the sect leader, Chu Yunxi remarked, add 1 penny of Lushong powder and 2 pennies of dragon bone tears to the rebirth water, then pour it over the ashes of the burnt Tsuiqing incense, and it will cause individuals to tear at each other like rabid dogs until death ensues. Upon hearing this, Elder Fan gasped in astonishment and could not help but exclaim, indeed, it is exceedingly venomous. No wonder our esteemed ancestor was reluctant to reveal this method back in the day. Throughout my medical career, I have never harmed another. Thus, such a malevolent prescription would naturally remain undisclosed. However, I harbor no ill will, yet if others wish me harm and I lack a means of self-preservation, my fate would inevitably mirror that of the Mingfeng Medical School. Elder Fan sighed, lamenting that if the Mingfeng Medical School had grasped this principle sooner, they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. Fong Mingxuan serves as a quintessential example. Had the others not fallen prey to his deceit and expelled Dong Mingfei from the Mingfeng Medical School, they would not have descended into his clutches, becoming mere stepping stones in his ascent. Without an iron-fisted approach, why would one need a compassionate heart? As Chu Yunxi finished speaking, Elder Fan could not resist nodding in agreement. A profound statement. Without an iron-fisted approach, why need a compassionate heart? The rise and fall of the Mingfeng Medical School over these decades could be encapsulated in those words. He sighed once more, turned back to the counter, and retrieved a small knife from an unknown source. He pried a brick from the wall and extracted a delicate redwood box from within. Cradling the box in both hands, he presented it to Chu Yunxi and then knelt respectfully, performing a deep bow. Startled, Chu Yunxi hurriedly attempted to assist him in rising, only to hear him declare, Disciple Fan Bin pays his respects to the sect leader. Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before the elderly man continued. Years ago, the Mingfeng medical sect was besieged by Fong Mingxuan and his cohorts. Before my master passed away, he entrusted me with this box. instructing me to escape and seek out our esteemed Grandmaster so that he might restore the Mingfeng medical sect. Alas, after years of searching, I have only received word of my Grandmaster's demise. Now, you stand as the sole disciple of my Grandmaster, and it is only fitting that you assume the role of sect leader. Holding the intricately carved wooden box, Chu Yunxi felt its weight akin to 1,000 burdens. Just as she was about to decline, the elder continued, "Little martial ant, you are the highest-ranking disciple remaining in our Mingfeng medical sect. Moreover, you possess all the medical knowledge of our Grandmaster. Should you inherit the position of sect leader, there will undoubtedly be no opposition." In truth, there was an additional matter the elder had yet to disclose to Chu Yunxi. During her previous visit, upon learning that she was a disciple of Dong Mingfei, he should have presented this wooden box to her, allowing her to take up their leadership. However, the position of sect leader was originally intended for his Grandmaster, and with the latter's passing, it seemed only logical for it to pass to his disciple. Yet, he harbored concerns that other senior brothers might object. Thus, after Chu Yunxi's departure, he penned a letter to inform the other senior brothers, concealing details of Chu Yunxi's gender and age, merely stating that he had found the Grandmaster's direct disciple who had inherited all of his medical expertise. As soon as the words were spoken, there was naturally no dissent. After receiving the news, the old man fan was eager to find Chu Yunxi and convey the matter to her. However, he was unaware of her whereabouts, which led to a prolonged delay. He resolved to wait for Chu Yunxi to seek him out again before handing over the token of the sect leader. Unexpectedly, this wait extended for several months. Holding the redwood box in her hands, Chu Yunxi fell into contemplation. In her reincarnation, armed with unparalleled medical and toxicological skills, she was confident in her ability to impress those around her. Yet, she harbored uncertainties about the potential dangers that might accompany her ascension to the position of the leader of the Mingfeng medical sect. Her palm rested on the redwood box, lingering without opening it. The old man fan, observing her hesitation, could not contain his anxiety and promptly spoke up. "Little martial, uncle, the entire hope of the Mingfeng medical sect rests in your hands now. If our esteemed ancestor were here, he would undoubtedly wish to see you accept this responsibility." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunxi instinctively lifted her gaze toward the ceiling, as if trying to peer through it and into the heavens above. If it were old Ghost Dong, then she felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, she owed her life to him. With this thought, Chu Yunxi sighed deeply and opened the redwood box, revealing a jade seal within. She gently caressed the jade seal and, in a calm tone, inquired, "How many members remain in the Mingfeng medical sect?" "The disciples have dwindled to a mere 100, scattered across the globe. Yet, with a simple call from the young master, they could converge within a fortnight." The elder fan's eyes gleamed with a brightness akin to that of newfound hope as he gazed upon Chu Yunxi. "There's no need," she replied. "I merely wish to know if anyone remains in the capital." Gathering all the people would serve little purpose for Chu Yunxi. It would only complicate matters. It would be far better for them to remain in their respective locations. After all, there are advantages to being dispersed across the world. As for the capital, Elder Fan hesitated momentarily. Chu Yunxi sensed an underlying issue after these years and inquired, "What is it?" With a sigh, Elder Fan elaborated. "The situation in the capital is tumultuous. Many skilled individuals from the Mingfeng medical sect are reluctant to involve themselves in such chaos, and the less adept disciples are even less inclined to go, given the abundance of medical establishments there." He then shifted his tone and continued, "Currently, there is but one practitioner in the capital. However, he does not operate a medical clinic, but rather a security agency. For years, he has maintained no contact with us, effectively severing ties with the Mingfeng medical sect." Chu Yunxi's expression remained composed, yet her heart harbored a swirl of complex emotions. She had originally hoped that the scattered disciples of the Mingfeng medical sect would offer her support upon her arrival in the capital. To her dismay, the reality was far from her expectations. "Very well, I understand," she said, waving her hand dismissively. These matters could be addressed upon her arrival in the capital, as she still had numerous issues to resolve. From her sleeve, Chu Yunxi produced a piece of paper, extending it towards Elder Fan. The sheet filled with the names of various medicinal herbs. "Master, what is this about?" Before the old man Fan could finish his inquiry, he was interrupted by Chu Yunxi. "Do not ask too many questions, just prepare accordingly, and in the future, refrain from addressing me as master." Chu Yunxi's tone was earnest, and the old man immediately grasped her intent. despite her being merely a young girl in her teens. The majority of the members of the Mingfeng medical sect were stubborn elders in their advanced years. While there were indeed younger individuals, they were still considered juniors. Thus, once they recognized that Chu Yunqi was just a child, their reluctance would be inevitable. This was precisely why he had chosen not to disclose her gender or age. It was far better to allow the master to become a legendary figure, one whose presence was elusive, thus enhancing the air of mystery surrounding her and ensuring her safety. Very well, I shall prepare immediately. Chapter 20. Grandfather Fan? Little Junior Disciple. Old Fan did not inquire further, taking the page given by Chu Yunqi and departing to seek the item she required. He was now treating a dying horse as if it were alive. After all, without Chu Yunqi, the Mingfeng medical sect would inevitably decline. Although there were still a few notable figures today, in another decade or so, it was likely that no one would even remember the Mingfeng medical sect. Chu Yunqi represented his hope. He could discern that this young girl was extraordinary. Her willingness to use Suaching incense and rebirth water indicated that she possessed vision and skill, coupled with commendable medical expertise, suggesting that she might indeed be the key to reviving the Mingfeng medical sect. Old Fan did not squander much time and soon gathered everything that Chu Yunqi needed, placing the items in a box and presenting it to her. Little Junior Disciple, the items you requested are ready. Hearing Old Fan refer to her as Little Junior Disciple felt somewhat awkward to Chu Yunqi, yet it was the truth, and she had to accept it. Since he no longer addressed her as sect leader, she had to allow him to have some form of address for her. When do you plan to head to the capital, Little Junior Disciple? Old Fan resumed his carefree demeanor, chuckling in a manner that resembled a mischievous old rogue. Had Chu Yunqi not known his intentions were benign, she might have slapped him long ago. Old Fan, speak plainly. There's no need for you to beat around the bush. In theory, given his age, it would not be excessive for Chu Yunqi to address the old man Fan as Grandfather Fan. However, in terms of seniority, he is, in fact, her little, teacher's nephew. Although she has not formally undergone the apprenticeship ceremony with Dong Laogui, he has always regarded her as a disciple, diligently imparting knowledge, and in her heart, she considers him as her master. Therefore, if she were to address the old man Fan with a title of respect, it would disrupt the hierarchy. Yet, calling him teacher's nephew feels quite awkward for Chu Yunqi, and after much deliberation, she can only refer to him as Old Man Fan. Upon hearing her words, Old Man Fan immediately rubbed his hands together and said, "Can I accompany you?" Chu Yunqi was taken aback. "What about your clinic? Are you abandoning it?" "I shall reopen it in the capital. That scoundrel Fong Mingxuan, I will seek revenge upon him eventually." Chu Yunqi chuckled softly. At present, Fong Mingxuan is not someone you can contend with. Plotting revenge against him requires careful consideration. Old Man Fan was not in a hurry. He simply stated, "My primary reason for going to the capital is to accompany you, my little master. You are now the head of our Mingfeng medical sect, and I must ensure your safety. After all, the people in the capital are notoriously cunning and treacherous." Hearing this, Chu Yunqi was somewhat noncommittal. Yet she agreed with Old Man Fan's assessment. The capital was rife with unscrupulous individuals. Was it not there that she had been schemed against in her previous life? After a moment's reflection, Chu Yunqi spoke. "In that case, you should prepare your belongings in the coming days and head to the capital. You can establish a shop there and reopen your clinic." Old Fan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chu Yunqi's words. "Aren't you going, Master Uncle?" A cold smile played on Chu Yunqi's lips. "Of course, I will go, but I must wait for someone to come and escort me." Old Fan found her words perplexing. Yet since she had expressed her intentions, he opted not to voice any further inquiries and simply nodded. "I still have some savings left. Since you say so, Master Uncle, I shall prepare myself to await you in the capital." Chu Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement. This could be seen as her endeavor to cultivate her influence prior to returning. Once she reached the capital, her confidence would be substantially bolstered. Noticing that time was of the essence, Chu Yunqi stated, "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." As she grasped her box and prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck her. She turned back, drew a piece of paper from the cabinet, and with the brush in hand, inscribed a symbol resembling a willow branch. With utmost seriousness, she addressed Old Fan, saying, "This will henceforth be our secret mark. Any message I send will bear the symbol. If it does not, it is counterfeit." Chu Yunqi had meticulously anticipated various contingencies, aware that she would not return to the capital for nearly a month. Should any unusual events arise during this interval, it would not be surprising. Old Fan, undeterred, nodded in agreement. Without lingering any longer, Chu Yunxi simply remarked, "See you in the capital," before departing the clinic and making her way towards the tailor shop. In her previous life, on the day she first returned to the Chu family, she was ridiculed for her coarse linen garments and hair tied with a simple ribbon. This time, as she returned with her mother, if she donned the same ordinary attire, the Qin family would surely revel in their disdain. Yet, she resolved to thwart their expectations. Upon her return, she intended to proclaim that she, Chu Yunxi, lived comfortably alongside her mother. They would find no opportunity to mock her. Indeed, the two attendants awaited with their horse-drawn carriage in front of the Zhao family's tailor shop, albeit from a considerable distance, as if attempting to maintain a street's breadth between them. As Chu Yunxi approached, she could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, brother son, why are you two here instead of at the tailor's door?" The Sun brothers exchanged glances, sighed deeply, and then replied, "Yunxi, you are unaware of the predicament. We initially intended to heed your suggestion and wait at the tailor's entrance for you. However, as soon as we arrived, the proprietress emerged, took one look at our dilapidated carriage, and scornfully rebuked us, claiming our presence was obstructing her business. We acknowledged her point and prepared to move aside. Yet, to our astonishment, she continued to berate us, even summoning her staff to threaten our carriage with destruction, relentless in her tirade. Thus, we retreated here, lest she continue her loud and vulgar denunciation." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi's expression shifted dramatically. She had encountered those who despised the impoverished and those who looked down upon others, yet she had never witnessed such a flagrant disregard for reason. Had it been an ordinary person, perhaps she could have endured it. However, today, Chu Yunxi had come to purchase items from the Zhao family clothing shop, and this tone was utterly intolerable. After stowing the box into the carriage, Chu Yunxi strode confidently into the Zhao family tailor shop. This establishment was renowned as the finest clothing shop in the entire town, far beyond the means of the average individual. Thus, Chu Yunxi had brought a considerable sum of silver with her. Yet, no sooner had she entered than the proprietress, stationed behind the counter, began to shoo her away.
Out, out.
"Is this a place for you to come? You could never afford to compensate for the damage to my garments." Upon witnessing her contemptuous demeanor, Chu Yunxi let out a cold laugh and slammed her purse onto the counter. The sound of the heavy bag hitting the surface reverberated ominously, momentarily silencing the proprietress, rendering her speechless. Chapter 21. The true young lady. In that moment, the proprietress found herself at a loss for what to do. To expel Chu Yunxi would mean losing a substantial patron, for she possessed a considerable sum of silver, gleaming and enticing. Yet, to welcome Chu Yunxi after having just driven her away with such harsh words posed a dilemma. The proprietress was engulfed in indecision. Chu Yunxi, however, remained unperturbed, standing there with an air of leisure, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation, as if she were merely observing a play and awaiting a response from the proprietress. After much contemplation, the proprietress finally donned a smile. "Oh dear me, how unobservant of me to have driven away such a distinguished patron. Please, come in, come in. Allow me to serve you tea." With a cold laugh, Chu Yunxi expressed her disdain, unwilling to grant the proprietress any semblance of grace. "Weren't you just concerned that I might soil your garments, claiming I could not compensate for any damages?" The proprietress's smile faltered for a moment, internally chastising herself for underestimating the young lady dressed in coarse fabric, mistaking her for a mere country girl. Little did she expect that Chu Yunxi would so boldly present a hefty sack of silver. Who could afford to turn away from such wealth? With this thought, the proprietress forced a few obsequious chuckles before continuing, "What a misstep on my part. I must have been napping in the daylight, failing to recognize you as a person of stature. Please be magnanimous and refrain from holding my indiscretion against me." Chu Yunxi maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally, she could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. It is indeed a truth universally acknowledged that people in this world are often driven by self-interest and superficiality. She had long since recognized this reality. To illustrate, one need not look beyond her own mother. Lu, in her youth, was renowned in the capital for her beauty and intellect, complemented by the wealth of the Lu family, which was headed by a prosperous merchant. Countless suitors sought her hand, with matchmakers nearly wearing down the threshold of their home. Although commerce was traditionally looked down upon, the Lu family's riches rivaled those of nations. At that time, Chu Tianqing was merely a destitute scholar, and his union with Lu seemed nothing short of miraculous. Initially, He treated her with utmost kindness, but fate took a turn when Lu's father suffered a disastrous business failure, losing his vast fortune overnight, followed by a lingering illness that ultimately claimed his life. By then, Chu Tianqing had ascended to the rank of a sixth-grade official, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. In the end, he even resorted to taking a secondary wife, motivated solely by the fact that Chun was the favored illegitimate daughter of a third-grade official. It is a lamentable irony that Lu's father, in his search for a suitable husband, inadvertently led her to a man of such low character, thus dooming her to a life of misfortune. Consequently, Chu Yunxi harbored a deep-seated disdain for such individuals. She stepped forward, lifted a garment she had taken out for display, glanced at it with mild dissatisfaction, and remarked, "The attire is commendable, though I find the design at the sleeves somewhat superfluous." Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, the proprietress stepped forward and said, "If the young lady is dissatisfied, we can certainly make alterations. I shall have someone trim the sleeves. Whatever style you prefer, we shall accommodate." Without raising her eyelids, Chu Yunxi settled into the chair reserved for esteemed guests, her posture impeccable. The proprietress, witnessing this, was convinced that she must indeed be the daughter of a prominent family, perhaps donning such attire out of amusement. She promptly called to a nearby attendant, "Hurry and bring some tea." The attendant, not daring to delay, swiftly descended to brew a pot of fine tea. The proprietress then ingratiatingly remarked, "Do give it a taste, my lady. This is this year's new tea, which I procured with great difficulty from the capital." Had Chu Yunxi never encountered exquisite delicacies before, she might have been deceived. However, in her previous life, she had spent several years as a distinguished young lady in the capital, where suitors lavished her with the finest offerings to win her affection. Thus, in comparison, the offerings of this small town held no allure for her. Intentionally, she took a sip of the tea and promptly spat it out. "What foul concoction dares to be presented to me? This aged tea, fit only for my dog, is beneath contempt." The proprietress's expression shifted dramatically, fully convinced of Chu Yunxi's noble status, for the nuances of the tea were not discernible to the average person. She furiously scolded the attendant, "You fool! Have you brought the wrong tea? Why not brew a fine pot of tea?" With a trembling hand, the attendant descended with the teapot. Only Chu Yunxi was aware that the proprietress likely entertained guests with such stale tea on ordinary days. In terms of flavor, it was indeed indistinguishable from fresh tea. Those who had never tasted such a brew would remain oblivious. Coupled with the proprietress's claims that it was a prized purchase from the capital, no one would raise suspicions. However, having grown accustomed to exquisite teas in the capital, Chu Yunxi recognized the stale nature of this offering the moment it touched her lips. Furthermore, she doubted that anyone in this small town could procure fine tea from the capital. Even if they could, they would certainly not squander it on guests, especially not at a modest tailor shop. Thus, when the proprietress uttered those words, she discerned the deception immediately. When the attendant returned with freshly brewed tea, Chu Yunxi did not even sample it. Instead, she simply stated, "Bring me the garments for my inspection. If I find something to my liking, I shall purchase it." Upon hearing this, the proprietress was elated and hurried to retrieve the previously mentioned garment. Yet, Chu Yunxi reiterated, "The sleeve edges are unappealing. If the young lady takes a liking to it, I can have it altered immediately. It will surely look splendid on you." The proprietress responded eagerly. However, Chu Yunxi merely cast a fleeting glance before saying, "With such sleeve edges, it is difficult to discern whether it is attractive or not." The proprietress, observing Chu Yunxi's demeanor, mistakenly believed that she was simply fixated on the garment due to the issue with the sleeves. With a resolute heart, she took a pair of scissors from the cabinet and snipped the sleeves to her desired length, then approached Chu Yunxi. "Miss, what do you think of this?" Chu Yunxi feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Why did you cut it directly? The sleeves are now far too short. Perhaps we should find another piece." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a surge of irritation. However, considering the wealth of this young lady, she rationalized that if she were to select something appealing, it would yield a substantial profit. Thus, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and proceeded to fetch other garments for Chu Yunxi to examine. Chu Yunxi sat there composed, unhurried, meticulously pointing out flaws in the offerings. As the shopkeeper's patience began to wane, Chu Yunxi casually produced a silver ingot to toy with. This silver was the sole piece of unblemished coinage left by Xie Xuanmu when he departed, and it was the only whole silver piece in her purse. Chapter 22. Purchasing a hairpin, only to cause her misfortune. The proprietress, perhaps dazzled by the gleaming silver in Chu Yunxi's hand, appeared almost bewitched, incessantly presenting new garments for her selection. However, as Chu Yunxi examined the offerings, she inadvertently ruined over 10 pieces of clothing. Finally, observing the dearth of suitable attire in the tailor shop, she expressed her regret, stating, "It seems there is nothing appealing here. I shall return in a few days when you have new styles." The proprietress, displaying a countenance filled with sympathy and regret for not having profited from Chu Yunxi today, felt a renewed sense of hope upon hearing that she would return. She promptly ushered Chu Yunxi out with the utmost respect. As Chu Yunxi stepped outside, she adjusted the bell pendant at her waist, fastening the hidden clasp, and smiled contentedly. The fragrance she had concocted to captivate hearts proved to be remarkably effective. The Sun brothers, witnessing the proprietress treating Chu Yunxi with such deference akin to that of a devoted servant, were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Once Chu Yunxi approached them, they hurriedly inquired, "Yunxi, what transpired inside that led the proprietress to treat you in such a manner?" Chu Yunxi offered no explanation, merely responding, "Perhaps her conscience has finally stirred." The Sun brothers continued, "But why did you not purchase anything? Did you not intend to buy something?" Chu Yunxi shook her head, stating, "There was nothing that pleased me, and besides, it was too expensive, so I chose not to buy." Upon hearing this, the Sun brothers nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the garments in this boutique are rather exorbitant, beyond our modest means. We, with our humble abode and modest enterprises, ought to refrain from such indulgences." Initially, they believed that Chu Yunxi's venture into this establishment to procure clothing was a mark of imprudence. Although the head of the household dotes on her as if she were his own daughter, it is unwise to squander money so frivolously, for they are but an ordinary family. It seems fitting that such exquisite garments are not meant for them. Now, observing her departure without purchases, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, the expressions on their faces did not escape Chu Yunxi's keen observation. Contemplating her next steps, she realized the necessity of acquiring other items. If clothing eludes her grasp, she shall seek alternatives, beginning with jewelry. Their presence might evoke similar expressions again, and should ZY choose to chide her under the guise of concern, it would indeed be a source of vexation. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yunxi addressed them. "Elder brother Sun, second brother Sun, please wait for me at the town entrance. I shall procure a couple of items and join you shortly." Remaining here might invite the proprietress's ire once more. Upon hearing her rationale, the Sun brothers found it sensible, considering the proximity of the town entrance. Chu Yunxi could manage it swiftly, and thus they acquiesced. "Very well. We shall await you at the town entrance. Do hurry, for should the sun set, the path may become treacherous." Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, understood. "I shall take my leave now." The Sun brothers nodded in agreement, watching as Chu Yunxi walked into the distance. Without hesitation, they urged their horse-drawn carriage toward the town's entrance. Chu Yunxi turned down a street to purchase jewelry, dismissing the gold, silver, and jade offered by the large shop. After all, no matter how exquisite the items here might be, they could never rival those from the capital. Wearing such inferior quality would only invite ridicule upon her return, so she sought only the most delicate pieces. After browsing several shops without finding anything satisfactory, just as Chu Yunxi prepared to give up, she noticed a small stall set up by a young girl in front of a tailor shop. The stall displayed several hairpins, not made of gold or silver, yet remarkably elegant, showcasing the artisan's dedication to craftsmanship. Chu Yunxi approached with a few strides and inquired, "Did you make these hairpins?" The little girl, appearing 2 years younger than Chu, looked up at her with a delicate face and eyes as dark as obsidian set against her fair complexion. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's question, she eagerly replied, "Yes, my mother and I made them. Would you like to buy one, sister?" Chu Yunxi smiled gently and asked, "How much are they?" "I would like to choose a few." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to respond, but she was abruptly interrupted by the tailor shop owner. "Child, do not sell your pins to her. They are worthless trinkets. Come and see the fine goods in my shop instead." Chu Yunxi's expression changed at once, taken aback by the audacity of the shopkeeper to bully a young girl trying to sell her wares. The young girl hurriedly exclaimed, "Sister, my items are of excellent quality, quite sturdy, and cannot be broken. Please buy one, I beg you." Tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking a pang of sympathy in Chu Yunxi. Before she could respond, a man and woman emerged from the shop. The woman approached and tugged at Chu Yunxi's sleeve, pulling her aside. Initially, Chu Yunxi contemplated intervening but hesitated upon noticing the woman's advanced pregnancy, deciding instead to observe her intentions. Once they were away from the crowd, the woman spoke. I apologize, dear child. Chu Yunxi maintained her composure and replied coolly, why do you prevent me from purchasing her hairpin? The woman sighed before explaining. My refusal is also in the best interest of the girl. Her father, handsome and charming, was pursued by a wealthy young lady who whisked him away to the capital 2 years ago, leaving her and her mother behind. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi felt a jolt in her heart but chose not to interrupt the woman, patiently listening as she continued. The girl's mother fell gravely ill out of anger, depleting their meager savings. Though she eventually recovered, she remained frail, and the two could only subsist by selling hairpins. Unfortunately, last year, the mother succumbed to a severe cold, leaving the girl with the hope of selling her possessions to gather enough money to seek out her father in the capital, yearning to understand his intentions.
Yet,
As a mere child with only a handful of hairpins, how much could she possibly earn? Selling 5 taels of silver at the market, she may well be bullied to death before even reaching the capital. Our head of the household, feeling pity for this young girl who is utterly alone, allowed her to set up her stall at the shop's entrance to keep watch over her, fearing she might fall victim to local ruffians. Despite countless pleas, she remains obstinate, determined to venture to the capital to seek justice for her mother. If you purchase her hairpin today, you will be sealing her fate. After the woman spoke, Chu Yunxi finally grasped why the shopkeeper forbade her from buying Linga's hairpin. With a heart full of compassion, she gazed towards the girl. How strikingly similar their fates were to her own in a past life. Chu Yunxi felt as if she were witnessing her former self, lonely and helpless, reflected in the girl's plight. Unless she receives closure, she will never relinquish her hopes. Chu Yunxi instinctively uttered this truth, reminiscent of her own past, when she had believed that Chu Tianqing still held a place for her as his daughter in his heart. Yet, in reality, he cherished only his twin offspring, while she was merely a pawn in his game. Chapter 23. Qingyang. Chu Yunxi approached Linger and inquired, do you wish to go to the capital? Upon hearing this question, Linger promptly nodded her head, her expression earnest as she declared, I must go. Chu Yunxi smiled gently and replied, I shall take you there. The others present were momentarily taken aback, while Linger gazed at her in disbelief, asking, really? You are truly willing to take me to the capital?
Chu Yunxi, not that.
Just as she was about to respond to her question, when the owner of the tailor shop tugged at her, pulling her aside. The tailor's expression was less than pleasant, and his tone carried a hint of irritation. You little girl, was my wife not clear enough with you just now? What exactly do you intend to do? His eyes were fixed on Chu Yunxi, clearly agitated. Yet, Chu Yunxi remained unperturbed and calmly stated, I share a similar experience with her, thus I understand her thoughts. Her desire to go to the capital is an obsession. She must witness the true outcome herself before she can let go. The tailor, initially prepared to voice further objections, found himself softening upon hearing her words. He sighed and said, You are but a child. What can you possibly do for her? It would be better for her to remain in this small town, where at least she could live a stable life. Chu Yunxi shook her head, responding earnestly, but that is not what she desires. At that moment, Linger emerged from behind the small stall. She tugged at the sleeve of the tailor shop owner and said, Brother Ming, I will take care of myself. Upon hearing Linger express such sentiments, the shop owner felt a mixture of frustration and urgency. Yet, given his position, what could he possibly do? After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, his earlier stern demeanor dissipating entirely, leaving only a visage of helplessness. He waved his hand dismissively and softly remarked, Very well, very well. She is correct. If I do not permit you to go, you will never relinquish your desire. In that case, go ahead. Having uttered these words, he did not wait for Linger to respond but turned back into the shop. The woman approached and said, The master means well. Chu Yunxi nodded and replied, I understand. He has Linger's best interests at heart. The woman acknowledged this and then turned to Linger, saying, Linger,
Come inside with me.
I shall select a couple of fine garments for you. Do not wait until you reach the capital and encounter that scoundrel, allowing him to mock us as country bumpkins. Linger's bright, dark eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded through her sobs and followed the woman into the tailor shop. Chu Yunxi felt a stir in her heart. Linger was in a better position than her past self, for she had this kind-hearted couple to protect her. She stepped inside as well, only to find the woman measuring a pink dress against Linger. With just a glance, Chu Yunxi was taken aback. While the fabric of the dress may not have been of the highest quality, the embroidery was indeed exquisite. In her previous life, Chu Yunxi had also encountered exquisite treasures. Yet she could assert with utmost certainty that the embroidery technique displayed here would be unmatched even in the capital. The piece featured merely a few simple pomegranate blossoms and 2 or 3 vibrant butterflies, yet they appeared so lifelike, as if they had been printed directly onto the fabric. Chu Yunxi promptly inquired, "Madam, whose hands crafted this embroidery?" The woman paused, gazing at the garment in her hands, before she recollected and replied, "I embroidered this before my pregnancy." The proprietor of the tailor shop approached and remarked, "My wife's embroidery skills are truly exceptional. Even in the capital, she would not be outshone by anyone." Chu Yunxi silently nodded, sensing the pride in the man's voice. It seemed that the couple were not simply townsfolk. However, she refrained from probing further into their background and instead asked, "Madam, do you have any other embroidered fabrics?" The woman shook her head, saying, "All of this was embroidered before my pregnancy. Afterward, my husband, concerned for my well-being, did not allow me to engage in such activities. Thus, I no longer have any fabric left, though I do possess a few garments." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi felt a flicker of regret. However, when the woman mentioned the existence of several garments, her heart surged with joy. "Madam, would you be willing to sell those garments to me?"
Chu Junsi at Kalim Italy.
Such exquisite embroidery had far exceeded her initial expectations for clothing. How could she possibly resist the temptation? The size of the clothing is not of paramount importance. Both she and her mother possess a slender build, rendering the notion of ill-fitting garments rather trivial. Any loose attire can be easily tailored to fit. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, the woman simply responded with a gentle smile and said, "If you are able to take good care of Linger, then what harm is there in gifting you some clothes? My dear, please fetch the garments I have cherished for so long." Chu Yunxi hastily waved her hand in refusal, stating, "If you were to gift me these, it would be too extravagant. I would feel unworthy of such generosity. I shall wholeheartedly attend to Linga's needs, but it is more appropriate for me to purchase these garments." As she spoke, she retrieved her purse from her waist, revealing a considerable amount of silver, sufficient to acquire several pieces of clothing. However, the woman persisted in her refusal, saying, "Dear girl, it would be best for you to keep your money." At that moment, the owner of the tailor shop emerged, carrying a box, which he opened to reveal several neatly folded dresses. The woman presented them to Chu Yunxi, saying, "These are the last garments I have kept, and they are my personal favorites. There are 3 plain long skirts and 1 dark blue warrior outfit." Chu Yunxi's eyes lit up at the sight of these clothes. If Linger's embroidered dress represented exquisite craftsmanship, then these garments were truly rare treasures. Even within the palace, such pieces would be hard to find. This level of embroidery could not possibly be produced by an obscure artisan from a small town. The couple, indeed, was not ordinary. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Yunxi, and a name came to her mind. She offered a slight bow, and then said, "Thank you, Madam Jean. Should there ever arise an occasion where Yunxi could be of assistance, please do not hesitate to speak." Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Miss Yunxi's keen gaze swiftly discerned our identities. However, my spouse and I had grown weary of such a lifestyle, which is why we chose to retreat to this secluded place. Were it not for Linger, we would not have bestowed this garment. And while we do not seek any favors, we simply hope that the young lady will keep this matter to herself." Chu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with depth. She had indeed guessed correctly. In the capital, there once resided a woman named Qingyang, renowned for her unparalleled embroidery skills, capable of fetching 1,000 taels for a single piece at the height of her craft. Yet, something transpired that led her to suddenly depart the city with her husband, leaving their whereabouts unknown. Her husband's surname, as fate would have it, was Jin. Thus, when combined with the latter part of Qing, it forms the character for Ming. Chapter 24. You actually bought a maid. When Chu Yunxi departed from the tailor shop with Linger, she was still somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that such a small town could harbor so many prominent figures. Not to mention the old Fong from the Mingfeng medical sect. There were even the Qing couple present. "Miss, where are we headed?" Linger's voice suddenly interrupted Chu Yunxi's thoughts. Instinctively, she glanced at Linger, who was carrying a small cloth bag and gazing up at her. With a gentle smile, Chu Yunxi replied, "We are returning to the village, where we reside." "Are there others?" Linger inquired. "My mother and Uncle Chun are there," Chu Yunxi responded. First, we shall head to the town's entrance. A carriage awaits us there. Upon hearing this, Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've never ridden in a carriage before. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chu Yunxi could not help but affectionately ruffle her hair. Linger was younger than Chu Yunxi, merely 12 years old, and shorter, allowing Chu Yunxi to easily reach her head. Observing Linger felt akin to gazing at her own reflection, evoking an inexplicable fondness within her. Is your carriage large, miss? Chu Yunxi did not answer her question, instead saying, You are not a maid I purchased. So there is no need to call me Mississippi. To her surprise, Linger shook her head in response. She had long vowed that whoever could take her to the capital, she would serve them dutifully. It was the opportunity granted by the miss that warranted her becoming Chu Yunxi's maid. Chu Yunxi opened her mouth, intending to utter words of refusal, but before she could speak, Linger interjected, Miss, I possess no slave status, yet I am willing to acknowledge you as my mistress. This is my heartfelt sincerity. Observing Linger's earnest demeanor, Chu Yunxi could only sigh in resignation and acquiesce. However, she had no intention of truly treating Linger as a servant. To her, Linger resembled more of a sister. As long as Linger remained loyal, she would cherish her as a sister for a lifetime. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxi said, It is getting late. You should accompany me back to the estate. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's consent, Linger promptly beamed and nodded, then joyfully followed her, skipping along. After a short while, they arrived at the town's entrance, where the Sun brothers awaited her. Upon seeing her approach, they eagerly called out, Yunxi, you've finally arrived. We must hurry back. Otherwise, it will be unsafe on the road once the sun sets. Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement and was about to respond when the eldest Sun brother, with keen eyes, noticed the young girl trailing behind her. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Where did this little girl come from? Chu Yunxi had just set down her box and was about to speak when Linger excitedly jumped forward, declaring, I am Linger, the second Sun brother. Noticing the small girl's clever and adorable demeanor, found her charming. He quickly took the cloth parcel from her hands and said, All right. Which family is so unkind as to send a young girl to deliver things? We will accept it. You should return home now. Linger was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. Big brother, the young lady said to follow you back to the estate. This revelation left the Sun brothers in stunned silence. They had initially assumed the young girl was merely a shop assistant, assisting Chu Yunxi in carrying the numerous items she had purchased, especially since she had been holding a large box just moments ago. To their astonishment, she referred to Chu Yunxi as young lady. Sun Laoda immediately furrowed his brow, speaking in a rather displeased tone, Yunxi, while Brother Chen treats you kindly, as if you were his own daughter. The funds on the estate are accounted for and must be returned to the main family. It's one thing to use the money for necessities, but how can you justify purchasing a maid? Sun Air also chimed in, Indeed, Yunxi, you're still quite young. We can understand your envy of the young ladies who have maids attending to them, but you must also comprehend your own status. Although Chu Yunxi recognized their misunderstanding, their words did not sit well with her. Linger is not a maid I purchased, she asserted. However, Sun Laoda responded, Yunxi, whether you bought her or not, we can return her to the shop. There's no need to lie about it. Yes, provide me with a contract, and I shall return her. There is no reason to spend such money, Sun Air added, pulling at Linger's arm and reaching out for the contract from Chu Yunxi. Linger, being merely a 12-year-old girl, was taken aback by Sun Air's imposing stature. The sudden tug caused her to flinch, and tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chu Yunxi's complexion darkened further, and her tone became somewhat rigid as she spoke. Brother Sun Air, I have already stated that Linger is not a maid I purchased. Nor do I possess any contract to offer you. Please, release her. You ungrateful girl. My brother and I are doing this for your own good. How can you be so inconsiderate? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunxi's expression turned entirely grim. For her own good? She inconsiderate? Ha! Such words had already ensnared her in a lifetime of suffering. She never wished to hear them again. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxi struck Sun Air's wrist, causing him to feel a sudden numbness in his entire arm. Instinctively, he released his grip on Linger's arm. Maintaining her composure, Chu Yunxi took Linger's hand and boarded the carriage. Since you refuse to believe me, I shall not deign to explain myself. Let us return to the estate first. Upon hearing these words from Chu Yunxi, Sun Air immediately became enraged. He was about to lift the curtain of the carriage when he was stopped by Sun Da. Elder brother, Sun Air exclaimed, stifling his anger. How can we allow her to act this way? The head of the family instructed us to keep an eye on her. Yet she frivolously spends money on a maid. When we return, the head of the family will surely blame us. Sun sighed deeply before replying. Very well. If she wishes to play the role of a young lady, let her be. We have already reasoned with her to no avail. Once we return, we shall inform Brother Chen. He will not raise any objections either. Sun Lauer intended to articulate something further. However, after a prolonged silence, he could only cast a resentful glance at the cart, murmuring, I always believed she was a sensible girl, yet I am taken aback by her actions. Purchasing a maid typically costs no less than 15 taels of silver. What if the master decides to deduct that from our wages? Sun Lauda sighed in agreement. I, too, misjudged her. Let us leave it for now and discuss it upon our return. Although the two were several paces from the cart, they did not lower their voices, and thus every word was distinctly heard by Chu Yunxi. Whether they had misjudged her was uncertain to Chu Yunxi. All she knew was that she had genuinely misjudged them. Chapter 25. Linger is not the maid. I purchased. Linger had overheard their conversation and anxiously grasped Chu Yunxi's hand, asking, Miss, have I caused you trouble? Are they going to send me away? Chu Yunxi turned to look at Linger, her eyes swollen from tears. With a heart full of compassion, she wiped Linger's tears and reassured her. Do not worry. Trust me, I will not allow them to bully you. Just as I protected my former self, I will safeguard you. Outside the carriage, the Sun brothers fell silent, steering the cart back home. Chu Yunxi held onto Linger's hand, seeking to comfort her. Since she had made the decision to bring Linger to the capital, she could not allow such a trivial inconvenience to deter her, otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. Upon returning to the estate, it was evident that the Sun brothers were unwilling to engage with Chu Yunxi. They unloaded the items from the carriage, carelessly mentioning the need to return the horses, and then departed without offering to assist her with the belongings. Observing their behavior, Linger could not contain her indignation, exclaiming, Miss, how can they behave this way?
Chu Zunsi,
However, refrained from echoing Linger's sentiments and simply replied, Do not be upset. Let us carry the items back first. After uttering these words, Chu Yunxi made her way to the large trunk containing their clothes and lifted it.
Lingar, anuiling tulog behand.
Picked up another trunk retrieved from Old Fan and followed Chu Yunxi into the courtyard. As soon as she entered, Xiaohei suddenly emerged from an unknown corner, darting around Chu Yunxi's feet. With her arms full of a box, Chu Yunxi was unable to see beneath her, and fearing she might step on the dog, she called out, Xiaohei, move aside. Be careful not to get stepped on. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Xiaohei promptly turned and scampered a few paces away, just in time to spot Linger, tilting its head and barking a few times at her. Xiaohei, presumably a large breed, had grown considerably, and its sudden vocalization startled Linger, causing her to tremble and nearly drop the box she was holding. Chu Yunxi quickly interjected, Xiaohei, don't frighten her. Xiaohei let out a few plaintive whines, retreating even further. At that moment, Lu Shi rushed out, pouting at the sight of Chu Yunxi and exclaiming, Yunxi is deceiving. Chu Yunxi, caught between amusement and exasperation, responded, Mother, let me first carry the boxes back before we discuss this. Lu Shi cast a few reproachful glances at Chu Yunxi, but ultimately refrained from saying more. Once Chu Yunxi and Linger had placed both boxes at the entrance, Lu Shi deliberately cleared her throat to draw Chu Yunxi's attention. With a resigned smile, Chu Yunxi retrieved a small paper bag from her pocket and handed it over, saying, Here, I brought you some delicious treats. Lu Shi cautiously examined the small paper bag that Chu Yunxi presented, her pointed nose twitching as if catching a whiff of sweetness, and her expression transformed into one of delight. She eagerly accepted the bag, opened it, and discovered it was filled with candied fruits. As she popped a piece into her mouth, the delightful sweet and sour flavor made her squint her eyes in enjoyment, resembling a child lost in a moment of pure joy. While savoring her meal, she couldn't help but chide Chu Yunxi, This time I shall reluctantly forgive you. But next time, you must not return home so late. Chu Yunxi responded with a smile that crinkled her eyes. All right, I shall heed my mother's words. At that moment, Linger approached with her wide, curious eyes, gazing at Lu Shi. Miss, your mother? Oh, I mean madam, is truly beautiful. Lu Shi was indeed a striking beauty, renowned in the capital during her youth. Although she had endured some hardships, the past few months under Chu Yunxi's care had added a few pounds to her frame, and with her simple yet elegant attire, she appeared even more enchanting. Coupled with her childlike innocence, She exuded a charming and endearing quality that belied her nearing 40 years of age. Noticing Linger's remark, Lu Shi blinked and met her gaze before turning to Chu Yunxi and inquiring, "Who is she?" Chu Yunxi drew Linger closer to Lu Shi and introduced, "This is Linger, whom I brought back from the town." Just as she spoke, the two sons of the Sun family arrived, escorting Chen Er. Having returned in a flurry, they attracted attention, followed by a dozen curious neighbors, including several hired hands. Sun Er pointed at Linger beside Chu Yunxi, exclaiming, "Master, this is the little maid she brought back. My brother and I have been keeping an eye on her, but she concocted an excuse to send us away and ended up purchasing a maid." Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunxi could not help but cast a cold glance toward Sun Lar. He had misconstrued Chen Er's intentions, believing that Chen Er had sent them to monitor his expenditures, fearing that he might lose wages due to the matter concerning Linger. In reality, Chen Er had merely dispatched them for his protection. Chu Yunxi stated indifferently, "I have previously mentioned that Linger is not a maid I purchased." As soon as his words fell, Sun Lada spoke up, "Yunxi, everyone is already aware of this matter. There is no need for you to continue fabricating lies." The two brothers enjoyed a good rapport, and thus, after Sun Lada's remark, the others were inclined to believe him. Consequently, someone chimed in, "Yunxi, we are merely ordinary folk, without the fortune of a young lady. It is indeed inappropriate to have a maidservant attend to one's needs."
Yes.
"Yes, simply present the contract, and allow the head of the household to return this young maid to her rightful owner in the town." The Sun brothers were not prone to deception. They were trustworthy individuals, so please do not put them in a difficult position. "Yunxi, it is understandable to admire the young ladies of affluent families who have attendants, but engaging in such actions is truly unseemly." Listening to the cacophony of opinions, Chu Yunxi could not suppress a sardonic smile and retorted, "Linger is my acknowledged sister. She is certainly not a purchased maid. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to investigate at the magistrate's office to ascertain whether she is a slave." However, Sun Lair was not convinced and retorted, "Do you really believe that a sister recognized is indeed a sister recognized? This young girl is barely in her teens. How could you bring her back to the estate? Does she not have parents?" Sun Lair pressed aggressively, yet Chu Yunxi chose to disregard him and turned to Chen Er, inquiring, "Uncle Chen, do you believe in me?" Chen Er sighed and replied, "I believe you. Even if she is not, if she were, it would still be justifiable." Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. The head of the household, "I understand your fondness for Yunxi, but isn't this kindness a bit excessive? Indeed, for so many years you have been supporting them, and we all accepted it as a display of your benevolence, never raising any objections. However, now you are allowing her to spend the estate's money to purchase a maid for her service. Isn't that a tad too much?" As soon as these words were uttered, someone in the crowd exclaimed in realization, "I thought so. Could it be that Chen Er has taken a liking to Lu?" Chapter 26. Severing his tongue, it seems plausible that although Lu is a simpleton, her beauty is undeniable. Otherwise, how could Chen Er have safeguarded the two of them for so many years? If I were to guard such a voluptuous beauty every day, I too would be tempted. Chu Yunxi let out a disdainful laugh and swiftly approached the man who spoke. He was a middle-aged bachelor in his 40s, gazing at her mother with an unsettling intensity. Chu Yunxi had no intention of creating a scene with the villagers, yet his words provoked her beyond endurance. As the old bachelor observed Chu Yunxi advancing towards him, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him. Upon realizing his reaction, he felt a rush of embarrassment. After all, Chu Yunxi was merely a young girl in her teens, and he, a grown man, should not be intimidated by her. With this thought, he defiantly lifted his chin and asked, "What do you want?" Chu Yunxi regarded him with a cold stare and replied, "If you no longer wish to keep your tongue, simply inform me, and I shall take it away for you." The old bachelor was taken aback, and before he could inquire about her meaning, he heard Chu Yunxi call out without turning her head, "Linger, cover my mother's eyes." "Understood," Linger responded, raising her hand to shield Lu's eyes. Due to the height difference, she could only lean in close to accomplish this, consequently turning her back to Chu Yunxi. Instinctively, the old bachelor retreated, only to be met with a swift kick to his knee from Chu Yunxi, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Then, her fingers clasped around his chin, and with a sharp crack, it was dislocated. In a swift motion, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere. With a swift stroke, a chunk of pink flesh fell to the ground with a thud. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they realized the pink morsel was none other than a severed tongue. Turning their attention back to the old bachelor, he clutched his dislocated jaw, emitting muffled sounds as blood cascaded from the corner of his mouth. Chu Yunxi had severed his tongue. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes fixated on her with a terror akin to witnessing a manifestation of hell. If anyone wished to part with their tongue, they could voice their thoughts. If they desired to relinquish their sight, they could indulge in the spectacle for a while longer. Chu Yunxi's tone remained eerily calm, yet her words sent shivers down the spines of those present. The spectators hastily retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Er observed the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a frown as he attempted to speak. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Yunxi. Uncle Chen, I disdain the need for explanations. The most effective way to silence the meddlesome is not through words, but by instilling fear. Chen Er regarded this unfamiliar version of Chu Yunxi, sensing her transformation. Yet, he understood that it was precisely this demeanor that would ensure her survival within the Chu family. With a resigned sigh, he turned to the Sun brothers and declared, "You two are dismissed. Come with me to collect your wages and pack your belongings to return home." The two brothers of the Sun family were rendered speechless by the events unfolding before their eyes. They came to a singular realization. Regardless of whether Linger was indeed a servant purchased by Chu Yunxi, she was now irrevocably under her protection. Anyone who dared to provoke Chu Yunxi would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. This girl was far too fierce. Once Chen Er had escorted the two brothers away from the scene, Linger finally inquired, "Miss, should we still cover the lady's eyes?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi lifted her foot, kicked the dirt a couple of times, and buried the repulsive tongue before responding, "No need." Linger then lowered her hand, and the two quickly trotted over to Chu Yunxi's side. "Miss, what did you just do to frighten them away?" one of them asked eagerly. "Indeed, Yunxi is truly formidable," added Lu Shi in agreement. Chu Yunxi, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I severed his tongue, so they understand that I, Chu Yunxi, am not to be trifled with." Linger was taken aback, stammering, You severed his tongue?" Lu Shi's eyes widened in shock, equally startled by the revelation.
Chu Zun-si, not that.
Her gaze fixed on the two of them, keen to observe every subtle shift in their expressions. While she refrained from allowing them to witness the gruesome scene directly, she deemed it essential to share this information with them. As long as they chose to remain by her side, such occurrences would become commonplace. After all, she was here for vengeance. If they could not acclimate to this reality, it would pose significant complications. Perhaps others in her position would choose to conceal the truth, providing them with a pristine sky, allowing them to continue living as innocent children, free and unburdened throughout their lives. However, having suffered once, Chu Yunxi understood that innocence can sometimes become one's greatest vulnerability, a means by which others may easily manipulate you. Chu Yunxi gazed unwaveringly at them, and Lu, tilting her head in contemplation, spoke. He bullied Yunxi.
He deserves it.
Little Ling also nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Madam is right." The heavy weight that had been resting on Chu Yunxi's heart finally lifted. She patted Ling's shoulder and said, "To avoid being bullied, one must grow strong. Only by cultivating your own strength can you seek retribution against those who have betrayed you." This was the first lesson that Chu Yunxi imparted to her. She could only hope that with her guidance, Ling would not tread the same path she had. Noticing that the day was drawing to a close, Chu Yunxi suggested, "Let us go inside. It will grow cold once night falls." Lu and Ling nodded in unison, and the three of them made their way indoors. The events of the day had already spread throughout the village in the span of a single night. Whispers circulated that Chu Yunxi was a reincarnated demon, ruthless and dangerous, someone not to be trifled with. Yet, Chu Yunxi remained indifferent to the opinions of others, whether feared or revered, as long as she lived comfortably. That was sufficient for her. At the dinner table, she looked at the 3 dishes and a soup prepared by Ling, unable to suppress a moment of surprise.
Ringing.
"Do you still cook?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's inquiry, Linger lifted her chin, resembling a proud little peacock, and replied, "My mother taught me. Her cooking is absolutely delightful." Chu Yunxi smiled, observing how Lu Shi relentlessly devoured her rice bowl, continuously reaching for more dishes. It was evident that Linger's culinary skills surpassed her own. "Mother, is it delicious?" "Very delicious. So good." Lu Shi mumbled with her mouth full, her words somewhat garbled. Chu Yunxi couldn't help but laugh at Lu Shi's antics, glancing down at the little black creature beneath the dining table, who was licking the rice bowl until it gleamed. It was clear that she would no longer need to concern herself with cooking in the future. Chapter 27. Linga and Miss Chu Yunqi Linger. You should eat too. Your cooking is exquisite, Linger remarked, as she served vegetables into Chu Yunqi's bowl. Chu Yunqi accepted without hesitation and took a bite, finding it indeed delightful. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire of Linger, "What are your plans once we reach the capital and find that man?"
Linger's smile instantly faded.
Her grip on the chopsticks tightening as she bowed her head and replied, "I simply wish to seek an explanation from him. Why would he abandon my mother, who is so wonderful?" Hearing Linga's words, Chu Yunqi could not help but sigh deeply. She responded, "His actions reveal his true nature. He will never feel remorse. Henceforth, you shall stay with us, and I shall consider you my sister." Upon hearing this, Linger lifted her gaze, her expression one of disbelief. She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she lowered her head again, saying, "There is no need. I appreciate your kindness, miss, but I am unworthy." The simplicity of those two words, unworthy, pierced Chu Yunqi's heart. She understood that Linger had made her decision, and no further persuasion would sway her. "Very well, Linger. You may choose your path. However, since you address me as miss, you are now under my protection. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall ensure they face the consequences." Tears streamed down Linga's face, moved by Chu Yunqi's words, leaving her at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only nod and respond with a heartfelt affirmation. Lu Shi, witnessing Linger's tears, felt a pang of sorrow, reminiscent of seeing Chu Yunqi as a child. She enveloped Linger in her embrace, gently patting her back. "Do not cry, Linger. I shall protect you. No one shall bully you." Observing the tender scene of their embrace, Chu Yunqi couldn't help but smile softly. Her smile, though subtle, carried the warmth of newfound kinship. Once Linger had wept enough, she dried her tears and turned to Chu Yunqi, asking, "Miss, when shall we journey to the capital?" Chu Yunqi replied, "Soon." Linger inquired eagerly, "Is there anything we need to pack? Should we prepare to purchase a carriage or something?" With her eyes still glistening, she gazed at Chu Yunqi, who seemed lost in thought, her gaze drifting beyond Linger. In a soft voice, she remarked, "In the capital, someone will come to escort us." Linger, unable to comprehend, merely accepted Chu Yunqi's enigmatic demeanor without further questions, obediently responding before heading off to eat. As evening fell, Chu Yunqi guided Linger in tidying their former quarters and presented her with new blankets and bedding. "Miss, I can manage on my own," Linger insisted as she swiftly seized the bedding from Chu Yunqi's arms and adeptly arranged it on the bed, prompting a gentle smile from Chu Yunqi. "Very well. I acknowledge your capabilities. From now on, you shall reside in this room. It is not far from my mother and me. Although spring is approaching, the nights remain chilly. Should you require it, I shall have someone bring you a brazier." Upon hearing Chu Yunqi's words, Linger hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, it is too expensive. You should save it for yourself, and, madam, I can manage by wrapping myself a little tighter in the blanket. Chu Yunqi replied, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall ensure you do not suffer." Linger felt a surge of emotion at Chu Yunqi's statement and was on the verge of tears. After all, she and her mother had endured many hardships over the years, and the warmth of charcoal was a luxury beyond their reach. To her surprise, Chu Yunqi appeared entirely unconcerned and was willing to offer it for her own use. Mississippi.
Linger murmured softly.
Chu Yunqi noticed the glistening moisture in her eyes and promptly said, "Do not cry." Linger was taken aback by Chu Yunqi's serious tone, leaving her momentarily stunned and uncertain of how to respond. Chu Yunqi gently wiped away her tears and continued, "Tears are the most futile of things. They only bring joy to the cruel and pain to the loving. Therefore do not cry, but live well, so those who look down upon you may understand that you are not so weak." Hearing Chu Yunqi's words, Linger involuntarily recalled the man who had abandoned them, and she nodded resolutely. "Miss, I understand." Chu Yunqi then nodded in approval. "Rest well, sleep soundly, and we shall address any matters tomorrow." Linger nodded gently and escorted Chu Yunqi out the door. After taking a few steps, Chu Yunqi turned back to glance one last time upon hearing the sound of the door closing. She could not help but let out a sigh. Perhaps it was because Linger bore such a striking resemblance to her former self that she felt an irresistible urge to assist and care for her. In fact, she found herself behaving in a manner that was quite uncharacteristic. Nevertheless, having made her decision, she would not harbor regrets, only wishing that Linger would not squander the kindness she had bestowed upon her. Without lingering further, Chu Yunxi returned to the residence she shared with Lu Shi, only to find Lu Shi, clad in her undergarments, crouched on the floor, playfully engaging with little He. The pair was thoroughly engrossed in their amusement. Chu Yunxi approached, saying, "Mother, it is quite late. It is time for bed." Lu Shi, with a reluctant tone, replied, "Very well." As she ascended to her bed, she glanced back multiple times, clearly loath to part with little He. Chu Yunxi could not suppress a chuckle at her mother's demeanor and remarked, "You can play with little He again after you wake up, it won't run away." As if in agreement with Chu Yunxi's words, little He barked twice. Although Lu Shi still appeared somewhat discontented, she acquiesced and obediently lay down in bed. Chu Yunxi removed her outer garments and settled beside Lu Shi, then inquired, "Do you like Linger, mother?" Lu Shi nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Linger reminds me of Yunxi, when she was young." Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled softly. She had expected Lu Shi to comment on Lingo's cuteness and intelligence, but instead, she merely noted the resemblance to herself. Truly, Lu Shi's heart and eyes were filled solely with affection for her daughter. Chu Yunxi gently tucked the blanket around Lu Shi and then remarked, "When we return to the capital, we shall bring Linger along. She has some matters to attend to there as well." After Chu Yunxi spoke, she heard Lu Shi respond softly, her voice a mere whisper. When Chu Yunxi glanced back, she found that Lu Shi had fallen asleep, her eyes closed and her breathing steady, resembling a well-behaved child. However, it is worth noting that their relationship, though rooted in a mother-daughter bond, often felt reversed, with Chu Yunxi embodying the role of the mother and Lu Shi that of the daughter. Nevertheless, Lu Shi would surely recover. Once she obtained the 7-spirit herb, she would be able to cure Lu Shi's ailment. Chapter 28. The birthday of Chu Yunxi's spring arrived swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Linger had spent considerable time with Chu Yunxi, and the other residents of the estate had grown familiar with her. With her nimble hands and charming demeanor, she was endearing to all. The events of that day, when she first returned with Chu Yunxi, had not been repeated since. Lu Shi, ever the dreamer, was counting down the days, for Chu Yunxi's birthday was approaching. She secretly conspired with Linger to prepare a birthday gift for her. Lu Shi, at times, seemed more childlike than a grown woman. She could manage to articulate a few coherent sentences only on good days. Yet, throughout the year, she unwaveringly remembered Chu Yunxi's birthday, never once forgetting the date. This dedication moved Chu Yunxi deeply. Thus, when she discovered that Lu Shi and Linger were plotting in secrecy behind her back, she chose not to confront them. One early morning, as Chu Yunxi lay drowsily, she was roused by a few distant cat calls outside her door. Puzzled by the presence of cats on the estate, she noticed Lu Shi stirring beside her. Chu Yunxi quickly closed her eyes, eager to see what Lu Shi was up to. Lu Shi quietly emerged from the bed, noticing Chu Yunxi sleeping soundly. She gently pulled up the covers for her, then donned her outer garments and tiptoed toward the door. Outside, Lingo's voice could be heard. "Madam, you haven't woken miss, have you?" With a smile, Lu Shi replied, "No. Yunxi is sleeping quite soundly." Her tone was that of a proud little peacock, but as her excitement got the better of her volume, Linger quickly hushed her. "Madam, please lower your voice. You will awaken the young lady, and our plans will be thwarted." Upon hearing this, Lu quickly bent down and whispered, "All right, I'll keep it down so we don't disturb Yunxi." Lying in bed, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but smile at the conversation outside her door. She initially thought she heard a cat mewing, only to realize it was Lu and Linger conspiring together. Considering the date, it was indeed her birthday, and she wondered what little trickery these two had in store. Listening to their footsteps gradually fade away, Yunxi felt no urgency, choosing instead to remain in bed. For if she were to awaken, Lu and Linger's plans would be rendered futile. After lying in bed for what felt like an eternity, nearly half an hour had passed without a sound from Lu's return, and Yunxi began to feel restless. Thus, she hastily donned her clothes and set out to find them. The courtyard was eerily quiet, the air filled with the scent of damp earth from the melted early spring snow. But there was an additional delightful aroma that piqued her curiosity. Following the fragrance, she made her way to the small kitchen and, before even entering, she spotted Lu and Linger, each adorned with flour on their faces, seemingly engrossed in their tasks. Even the little black dog scampering at their feet was dusted with flour. "Linger, Linger, the soup is boiling," Lu called out, raising the pot lid. Coming. The noodles are ready," Linger replied. promptly grabbing a handful of noodles from the board and tossing them into the pot. Watched the two individuals bustling about with a sense of amusement, but soon the air was filled with an even richer aroma wafting from the pot. As she inhaled, it became evident that the broth was not mere water, but a robust bone broth. No wonder these two had risen early. The noodles were just now being placed into the pot. Choosing not to intrude, stood outside, observing. After the broth had reached a rolling boil 3 times, Linger deftly extracted the noodles, placing them into a bowl, ladling a generous scoop of broth atop, and garnishing it with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. The longevity noodles were now complete. "All right, madam. You watch here while I fetch the young lady," Lucia said, her gaze fixed on the fragrant noodles, unable to suppress a swallow, before nodding emphatically. Noticing Liuxia's reaction, Linger appeared slightly apprehensive. "Madam, these longevity noodles are for the young lady. You must not indulge." Yes, I won't eat," Lucia replied, her eyes still fixated on the bowl of noodles. Observing from outside, found Lucia endearing. However, Linger, hands on her hips, raised her chin and asserted, "Madam, if you wish to eat, I will prepare some for you later. These are for the young lady." Having lost interest in the commotion, stepped inside. "All right, Linger, if mother wishes to eat, let her have some. Young lady, Yunshi." As soon as spoke, she captured their attention. Upon seeing, Lucia hurried over, grasping her hand and guiding her toward the table. "Longevity noodles. For Yunshi. Mother won't eat. Yunshi will eat." As Lu spoke, she pressed Chu Yunshi down onto the stool and then handed her a pair of chopsticks. A warmth enveloped Chu Yunshi's heart, prompting her to say, "Linger, fetch a bowl. Let us share this meal." To her surprise, Linger shook her head resolutely, declaring, "No, longevity noodles must be consumed alone. One cannot share them with others. I can prepare another bowl for you and madam, but this one, you must finish yourself." What astonished Chu Yunshi even more was that Lu, who had been eyeing the noodles enviously, nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming, "Yunshi must eat. We shall not partake." Although Chu Yunshi felt a pang of helplessness, she was equally touched. With this thought in mind, she refrained from further words and picked up the chopsticks to sample the noodles. They were firm, the broth clear yet infused with a rich aroma of bone soup, topped with a poached egg and a couple of small greens. Simple as it was, the care put into the dish was evident. Just as she was about to take a bite, a loud thud echoed from outside as the courtyard door was flung open. Chu Yunshi's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly rose, positioning herself protectively behind Lu and Linger. "Chun air, Chun air," a man called out loudly from the courtyard, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps approaching. Then came his inquiry, "Is Lu here?" Instinctively, Chu Yunshi tightened her grip on Lu and Linger, the force of her hold causing Lu to gasp in pain. Yunshi winced in pain. It was only then that Chu Yunshi realized her actions. She hastily released Lu's arm and turned to Linger, saying, "Linger, I will step outside for a moment. Please take good care of my mother and do not allow her to leave." Linger immediately nodded, assuring her, "Miss, you need not worry. I will protect Madam diligently." With a brief acknowledgement, Chu Yunshi turned and exited the small kitchen. Outside, individuals were interrogating Chun air. "Hurry and let Lu out, along with her daughter. They must come out at once." The man was tall and slender, exuding an air of arrogance as he looked disdainfully at Chun air, his nostrils flaring as if he were above it all. Chun air, however, remained unfazed, simply asking, "Did the Chu family send you? Why ask so many questions? Just let them out." Chu Yunshi approached them with a cold smile. This person was unmistakably familiar in her previous life. He had been the one to take her back to the Chu family from the estate. Chapter 29. Do you truly believe I daren't kill you? Chu Yunshi never anticipated that someone who was supposed to arrive after her birthday would come into her life so soon. It seems that her rebirth has altered certain events, though she remains uncertain about which particular occurrence triggered this butterfly effect. With resolute steps, Chu Yunshi approached him and, without uttering a word, delivered a sharp slap across his face. The man, taken aback, stared at her and could not help but exclaim, "Who is this insolent little wretch? Do you have any idea who I am that you dare strike me?" Unfazed, Chu Yunshi met his gaze with a cold smile and retorted, "You are merely a servant of the Chu family, yet you presume to act superior in my presence. Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" With that, she kicked him squarely in the abdomen, sending him sprawling backward. "Miss!" Chun air, witnessing her actions from behind, called out in an attempt to intervene. However, All he received in response was Chu Yunxi's curt dismissal. Uncle Chun, do not interfere. Chen Air opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing any further objections. He understood that Chu Yunxi had her own calculations, and his concerns would be futile. It was better to let her proceed as she wished.
Gao Zuzi.
Observing Chen Air's hesitance, swiftly interjected. You insolent wretch. My father is the steward of the minister's residence. You have struck me. Beware. I shall see to it that you are destroyed. Chao Yoji, do you genuinely believe I hesitate to end her life? As Chu Yunxi spoke, she placed her foot upon his loathsome face, grinding it down with disdain. Had the visitor been someone else, perhaps she would not have been so incensed. Yet it was none other than Chao Yoji. She could never forget the last time he had visited, when, fearing the scandal that might ensue, she had disposed of the detestable remnants and wrapped her mother in a mere mat for a hasty burial. She was even denied the solace of erecting a gravestone for her mother, all because he was eager to return her to the Chu household for a report. This was not the end of it. During their journey back to the capital from the village, Chao Yoji manufactured a myriad of excuses to squander time, prolonging their travel for 3 days and 2 nights. Those 2 nights, for Chu Yunxi, felt akin to a living nightmare. Chao Yoji was the only son of Chao Dezhou, the steward of the Chu family and a servant born within their ranks. However, due to Chao Dezhou's indulgence, he often frequented the brothels, appearing as a mere specter of debauchery. Having sampled the company of various women, Chao Yoji fixated on the innocent and malleable Chu Yunxi. His gaze, laden with lascivious intent, lingered upon her throughout the journey. By day, he maintained a facade, but as night fell, he audaciously entered her chamber, bare-shouldered, with the vile intent of tarnishing her purity. Had it not been for Chu Yunxi's grief over the recent death of Lu Shi, which kept her awake in sorrowful tears, his nefarious plan might have succeeded. The moment she saw him enter, she screamed, summoning the innkeeper, thus thwarting his vile intentions. Nevertheless, the wretched words he had uttered to her remained etched in her memory, an indelible stain upon her spirit. Although in her previous life, this despicable creature ultimately met a grim fate, it was not by her own hand. The resentment lingered with Chu Yunxi. Looking down at the debauched visage beneath her feet, she felt nothing but disgust and applied a fierce pressure, grinding down with determination. Chao Yoji, I offer you a chance. Respectfully escort my mother and me back, or you shall not leave here alive today. Chao Yoji was no fool. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. You are Chu Yunxi? With an icy tone, Chu Yunxi retorted. Is it your place to address me so casually? Although Chao Yoji was bewildered by how she knew his name, the perilous predicament he found himself in compelled him to concede. I was blind and did not recognize your status, Mississippi. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my life. Chu Yunxi's expression remained unchanged as she released him, yet her heart harbored no intentions of leniency. She had been granted a second chance at life solely for the purpose of revenge, and none of those who had once tormented her would escape unscathed. Having freed Chao Yoji, she inquired, what provisions has the Chu family prepared for my return? Chao Yoji cast a glance at her, pondering why this country girl was so insistent on details. He secretly rolled his eyes before responding, this time. The master has instructed me to bring the finest carriage from the estate, a testament to how much he values you, Mississippi. With an involuntary cold chuckle, Chu Yunxi disregarded Chao Yoji and strode directly towards the entrance. Both Chen Er and Chao Yoji, perplexed, hastily followed her. Outside, a carriage awaited, flanked by 2 imposing men, unmistakably skilled fighters. However, the condition of the carriage was clear to any discerning eye. Pointing at the carriage, Chu Yunxi's tone was icy as she inquired, is this truly the finest carriage of the Chu family that you speak of? Caught off guard by her remark, Chao Yoji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The carriage was indeed old, not only failing to qualify as the best of the Chu family, but even falling short of the lowest standards. Nevertheless, the master had ordered that this matter be kept under wraps, discreet and low-key. Otherwise, he would not have arrived with merely 2 bodyguards. After a moment's contemplation, Chao Yoji replied, Miss, you may be mistaken. The carriages of the masters in the mansion are each designated for their individual use, and others cannot utilize them. While everyone possesses a carriage, there are few spares available. This is undoubtedly the best carriage we can procure. Though he spoke these words, in his heart, he regarded Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi as mere country girls, having been expelled from their home. and thought it a privilege for them to be afforded a carriage at all. Unfazed by his opinion, Chu Yunxi replied indifferently. Since it is the Chu family that has sent someone to retrieve us, this carriage hardly reflects their stature. Moreover, it is rather small for our numbers. Please go into town and procure a more suitable one. After uttering these words, Chu Yunxi turned to leave, to which Chao Yoji hastily remarked, with only 2 people, how could we possibly not find a seat? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi tilted her head and gazed at him. What? Am I, a young lady of the family, incapable of making such a simple decision? Has the Chu family sent you to escort me, or to humiliate me? As she spoke, an imposing aura radiated from her, causing Chao Yoji to instinctively tremble. He could not fathom how Chu Yunxi could possess such an aura, far surpassing that of a true young lady. Chao Yoji instinctively glanced at Chen Er, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Er was already aligned with Chu Yunxi and would not lend him any support. Chapter 30. Departure. Back to the capital. After hearing Miss Chu Yunxi's words, Chen Er found them quite reasonable and promptly declared, since the young lady has spoken, you shall proceed. Chao Yoji could only respond with a reluctant agreement, though his heart brimmed with displeasure. The prospect of expending such a considerable amount of silver and wasting precious time irked him. After all, she was merely a wild girl raised in the countryside, yet she carried herself with such airs. He resolved to devise a means of retribution against her. Despite his dissatisfaction, he complied and set off towards the town with the 2 bodyguards in tow. As Chen Er observed their departing figures, he could not resist inquiring of Chu Yunxi, Miss, it is evident that the Chu family does not regard you with much esteem. This return journey may not bring you the peace you seek.
Chu Yunxi note that.
Her gaze drifting elsewhere, but she responded, the Chu family will no longer enjoy tranquil days. With that, Chu Yunxi turned back towards the courtyard, recalling that Lu Shi and Ling Er were still in the kitchen, and she made her way to find them. The 2 figures, one large and one small, were seated at a small table, their chins resting on their hands as they stared mournfully at a bowl of longevity noodles. Their expressions were a mix of regret and sorrow. After such a long time, the noodles had absorbed the clear broth in the bowl, leaving it empty, and the cool weather had rendered it cold. With a gentle sigh, Chu Yunxi took her previous seat and picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat. In a swift motion, Ling Er snatched the chopsticks from her hands. Miss, do not eat. The noodles have gone cold. Consuming them would only lead to a stomach ache, admonished Lu Shi. Echoing the sentiment, Yunxi shall not eat. No, indeed. As she spoke, she pushed the bowl aside. Observing the reactions of the 2, one large and one small, Chu Yunxi could not help but interject, this longevity noodle was prepared for me by both of you early this morning. It would be a pity to waste it. However, before Ling Er could voice her thoughts, Chu Yunxi interrupted her. Let us not dwell on that. If the noodles are cold, we can simply pour some hot broth over them. With a gentle smile, she reassured them. Ling Er hesitated briefly before pouting and carrying the bowl to the stove. Fortunately, they were using firewood, and the embers still glowed warmly beneath the pot, keeping the broth from cooling entirely. After reheating the noodles, Ling Er returned with the bowl for Chu Yunxi. Now, I shall begin, she announced, gazing at the generous serving of noodles before her. She picked up her chopsticks and commenced to eat. Though the once chewy noodles had lost their texture and the reheated broth left the interior still cool, she savored every bite with apparent delight. This meal served as a farewell to her time spent in the village, for by the afternoon, they would set off back to the capital. Upon returning to the Chu family, her quest for vengeance would truly commence. After breakfast, Chu Yunxi called upon Lu Shi and Ling Er to help pack their belongings. In truth, there was little for them to gather, as upon their return to the Chu residence, everything would be anew. Thus, the only items that required packing were those meticulously prepared by Chu Yunxi, along with a few garments. Ling Er retrieved all the jewelry she had intended to sell, declaring her intention to gift it to Chu Yunxi. Chu Yunxi graciously accepted, sorting the clothing by style, distributing them accordingly. The finest pieces were bestowed upon Lu Shi, for since Chen Shi had usurped her mother's position, she was determined to ensure her mother outshone Chen Shi upon their return. By afternoon, Chao Yoji indeed returned with a grand carriage. Although it was not excessively opulent, Chu Yunxi was indifferent. Her initial intent had merely been to vex Chao Yoji, fully aware that an excessively lavish carriage might incite further complications along the journey. Miss, is this acceptable now?
Gao Zuzi inquit.
Observing his vexed expression brought joy to Chu Yunxi, prompting her to nod in reluctant approval. Chao Yoji, upon hearing her response, felt a surge of irritation. Yet, within a mere morning, the news of Chu Yunxi being the long-lost daughter of the Chu family had spread throughout the village, drawing nearly everyone to witness the spectacle. In front of such a crowd, he felt compelled to maintain decorum and thus respectfully urged, "Miss, please hasten to board the carriage with Madam. We must make our way back promptly." Chu Yunxi then instructed, "Linger, assist my mother. Let us board." "Yes, miss." Linger responded eagerly, swiftly helping Lu Shi step onto the carriage. Noticing Linger's momentary hesitation, Chao Yoji could not refrain from asking, "Miss, do you also have a maidservant?" Chu Yunxi lightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, yet chose to disregard him. Instead, the onlookers nearby chattered animatedly. I always wondered why Miss Yunxi had a maid. It turns out she is indeed a young lady, deserving of such service." "Indeed. I had long perceived that Miss Yunxi was fortunate. After all, she is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital. From the Zhao family, no less. How can you still address her so informally? She is now a distinguished young lady, a name beyond your casual utterance. Why should I not call her that? Miss Yunxi even calls me aunt. You simply love to boast of connections. Your home is at the east end of the village, while hers is at the west. How often can you even see her? I say, it is far better to be close to Widow Zhang. You do have a way with words." A mere exchange among the spectators quickly escalated into a quarrel, yet Chu Yunxi remained indifferent, regardless of whether their previous remarks were kind or cruel. Once she departed from this place, it would all be a thing of the past. Following Lu and the others, Chu Yunxi boarded the carriage, drawing the curtains to shield herself from the prying eyes of the outside world. With Chao Yoji's command to set off, the carriage began to sway and move forward. Inside, Chu Yunxi grasped the hands of Ling and Lu, saying, "Mother, Ling we are returning to the capital now." Before Lu could respond, tears began to cascade down Ling's cheeks. Before Chu Yunxi could inquire, Ling suddenly knelt down. Chu Yunxi was taken aback by her sudden gesture and instinctively reached out to support her. However, he heard Ling say, "Miss, your immense kindness is something I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime." Furrowing her brows, Chu Yunxi pulled her up and replied, "What are you saying? I am merely taking you to the capital because I see your loneliness and despair. I never intended to seek any form of repayment." Nevertheless, Ling shook her head and said, "Though I am young, I understand clearly that without you, miss, I would likely never have the chance to reach the capital." Hearing her words, Chu Yunxi could not help but let out a sigh before continuing, "I can only take you to the capital. It is vast. And finding one person amidst its expanse is no small feat. Moreover, after all these years, his appearance may have changed. You must prepare yourself for the possibility of not locating him." Chapter 31. Do not blame me for being impolite. Ling nodded before continuing, "I understand. But I will not give up." "Very well," Chu Yunxi replied. "I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Thank you, Miss," Ling said, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Chu Yunxi gently wiped her tears away. "Do not cry. Have you forgotten what I told you before?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Ling quickly shook her head. She had not forgotten. The miss had said that tears were the most useless of things, and Ling had always remembered that. Chu Yunxi smiled and beckoned her to sit beside her. The route they took from the manor remained unchanged from her previous life. As night fell, they arrived at the familiar inn. Chu Yunxi lifted the curtain and gracefully stepped out of the carriage, then assisted Lu Shi and Ling in alighting as well. Each of the three women wore a veil over their faces. Lu Shi was stunningly beautiful, and Chu Yunxi was no less so. Even Ling, having enjoyed a few months of good fortune, had gained some weight and appeared increasingly lovely. To prevent any unnecessary troubles, Chu Yunxi had insisted that they all wear veils. As she gazed at the inn, a sense of calculation stirred within her. After all, if events were to unfold as they had in her previous life, then other matters would transpire within this very inn. Before they could enter, Chen Er approached, leading Xiao He. Chu Yunxi and her companions, being women, could not share a carriage with Chen Er. Thus, they took a separate carriage with Little Black, while two burly bodyguards served as the drivers. "Miss, Chao Yoji has already reserved several rooms," Chen Er informed. Chu Yunxi nodded and turned to Ling beside her, saying, "Ling, you shall stay with me and Mother tonight. It is unsafe to venture out alone." Upon hearing this, Ling promptly agreed. "Yes, Mississippi." Chu Yunxi's intention was merely to mitigate potential risks, yet her words would soon prove prophetic. In the stillness of the night, at the stroke of midnight, when silence enveloped the world, Chu Yunxi heard the sound of paper being pierced at the window, followed by a gentle fragrance wafting in. Her brows furrowed in cold contemplation as she retrieved a silver needle to puncture several pressure points on her body, then closed her eyes, feigning slumber. However, her ears remained attuned to the slightest sounds emanating from the door. The secured door was gradually pried open from the outside with a small knife, and with a creak, it swung ajar. A figure entered stealthily, first glancing at Linger, who lay soundly asleep on the outer couch. After a few gentle nudges met with no response, the intruder surmised that the effects of the soporific smoke had taken hold and boldly approached Chu Yunxi's side. Upon entering the inner chamber, they indeed found Lu Shi and Chu Yunxi deeply ensconced in slumber. He could not help but mutter to himself, "You little wretch, daring to strike me. I shall show you my true might. By the time you return in this tattered state, let us see who will still want you." Chu Yunxi kept her eyes shut, and from the sound alone, she discerned that the person approaching was Chao Yoji, as she had anticipated. Though there existed a more direct route from the village to the capital, Chao Yoji had chosen a longer path, hoping for an opportunity to take advantage of her, thus delaying their journey by over a day. When she had first departed from the village, Chu Yunxi had believed that a confrontation would deter him from harboring any inappropriate intentions towards her. However, it seemed that this vile creature could only think with his base desires. She had initially considered sparing his life, provided he behaved himself on the journey, for she might still find him useful upon their return to the capital. Yet, it appeared he was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. She could not be held responsible for the severity of her actions. Unbeknownst to Chao Yoji, who was completely unaware of Chu Yunxi's thoughts, he merely observed her and Lu lying motionless, believing they had fallen victim to his intoxicating smoke. Thus, he swaggered towards them, brimming with arrogance, and proclaimed, "You little wretch! Of all the people to provoke, you dared to antagonize me. Tonight, none of you three shall escape. I intend to indulge myself thoroughly." As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across his face, and his wicked hands reached out towards Chu Yunxi. In an unexpected flash, Chu Yunxi seized his wrist and twisted forcefully, dislocating his arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Chao Yoji, causing him to collapse, rolling on the ground while clutching his injured arm. Chu Yunxi frowned slightly. Realizing her strength was insufficient, she had intended to break his arm entirely, but had merely succeeded in dislocating it. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from delivering 2 more kicks to him. The initial agony of dislocation was intense, but he would likely grow accustomed to it shortly. Seizing the moment, she proceeded to dislocate his other arm, rendering him incapable of resistance. From her elevated position, Chu Yunxi gazed down at him and remarked, "Chao Yoji, did you truly believe my earlier words were mere jest?" Chao Yoji, overwhelmed by pain, could hardly recall what she had said. "Mississippi, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never dare again." His speech was halting due to the severity of his suffering, yet Chu Yunxi remained unsatisfied. She placed a foot firmly on his shoulder, her gaze frosty. "I had initially intended to spare your wretched life and refrain from inflicting harm upon you, but your audacity to harbor such intentions leaves me no choice but to be unyielding." Her expression was frigid, and her tone cut like a sharpened blade. Chao Yoji trembled uncontrollably, caught between fear and pain. "Miss, please spare me." Chu Yunxi extracted a silver needle from her bosom and swiftly thrust it toward his face, causing Chao Yoji to instantly lose consciousness. Observing Chao Yoji sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, Chu Yunxi turned away with an expressionless demeanor, donned her outer garment, and stepped over him before proceeding to knock on Chen Er's door. Just as Chu Yunxi raised her hand to knock, Chen Er opened the door from within. Before he could utter a word, Xiaohei darted out from beneath his feet, circling Chu Yunxi twice as if to ascertain her well-being, before dashing towards their room. Chu Yunxi and Chen Er exchanged a glance, remaining silent, and together they made their way in that direction. Chapter 32. It is not us who are anxious. But the Chu family. Chen Er had long succumbed to slumber, yet in a state of drowsiness. He was abruptly roused as the spirited little black cat sprang onto the bed, furiously prancing and stomping about. He was bewildered by this nocturnal frenzy, which deprived him of his much-needed rest, only to witness the feline darting to the door and scratching at it with fervor. Frowning, he approached to open the door, only to collide directly with Chu Yunxi. Upon arriving at the chamber of Chu Yunxi and her companions, Chen Er was taken aback by the sight of Chao Yoji sprawled on the floor. The curtains of Lu Shi and Ling's beds had been drawn down by Chu Yunxi, thus obscuring his view. Nevertheless, the sight of Chao Yoji lying there filled him with astonishment and a tinge of trepidation. Miss, regarding Chao Yoji. Chen Er's words trailed off. Yet Chu Yunxi discerned his unspoken query and replied, "This scoundrel intruded here in the dead of night, intending to assault us three, but I caught him in the act." Chen Er's gaze fell upon the glinting silver needle that shone in the moonlight, instinctively shifting his glance back to Chu Yunxi before voicing, "Miss, this needle." His sentence hung in the air, uncompleted, yet the implications were clear to both. "Uncle Chen, I do not wish to disclose this matter prematurely. You need only understand that this is my means of survival." Chu Yunxi's tone was solemn, imbued with a profound sense of gravity. Her secret, though ultimately bound to be uncovered, must be meticulously concealed under the present circumstances. Only in this manner can she reap the greatest benefits and assistance.
Chen Er's
Then nodded, saying, "Chao Yoji, that scoundrel, attempted to trespass and violate the young lady. I caught him red-handed and promptly knocked him unconscious." Chu Yunxi then added, "Uncle Chen's men were rather forceful. Chao Yoji suffered a severe blow to the head and has become a fool." Chen Er was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Yunxi possessed the ability to render someone simple-minded with but a single needle. Such a skill would indeed grant her a formidable advantage upon returning to the Chu family. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Er continued, "Young lady, it is getting late. Since the miscreant has been apprehended, I shall take him away." Chu Yunxi offered a slight bow to Chen Er, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Chen. The silver needle can be removed in another quarter of an hour." Observing her gesture, Chen Er hastily replied, "You are too kind, young lady. This is merely my duty." With that, he stepped forward and dragged Chao Yoji away. As Chu Yunxi watched Chen Er's retreating figure, she mused that bringing him into her fold had indeed been the wisest decision. With such a man by her side, many matters could be deftly concealed. After this incident was resolved, although Chu Yunxi changed out of her outer garments and returned to bed, she did not manage to close her eyes until dawn. When the rooster crowed thrice, she summoned Lu Shi and Ling Er. After breakfast, however, she did not hasten to depart. At this juncture, it is not they who should be anxious, but rather the Chu family. After all, the uncle will soon return, and the Chu family cannot afford to delay any longer. Linger observed Chu Yunxi standing by the window, gazing downwards in silence, and could not help but approach her to inquire, "Miss, are we not on our way?" Chu Yunxi smiled faintly, her smile lacking warmth, and replied, "We are not the ones in a hurry. The scenery in this town is quite lovely. Let us linger for a couple of days." Linger, feeling somewhat perplexed, decided not to press further since her miss had spoken thus. She glanced outside the window and spotted a stall across the street frying crispy pastries. Her eyes immediately sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, "Miss, look. They are selling crispy pastries over there." Chu Yunxi chuckled softly, asking, "Did you not just have breakfast?" Linger shyly touched her belly and admitted, "But it has been ages since I last had a crispy pastry." Suddenly, Lu Shi appeared from nowhere, and upon hearing Linger, she joined in the excitement, shouting, "Crispy pastries! Crispy pastries! Yunxi, let us buy some." Chu Yunxi could only smile indulgently and said, all right, we shall buy some crispy pastries, you two little gluttons." As she spoke, she playfully pinched each of their noses, a light gesture filled with affection. Chu Yunxi then retrieved several pieces of silver from her pouch at her waist and handed them to Linger, saying, "Go buy what you desire. With the remaining coins, you may take a stroll outside as well." Lu Shi observed as Chu Yunxi handed silver to Linger and promptly tugged at her hand, insisting, "I want some too." Yunxi is being partial. Chu Yunxi found herself both amused and exasperated. "I am not being partial. We simply let Linger purchase for herself. I intend to take Mother for a leisurely stroll and buy her some delightful treats." Lu Shi was immediately appeased by Chu Yunxi's words, wrapping her arms around her daughters, and boasting to Linger, "Yunxi treats me the best. You stand back, Linger." At 12 years old, Linger was no longer a naive child. Fully aware of the dynamics at play, rather than contest Lu Shi's claims, she feigned annoyance, pouting, "Then I shall eat them all, and leave none for you." With that, she dashed away in a flash. Lu Shi grew anxious, stamping her foot in frustration, struggling to articulate her thoughts in her haste, and could only call out Chu Yunxi's name repeatedly. "Yunxi, Yunxi." Observing the childlike banter between the two, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle before soothing Lu Shi. Do not fret, mother. We shall leave shortly, and I assure you, we will acquire far more delectable treats than what Linger has purchased. We will return to tempt her. Lu Shi nodded earnestly, calming down at last. Chu Yunxi retrieved 2 veils from the side, offering one to Lu Shi. However, Lu Shi merely waved it away, showing no interest. Recognizing her mother's reluctance, Chu Yunxi sighed and remarked, "Mother, if you refuse to wear this veil, I shall not escort you outside." Lu Shi was reluctant, exclaiming that she had not adorned herself with the bell. Chu Yunxi then remarked, "The bell ran off in a hurry. I forgot to inform her. However, you must wear it." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi felt a wave of grievance wash over her. "But I do not wish to wear it," she protested. Chu Yunxi, taking the veil from Lu Shi's hands, attempted to place it upon her head personally. Lu Shi instinctively recoiled, prompting Chu Yunxi to call out to her discontentedly, "Mother, do be obedient." Reluctantly, Lu Shi acquiesced, murmuring, "Very well." For her, the veil was an unwelcome encumbrance. Once outside, her intention was to procure delectable treats, and she pondered how she could enjoy such delights while draped in the veil. Chapter 33. Selling her into a brothel. Chu Yunxi found herself in a predicament. Yet she feared the complications that might arise from provoking further troubles, which would render her efforts fruitless. Having adorned Lu Shi with a veil, Chu Yunxi gently reassured, "Mother, do not be disheartened. Allow me to accompany you. Once we are out, whatever your heart desires, I shall procure for you. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Lu Shi's spirits lifted, and she nodded in agreement, following her daughter toward the entrance. As the mother and daughter duo stepped out, they encountered Chen Er approaching. Chen Er had just witnessed Linger hastily exiting, and now, seeing Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi emerge, he inquired, "Miss, shall we not continue our journey back to the capital?" Chu Yunxi replied, "It is the Chu family that is anxious, not us. Therefore, it would be wiser to linger here for a couple of days. Eventually, when they can no longer endure the wait, they shall come to invite us, and that will be our opportune moment to assert our demands." Chu Yunxi harbored numerous aspirations, all contingent upon the Chu family succumbing to pressure and pleading for her return. In her previous life, the Chu family had delivered a harsh lesson. In this life, Chu Yunxi was determined to return the favor. She chose not to elaborate further with Chen Er. He was perceptive and would grasp her intentions without further explanation. "Uncle Chen, my mother wishes to explore. I shall take her along now. As for the other two, I leave their delay in your capable hands." Chen Er nodded and responded, "Understood." Mississippi. Subsequently, Chu Yunxi escorted Lu Shi out of the inn. This town, known as Chongqing Town, was somewhat larger than the previous one they had stayed in, bustling with a greater number of people and consequently more lively. The street outside the inn was the main thoroughfare of Chongqing Town. Linga was standing at a nearby pastry stall purchasing flaky pastries, and Chu Yunxi guided Lu Shi towards the distance. Along the way, numerous vendors displayed their wares, selling a variety of goods that piqued Lu Shi's curiosity, causing her to touch and examine this and that. Chu Yunxi accompanied her, willing to purchase anything she desired. Linger inquired about the price from the stall owner, learning that each flaky pastry cost 1 coin. She promptly bought 3 pastries, requesting the vendor to wrap them carefully in oil paper, which she then placed in her small bag. As she unwrapped one and took a bite, the rich aroma of the pastry and the flavor of the 5-spice powder instantly filled her mouth, and the deliciousness made her involuntarily squint her eyes in delight. However, when she turned around to find Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi, they had vanished from sight. Yet, glancing at the small silver coins that Chu Yunxi had given her and recalling his earlier words encouraging her to buy whatever she wished, Linger felt a surge of joy. She began to skip and hop along the street. However, after visiting only a few stalls, she sensed that someone was watching her from behind. Yet, upon looking back, she found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, a feeling of unease lingered in her heart, prompting her to abandon her exploration and hastily make her way back. Unexpectedly, as she passed by the entrance of an alley, she was suddenly pulled inside by someone. The force exerted by the man tugging at her was overwhelming, causing Linger to lose her balance and stumble before falling to the ground. Glaring at the 2 middle-aged men before her, she felt a surge of fear and, in a panic, attempted to retreat and escape. However, one of the burly men swiftly snatched her small handbag away. He rummaged through it and extracted a few pieces of silver, weighing them in his palm before turning to speak to the other man, who wore an eye patch. "I told you I saw this little girl had silver. You didn't believe me. Just look at how much there is," he remarked. The one-eyed man glanced at the silver in the burly man's hand and chuckled. Is this little amount enough to make you so jubilant? I must say, the girl is rather pleasing to the eye. Once she is bought and taken to the brothel, it will surely yield a handsome profit. That should keep us entertained for quite a while. The one-eyed man's comment caught the burly man's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Linger more closely. He noted her fair complexion and bright eyes, recognizing that although she appeared somewhat young, with a couple of years of training in a brothel, she would be well prepared to entertain clients. Given her age, her appearance would likely remain stable, ensuring a profitable sale in the future. Contemplating this, the burly man exclaimed, "You are right, brother. Once this girl is sold, she could fetch at least 15 to 20 taels. That will certainly allow us to indulge in a few rounds of gambling." Linger, overhearing their conversation, felt an intense fear and continued to back away. Yet the narrow alleyway left her with little room to escape. Behind her stood a formidable wall, rendering any escape utterly futile. As she beheld the two men approaching with sinister smiles, Linger's hand fortuitously grasped a stick. In a moment of desperation, she swung it towards them. Yet, being but a young girl, her strength was insufficient, and fear compelled her to close her eyes. The stick was swiftly seized by the burly man, who yanked it away with force, exclaiming, "Little wretch, dare to resist, and I shall make you rue the day." He advanced menacingly towards Linger, who found herself with nowhere to retreat, trembling in the corner as tears cascaded down her cheeks. The man with the beard cautioned, "Be mindful, my friend. If you damage her too severely, she will fetch but a pittance." The burly man, without turning his head, replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I am aware of my limits." With that declaration, he raised his massive hand, poised to deliver a lesson to Linger. His imposing figure loomed large, and his palm dwarfed her face, promising a blow that would surely leave her visage swollen. As the hand descended, instinctively, Linger curled up in a futile attempt to shield herself. Yet, contrary to her expectations of impending pain, a series of muffled thuds echoed in her ears, signaling an unexpected turn of events. She cautiously opened her eyes and cast a glance in that direction, only to witness a stranger descending from the sky, swiftly vanquishing the bearded man and the one-eyed man with a flurry of punches and kicks. Although the bearded man and the one-eyed man initially attempted to struggle further, they soon realized they were no match for this formidable adversary. When the stranger bellowed an intimidating command to flee, their fear escalated, prompting them to hastily scramble to their feet and flee. The light streaming from the alleyway bathed the stranger in a radiant glow. Before Linger could fully comprehend the situation, the man turned and fixed his gaze upon her. Clad in a black martial attire, with the cuffs tightly bound, he wielded a sword in hand and approached Linger with deliberate steps. Chapter 34. Willing to die for the young lady. As he approached, he observed Linger with tears and snot smeared across her face and could not help but furrow his brow. He then retrieved a handkerchief from his waist and offered it to her. "Wipe your face," he instructed. Instinctively, Linger accepted the cloth and dabbed at her cheeks, only to see the man pull out a portrait from his bosom, scrutinizing her with a penetrating gaze. After a long moment of comparison, he finally put away the image and inquired, "What is your name?" Linger responded reflexively, "Zhou Linger." Once she uttered her name, she intended to express her gratitude for his intervention, but before she could utter a word, he abruptly asked, "Are you from Qinjia village?" Linger was momentarily taken aback. Qinjia village was indeed where the young lady had brought her back from. It seemed this man had ties to that very place. Caught in a web of conflicting thoughts, she remained silent, only to hear the man's cold voice assert, "Then it appears so." With those words, he raised the hilt of his sword to her neck. The sudden shift startled Linger, and before she could gather her thoughts to speak, he pressed on with his inquiry. "Ask you, are you from the village of Qin? On the night of the Lantern Festival, a wounded man entered the village. Did you save him?" Linger froze. On the Lantern Festival, she had been in the town selling goods and had not ventured to the village, leaving only the young lady, who was of similar age to herself, at the scene. After just measuring her against the portrait, he now posed such a question. He must be searching for the young lady. Now the blade is pressed against her neck, and it is evident that this man harbors murderous intent. He is searching for the young lady, and should she deny knowing anything, he would undoubtedly seek her out. The young lady has treated her with utmost kindness, cherishing her as if she were a dear sister, and even plans to take her to the capital. With such benevolence bestowed upon her, how could she allow the young lady to be placed in peril? With this thought, Linger resolutely made up her mind. Even if this man were to take her life today, she could not let danger befall the young lady. Thus, she bravely spoke. What if it is me? Though Lingo was timid by nature, facing a blade at her throat only amplified her fear. It was already a remarkable feat to utter those words. Yet despite their seemingly defiant nature, her voice trembled with trepidation, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had narrowly escaped the jaws of a tiger only to fall into the den of a wolf. Initially, she had believed this man to be a celestial savior sent to rescue her, only to discover he was here to end her life. Instinctively, Linger shut her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable pain that she anticipated would come as she sacrificed herself for the young lady. However, the expected sensation of agony did not arrive. Instead, the man, upon witnessing her fearful yet feigned composure, could not help but let out a light chuckle. He then inquired, "Have you seen a piece of?" Linger was momentarily dazzled by his smile. He was undeniably handsome. Yet recalling that he might be there to harm the young lady, she hastily shook her head and replied, "I have not seen it." The bell-like girl shook her head like a rattle, causing the man to feel a surge of alarm. He feared that she might accidentally collide her neck against a sword, which would ultimately endanger her life and, by extension, his own conscience. Thus, he swiftly sheathed his sword. With that thought, he took a graceful leap, soaring onto the rooftop. Glancing down at the girl still seated on the ground, he turned away without a backward glance. His agility was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she could no longer perceive any trace of him. The girl, clasping her chest, took a few hurried breaths before gradually regaining her composure. She rose from the ground and began her journey back. Realizing that the silver coins had already been stolen by the two scoundrels, she no longer felt inclined to continue her outing. This incident made her acutely aware of the dangers of being alone outside. It would be far safer to remain within the confines of the inn. With this resolution, she picked up her small satchel, only to find that the flaky pastry within had fallen out and been reduced to crumbs during the recent scuffle, completely inedible. Sighing in disappointment, she acknowledged that she had narrowly escaped with her life. It was imperative that she return promptly to inform her mistress of the incident. However, as she calmed down, a realization struck her. The man who had just rescued her from the clutches of the scar-faced brigand and the one-eyed fiend had not intended to kill her. If that had been his intention, he could have simply refrained from intervening. Thus, it seemed his true purpose was not to harm her, but merely to instill a sense of fear. Furthermore, he mentioned that the young lady had rescued some man and inquired if anything like a jade pendant had been found. Could it be that the man the young lady saved was him? Linger's little mind was evidently overwhelmed and unable to comprehend, so she cast these queries aside, awaiting the opportunity to discuss them with the young lady upon her return. Linger hurriedly made her way back to the inn, yet upon her arrival, she found not Chushi, but only Chen. She swiftly approached him and inquired, "Uncle Chen, has the young lady not returned yet?" Chen shook his head. "No. They are likely still out shopping. What's the matter?" Upon hearing Chen's question, Linger instinctively felt the urge to confide in him. But just as the words were about to escape her lips, she hesitated and replied, "It's nothing. I shall wait for the young lady to return." Matters concerning the young lady were not something she could speak of indiscriminately. Chen, respecting her discretion, nodded and made his departure.
Linger,
now devoid of the courage to venture out in search of Chushi, resolved to patiently remain in the inn until her return. On another note, while Linger awaited Chushi at the inn, Chushi was joyfully wandering the streets with Lu Shi. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chushi had never taken Lu Shi out for a leisurely outing like this, meandering through the market and indulging in shopping. Thus, on this occasion, Chushi acquiesced to Lu Shi's preferences, purchasing whatever her heart desired, all the while vigilantly ensuring her safety. Yet, despite his attentiveness, Lu Shi managed to attract trouble. "Yunqi, over there they have sugar paintings. Let us go take a look." Lu Shi held a skewer of candied hawthorns, and in the brief moment when Chu Yunqi was making a payment, Lu Shi suddenly uttered a remark and, without waiting for a response, dashed off in that direction. By the time Chu Yunqi realized what had happened, Lu Shi had already run far away. With a hint of helplessness, she looked at the childlike Lu Shi, chuckling softly as she shook her head, promptly admonishing, "Mother, do be careful while running." Just as Chu Yunqi finished speaking and began to jog after her, she witnessed Lu Shi inadvertently collide with a man clad in a magnificent robe. The vibrant candied hawthorns, enveloped in syrup, struck the man, causing the bright red fruits to tumble from his body and roll onto the ground, covering him in a sticky glaze. Chapter 35. Reckoning. As Lu gazed at the beloved candied hawthorns that lay shattered on the ground, a wave of grievance washed over her. The candied hawthorns. The ones Yunshi bought for me. Before the man could utter a word, a nearby lackey promptly shoved Lu, exclaiming, "Where did this fool come from?"
Can't you see?
Chao Yunshi's expression instantly turned frosty. He swiftly advanced, taking Lu behind him, meticulously examining her for any injuries. "Mother, are you unhurt?" he inquired, his concern palpable.
Lu,
Feeling rather dejected, lowered her head and murmured, "The candied hawthorns that Yunshi bought are gone." Chao Yunshi gently reassured her, "It's all right, as long as you are unharmed. That is what matters. I shall buy you more candied hawthorns shortly." No sooner had he spoken than 5 or 6 individuals rushed forward, their glares filled with fury. The onlookers around them immediately chimed in. "Oh no, how did this girl provoke Jiao Yunfan? He is not someone to be trifled with." Indeed, last time, Zhou De accidentally bumped into him and ended up losing an entire arm, lying at home for half a month. Zhou De was fortunate. That day Jiao Yunfan had only 1 bodyguard with him, but today he is accompanied by 5 or 6. If they all decide to strike, one's life could be at stake. Lord Jiao and Lady Jiao are renowned for their kindness, yet how have they raised such a wastrel? Who could disagree? I have heard that although Jiao Yunfan has inherited his father Jiao Leoi's keen business acumen, he indulges in a life of debauchery, engaging in feasting, gambling, and all manner of vice. Jiao Leoi must have committed grave sins in his past life to have produced such a son. As Chu Yunshi listened to the surrounding discussions, she could not help but glance at the group of guards nearby. With just a fleeting look, she discerned that they were all formidable fighters, well-grounded and possessing genuine skill. Upon further assessment, she felt unafraid of confronting them one by one. However, should they choose to attack as a group, she might not stand a chance against them. Without Lu Shi present, she could have fought back, but with Lu Shi here, there were far too many considerations to take into account, making it unwise to engage in conflict. Just as Chu Yunshi was about to speak, a servant shouted, "Your mother is a fool. Why do you let her come to the streets? She even bumped into our young master. Do you have any idea how expensive the clothes on our young master are? Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost." Had this person merely insulted her, Chu Yunshi might have chosen to endure it to avoid causing a scene. However, the derogatory remarks about her mother were intolerable. With a cold glare directed at him, the servant immediately felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous snake. Yet, this sensation dissipated as Chu Yunshi turned to speak with Lu Shi. The servant, convinced he had merely imagined the intensity of her gaze, approached her hastily, intending to pull her away. Chu Yunshi had long been prepared. She swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap, causing the young servant to collapse, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. This sudden turn of events startled the onlookers, igniting a flurry of murmurs. This girl is formidable. What strength! With just 1 slap, she rendered him thus. It was evident that she might not suffer any loss in this encounter. However, before the words could settle, another voice interjected with a sigh. "Alas, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful this girl may be, she cannot contend with Jiao Yunfan, the local authority." Subsequently, expressions of regret began to circulate among the crowd. What a pity, what a pity. Listening to their words, Chu Yunshi remained unfazed, her gaze fixated on the man referred to as Jiao Yunfan. He possessed a decent appearance, yet his aura reeked of arrogance, which was rather off-putting. His attire, undeniably exquisite, was further marred by the glaring syrup from a candied hawthorn skewered upon it. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunshi stepped forward and addressed him. "My dear sir, indeed. My mother bears some responsibility in this matter, and I offer my sincerest apologies. However, your servant's malicious words prompted my reaction. Thus, I believe we are even now." Chu Yunshi had conceded, for otherwise, her nature would not have allowed her to overlook a young master who indulged in a wicked servant. Yet, Jiao Yunfan was unmoved. "You assert that we are even? This garment of mine is quite costly. Can a mere apology suffice?" Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunshi narrowed her eyes and inquired, "Then what does the young master propose?" Jiao Yunfan chuckled softly, extending his hand, and his attendant promptly presented a small abacus crafted from pure gold. "Here it comes." Jiao Yunfan is about to commence his calculations. Alas, this young lady is surely doomed. Observing the chatter around her, Chu Yunxi felt somewhat bewildered, until she witnessed Jiao Yunfan deftly arranging the beads on the abacus before beginning to speak as he manipulated the counters. The fabric of this garment is valued at 30 taels, coupled with the fact that my mother personally tailored it, which incurs a labor cost of 100 taels.
Today,
Your mother has soiled my attire, and the stains are irreparable. This has disrupted my leisurely shopping experience, thus I demand 50 taels in compensation. Furthermore, you have injured my attendant. The medical fees, cost of medicine, lost wages, nutritional expenses, and emotional distress add up to 70 taels. Considering you are a young lady, I shall extend a friendly discount, totaling 225 taels. Jiao Yunfan calculated swiftly, the beads clicking rhythmically under his deft fingers. Chu Yunxi, however, regarded him with a frosty gaze and countered each point. The fabric is merely minion satin from Jiangnan. While it appears luxurious, a bolt costs only 15 taels. Your entire outfit likely uses no more than half a bolt, so let's reasonably estimate it at 10 taels. As for your claimed labor fees, even the finest tailor in the capital would charge no more than 10 taels for a garment of such style. As soon as Chu Yunxi uttered these words, the expressions of those around her shifted dramatically. It was the first time they had witnessed someone who could confront Jiao Yunfan with such poise and assertiveness. Yet, before Chu Yunxi could finish her statement, she cast a cold glance at the servant lying on the ground and continued, "This servant is hardly injured. A mere bowl of cold water will suffice to remedy him. Furthermore, you claim that this incident has affected your mood. If we are to assign blame, it should rest upon your servant. He, as your subordinate, ought to remain vigilant and protect you from any peril. However, he failed in this duty, which resulted in my mother colliding with you. Moreover, your servant brazenly insulted my mother, thus he should compensate her for emotional distress, amounting to 50 taels. In addition to reimbursing her for the lost Tonghulu, totaling 30 taels and 3 won. Chapter 36. She is the fated one. As Chu Yunxi's words lingered in the air, a gust of wind swept by, lifting a corner of her delicate veil. Perhaps it was not securely fastened by her ear, for the veil fluttered away with the breeze. Jiao Yunfan had encountered many beauties in his lifetime, yet he had never met one who could engage him in such a spirited exchange without faltering, and who possessed such exquisite grace and charm. A smile graced her lips, imbued with an intoxicating confidence that could mesmerize anyone who beheld it. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his heart was instantly brimming with emotion. The world often whispered about his indulgent lifestyle, yet he alone understood that those women had never captured his interest. It was only today, with this remarkable woman, that he felt a sense of destiny. Jiao Yunfan found himself gazing at Chu Yunxi with a captivated expression, while she, realizing her veil had been whisked away, hurriedly reached out to catch it and donned it once more. Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiao Yunfan suddenly grasped the implications. Indeed, if such a celestial beauty were to reveal her true visage to the world, chaos would surely ensue in the town. Jiao Yunfan scrutinized Chu Yunxi from head to toe, his mind whirling with new ideas. With a decisive glint in his eye, he proclaimed, "Regarding the 30 taels and 3 when you mentioned earlier, this young master concedes." The crowd, drawn in by the unfolding spectacle, fell into a stunned silence upon hearing his words.
What?
Did I hear that correctly? It's my first time witnessing Jiao Yunfan offering money. Surely, the sun must be rising in the west today. This girl truly possesses an extraordinary charm. I would advise you against speaking prematurely. One must consider the nature of Jiao Yunfan, who could hardly suffer such a loss without cause. The intentions behind the FAAD remain unclear. Indeed, it is prudent to observe before forming conclusions. Chu Yunxi did not anticipate such a swift acquiescence from the individual before her. As murmurs arose among the crowd, doubt began to creep into her mind. However, given their circumstances, escalating the situation was ill-advised. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxi remarked, "Let us dismiss this matter. It was an unexpected incident with faults on both sides. Now that we have reached this point, let us consider it a misunderstanding. My mother has just been startled, and I must take her home to soothe her. I cannot linger any longer." With that, Chu Yunxi grasped Lu's hand firmly and began to navigate through the throng, intent on departing from this contentious place. Yet, just as she took her first step, Jiao Yunfan obstructed her path. "Fair maiden, I implore you to pause. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a proper encounter. Your previous remarks were indeed impressive, And I wonder if you would do me the honor of joining me at the tea house to share in some new delicacies? Having finally encountered someone who stirred his heart, Jiao Yunfan was not about to let this opportunity slip away easily. Chu Yunxi furrowed her brow as she regarded him. Although he possessed striking features and a charming smile, there was an unsettling air about him. Indeed, the whispers around her were not unfounded. This man harbored ulterior motives. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she tightened her grip on Lu's hand and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot accommodate you." After uttering these words, Chu Yunxi proceeded to exit hastily. However, Jiao Yunfan was not one to relinquish his pursuits easily, and thus he resolutely followed her. The young woman moved with such urgency. Could it be that she was already betrothed? Hurrying back to prepare sumptuous meals for her husband? This was a concern for him. Despite his reputation as a dandy, he could not bear to disrupt another's family if she were indeed married. When Chu Yunxi found her path obstructed, a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Jiao Yunfan rhythmically tapped his fan against his palm, anxiety brewing within him, though his exterior remained composed as he awaited Chu Yunxi's response. Observing his demeanor, Chu Yunxi felt as though she had become the subject of jest. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, someone tugged at the hem of her garment. "Yunxi, let us return. There are so many people here." Chu Yunxi noted Lu's cautious demeanor and grew concerned. Lu disliked crowded places, and having just been scolded by that young servant, her mood was understandably dampened. Chu Yunxi gently patted her head and reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I shall take you home at once." With that, Chu Yunxi lost interest in further conversation with Jiao Yunfan, casually uttering the word never before grasping Lu's hand and plunging into the throng. However, as they lingered here for an excessive duration and engaged in a verbal spar with the notorious scion Jiao Yunfan, the crowd gathered increasingly, showing no intention of parting to grant her passage. Observing Chu Yunxi's discomfited demeanor, Jiao Yunfan could not help but smile. "My dear lady, it is a rare occasion to witness such enthusiasm from the crowd. It must be fate. Since you are unwed and I remain a bachelor, why not consider us as a pair? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain her irritation. She turned sharply to Jiao Yunfan and retorted, "Sir, though I am not a native of this city, I am certainly not a target for your mockery. Your servant spoke disrespectfully to my mother, and you witnessed the consequences of his actions. I advise you to refrain from further testing my patience." Yet, Jiao Yunfan, with a playful smirk, replied, "But I take delight in testing the patience of a beautiful woman." Chu Yunxi, incensed by his demeanor, could no longer hold back and delivered a swift kick to him. "So, it is you, Jiao Yunfan? Since your parents have failed to instill proper decorum in you, allowing you to roam the streets to harass virtuous women, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on their behalf." With that declaration, Chu Yunxi remained firm in her grip on Lu Shi's hand and proceeded to deliver several more kicks towards Jiao Yunfan. With each kick, she proclaimed, "This kick is for your heartlessness in amassing wealth while oppressing the common folk. This kick is for your wanton misdeeds and harassment of women. This kick is for your commercial acumen squandered on scheming against the virtuous." Chu Yunxi enumerated the transgressions of Jiao Yunfan, who, having been pampered since childhood and unaccustomed to labor, could do nothing but succumb to the blows administered by the industrious Chu Yunxi. The onlookers gasped at the sight. It appeared that anyone bold enough to bring Jiao Yunfan to the ground must be utterly fearless. Meanwhile, Jiao Yunfan, sprawled on the ground, was momentarily dazed. Yet he found himself intrigued by this audacious young lady who so brazenly cast aside the pretenses of her elevated status. Well struck, indeed. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, a middle-aged man's voice, laced with amusement, unexpectedly echoed from behind. Chu Yunxi turned towards the sound, and a couple emerged from the throng. Chapter 37. You are a perfect match. The exquisite satin garments worn by the two individuals emanated an air of opulence, prompting Chu Yunxi to furrow her brow. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Jiao Yunfan, standing before her, displayed a clear expression of discomfort as he addressed the pair, saying, "Father, mother, what brings you here?" Chu Yunxi was taken aback. Father and mother? Thus, these two must be Master Jiao and Madame Jiao. Could it be that they had come specifically to lend him their support? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yunxi instinctively concealed Lu behind her. Rather than being besieged by this family trio, she contemplated a preemptive strike, believing it might alleviate some of the impending troubles. Yet, before she could articulate her intentions, Jiao Yunfan rose to his feet and declared, "Father and mother, I wish to take this woman as my wife." Upon hearing his proclamation, Chu Yunxi regretted not having delivered a few more kicks to him earlier. "Master Jiao, Madam Jiao, I have heard from many that you are renowned for your benevolence in this town. I trust you would not indulge your son in wrongdoing, would you?" While Chu Yunxi remained uncertain whether the couple truly embodied the virtues attributed to them by the onlookers, she recognized that with such a weighty accusation at hand, regardless of their genuine benevolence or lack thereof, they would likely refrain from acting against her. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Master Jiao and Madam Jiao could not help but scrutinize her from head to toe, exchanging nods and beaming at one another in satisfaction. "You see, I told you. This young lady is thoughtful in her considerations and speaks with grace. She is indeed an excellent candidate for a daughter-in-law. Who could argue otherwise? Such erudition and decorum truly reflect the fortune we have cultivated in our past lives." As the words of the elderly couple washed over her, Chu Yunxi found herself momentarily bewildered. A sense of disquiet crept in, leading her to furrow her brow and inquire, "What do you mean by this, esteemed elders?" Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when Mrs. Jiao seized her wrist with an earnest grip. "My dear girl, do not be afraid. We are not malevolent. We merely wish to ascertain your feelings towards our son Yunfan and whether you would entertain the prospect of marriage." Confronted by the eager gazes of the two elders, a chill raced down Chu Yunxi's spine. She couldn't shake the unsettling notion that they might be somewhat deranged, genuinely intent on marrying her off to that Jiao Yunfan. Although the constraints of the previous dynasty had loosened, it was hardly customary to seek a bride so openly in the streets. She was utterly perplexed by the absurdity of their proposition. "Perhaps you ought to reconsider, for you do not even know the essence of my character. How can you so readily propose a union between me and your distinguished son?" Chu Yunxi's words were a clear rejection, yet to her astonishment, Mrs. Jiao merely shook her head and replied, "Regardless of who you are, as long as you can care for our son, you would make an admirable match." Mr. Jiao echoed her sentiment, adding, "Indeed, especially since you show such kindness to your rather silly mother, it is evident you possess a noble heart. What is there for us to fear?" Mr. and Mrs. Jiao harmonized with each other, seemingly resolute, entirely dismissing Chu Yunxi's counsel. In their fervent attempt to persuade her, they recounted every kind word they had uttered over the past 50 years. Meanwhile, Jiao Yunfan stood quietly to the side, his face alight with amusement as he observed her. Chu Yunxi felt utterly at a loss, realizing that she could scarcely engage with this family. At that moment, a small boy's ball inadvertently rolled into their midst, prompting Chu Yunxi to nonchalantly kick it away. With a throng of onlookers gathering, the ball was soon trampled, causing the boy to burst into tears. His parents rushed forward to confront the culprit. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yunxi discreetly extracted some silver coins from her waist sash and tossed them onto the ground. The sight of the coins incited a frenzy among the bystanders, who clamored to collect the money. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Chu Yunxi grasped Lu's hand and swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, escaping the encirclement. Once they were free, she took a deep breath, reflecting on the town's fierce spirit. Indeed, it seemed they even sought brides in the streets, leading her to conclude that she ought to venture out less frequently. As Chu Yunxi pulled Lu toward the inn, inside, Linger awaited anxiously. Linger had intended to return promptly to inform her mistress of the incident, but after waiting for an extended period without any sign of Chu Yunxi, her impatience grew. The earlier event, though not monumental, was significant enough. While that man had rescued her, she felt ill-equipped to discern the true nature of people's hearts. Although the man had not harmed himself, he had already departed. What if he simply no longer believed in his own words? A figure of remarkable martial prowess, elusive and stealthy, lurked in their midst, having gleaned much about them. If he had fixated on her, it would be one thing. But what if he discovered that she had deceived him and turned his attention toward the young lady? Such thoughts filled Linger with an unbearable anxiety, rendering her increasingly restless. Fearing that Chu Yunxi might encounter that man again outside, resolute in her decision, Linger determined to seek out Chu Yunxi. Yet, as she rose, her legs felt as though they were treading on cotton, leaving her unsteady. Struggling to approach the door, she opened it only to stumble forward and fall. Chen Er had just descended from downstairs and witnessed Linger tumble to the ground. He rushed over to assist her. "Linger, what has happened?"
Linger.
"Uncle Chun, go. Go find the young lady. She may be in trouble." Linger's complexion was poor, her tone laced with urgency. Upon hearing her words, Chen Er's heart tightened, but before he could respond, Linger lost consciousness. In a state of distress, Chen Er called out several times, yet the figure in his arms remained unresponsive. It was not until he felt the warmth of her palm that he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly placed his hand on Linger's forehead and, as expected, she was burning with fever. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Er scooped Linger into his arms and returned to the room, gently laying her upon the bed. Fortunately, Linger was merely a young girl of around 11 or 12, so his actions would not attract undue gossip. Chen Er gently touched Linger's feverish forehead, and a wave of concern washed over him. Although he was unaware of the cause of her sudden high fever, such ailments could strike swiftly and urgently, leaving no room for delay. Linger's previous words echoed in his mind, leaving Chen Er in a state of unease, fearful of any unforeseen developments with Chu Yunqi. However, given Linger's current condition, he could not abandon her to seek out Chu Yunqi. He felt utterly stretched. At that moment, he realized he had no trustworthy person to turn to, which was quite vexing. After much contemplation, Chen Er resolved to first call upon his companions to find a doctor, then he would go in search of Chu Yunqi. With this determination, Chen Er hurriedly descended the stairs. Chapter 38. The Bell's High Fever Waiter, come here. Yes, I am here. How may I assist you, esteemed sir? Chen Er pulled out a few pieces of silver from his pocket and urgently instructed the waiter, hurry, summon a doctor. A little girl is suffering from a high fever. Ah, that is unfortunate. The doctor from our eastern part of the city suddenly departed a few days ago, claiming he was heading to the capital. Thus, to find a doctor, one must venture to the southern part of the city. This journey will take at least 2 hours, round trip. Upon hearing this, Chen Er became exceedingly anxious. The fever had struck the girl swiftly. If he were to wait 2 hours, it might cause irreversible damage to her mind. Chen Er, in a state of distress akin to an ant on a hot pan, exclaimed, is there a pharmacy nearby? It's only a fever. Someone with basic medical knowledge should suffice. The attendant, looking troubled, shook his head and replied, Sir, there is indeed a pharmacy, but it does not have a physician on duty. Just then, Chu Yunqi emerged from the chaos, accompanied by Lu Shi. Upon catching a glimpse of Chen Er's anxious expression, Chu Yunqi instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, Chen Er would not be in such a state of urgency. Uncle Chen, what has happened? She inquired. Chen Er scrutinized Chu Yunqi from head to toe, ensuring she was unharmed, and only then did his heart settle. Miss, I am relieved to see you are well. Hearing this, Chu Yunqi felt a flicker of surprise. She had indeed encountered some trouble earlier, yet the members of the Qiao family should still be amidst the crowd. How could the news have spread so swiftly? After careful consideration, Chu Yunqi felt it prudent to seek clarification and inquired, Uncle Chen, who informed you of my predicament? Having anticipated that the Qin family would not easily let her off the hook, she wondered if anyone besides Chao Yoji was secretly monitoring them. If the Qin family had indeed reached such lengths, she would need to reevaluate this adversary. Observing the contemplative expression on Chu Yunqi's face, Chen Er hastily replied, it was no one else but Linger. Only then did Chu Yunqi nod. Realizing that it was not the Qin family, but Linger who had seen her entangled with Jiao Yunfan and returned to inform Uncle Chen, prompting him to come to her aid. This revelation made everything fall into place. She had to admit that the girl possessed a certain cleverness. It seemed her judgment had not been in vain. With this thought, Chu Yunqi felt her spirits lift considerably and instinctively glanced behind Chen Er, puzzled. Where is she? Given Linger's character, she should have accompanied Chen Er to find her, rather than remaining so composed. At this point, Chen Er quickly responded, Linger has developed a high fever. I was about to send this fellow to fetch a doctor, but he claims there are no physicians available in the eastern part of the city and must go to the south instead. This back and forth will take 2 hours, and Linger will surely be in a dire state by then. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunqi's expression shifted immediately, and she urged, take me up to see her.
Chen Er,
Hearing her words, complied promptly and led her and Lu Shi upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, Chu Yunqi beheld Linger, a small figure lying on the bed, appearing to sleep quite restlessly. Amidst the discomfort of a high fever and unable to shake off her concern for Chu Yunqi, Lu Shi found herself murmuring drowsily, Miss, I have come to rescue you. She hurriedly approached, grasping Linger's hand, and then reached up to feel her forehead.
Yunqi, Linger is burning hot.
Chu Yunqi stepped forward, offering a few words of reassurance to Lu Shi. Do not worry, mother, I shall examine Linger at once. As she spoke, Chu Yunxi took hold of Linger's other arm to check her pulse, then gently lifted her eyelids to scrutinize her pupils. Subsequently, she turned and made her way to the table, where she retrieved paper and a brush to write. After composing a prescription, she handed the note to Chun Er. Linger is not gravely ill. She merely suffered from excessive fright, resulting in this fever. Uncle Chun, please prepare the medicine as per my instructions. After she takes 1 dose, she shall recover. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chun Er paused in surprise, quickly unfolding the note to discover it was indeed filled with a plethora of medicinal names, each accompanied by precise dosages. He regarded Chu Yunxi with a steady gaze, opening his mouth to speak, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He trusted her implicitly. She would never undertake an endeavor without confidence. Yet, he was utterly astonished to realize he had no knowledge of when she had acquired such medical expertise. Surely, it must have stemmed from some extraordinary experience for her to possess such abilities. Nevertheless, it was for the best. With her enhanced skills, she would have a greater chance of success in future confrontations and would endure less injustice. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Er chose not to utter any further words, instead departing with the prescription in hand. After Chun Er departed, Chu Yunxi brought a basin of warm water, dampened a towel, and placed it upon Linger's forehead to alleviate her discomfort. Lu Shi observed Chu Yunxi's flurry of activity and inquired, "Is this all that can be done?" Chu Yunxi replied, "This will provide some relief for Linger." Lu Shi nodded in affirmation and remarked, "Yunxi, you are truly remarkable." Taken aback, Chu Yunxi raised her gaze to find Lu Shi looking down at Linger, her expression laden with concern. Silently, Chu Yunxi vowed within her heart, "Mother, in this lifetime, I shall protect you well, I promise." After a short while, Chun Er finally returned with the medicine. Following Chu Yunxi's instructions, he boiled 3 bowls of water down to 1 and administered it to Linger. Not long after, Linger fell into a more stable slumber. Only then did Chu Yunxi and the others feel a sense of relief. As the day began to wane, Chun Er suggested, "Miss, I shall ask the waiter to bring up some dishes. We should eat and rest early." Chu Yunxi nodded and added, "Uncle Chun, you too must be weary. Please take some time to rest." "Yes, miss," Chun Er replied and departed the room. Shortly thereafter, the waiter arrived with several dishes. After the meal, Chu Yunxi intended to encourage Lu Shi to retire early, yet Lu Shi, still anxious about Linger, insisted on staying by her side. "Mother, Linger is fine now. You should rest. Do not tire yourself," Chu Yunxi urged. Lu Shi shook her head, stating, "Linger is unwell. I must watch over her, just as I do for you. I want to be able to see her as soon as I open my eyes." Chu Yunxi found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within her. Though Lu Shi was somewhat foolish, in the realm of motherhood, she would never be outdone by anyone. In her previous life, she had lacked the ability to protect Lu Shi. If circumstances permitted, she would indeed wish to take Lu Shi far away, escaping the tumultuous whirlpool of strife and the treacherous realm that devoured the innocent without remorse. Yet, even if she yearned for freedom, there would be no respite granted to them. Thus, she was compelled to fight, to carve a bloody path through adversity, and to forge a sanctuary of peace for Lu Shi. Chapter 39. The King of Hell arrives. Linger had recovered from her fever and slept soundly through the night. Upon waking the next day, she felt invigorated, yet she completely forgot about the mysterious man she intended to inform Chu Yunxi about. Drowsily, she gazed at Lu Shi, who was peacefully resting beside her, momentarily taken aback. Chu Yunxi leaned in and whispered, "Do not wake mother. She was worried about your illness and insisted on staying by your side. I had to coax her to sleep. She has only recently dozed off. So, let her rest a little longer." Linger nodded and softly suggested, "Miss, should we not help Madam to the bed? She might catch a cold sleeping like this." Chu Yunxi agreed and replied, "You get up, and together we shall assist Mother to her bed. She has endured a sleepless night and is now in deep slumber. If we are careful, she ought not to awaken." Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Linger promptly climbed off the bed, albeit with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing Lu Shi. Together, they gently supported Lu Shi, and as Chu Yunxi had predicted, she remained sound asleep. Once they had settled Lu Shi comfortably in bed and covered her with a blanket, they dared not linger in the room for fear of waking her. Instead, they decided to venture out to the inn's dining hall for breakfast. However, as they stepped outside, they were met with a lively commotion. Chu Yunxi stood at the stairway, peering out, and spotted Jiao Yunfan, along with Jiao Leoi and Jiao Foran, making their way towards them through the crowd. Chu Yunxi's brow furrowed slightly. Upon noticing the change in her expression, Linger hurriedly inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" Chu Yunxi shook her head, dismissing it as merely an encounter with someone she had met once. It was of no consequence. They had only crossed paths, and she reasoned that they would not seek her out deliberately after yesterday's events. Nevertheless, she decided to keep her distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Choosing not to dwell on the matter further, Chu Yunxi turned to lead Linger away, only to be halted by a sudden voice behind her. "Miss, please wait." At this, Chu Yunxi's eyes dimmed noticeably. It appeared that he had indeed come to find her. After much effort to rid herself of this troublesome individual yesterday, it was perplexing that he would seek her out today. However, given the small size of the town, locating her would hardly pose a challenge for him. Linger instinctively glanced back, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Miss, was he calling for us?" With her back turned, Chu Yunxi retrieved a veil to Dawn, saying, "Pay him no mind. Mother is still resting. Let's find refuge in Uncle Chen's room." Though Linger did not fully grasp the reasoning behind Chu Yunxi's words, she obediently followed her lead toward Chen Er's room. At that precise moment, Jiao Yunfan strode purposefully into the inn. Observing this, the innkeeper rushed over, only to feel an immediate sense of foreboding upon recognizing Jiao Yunfan, for the tales of his recent exploits were well known to them, prompting many to steer clear of him. Who could have anticipated that this formidable figure from the underworld would come knocking? It is unclear what provoked his attention. Even the innkeeper felt a headache upon seeing Jiao Yunfan, yet he still approached him. "Ah, it is young Master Jiao. Pray, what brings you to my humble establishment today?" The innkeeper smiled graciously, promptly beckoning a servant to prepare tea. Unfortunately, Jiao Yunfan did not spare them a glance, his gaze fixated on the second floor. Instinctively, the innkeeper glanced upward and observed two figures hastily departing. Their slender silhouettes, clad in simple yet elegant attire, unmistakably belonged to two women. The innkeeper found them somewhat familiar and soon recalled that they were the young lady and her maid, whose origins were shrouded in mystery. Connecting Jiao Yunfan's earlier remark, the innkeeper suddenly comprehended that Jiao Yunfan had come in search of someone, particularly that young lady. Perhaps he had taken a liking to her. With this realization, the innkeeper's expression darkened. Jiao Yunfan was notorious for his debauchery. Although he did not commit heinous acts, his daily antics were enough to cause considerable distress.
Now,
Having set his sights on an outsider, it was hardly a favorable situation. The innkeeper, being of good character, was naturally reluctant to assist him in tormenting the young lady. So he obstructed his path and inquired, "Might I ask, young Master Jiao, what is the purpose of your visit today?" Jiao Yunfan's expression remained unchanged as he raised his folding fan and pointed toward the second floor, asking, "What is the name of that young lady who just left?" Chu Yunxi and his companions had been residing at the inn for 2 days. Even without inquiring, the innkeeper could glean some information from their conversation. However, upon hearing Jiao Yunfan's question, the innkeeper feigned ignorance. "What maiden? I haven't seen any maiden around," he replied. Jiao Yunfan, seemingly anticipating this reaction, calmly closed his fan and continued, "If my memory serves me correctly, this young lady's mother is known to be rather foolish. I would presume that someone of such a disposition staying at the inn would leave an impression on you, would it not?" His penetrating gaze fixed intently on the innkeeper, as if he sought to see through him. For reasons unknown, a cold sweat broke out on the innkeeper's back. Yet, he could not bring himself to betray the young lady, so he responded, "That is difficult to ascertain. I generally remain busy in the back with accounts, seldom attending to guests in the front. It is quite normal not to have seen anything." Observing the innkeeper's pretense, Jiao Yunfan smirked with an air of bravado. "Innkeeper, do you not know who I am? Playing the fool with me may lead to consequences you cannot bear." Upon hearing Jiao Yunfan's words, the innkeeper's expression shifted abruptly. Yet, before he could utter a response, another voice emerged from behind Jiao Yunfan. "Yunfan, do not cause a ruckus." The innkeeper turned towards the sound and was relieved to see Lord Jiao and Lady Jiao had arrived, akin to a lifeline. He hurriedly approached them. "Lord Jiao, Lady Jiao." These two individuals are esteemed benefactors in their community, generally regarded with great respect. Additionally, Master Jiao was once a scholar from this very place, prompting the shopkeeper to approach and perform a courteous bow typical of a scholar. Master Jiao reciprocated with a modest bow and remarked, "I apologize for intruding." The shopkeeper chuckled lightly and quickly replied, "It hardly feels like an intrusion. However, Master Jiao is insistent on seeking a certain young lady, and this. The shopkeeper's words trailed off, yet all present comprehended his implication. Master Jiao sighed in agreement before continuing. This young lady is indeed a remarkable person. Not only has Yunfan taken a liking to her, but my wife and I have also been quite taken with her. We have come today to inquire once more if she would consider becoming the daughter-in-law of the Jiao family. Chapter 40. Love at first sight or carnal desire. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback by Master Jiao's words, furrowing his brow as he replied, Master Jiao. It is rather absurd for young Master Jiao to act in this manner. How could you? Hearing the innkeeper's remark, Master Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment and forced a smile. My wife, and I should not have resorted to this. But this young lady is the only one we have encountered who can truly manage Yunfan. It is our failure as parents that we have allowed Yunfan to develop into such a debauched character. If we could indeed find a wife capable of reining him in, it would fulfill our long-held aspirations. The innkeeper opened his mouth to speak, yet upon witnessing Master Jiao's demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he remarked, Master Jiao, have you considered the feelings of the young lady? This could tarnish her reputation unjustly. Master Jiao sighed, acknowledging. Were it not for the fact that this young lady is exceptionally suitable, my wife and I would never lower ourselves to such a level. It is indeed rather inappropriate. Madame Jiao chimed in, we do not wish to impose upon this young lady. If she truly is unwilling, then that is that. However, Yunfan is quite insistent, and thus we are compelled to give it a try. Listening to the couple, the innkeeper found himself at a loss for words. The Jiao couple had lived their entire lives without committing a single act of malice. In prosperous years, they built bridges and roads, and in times of famine, they opened their granaries to distribute grain and offered porridge generously. Yet, alas, fate had dealt them a cruel hand. After many years of childlessness, they finally bore a son, only to find that Jiao Yunfan had turned into a dissipated scion, possessing a clever mind but lacking any ambition. Enough is enough. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer concern myself with the matter. Having uttered these words, the innkeeper turned and retreated behind the counter, choosing to disregard them entirely. In truth, he felt that whether he intervened or not would be equally inappropriate. Thus, he resolved to act as if he had not witnessed the occurrence, and let them be. However, Jiao Yunfan was unaware of which room Chu Yunqi resided in, and thus stood in the lobby, instructing a servant to call out. The servant's voice rang out, Miss, our young master requests your presence downstairs for a conversation. The servant's booming voice resonated clearly even within the confines of Chen Er's room, where Chu Yunqi and Ling were hiding. Ling, upon hearing this, could not help but inquire, Miss, is the person they are calling for you? Chu Yunqi, her expression indifferent, nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of annoyance within. Observing her demeanor, Chen Er asked, What is the matter, miss? Chu Yunqi exhaled slowly and recounted, Yesterday, while my mother and I were out, we encountered this individual. She narrated the events of the previous day to Ling and Chen Er in full detail. Linger's countenance immediately soured. Miss, how can they behave in such a manner? They speak of being virtuous, yet it is evident they are coercing you. Chen Er concurred, indeed. Miss, it seems this is not a suitable place for us to linger. Perhaps we should hasten our departure. Just as Chu Yunqi was about to respond, the servant's voice outside shifted in tone. If the young lady does not come down, our young master shall ascend and knock on each door to seek you out. Upon hearing this, Linger was instantly infuriated. Miss, they are simply being excessively unreasonable. Chen Er sighed. Having lived for several decades, he possessed a more comprehensive perspective than the young girl Linger, thus contemplating a broader array of issues. Miss, I believe the Jiao family will not easily relent. Chu Yunqi also sighed, then said, Uncle Chen, I understand. After speaking, she rose to her feet. Linger, Uncle Chen, both of you accompany me downstairs. Linger was taken aback. Miss, do you truly wish to go? Perhaps we should pretend we didn't hear them. They might leave once they lose interest. Chu Yunqi shook her head. Jiao Yunfan has already caught sight of us, so he certainly will not depart so easily. Moreover, he has sent that young servant to call us. If we do not go out, he will come searching room by room. After saying this, Chu Yunqi directly opened the door. Chen Er's room was somewhat distant from the staircase, making it impossible to see from below. Chu Yunqi proceeded toward the staircase, but did not descend. Instead, she stood atop the stairs, gazing down at the gathered crowd. Jiao Yunfan, clad in a brocade robe, stood in the center of the hall, lightly waving a folding fan. To the unacquainted, he would elicit admiration as a refined young gentleman, yet those who knew him recognized him as merely a handsome scion of a wealthy family. Does young Master Jiao have business here? Arriving at someone else's in so early in the morning to block their path may not reflect well on your reputation. Upon hearing Chu Yunqi's words, Jiao Yunfan could not help but smirk slightly. Reputation? If he were concerned about such a so-called reputation, he would not have become the debauched scion that others spoke of. Jiao Yunfan remained unperturbed, merely stating, "Miss, it is quite difficult to summon you. My servant has been calling for quite some time, yet only now do you deign to meet me." Chu Yunqi replied indifferently, "But Master Jiao is not the person I wish to meet. Why should I?" Jiao Yunfan chuckled. "You are indeed cold-hearted and unfeeling, and naturally reluctant to see me. However, I must confess that I fell for you at first sight yesterday. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, and that is why I have come today, yearning to catch a glimpse of you." Standing tall, Chu Yunqi lightly laughed. "The term love at first sight seems too refined. Master Jiao, perhaps you should be more candid. Would infatuation with beauty not be more fitting?" Jiao Yunfan snapped his folding fan shut with a crisp sound, his smile carefree and charming. "Not at all. I have encountered many beauties, but none as unique as you. It is precisely this that has captured my heart." Chu Yunqi then remarked, "If your notion of unique refers to the incident where I knocked you to the ground and kicked you a few times, then allow me to apologize. You and I are simply not on the same path, so let us not entangle ourselves further." With her brows slightly furrowed, she inclined her head gracefully, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Yet, Jiao Yunfan's focus lay elsewhere as he remarked, "Yunqi, such a lovely name." Listening from the side, Linger could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Why are you so impervious to reason? Our young lady has made it clear. She has no interest in you. Why are you so entangled with our young lady?" Jiao Yunfan replied, "Little girl, I am infatuated with your lady and have long since resolved to marry her." However, Linger paid no heed to his words, fully aware that her mistress held no affection for him and found his declarations utterly repulsive.
Bah!
A lecherous scoundrel. You speak of marrying our young lady as if it were a mere formality. Why not claim you wish to wed the Queen Mother instead? Men like you fall in love with every woman they encounter. Who knows how many concubines you already have at home? You are simply unworthy of our young lady. Chapter 41. The whole family takes action. Jiao Yunfan's expression grew serious as he hastily declared, "Miss Yunqi, if this is what you wish to convey, then I, Jiao, solemnly swear that there are no wives or concubines in my household. Should you choose to marry me, I shall never entangle myself with another woman for the rest of my life. My heart shall be devoted solely to you, without the slightest hint of infidelity. If I were to betray this vow, may heaven strike me down." The onlookers, upon hearing Jiao Yunfan's proclamation, were taken aback, and they began to murmur among themselves. Can you believe Jiao Yunfan would dare to make such a solemn oath? Is he truly serious? What does it matter whether he is serious? It's evident that he is captivated by the lady's beauty. Indeed. I was fortunate enough to witness her enchanting visage yesterday. Should I have the fortune to marry such a woman, I too would not hesitate to make a similar vow. A man's words are but deceitful. They may sound sweet now, but once married, she may very well become a mere shadow of herself, while he seeks solace elsewhere. Listening to these remarks, Jiao Yunfan raised his hand with earnest resolve and vowed, "I, Jiao Yunfan, shall love only Miss Yunqi throughout my life, and I shall marry no one but her. Should I violate this oath, may I meet a most untimely demise." Such declarations were not new to Chu Yunqi. In her previous life, she had fallen prey to the sweet nothings of a scoundrel, leading to a tragic fate. This time around, she vowed never to place her trust in a man's empty promises again. After all, having learned from the lessons of her past, Chu Yunqi's heart was no longer intertwined with romantic entanglements. Her sole focus was on revenge. "Young Master Jiao, it would be best if you refrained from wasting your time on me. I shall not marry you." The cold words escaped from Chu Yunqi's lips, and upon hearing them, Jiao Yunfan's expression undeniably dimmed. Observing his son's evident sorrow, old Master Jiao could not help but interject, "Yunfan, since the young lady harbors no such intentions, it would be wise to relinquish your pursuit." Although Jiao Yunfan's countenance was one of disappointment, his tone remained resolute. "Father, there is no need for your counsel. I have my own plans." Lady Jiao, witnessing her son's demeanor, could not suppress a sigh. Addressing Chu Yunqi upstairs, she said, "My dear, though we have only just met. I can discern that you will undoubtedly make a splendid wife and daughter-in-law. If you are willing to enter the Jiao family, we shall treat you with the utmost kindness. Would you consider it? My son, while somewhat extravagant, possesses a heart devoid of malice. It is rare for me to see him so earnest about a young lady. Given the celestial bond between you, why not embrace this fated union? Furthermore, life is not easy for you alone, and caring for a simple-minded mother complicates matters. It would be prudent to settle down sooner rather than later, to avoid wandering aimlessly and suffering indignities. In her fervent attempt to persuade Chu Yunxi to accept the marriage proposal, Lady Jiao left no stone unturned.
Yet,
The most grievous error they made was to invoke the Liu family, for that was the very boundary Chu Yunxi would not allow to be crossed. Yet Mrs. Jiao remained oblivious to the impending peril, exacerbating the situation by asserting, "My dear, your foolish mother is merely a burden to you. Should you marry into my family, I assure you that I will arrange for her care, alleviating your worries. I have spoken all that needed to be said. Now consider my proposal." "Mrs. Jiao, you have spoken far too much." In response to her words, Chu Yunxi retorted with displeasure. Instantly, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and although others remained silent, the din was sufficiently audible for everyone to hear. How is it that this young lady possesses such a formidable presence? Indeed, Mrs. Jiao's remarks were far from agreeable. The young lady was evidently a dutiful and kind child. Yet Mrs. Jiao chose to disparage her mother, implying a lack of worthiness. Who could endure such affront? Mr. and Mrs. Jiao, typically astute individuals, found themselves bewildered regarding the matter of Jiao Yunfan. It is hardly surprising, given that they had longed for a son in their later years and naturally favored him. Nonetheless, such discourse is utterly inappropriate. The young lady had clearly rejected the proposal, yet they persisted in their entreaties. How could one not be vexed by such persistence?
indeed,
Everyone is well aware of the nature of Jiao Yunfan, who among them would wish to see their daughter wed to him. Alas, Mr. and Mrs. Jiao are truly tarnishing their reputations in their twilight years. The words spoken by this group were indeed accurate. Madame Jiao was driven by maternal affection. Yet her most inappropriate action was to attempt to coerce Chu Yunxi into marrying into their family. Chu Yunxi regarded them with a frosty gaze and remarked, "Let today's events conclude here, Master Jiao. It would be prudent for you, along with Madam and young Master Jiao, to return home promptly. Otherwise, it will escalate to a point where our faces will all be tarnished." Her tone was icy, yet none dared to voice any opposition. Master Jiao, of course, was no exception. After all, he had heard his wife's recent remarks, which had been rather aggressive. Even he found them inappropriate, let alone the young lady herself. With this thought in mind, Master Jiao sighed and addressed Chu Yunxi with a hint of remorse. "Miss, I apologize. My wife and I have been rather presumptuous." After uttering these words, he turned to his wife and young Master Jiao, saying, "Madam Yunfan, let us take our leave and not further irritate the young lady." Madame Jiao still wore a frown, clearly unwilling to concede, yet having overheard the comments from the others, she recognized her own overreach and could only nod obediently, pulling young Master Jiao away from the scene. Young Master Jiao cast a glance of apology towards Chu Yunxi, though a hint of unmasked sympathy lingered in his eyes. As the trio departed from the inn, the spectators gradually dispersed, allowing Chu Yunxi's icy demeanor to soften slightly. However, as she turned away, she found herself locking eyes with Linger, who was glaring at her with indignation. The Jiao family has truly gone too far. Although Linger is merely 11 or 12 years of age, far from the appropriate age for marriage, she is not entirely ignorant of the matters of love, having heard various romantic gossip in the village. Moreover, the demeanor and words of that man were strikingly reminiscent of the old bachelor at the village entrance who had been pestering Widow Zhang, which is undeniably distasteful. Particularly vexing is Madame Jiao, whose words are utterly outrageous. As Chu Yunxi observed Linger, who was indignantly defending her, she could not help but exclaim, "The Jiao family has indeed been rather excessive, persistently entangling themselves without reason, which is genuinely exasperating." Chapter 42. Just a scoundrel. Linger hummed in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that Madame Jiao even remarked on how unworthy the lady is. What flaws does she possess? I find her to be quite admirable. If Miss truly marries into that family, with such a relentless nature, she would undoubtedly suffer." Hearing Linger's words, Chu Yunxi felt her spirits lift considerably. She then replied, Madame Jiao is simply a mother concerned for her son. She just lacks the gift of expression. However, old Master Jiao is a sensible man. I believe after today, he will not return. Linger pouted, still appearing discontented. It would be best that way, otherwise, I shall report them to the authorities. Let the officials handle them. Chu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle at Linger's determination. She pinched her cheek playfully and laughed. Oh, you. Enough of this talk. Let us return and check on Mother. She may awaken at any moment. Linger nodded immediately, then said, I will go inform Uncle Chen. Didn't he come out with us earlier and knows nothing of what transpired outside? It's best to reassure him.
Chu Jun si that pon de ap phi may si.
And please ask Uncle Chen to procure some provisions while he is at it. I notice there are still some onlookers lingering below. We shall refrain from going down. Understood. Linga nodded and made her way to Uncle Chen's room, while Chu Yunxi proceeded towards her and Lu's quarters. Upon entering the bedroom, Lu was still in a state of drowsiness, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Chu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Surprised that the noise had not disturbed Lu's slumber, she must have been truly exhausted. Chu Yunxi gently tucked the blanket around Lu without waking her, choosing instead to keep watch, allowing her to continue her rest. Before long, Linger returned. Miss, I have spoken with Uncle Chen and instructed him to go out and procure some food. Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement and then suggested, let us move to the outer room so that Mother can sleep a little longer. Linger promptly agreed and followed Chu Yunxi into the adjoining room, where she poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Miss, please drink some water. You have not had any since waking this morning, and after conversing with the Jiao family, you must be quite parched. Linger's remark made Chu Yunxi realize her own thirst, and she accepted the glass, taking a sip. The warm tea soothed her parched throat, providing a comforting relief. To avoid waking Lu, the two remained silent. After a while, Chen Er returned with breakfast. However, due to delays caused by the Jiao family, many food stalls had already closed, and he could only bring back a few buns. Miss, there are significantly fewer stalls selling breakfast at this hour. So I managed to bring back only a few buns, Chen Er explained as he placed the buns on the table. Chu Yunxi nodded, not expressing any displeasure, for she understood that Chen Er was speaking the truth. There's no need to worry, Uncle Chen, as long as there is food to eat. With that, the young lady remarked, you all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave for now. Chen Er acknowledged her with a nod, intending to depart, but was halted by Chu Yunxi. Uncle Chen, please sit down and join us for a meal. In Chu Yunxi's heart, they were all her family, and there was no need for excessive formalities. Besides, once they returned to the Chu family, there would be ample rules and restrictions to contend with. She did not wish to maintain such a distant demeanor with her trusted allies, particularly with Chen Er, the first to align himself with her. Having spent so many years together, she found it difficult to adopt an air of superiority over him as the young lady. Ultimately, yielding to her resolute stance, Chen Er complied and took a seat. As the oil paper was unwrapped, the enticing aroma of meat buns wafted through the air. Lu Shi, still nestled in bed, stirred awake at the delightful scent and sat up, dazed as she observed the few individuals gathered around the table. Yunxi, what are you all eating? It smells so good, she inquired, her nose twitching as she inhaled deeply, appearing utterly enchanted. Seeing Lu Shi in such a state, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle. She waved the bun in her hand and called out, meat buns, Mother. Would you like to have some? Upon hearing her daughter, Lu Shi sprang from the bed without taking the time to put on her shoes, hurriedly making her way toward the table. Witnessing this, Chen Er promptly turned his back. Although Daqing is known for its open-mindedness, it remains improper for a man to gaze upon a woman's bare feet, as it tarnishes her reputation, especially when that woman is of the Lu family. Chu Yunxi is well aware of this principle. However, Lu's foolishness cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Thus, she merely chided Lu, saying, Mother, you are not wearing your shoes. Upon hearing this, Lu immediately halted, her eyes lingering hungrily on the meat buns on the table. Yet, fearing to displease Chu Yunxi, she could only lower her head and meekly respond, before turning to retrieve her shoes and socks. Linger, perceptive as she is, promptly rushed over to assist Lu. Madam, please sit down and allow Linger to help you with your shoes. No, I can manage myself, Lu quickly declined, her hands and feet deftly putting on her footwear. After ensuring everything was in order with a few glances, she made her way back to the table. Sitting obediently beside the table, Lu cautiously observed Chu Yunxi. Noticing Lu's anxious demeanor, as if she might provoke her displeasure, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle softly inwardly. then offered her a meat bun. Mother, please eat. Such things must not happen again. Oh, I shall heed your words, Yunshi, Lu replied, accepting the meat bun with delight and savoring it. Uncle Chen, it's time to eat, Chu Yunshi called out. Only then did Chen Er turn around, though he dared not meet Lu's gaze, seeking other topics to discuss with Chu Yunshi. Miss, what is the situation regarding the Jiao family?
Chu Junsi pauset momentia.
Then calmly explained, it is merely a scoundrel. There is no need to pay him any mind. However, Chen Er's gaze was tinged with concern as he could not help but furrow his brows, saying, although we have managed to send them away today, what if he returns to pester the young lady tomorrow? Perhaps we should hasten our return to the capital.
Sensing Chen Er's apprehension, Chu Yongxi replied.
The Chu family should also be growing impatient. I expect they will send someone in the next couple of days. At that time, we shall depart, regardless of the circumstances. She must delay until the Chu family could no longer wait and personally sent someone to urge her, for otherwise, all her previous efforts would be in vain. The show of strength intended for the Chu family would lose any significance. Chapter 43. The Fearful Woman and the Persistent Suitor in the Jiao Residence. Master Jiao and Madame Jiao sat solemnly in the parlor, unable to suppress their sighs of despair. After finishing her tea in one swift motion, Madame Jiao waved her hand in resignation. As for Yunfan, I can no longer intervene. Today, I have set aside my dignity and spoken candidly with that young lady, addressing all that needed to be said. Yet, she remains unmoved. It seems that there is no fate between Yunfan and her. Hearing this, Master Jiao nodded in agreement. The young lady is indeed admirable, but she harbors no such intentions. We cannot compel her to partake in actions that are ethically questionable, especially after having already offended her today. It would be wise to let this matter rest. Jiao Yunfan was once a clever and obedient child, indulged by his parents. However, at some point, he transformed into a young scoundrel, misusing his intelligence for frivolous pursuits and causing chaos outside. Over the years, his parents had tirelessly cleaned up after his messes. They had hoped that Chu Yunshi could rein him in, but to their dismay, the young woman had no interest in their son. They felt they had made their efforts, but her unwillingness left them with no recourse. Thus, the couple resolved to relinquish their hopes, yet Jiao Yunfan, upon overhearing their conversation, vehemently disagreed. I shall not give up. After much effort, I have finally found someone who captivates my heart. How can I simply allow her to slip away from me? Observing her obstinate son, Mrs. Jiao began to speak earnestly. Yunfan, you ought to abandon this futile pursuit. The young lady holds no affection for you. Her disinterest is painfully evident. Why must you subject yourself to such torment? It is merely an annoyance. With that, Mrs. Jiao exchanged a knowing glance with Mr. Jiao, and together they harmonized their sentiments. Indeed, Yunfan, even if the girl possesses admirable qualities, a lack of destiny renders it all for naught. The world is vast and many other young women may capture your heart. However, Jiao Yunfan merely shook his head, his gaze not directed at them but seemingly lost in the ether, as if he were gazing at another person entirely. Among the vast waters, I shall take but a single ladle. Miss Yunshi, I must have you. Witnessing her son's demeanor, Mrs. Jiao could not suppress a frown and a sigh. Yet, the young lady is indifferent to you. Your actions will only serve to deepen her aversion. Mother, there is a saying that a resolute woman fears a persistent suitor. Even if she is like a block of ice, I can surely warm her heart. Mr. Jiao sighed in response as well. Why must you endure this? Would it not be better to direct your affections elsewhere? Are you aware of what people are saying about you outside? With your reputation, which lady would ever consider marrying you? Jiao Yunfan lowered his head once more, softly asserting. Reputation is of no concern to her. His tone was resolute. If Chu Yunshi truly valued reputation, she would not have publicly confronted him so fiercely the day before. Nor would she have exchanged barbs with him in the street. She was utterly distinct from all other women in the world, which was precisely why he was drawn to her. Jiao Yunfan was exceedingly resolute, leaving Jiao Leoi and Jiao Foren at a loss for how to advise him. In the end, they could only sigh in resignation. Very well. Do as you please with this matter. I do not believe that young lady possesses a character that can be easily manipulated. She will not suffer under your control. It is your prerogative. Upon hearing Jiao Leoi's words, Jiao Foren could not help but inquire, My lord, are we truly to let Yunfan navigate this tumultuous path alone? Jiao Leoi's expression hardened, and he replied curtly, What else can be done? I am at my wit's end. If you have a solution, then you may manage it yourself. After uttering this, Jiao Leoi shrugged off his sleeves and turned away. Watching him depart, Jiao Furan glanced at her son, who was resolutely determined, and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she had already lowered her pride and made every effort, since there was no outcome. She resolved to wash her hands of it. Yet, she could not refrain from offering one last caution. Yunfan, moderation is key. Do not overstep your bounds. Jiao Yunfan nodded. I understand. Little did Jiao Furan know that the very next day, following his promise of understanding, Jiao Yunfan would summon a matchmaker to carry a bride price to the inn where Chu Yunxi resided. She would undoubtedly be incredulous. The following morning, as Chu Yunxi remained in a drowsy haze, the sound of a trumpet blaring from downstairs roused even Lu Shi, who, with a pout, expressed her displeasure. Yunxi, how noisy it is. Chu Yunxi furrowed her brows and sat up, addressing Linger. Linger, please open the window and see what is happening below. Linger promptly arose from the small couch, donned an outer garment, and proceeded to open the window facing the bustling street. As the window swung open, a blinding light flooded in, causing Linger to instinctively shield her eyes. Once her vision adjusted to the intensity of the brightness, she glanced down at the scene below. The street was filled with a throng of people, all of whom had halted outside the inn, peering curiously inside. In the midst of the crowd, a group of 20 or so attendants hoisted a dozen vividly red chests, carrying them into the inn. Linger's brow tightened in concern as she remarked, Miss, it seems quite lively down there. Many people are bringing in chests adorned with red silk ribbons. Hearing Linger's words, Chu Yunxi also knitted her brows. Could it be that someone is to be wed in this inn? Or perhaps a celebration of longevity? Yet this is merely a small inn. How could a birthday celebration take place here? And a wedding seems unlikely as well. No sooner had Linger finished speaking than a knock resounded at their door. Chu Yunxi's expression shifted slightly, an ominous premonition stirring in her heart. Linger glanced at Chu Yunxi, who offered her a reassuring look, then turned to the door and inquired. Who is it? Miss, it is I. Chu Yunxi's taut heartstrings momentarily relaxed as she spoke. Uncle Chen, is there something amiss? Outside the door, Chen Er opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately let out a sigh and said, Miss, you ought to come out and see for yourself. Jiao Yunfan has returned. Chu Yunxi paused, taken aback. Jiao Yunfan is back. Could it be that the matters outside are somehow connected to him? Even Linger reacted similarly upon hearing Chen Er's words. Miss, could it be that Jiao Yunfan is once again coming for you? Chu Yunxi replied, If it is fortune, it shall be embraced. If it is misfortune, it cannot be evaded. Linger, stay here and guard my mother. I shall descend to ascertain the situation. Chapter 44, The Old Demon. Yunxi refuses to marry before Linger could utter a word. Lu Shi suddenly grasped Chu Yunxi's arm, expressing her discontent. I want to go too. Yunxi cannot leave her mother behind. Chu Yunxi gently patted Lu Shi's arm, soothing her. Mother, please wait here for me. I will go down to see what is happening and bring you breakfast shortly. Chu Yunxi initially believed that Lu Shi, with her fondness for delicious food, would be appeased by the breakfast she intended to bring. However, she soon realized that Lu Shi was wholly unconvinced by such a ploy. No, mother will not agree. I must stay by Yunxi's side to ensure that no wicked person harms her. Observing Lu Shi's commotion, Linger chimed in with a suggestion. Miss, perhaps you should allow madam to accompany you. If you do not permit her to go, she will remain restless. Besides, with Uncle Chen and myself watching over her, there should be no cause for concern. Upon hearing Linger advocate for her, Lu Shi immediately pledged, I will behave and not cause any trouble. Please, Yunxi, allow me to go. Lu Shi looked at Chu Yunxi with eager eyes and with no other choice, Chu Yunxi nodded in agreement. Very well. Then let us rise and dress. Lu Shi eagerly responded, and the three of them proceeded to wash up and don their garments before stepping out. As soon as Chu Yunxi opened the door, she spotted Chen Er waiting outside. Uncle Chen, where is Jiao Yunfan? Chen Er replied, he is just below. Chu Yunxi acknowledged with a nod. All right, I understand. Just as she intended to move forward, Chen Er halted her, surveying the three before inquiring. Miss, will you not don your veil? Chu Yunxi shook her head, acknowledging that the situation had escalated, rendering the veil's purpose rather insignificant. It would be far more straightforward to meet directly. After uttering this sentiment, she gracefully descended towards the grand hall, with Lu Shi, Linger, and Chen Er trailing closely behind her. Jiao Yunfan stood at the center of the hall, catching sight from a distance of several figures emerging from above. Dressed in a delicate lotus-colored gown, crafted from modest fabric yet exhibiting commendable workmanship, her raven tresses were elegantly swept into a simple bun secured by a silver hairpin. Adorning her hair were merely two unpretentious hairpins, enhancing her ethereal charm akin to a freshly bloomed lotus. As they approached, her visage became clearer to the onlookers. Unadorned by a trace of makeup, her face radiated a serene beauty, reminiscent of a crescent moon's gentle glow against a backdrop of blooming flowers blanketed in snow, truly a rare beauty in this world. Previously, Jiao Yunfan had noted her exceptional looks in passing, but upon this closer inspection, he felt as though she was perfectly crafted for his heart's desire. Within his chest, it felt as if a young deer was prancing wildly, causing him to forget his breath and disrupting the rhythm of his heartbeat. He was oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. No wonder Jiao Yunfan was so determined to wed this maiden. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary. Oh dear. She must belong to a prominent family, otherwise, how could she possess such grace? One remarked. Indeed, it is evident that Jiao Yunfan is overestimating his worth. Why would such a stunning lady marry a dandy like him? Another echoed. Precisely. Jiao Yunfan is unworthy of that young lady. Who are you to judge worthiness? Regardless, Jiao Yunfan has already resolved to win her affections. Just look at the dowry he has brought forth. Upon the utterance of this remark, the surrounding crowd was instantly astounded. What? A dowry? When I first glimpsed these large boxes, I assumed they were gifts for the lady, not a dowry. How could you be so dull as to miss such a detail? Observe, there is even a matchmaker trailing behind. How could this not be a dowry? Jiao Yunfan. He is compelling the young lady to marry him. Indeed, with the dowry presented, if the lady refuses him, will her reputation not be tarnished by his actions? Among the murmurs of the onlookers, not a single commendation for Jiao Yunfan was uttered. All comments reflected his overt and covert attempts at courtship. Chu Yunxi descended the stairs, her gaze icy as she surveyed the scene, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. What scheme is young Master Jiao concocting this time? Jiao Yunfan clasped his hands and performed a bow, declaring, My affection for the young lady is as vast as the heavens, hence my request for her hand in marriage. No sooner had he spoken than the matchmaker advanced eagerly. Oh my, the young lady is indeed a vision of beauty, her countenance eclipsing the moon and her grace surpassing the swan. It is no wonder that young Master Jiao was smitten at first sight. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Clad in festive red and green, the matchmaker approached Chu Yunxi with a sycophantic smile, but Chu Yunxi discreetly stepped back. Then, with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, she inquired, You claim that he and I are a match made in heaven. But have our destinies been calculated through the 8 characters? The matchmaker was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yunxi's question, then responded, But you have not shared your 8 characters with young Master Jiao. If you provide them to me, I shall promptly find someone to calculate your compatibility. I am certain you are a golden boy and jade maiden, destined for a harmonious union. Chu Yunxi chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. But is there not a decree from our parents and the words of a matchmaker to consider? Oh dear, such a splendid young lady as yourself. Surely old Master Jiao and Madame Jiao would consent to your entry into their family. You need not worry. You speak only of his parents. Have you consulted me or my parents? The matchmaker found herself momentarily silenced by Chu Yunxi's retort. Just because Jiao Yunfan wishes to marry, must I acquiesce? Noticing that Chu Yunxi was proving difficult to deal with, the matchmaker's expression shifted, and she hastily said, My dear girl, young Master Jiao has come to seek your hand in marriage. Why speak so harshly? Young Master Jiao is exceptionally handsome and comes from an esteemed lineage. Countless young ladies would search far and wide for a suitor as fine as he. Why must you be so obstinate? Before Chu Yunxi could respond, Lu Shi could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, fiercely pushing the matchmaker aside. Old witch, our Yunxi shall not be wed. Yunxi is to accompany me. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not think to whisk our precious Yunxi away. Lu Shi, filled with righteous anger, stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a mother hen fiercely guarding her chick, fearful that someone might snatch away her cherished treasure. Chu Yunxi couldn't help but smile slightly as she observed the matchmaker, adorned in red and green, with her exaggerated makeup that only accentuated her age, rendering her quite the monstrous figure. It was indeed fitting for Lu to refer to her in such a manner. The matchmaker was utterly unprepared for Lu's sudden force. And given Lu's many years of rural life, her strength was certainly greater than that of the average person, causing the matchmaker to stumble. With a cry of surprise, she fell to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu and exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, you madwoman? How dare you push me?" Chapter 45. Full of surprises, the expression on Chu Yunxi's face abruptly changed as she stepped forward and coldly declared, "This is my mother." The matchmaker's countenance also darkened, yet she was intimidated by Chu Yunxi's imposing presence and did not dare to confront Lu Shi, choosing instead to stand up and brush off the dust from her attire with a sense of indignation. She continued, "My dear girl, having such a mother makes it inherently challenging to find a suitable match. That you have encountered young Master Jiao, who is willing to marry you, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Why then, are you still dissatisfied?" Chu Yunxi's expression soured considerably. If others were to speak unflatteringly of her, she might remain indifferent. But any disparagement directed at Lu Shi was utterly intolerable. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak, and discern what is appropriate to say," she admonished, her tone sharp. The matchmaker, sensing the tension, was not pleased either. "You ungrateful girl, I speak these words for your own good. How can you be so blind to the intentions of those who wish you well?" Chu Yunxi ignored her, instead fixing her gaze on Jiao Yunfan, who stood in the center of the hall. With an icy tone, she inquired, "Jiao Yunfan, did you summon her here to further incite my disdain for you?" Upon hearing her words, Jiao Yunfan quickly stepped forward, stating, "Enough, song matchmaker. You may return now. I assure you that the payment will be delivered to your home in full." The matchmaker, witnessing that Chu Yunxi had not directly confronted her but had instead called upon Jiao Yunfan, mistakenly assumed that she was merely an ordinary girl lacking in capability, perceiving her earlier bravado as mere pretense. Thus, she straightened her posture, regaining her composure. "Young Master Jiao, I have said all I needed to say today. If the girl does not appreciate my words, there is little I can do. However, in my opinion, she is not worthy of you. Perhaps you should consider Miss Lin instead." Jiao Yunfan, disinterested in engaging further, replied dismissively, "This matter no longer concerns you. You may take your leave." Yet the matchmaker, lacking in discernment, continued unabated, "This young lady is indeed quite lovely, but she is burdened with a foolish mother, which would only serve as an encumbrance. Should you marry her, you will be obliged to care for her mother as well. Why endure such hardship when Miss Lin harbors genuine affection for you? She is far superior to this girl raised without maternal guidance." These words struck a nerve with Chu Yunxi, provoking her ire. Without uttering a word, she swiftly drew a silver needle from her sleeve and aimed it directly at the matchmaker's shoulder. Instantly, the matchmaker fell silent, her intended words caught in her throat, rendering her mute. She opened her mouth yet produced no sound. To the onlooker, Chu Yunxi merely appeared to pat the matchmaker's shoulder lightly. But Jiao Yunfan perceived the truth with clarity. The needle was sharp, glinting ominously, and Chu Yunxi's actions were both swift and discreet. Had it not been for Jiao Yunfan's proximity and undivided attention on her, the act would have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, the matchmaker, realizing her predicament, widened her eyes in alarm. Tugging at Chu Yunxi's arm, desperately attempting to utter something, Jiao Yunfan interjected, "Someone, escort the matchmaker back." Upon the conclusion of Jiao Yunfan's words, two young servants swiftly approached and dragged the matchmaker's song away from the scene. Observing the matchmaker's speechlessness, the crowd could not help but feel astonished. How peculiar. This matchmaker is renowned for her eloquence in our town. How could she suddenly lose her ability to speak?
Bah!
What eloquence! I believe she deserves this. Instead of speaking kindly, she chose to disparage the girl's mother. What kind of matchmaker behaves in such a manner? Oh, you are unaware. This song matchmaker has the skill to turn black into white with her words. Those who seek her services invariably succeed. Yet this time it is evident that the girl has resolutely declined, and she, in her discontent, seeks to belittle her. I always knew she was not a virtuous person. She deserves this. Jiao Yunfan, however, was oblivious to the matchmaker's notorious reputation and only understood that she was reputed for her silver tongue, which had never failed in matchmaking. Thus he sought her assistance for a proposal to Chu Yunxi. Little did he know she could behave in such a manner, ultimately tarnishing his own image in Chu Yunxi's eyes. With these thoughts in mind, Jiao Yunfan hastily turned to Chu Yunxi and explained, "I had absolutely no idea she was such a person. Had I known, I would never have allowed her to come." Chu Yunxi merely regarded him with indifference. And as his discomfort grew under her steady gaze, she finally spoke. I shall say this for the last time. There is no possibility between us. Please do not pursue me further, or I shall not be courteous. Listening to Chu Yunxi's words, Jiao Yunfan recalled the technique she had just employed and lowered his voice to inquire, have you studied medicine? Chu Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. She had believed she had concealed her knowledge adeptly, yet Jiao Yunfan had seen through her ruse.
So what if he did?
She had anticipated that he would use this revelation to threaten her, for if the matchmaker Song learned of her secret, she would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for her. Although Chu Yunxi was not particularly fearful of trouble, she dreaded the possibility of Song reporting her to the authorities, which would lead to complications that would be far from easy to resolve. To her surprise, however, Jiao Yunfan merely chuckled softly and continued in a lowered tone, indeed, Yunxi, you are full of delightful surprises. The name Yunxi is not one to be uttered lightly. Chu Yunxi's expression soured, but Jiao Yunfan appeared oblivious, continuing to speak unabashedly. With such perfection, it is no wonder I am drawn to you. It seems my pursuit of marriage today was well placed. Faced with his shameless and roguelike demeanor, Chu Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. She understood that reasoning with him would yield no results. He would only persist in his entanglement. It would be far more effective to confront him directly. With this thought in mind, she swiftly produced a silver needle, pinching it between her index and middle fingers. Displaying it to Jiao Yunfan, I offer you one final chance. Leave this place immediately, and do not return to pester me again. Or I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Jiao Yunfan exhibited no trepidation in response to Chu Yunxi's words and actions. Instead, he chuckled softly and remarked, to strike is to express affection, and no matter how Yunxi treats me, I shall endure it. As soon as Jiao Yunfan's words faded, Chu Yunxi, unable to contain herself, delivered a swift kick to his side. The onlookers were taken aback. However, this time Jiao Yunfan was prepared and did not topple to the ground, merely retreating a step. Chu Yunxi coldly commanded, get out of here. Yet, Jiao Yunfan merely shook his head and advanced a step closer. Seeing his unabashedness and relentless demeanor, Chu Yunxi's temper flared, and she aimed another kick at him. This time, Jiao Yunfan, having learned from the previous encounter, promptly stepped back, causing Chu Yunxi to miss her target. Chen Shu, escort him away. Chu Yunxi directed towards Chen Er behind her. Yes, miss. Chen Er replied, promptly seizing the broom used for sweeping the inn and brandishing it towards Jiao Yunfan. Chapter 46. The rescue. Jiao Yunfan's expression changed dramatically. Chu Yunxi, being a young lady, could not possibly inflict any real harm upon him, and besides, he was resigned to endure it. However, Chen Er was a different matter altogether. A robust man wielding a broom with alarming force would surely cause considerable pain. Observing the escalating situation, Jiao Yunfan's servant rushed over to shield him. Young master, we should leave. Jiao Yunfan, pushed back by Chen Er's relentless strikes, noticed that the onlookers, fearing for their own safety, began to scatter in a frenzy. The crowd descended into chaos, coincidentally coinciding with the passage of a carriage down the street. As the throng collided with the vehicle, the horse bolted wildly, breaking free from its reins and charging uncontrollably. Chu Yunxi, following closely behind Chen Er, caught sight of a young girl being toppled to the ground by the surging crowd, just as the runaway horse careened directly towards her. The girl, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the towering beast barreling down upon her, could not muster any response. In an instant, Chu Yunxi's countenance shifted, and she endeavored to rush forward to save the girl. Alas, the distance was too great, and the horse too swift for her to intervene in time. In that fleeting moment, a figure darted past, seizing the girl and rolling with her across the ground until they came to a halt, narrowly escaping the rampaging horse. The rescuer was none other than Jiao Yunfan, who had just been forcefully expelled by Chen Er. The horse, having surged through the crowd, was ultimately brought to a halt by the coachman, who grasped its mane, thereby preventing further injury to others. Chu Yunxi hurriedly rushed over to examine the young girl's injuries. Noticing that she had merely sustained some abrasions and a slight sprain to her ankle, and that there was no serious harm done, she felt a sense of relief. After all, this incident could be attributed to her. Had the girl been truly injured, it would have weighed heavily on her conscience. Why do you only concern yourself with her, and not spare a thought for me? As Chu Yunxi exhaled the breath she had been holding, she heard Jiao Yunfan's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction. With a gaze full of complexity, she looked at him and replied, I never expected you would come to her rescue. During her days in Chongqing town, the tales she had heard about Jiao Yunfan were all unflattering, depicting him as a good-for-nothing indulging in vice, hardly more than a tyrant exploiting the local populace. Yet, here he was, stepping forward to save the young girl. Given the perilous circumstances moments ago, had there been the slightest miscalculation, a horse's hoof could have easily trampled him, potentially resulting in broken bones, or, in the worst case, a loss of life. This event, after all, could be seen as a consequence of her actions. Had the girl been harmed, it would indeed be her burden to bear. Listening to Jiao Yunfan's words, Chu Yunxi found herself momentarily taken aback. His sentiments mirrored her own thoughts precisely. Before she could respond, the little girl spoke up, Big brother Yunfan, thank you. Both of them turned their gaze towards her. And Jiao Yunfan smiled, saying, Why is it that you, this little girl, are not at home, but have come here?
I
came to fetch medicine for my father. The little girl spoke, instinctively raising the medicine bag in her hand for Jiao Yunfan to see, only to realize, upon lifting it, that the bag had torn, scattering its contents across the ground. She immediately burst into tears, sobbing, What should I do? The medicine is all gone. What am I to do? My father is waiting for me to return. Chu Yunxi surveyed the array of herbs strewn about and comprehended the situation. Gently, she patted the little girl's head, offering words of comfort. It's all right. I will accompany you to gather another set. I will cover the expenses. So you need not worry.
Please stop crying.
As Chu Yunxi spoke, Lu Shiling and Chen Er hurried over. Lu, upon witnessing the little girl's distress, quickly knelt beside her to wipe her tears and, producing a piece of candy from seemingly nowhere, handed it to the girl.
Please don't cry.
Have some candy. It will ease your pain. The little girl, merely 7 or 8 years of age, was comforted by Lu's gesture and, coupled with Chu Yunxi's earlier reassurances, her spirits lifted, and she ceased her tears. Chu Yunxi then inquired, Where do you live? I will take you home after we collect the herbs. With her head lowered, the little girl hesitated to respond. Observing this, Jiao Yunfan crouched down and addressed her kindly, Little Pomegranate, this sister is a good person. It's all right. The girl, now referred to as Little Pomegranate, looked up at Jiao Yunfan and then at Chu Yunxi before replying, I live in the nearby Willow Branch Alley. It's not too far from here. Chu Yunxi nodded gently and then addressed Linger and the others, saying, I will fetch some medicine for this young lady and escort her home. You all can wait for me at the inn. However, Mississippi. Chen Er hesitated, glancing towards Jiao Yunfan. Chu Yunxi followed his gaze and remarked, Uncle Chen, it's all right. I am capable of protecting myself. Jiao Yunfan, treated as a villain, merely touched his nose and refrained from speaking. Yunxi, I want to go too. Lu Shi tugged at Chu Yunxi's sleeve. With a resigned shake of her head, Chu Yunxi replied, No, mother. You shall stay at the inn. I will have Linger stay with you. I will go alone and return shortly. Moreover, if you wait patiently, I shall bring you some candied hawthorn. Lu Shi intended to protest further, but, swayed by the promise of the candied hawthorn, she could only nod in agreement. Very well then. Chu Yunxi smiled and turned to Linger, instructing, Take good care of my mother. I will be back soon. Linger, initially concerned for Chu Yunxi, felt reassured by her words and thus refrained from voicing any more objections. She nodded and cautioned Miss. Please be careful on your own and do not let those ill-intentioned rascals take advantage of you. As she spoke, her gaze turned menacingly towards Jiao Yunfan, as if to issue a warning. However, Jiao Yunfan found it difficult to be angered by such a young girl and chose to ignore her, indicating that Linger's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Jiao Yunfan was merely a scion of a wealthy family. Despite being a grown man, if it came to a confrontation, he might not stand a chance against her. After all, the silver needles in her possession were no trifling matter. Should Jiao Yunfan dare to harbor ill intentions towards her, Chu Yunxi could undoubtedly ensure his lineage would be severed for eternity. As they departed from the inn, Jiao Yunfan picked up the slightly injured Xia Shiliu, who had sustained a minor sprain. The young girl, being from a less affluent background, despite her garments being washed to a pristine state, was still prone to some dirt, especially after rolling on the ground moments earlier. When Jiao Yunfan lifted her, her clothes became thoroughly soiled. However, he seemed rather indifferent to this, leaving Chu Yunxi astonished, as it appeared her previous perception of him was rather incomplete. Chapter 47. The masculinity of Jiao Yunfan the apothecary was not far off. Upon entering with a little pomegranate in his arms, the shopkeeper immediately emerged with a fawning smile upon his face. Master Jiao, what brings you here in person? Should you require anything, a mere word would suffice, and I could have it delivered to you. There is no need for you to make this trip yourself. However, Jiao Yunfan did not even deign to glance at him, replying instead, what medicine did this young lady just procure? Kindly prepare another dose. Yes, yes. I shall fetch it for you right away, the shopkeeper replied, bowing and scraping as he hurried to the back to prepare the medicine. The little pomegranate nestled in Jiao Yunfan's arms could no longer contain her curiosity and timidly asked, Big brother Yunfan, does the shopkeeper owe you money? Chu Yunshi, having grasped the situation with just a glance, still inquired of the little pomegranate, what makes you ask that? Because, when I came to get medicine earlier, he was very unkind and quite rude to me. Yet, upon your arrival, he speaks entirely differently, the little girl explained. Listening to this, Chu Yunshi could not help but let out a soft laugh, remarking, it seems that wealth indeed allows one to act with impunity. Jiao Yunfan cleared his throat before responding. Yunshi, your words are a bit excessive. It is not a matter of acting with impunity. It is simply that our Jiao family is the wealthiest in this area, and I am the president of the Merchant Association. Thus, it is only natural for them to show a degree of respect in our presence. Chu Yunshi chose to overlook Jiao Yunfan's address of her, for after all, one cannot dictate the behavior of others. Thus, he remarked, it is not your esteemed family, but rather your father. Relying on the glory of others to indulge oneself. Young Master Jiao seems quite at ease. Jiao Yunfan was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yunshi's words. Under normal circumstances, what belonged to his father was inherently his. If his father was capable and their family thrived, was it not natural for him to enjoy the fruits of that success? However, when these words emerged from Chu Yunshi's lips, he found them to be profoundly insightful. Consequently, he could not help but concur. Indeed, I believe what Yunshi says is true. Depending on one's parents to achieve success is not true merit. If you marry me, I shall strive diligently to build a prosperous future, and I will construct a gilded abode for you. Chu Yunshi cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Clearly, Jiao Yunfan was attempting to tease her. The fact that she refrained from delivering a few kicks was a testament to her remarkable restraint. Nevertheless, although she chose not to respond, the little pomegranate in Jiao Yunfan's arms suddenly burst into laughter, prompting both of them to turn their attention toward her. Jiao Yunfan inquired, Little pomegranate, what are you laughing at? The little pomegranate covered her mouth and replied, I see that big brother Yunfan has a fondness for this sister, yet she pays him no mind. It is amusing to watch big brother Yunfan consistently face setbacks. Jiao Yunfan shot her an irritated glance, while Chu Yunshi let out a soft laugh. Observing Chu Yunshi in good spirits, Jiao Yunfan dismissed his annoyance and remarked, Indeed, indeed. This sister of yours is cold-hearted and indifferent, completely ignoring me. Jiao Yunfan's words were clearly aimed at provoking Chu Yunshi, yet she paid him no heed, simply accepting the package of medicine from the shopkeeper's hands. The shopkeeper, ever smiling, accompanied them to the pharmacy before finally turning back. Observing Jiao Yunfan struggling to carry the little pomegranate, Chu Yunshi spoke gently, If you find it too difficult, it's all right. Her foot is already injured, and we wouldn't want her to suffer further. Although the little pomegranate was but a child, she was already 7 or 8 years old. Her slender frame, though lacking in flesh, still bore a considerable weight in bones. The journey from the inn to the pharmacy and back had not been brief, and Jiao Yunfan, untrained in martial arts, lacked the strength to carry her for long. It was indeed a feat to have managed thus far. Yet upon hearing Chu Yunshi's words, Jiao Yunfan's arms, which had begun to sag, immediately lifted with renewed vigor. How could I possibly be unable to carry her? I could traverse 10 more streets without issue. With that declaration, he quickened his pace, urging, Yunshi, hurry along. We must deliver the medicine promptly. Chu Yunshi stood behind, watching Jiao Yunfan's determined strides ahead, finding it somewhat amusing. She swallowed her words about hiring a carriage to assist them on their journey. However, she also realized that Jiao Yunfan was not so disagreeable once one got to know him. As for Jiao Yunfan, his refusal to relinquish the little pomegranate stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he understood that Chu Yunshi, being a delicate woman, would struggle to carry her after such a distance. Second, this was an opportune moment to showcase his masculinity, and he could not simply concede defeat. Did this not cause Chu Yunshi to regard him with even greater disdain? Thus, even if it meant exhausting himself, he was determined to carry little pomegranate home today. Unbeknownst to him, he had overlooked a time-saving and labor-saving alternative, resulting in him feeling as though his arms were no longer his own by the time he reached Little Pomegranate's residence. Following closely behind him, Chu Yunxi observed as he set Little Pomegranate down at the doorstep and could not help but inquire, "Are you tired?" Instantly, the weary posture of Jiao Yunfan straightened. "Not tired at all, not in the slightest. I could make another round without issue." "Perfect," Chu Yunxi replied, "since I cannot treat Linga's foot injury. You should carry her to see a doctor." Upon hearing this, Jiao Yunfan's handsome face fell slightly, prompting a chuckle from Chu Yunxi. "I was merely jesting." After saying this, Chu Yunxi assisted Little Pomegranate in pushing open the courtyard gate and took her hand as they entered. "Father, mother, I'm back." Little Pomegranate called out into the house, and immediately, a woman in her 30s emerged. "Little Pomegranate has returned," she said, her gaze landing on Jiao Yunfan and Chu Yunxi. Her demeanor suddenly filled with excitement. "Young Master Jiao, what brings you here? Please come inside." As she spoke, she stepped aside to invite them in, calling out, "Husband, young Master Jiao has arrived, come out." No sooner had she spoken than a sturdy man with a crutch appeared from within the house, his honest appearance signifying his straightforward character. Upon encountering Jiao Yunfan, a visage brimming with excitement greeted him. "Young Master Jiao, you have arrived. Quickly, prepare the tea." "Prepare the tea." Jiao Yunfan, witnessing the family's warm reception, hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "It is no trouble. I have merely returned Little Pomegranate."
Zhu Zunxi,
observing the scene with curiosity, inquired, "Do you know them?" As soon as Chu Yunxi posed the question, before Jiao Yunfan could respond, the man interjected, "Oh yes, indeed. Young Master Jiao has bestowed immense kindness upon our family." This left Chu Yunxi perplexed, for based on Jiao Yunfan's reputation, it seemed more commendable that he did not oppress the common folk, so how could there be any kindness involved? Chapter 48. A Bond of Devotion. Jiao Yunfan, aware of Chu Yunxi's thoughts, remarked, "What I have conveyed to the outside world is quite different." The man immediately concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Jiao is truly a good person." Subsequently, the man divulged the intricacies of the situation to Chu Yunxi. It turned out that although Jiao Yunfan bore the reputation of a debauched scion, indulging in frivolities, he was not as the rumors suggested. For instance, when Chu Yunxi had previously heard whispers of Jiao Yunfan dislocating someone's arm, the reality was starkly different from the gossip. The individual in question was, in fact, a ruffian. He had caused a ruckus at the stall of Shirlio's father, extorting money from him, and to make matters worse, he had physically assaulted Shirlio's father while threatening to take little Shirlio as a child bride for his son. It was then that Jiao Yunfan chanced upon the scene and devised a plan to confront the miscreant, ultimately dislocating his arm and returning the stolen money to Shirlio's father. Onlookers merely perceived Jiao Yunfan as a provocateur seeking to inflict harm for monetary gain, oblivious to the truth that lay beneath the surface. Listening to this account, Chu Yunxi could not help but reassess Jiao Yunfan. He indeed possessed an exquisite exterior. Previously, without understanding his true character, she had merely regarded him as a handsome wastrel. Now, however, she perceived that one's appearance often reflects one's inner virtues, and Jiao Yunfan's character seemed worthy of his striking visage. Under Chu Yunxi's scrutinizing gaze, Jiao Yunfan leaned in closer, lowering his voice to inquire, "What is it? Are you captivated by my good looks?" Chu Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, pushing him away slightly. Clearly, young Master Jiao was excessively narcissistic. Yet, Jiao Yunfan remained unfazed and retorted, "This is not mere vanity, it is a recognition of self-worth, which proves my discerning taste, leading me to fall for Yunxi at first sight." Chu Yunxi found herself at a loss for words in response to his declaration, only to hear the little Shirlu family watching them with amused smiles. Unable to suppress a slight frown of confusion, Chu Yunxi inquired, "What are you laughing at?" The woman replied, "I believe young Master Jiao and the young lady are a perfect match. With young Master Jiao's fondness for her, their relationship is bound to be filled with sweetness in the days to come." Little Shirlu chimed in, "Big sister, Brother Yunfan is truly a wonderful person. Being with him will surely bring you happiness." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but glance at Jiao Yunfan, who was now wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Look how great I am. You would be missing out if you weren't with me." Chu Yunxi, however, was disinclined to entertain his antics and simply stated, "We are not together. We are merely friends." At her words, the three of them, two adults and a child, displayed a sense of disappointment, as if lamenting the loss of a good man on her behalf. In contrast, Jiao Yunfan appeared unperturbed, his features alight with surprise. Yunxi, are you serious? We are already friends? Chu Yunxi gazed at Jiao Yunfan's expression, feeling somewhat speechless. As I pondered how he had previously sought my hand in marriage, presenting gifts and arranging matchmakers, was it merely a jest? With this thought, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but address him. Jiao Yunfan, you truly have a knack for stirring up trouble. Jiao Yunfan interpreted Chu Yunxi's words as a compliment, believing that for her, he could indeed create quite the fuss. Chu Yunxi, uninterested in further engagement with him, turned to the family of Little Pomegranate and said, "Since Little Pomegranate has been returned, we shall take our leave." The couple nodded in acknowledgement. "We initially hoped to invite you both for a simple home-cooked meal, but alas, we have little of worth to offer." Jiao Yunfan shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such trouble. I shall invite her to dine at the Fragrant Pavilion. Should anyone dare to bully you again, simply come to the Jiao residence, and I shall ensure justice is served." Upon hearing Jiao Yunfan's assurance, they expressed their gratitude. Yet Chu Yunxi understood that they would not easily seek out Jiao Yunfan, for even the impoverished would not continually rely on the kindness of others. After departing from Little Pomegranate's home, Chu Yunxi and Jiao Yunfan walked side by side through the alley. During their stroll, she spoke to him. "I did not expect you to possess a good heart. Previously, I had heard from others that you were merely a frivolous scion who oppressed the common folk. And I spoke unkindly of you. I offer my apologies." Jiao Yunfan felt somewhat taken aback and spoke, "There is no need for that. I have never cared about how others perceive me. However, the saying 3 men make a tiger holds some truth. It is understandable that you might think this way." Yet at this point, Jiao Yunfan paused slightly, elongating his final syllable, prompting Chu Yunxi to instinctively glance at him and inquire, "Yet what?" Jiao Yunfan then broke into a smile. If Yunxi truly feels a sense of remorse, perhaps she should offer herself in return. "I, Jiao, am magnanimous and would never hold such trivial matters against you." Listening to Jiao Yunfan's earnest nonsense, Chu Yunxi could not help but chuckle softly, then responded, "With such intellect, why not apply it in a more constructive manner? Master Jiao is a prominent merchant in Chongqing town. I see that you are quite shrewd in your calculations. As they say, sons inherit their father's business. Would it not be better to thrive in commerce and become a great benefactor like Master Jiao?" Jiao Yunfan waved his hand dismissively. "What merit is there in being a great benefactor? Can mere compliments sustain me? Life is but a fleeting span of a few decades. It is inherently unjust to be swayed by the opinions of others. Does Yunxi not share this sentiment?" Chu Yunxi fell silent for a moment. Jiao Yunfan was right. She, too, did not care about the whispers surrounding her. Otherwise, she would not have chosen this path. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxi self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of her mouth. "You are correct. If I truly cared, I would not have returned with you to escort the Little Pomegranate today." As soon as Chu Yunxi's words fell, Jiao Yunfan promptly bowed to her and expressed, "For this matter, I can only say to Yunxi, I am truly sorry. However, if granted another opportunity for choice, I would act in the same manner." The commotion caused by Jiao Yunfan over the past few days has likely reached every corner of Chongqing town, with whispers of the unlearned, affluent young master fixating on a girl from afar. Had she chosen to consistently disregard him or rebuff his advances, it might have been bearable. Yet, now that they stroll side by side in this narrow alley, Chu Yunxi's reputation is irrevocably tarnished. Regardless of whether she eventually chooses to be with Jiao Yunfan, remaining in this town will ensure that no one will seek her hand in marriage again. Chapter 49. The Distinction Between Clouds and Mud with a light laugh. Chu Yunxi remarked, "Young Master Jiao has always been a shrewd strategist. If I were an ordinary woman, perhaps I might indeed consider marrying you. However, I am not like them. I can only say that we are fated to be strangers." Chu Yunxi and Jiao Yunfan had emerged from the narrow alley together, pausing at its entrance as she spoke. Yet, upon finishing her words, Chu Yunxi chose not to linger. Instead, she turned and walked out of the alley. Jiao Yunfan, momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaimed, "I just invited you to dine at the Fragrant Pavilion. Are you truly upset?" Jiao Yunfan was adept at gauging situations. He understood that Chu Yunxi was merely passing through their town and would not remain, which prompted his earlier actions. Should he succeed in courting her, these endeavors would one day be recounted as a delightful tale. Conversely, if he failed to win her affection. Her departure from the town would render any gossip harmless to her. However, if Chu Yunxi were genuinely angered, it would be a grave miscalculation on his part. Initially, Chu Yunxi walked briskly, creating a considerable distance between herself and Jiao Yunfan. Yet, after a few hurried steps, he observed her come to a halt. Jiao Yunfan felt a wave of relief wash over him. I knew Yunxi would not be so petty. As he approached her, he noticed Chu Yunxi standing still, her expression cool as she regarded a middle-aged man who stood before her, a horse-drawn carriage following closely behind him. Jiao Yunfan cast a few glances. Unable to discern the situation, yet instinctively positioned himself to protect Chu Yunxi behind him. Who are you, and what gives you the right to obstruct our path? This is my territory in Chongqing Town, and if you wish to bully someone, you should first consider whether you possess the capability to do so, Jiao Yunfan stated coldly. He instinctively assumed that this person had obstructed Chu Yunxi with the intent to extort her, for she was a delicate and beautiful young lady, seemingly defenseless and easy to intimidate. However, to his surprise, the man slightly bowed and addressed Chu Yunxi, saying, Miss, you have lingered here for so many days. The master has been anxiously waiting. It would be best if you return with me at once. Jiao Yunfan furrowed his brow, and before he could respond, he heard Chu Yunxi question from behind him, Are you from the Chu family? This inquiry was merely a feigned ignorance on her part. The middle-aged man before her was Wei Huai, the deputy steward of the Chu family. Although he held the title of deputy steward, he was far more cunning than Chao Dezhou and was a trusted confidant of Chu Tianqing. The fact that Chu Tianqing had dispatched Wei Huai indicated that he was indeed anxious in the capital and that her own objectives had been achieved. Unbeknownst to Wei Huai, who was oblivious to Chu Yunxi's thoughts, he nodded at her perplexed expression and replied, Indeed, I am the deputy steward of the Chu family. I just visited the inn and learned that the young lady had stepped out, so I inquired and fortuitously found you here. Chu Yunxi nodded and then said, Very well. Let us return to the inn. Wei Huai did not utter any other words, merely responding with a polite acknowledgement. However, Jiao Yunfan, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Chu Yunxi and inquired, What is the matter? Chu Yunxi cast him a glance before replying, This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Her words seemed to signal the end of the conversation, but Wei Huai, perhaps assuming she would divulge everything to this unknown wealthy young man, interjected. Our young lady is the daughter of the Minister of Rites in the capital. In her childhood, due to complications during childbirth, she was left frail and ailing. A master from Fahua Temple once prophesied that she must be sent to the countryside for 15 years of recuperation to preserve her life. Now that she has reached the age of 15, and with her father longing for her, he hastily sent for her return. Chu Yunxi found Wei Huai's narrative exceedingly disdainful, as it was merely the same tale spun in her past life, a story so convincing that even she had fallen victim to its deceit. Yet, before her demise, she had uncovered the truth and would no longer be swayed by his fabrications. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed demeanor, merely offering a slight nod to Jiao Yunfan. Jiao Yunfan, perceptive and astute, sensed an underlying dissonance in the situation, though he could not quite articulate the source of his unease. Given that Chu Yunxi did not elaborate further, he suppressed his peculiar sentiments and asked, Are you returning to the capital today? Before Chu Yunxi could utter a word, Wei Huai spoke again. Naturally, we must return. Our master has been anxiously awaiting at the residence, longing for his biological daughter, whom he has not seen for 15 years. One can only imagine the depth of his heartfelt yearning. Chu Yunxi refrained from further conversation, simply stating, Jiao Yunfan, you should return. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. After uttering these words, she turned away, not glancing back, and followed Wei Huai to the carriage behind him. Wei Huai offered her a slight nod before taking his seat on the carriage's yoke and instructing the driver to commence their journey. Jiao Yunfan remained rooted in place, watching as the carriage gradually receded into the distance, his feet seemingly bound to the ground, unable to move. After a considerable time, he could not help but let out a sigh. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Rites in the capital, and I, Jiao Yunfan, are indeed worlds apart. Having spoken this to himself, Jiao Yunfan turned and departed from the spot. At the Jiao residence, Master Jiao was trimming the branches of the flowers in the yard alongside Madame Jiao when they noticed Jiao Yunfan entering with a despondent expression. Observing her son's demeanor, Madame Jiao could not help but inquire, Master, what do you suppose is troubling Yunfan? Master Jiao merely responded with a scornful grunt. I warned him yesterday not to overstep his bounds, yet this good son of yours has already gone to the door early this morning bearing gifts and a matchmaker. I can only surmise he has been sent away by the young lady. Upon hearing her husband's words, Madame Jiao sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yunfan too felt remorse, realizing that his actions had tarnished the young lady's reputation for no reason. I dare say, he deserves it. Master Jiao let out a cold snort, finding solace in the idea that this matter might temper his son's exuberance, urging him to remain grounded at home and refrain from stirring up trouble. Lady Jiao, though not lacking in understanding, found herself in agreement with her husband's sentiments. However, upon witnessing her son's dejected and sorrowful demeanor, her heart ached with compassion. Although Jiao Yunfan had been somewhat of a dandy, he was still the child she had carried for 10 months, and the bond between mother and son was profound. She could see how deeply he cherished Chu Yunqi. With this in mind, she couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, I shall go prepare some chicken soup to comfort Yunfan. There are plenty of good girls in the world. If he cannot win the heart of Miss Yunqi, he may certainly find happiness with another. Chapter 50. I never believe in fate. After Lady Jiao uttered these words, she cast aside the pruning tools in her hands and hurriedly made her way towards the kitchen, lifting her skirts. Master Jiao stood behind her, gazing at his spirited wife, his mouth opening as if to say something, yet ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Although he often lamented about Jiao Yunfan's lack of ambition and believed he should face some hardships, Jiao Yunfan was, after all, the son he had longed for over 2 decades, and thus he felt a pang of sympathy. Lady Jiao swiftly set about preparing a pot of chicken soup, personally tending to it as it simmered gently over a low flame. She waited a full hour before removing the finished broth from the stove. With a servant girl in tow, she headed directly towards Jiao Yunfan's bedroom. However, to her surprise, there was no sign of him within the room. She inquired of a young servant sweeping the courtyard, "Where has the young master gone?" The servant promptly paused his tasks and replied, in response to the lady, "The young master has just gone to the study." Lady Jiao acknowledged, leading the maid towards the study. Before even entering, she overheard Master Jiao's voice from within. "This is the account book from the past 3 years. If you can sort through it all, I shall grant you permission to leave." Lady Jiao felt a twinge of curiosity and pushed the door open. She immediately spotted Master Jiao standing beside the desk, while Jiao Yunfan sat there, poring over the account books. Observing this scene, Lady Jiao's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "My lord, why are you forcing Yunfan to review the account books again?" Old Master Jiao remarked this time, "It was not I who compelled him to examine the accounts. He sought to do so of his own volition." Upon hearing this, Madame Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with confusion as she inquired, "Yunfan wishes to review the accounts himself?" Old Master Jiao nodded, prompting Madame Jiao to hasten a few steps forward to touch Yunfan's forehead. "Mother, what are you doing?" he protested. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you are unwell," she responded. Yunfan gently removed her hand from his forehead and explained, "I requested father to allow me to manage a restaurant, but he refused, which is why I am in this predicament." Madame Jiao understood and replied, "It is merely a restaurant. Granting him such a request would not be detrimental to our family's considerable wealth." However, old Master Jiao scoffed, "Grant him such a thing? I believe this lad's lack of learning is a result of your indulgence." Madame Jiao was about to retort, but Yunfan interjected, "Mother, are you perhaps aware of Yunqi's true identity?" Madame Jiao paused before responding, "I have never encountered her before. Had it not been for my intention to propose to her on your behalf, I would not have entangled myself with her these past few days, and thus could not have guessed her true identity." Yunfan set the account book aside and declared, "She is the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights in the capital." Upon hearing this revelation, both Madame Jiao and Old Master Jiao were momentarily stunned. It was Old Master Jiao, seasoned by the trials of life, who first regained his composure. One glance at the young lady had revealed her extraordinary nature, but he had not anticipated such a prestigious background. "Our family, the Jiao clan, is merely a small merchant entity, and such a status is beyond our reach, destined to render you and her fated to be apart." However, Jiao Yunfan shook his head. "Father, I do not believe in fate." Yet, Madame Jiao replied, "My son, one cannot disregard destiny. Your social standing is vastly different from hers, rendering you unworthy of her. Moreover, this young lady does not harbor such feelings for you. Despite your persistent pursuit over these past days, she has not leveraged her status to impose upon our family, which is already a display of great generosity." It would be best for you to cease this endeavor. Jiao Yunfan shook his head once more, asserting, I have no intention of pursuing her. Upon hearing this, Madame Jiao was perplexed.
What do you mean by that?
Jiao Yunfan slightly tugged at the corner of his lips and said, in terms of literary and martial prowess, I am lacking in every aspect. Entering the court as an official is not my desire. The only attributes I possess, aside from my appearance, are my talents in commerce. As he spoke, he spread open the account book before him, his tone both light and resolute. If the son of a mere merchant from the small town of Chongqing is unworthy of her, then what of a wealthy merchant whose riches rival nations? Upon hearing this, both Jiao Leoi and Madame Jiao were taken aback, never having anticipated that he would entertain such thoughts. The eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights, no matter how esteemed, could certainly be matched by a merchant of immense wealth. This indeed presents a feasible approach. However, to become such a figure is no simple task. Jiao Leoi patted Jiao Yunfan's shoulder and said, I know you are clever, and you possess undeniable talent in commerce, but this is by no means an easy endeavor. Madame Jiao followed suit, stating, Your diligence brings comfort to your mother. However, there are countless women in this world. While Miss Yunxi is admirable, it does not imply that there are no other worthy ladies. Jiao Yunfan shook his head, his tone calm yet resolute. Yunfan will marry no one but her. Madame Jiao, filled with maternal concern, opened her mouth to speak again, but was silenced by a glance from Lord Jiao. After a moment's hesitation, she swallowed her words and beckoned a young maid standing behind her. Once the maid approached, Madame Jiao took the bowl of chicken soup she held and placed it upon the table. Yunfan, do have some soup. Your mother has simmered it for an entire hour. Jiao Yunfan nodded in acknowledgement, but made no move to partake. Before Madame Jiao could utter another word, Lord Jiao gently pulled her away. Once outside the study, after walking a few paces, Madame Jiao inquired, My lord, why did you just stop me? Lord Jiao replied, It is a good thing that Yunfan is keen on business and aims to inherit the family estate. He has grown up and formed his own ideas. We cannot hinder him, and it is better to let him pursue his path. Madame Jiao furrowed her brow, fully aware of the character she had nurtured in Jiao Yunfan. She understood that once he set his sights on a goal, he would pursue its realization relentlessly, regardless of the challenges he might face. Though he had previously lacked ambition, his newfound diligence filled her with both pride and worry. To raise a son for 100 years is to bear concerns for 99, Lord Jiao consoled her. Gently patting the back of her hand, Madame Jiao cast a sympathetic glance towards the study, letting out a sigh without uttering another word. When they welcomed Jiao Yunfan into the world, the couple was already of considerable age, harboring no grand aspirations for their son's success. Their greatest desire was simply to witness him live a life of safety and tranquility. Therefore, despite Jiao Yunfan's indulgent and frivolous pursuits, as long as he did not commit any grave errors, they would only scold him lightly, perhaps confining him for a few days, while discreetly assisting him in mending the mess he created. Now that he has found a sense of purpose, they have chosen to let him navigate his own path. Chapter 51. No good person in the Chu family. Not long after, Chu Yunxi returned to the inn with Wei Huai, who walked directly ahead of her as they descended from the carriage. Observing his demeanor, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but smirk inwardly, then remarked, Steward Wei, I have been residing in this inn for several days now. There is no need for you to lead the way. Her tone was indifferent, her expression unchanged. Yet Wei Huai sensed an undercurrent of discontent. However, considering that Chu Yunxi was merely a girl from the countryside, he assumed her words did not imply disdain for his position ahead of her, but rather reflected their literal meaning. With this thought in mind, Wei Huai responded with a smile. You are correct, miss. It appears I have been overly concerned. Chu Yunxi then bypassed him, taking the lead. Previously, Wei Huai had mentioned that he had already visited the inn, suggesting that her mother and the others had likely encountered him as well. As Chu Yunxi ascended to the second floor of the inn, she found the entrance to their rooms guarded by 7 or 8 robustly built servants. Their fierce gazes and stable stances indicated that they were indeed skilled individuals, even surpassing those brought by Chao Yoji in the past. Chu Yunxi understood. Wei Huai's presence here, if framed positively, was an invitation for her return, but if viewed negatively, it was an attempt to coerce her and her companions back. After all, he would not have brought along such capable subordinates otherwise. Chu Yunxi remained silent as she pushed open the door and stepped inside, inadvertently leaving Wei Huai outside. His expression shifted, and before he could utter a word, Chu Yunxi remarked. Steward Wei, this room is inhabited solely by women. Though you serve our family, it is rather inappropriate for you to enter so boldly. I must ask you to wait outside. Upon hearing her words, although Wei Huai felt reluctant, he maintained a facade of respect, responding to her with an impeccable tone that revealed no hint of dissent. As you wish, Mississippi. I shall remain at the door. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me. Very well, Chu Yunxi replied absent-mindedly, intending to disregard him. To her surprise, Wei Huai continued, however. I kindly request that you hasten your preparations, for we must depart for the capital post-haste. At his words, Chu Yunxi could not help but scoff inwardly. Wei Huai was the epitome of a treacherous individual, cunning and insidious. He smiled on the surface while wielding daggers beneath. In her previous life, she had fallen prey to his manipulations, but this time, she was acutely aware of his intentions. Thus, she chose not to respond, pretending she had not heard him. Wei Huai, perceiving her silence, did not conclude that she possessed the cunning to contend with him. He assumed she simply had not heard and dismissed it without concern. In truth, as soon as Chu Yunxi entered the room, Lu Shi and the others had already spotted her, but Lu Shi was halted by Linger from approaching. Until Chu Yunxi approached them, Linger no longer restrained Lu Shi. Lu Shi hurried towards Chu Yunxi, grasping her hand with discontent, exclaiming, Yunxi, you have finally returned. Chu Yunxi smiled and gently patted Lu Shi's hand, only to see Linger frowning and inquiring, Miss, is that person truly from the Chu family? Upon hearing Linger's question, Chu Yunxi's lips curled into a smile as she replied, Linger, you are astute to ask such questions. Indeed, he is a member of the Chu family. Although her tone was relatively normal when she spoke, after finishing her statement, she lowered her voice and asked, since his arrival, has he said or done anything of significance to you? Linger, noticing Chu Yunxi's demeanor, also lowered her voice and replied, nothing particularly important. He merely inquired about your whereabouts. I recognized that the two individuals who came with Chao Yoji seemed to know him, leading me to believe he was from the Chu family. However, they only mentioned that you had gone out, without saying anything further. Chu Yunxi nodded. Considering Linger was merely 12 years old, her perceptiveness was commendable. And she was indeed a clever and understanding girl. Do not worry. He is undoubtedly from the Chu family, though there are no virtuous individuals within it. Linger blinked in confusion at Chu Yunxi's words and asked, then, Miss, shall we still return to the Chu family? With a cold smile, Chu Yunxi replied, some matters cannot simply be evaded by wishful thinking. When danger presents itself, our course of action should not be to retreat, but rather to confront and eliminate the very sources of that danger, enabling us to live more securely. Chu Yunxi spoke with gravity, and Linger, lacking the life experiences of Chu Yunxi, could only grasp her words superficially. Nevertheless, Linger understood that since her mistress had expressed such sentiments, she would heed them, confident that her lady would not abandon her to peril. Furthermore, given the kindness bestowed upon her by her mistress, Linger felt compelled to protect Chu Yunxi should danger arise. Indeed, Linger comprehended this. Chu Yunxi affectionately caressed her head and remarked, you are still young. It is of no consequence if you do not fully grasp these words. Ultimately, the grievances I bear are mine alone, and do not necessitate your assistance in seeking vengeance. Chu Yunxi spoke these words with sincerity. For her decision to bring Linger back to the estate stemmed from compassion for Linger's plight, seeing in her a reflection of her own past. Thus, she treated her with kindness, yet she harbored no desire for her hatred to become a burden for another. What caught her completely off guard was Linger's resolute response. Shaking her head firmly, mistress's matters are also Linger's matters. Chu Yunxi was taken aback, then smiled with a sense of comfort. She had not misjudged Linger. Enough of this conversation for now. Wei Huai's arrival signifies that the Chu family can no longer wait for us to return, so we must devise a proper plan. Linger, still somewhat bewildered by the situation, inquired, are we leaving today? However, to her surprise, Chu Yunxi merely smiled enigmatically and shook her head. If he wishes for me to return, I shall deliberately delay. Chu Tianqing was anxious, fearing that his uncle Lu Chonglin would return and uncover the long-hidden truth, leading to a rupture between their families. After all, the edict to appoint Lu Chonglin as the general of the northern town had already been drafted. Awaiting his return to receive the decree, this matter was as good as settled. The position of general of the northern town was a prestigious second-rank official post, ranking above Chu Tianqing himself, not to mention that Lu Chonglin commanded the valiant and formidable 3,000 troops of the northern town, capable of single-handedly facing 100 foes. It was disingenuous to claim that Chu Tianxing was unafraid. Furthermore, they had other ulterior motives at play. Chapter 52. Where did Chao Yoji go?
Linger meinet Some wat perplext.
She simply complied with whatever her mistress instructed.
What shall we do now?
Chu Yunxi glanced at the sky and replied, request the innkeeper to bring forth a variety of dishes. Let us indulge in a hearty lunch before anything else. Linga was taken aback and responded, but it is already past the hour for lunch. The kitchen has been extinguished, and both the madam and I have already dined earlier. If you are hungry, I could venture out to procure some snacks for you. Chu Yunxi merely smiled and said, the fire may be out, yet it can be rekindled. I desire to sample everything on the inn's menu, each dish, without exception. If the innkeeper demands payment, he may seek out Wei Huai. After all, I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and it is only fitting that servants bear the expense of our meal. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Linger quickly grasped her intent and eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lady. I assure you, I will oversee that they serve us every dish. Seeing that Linger understood her purpose, Chu Yunxi declared, then let us proceed to the dining hall. With that, Chu Yunxi turned and made her way towards the door. Lu Shi, who did not comprehend the underlying implications of their conversation, was simply delighted at the prospect of another meal. Thus, she clapped her hands, supported by Linger, following closely behind Chu Yunxi, filled with joy, as Wei Huai stood outside, observing the trio's emergence. He was about to utter a few words when he heard Chu Yunxi say, Steward Wei, do not rush to speak. Let us dine first, and we can converse later. After delivering this remark, Chu Yunxi paid no heed to Wei Huai's reaction and proceeded to the grand hall below. By now, it was afternoon, and the hall was nearly devoid of patrons. Chu Yunxi casually selected a seat and settled in. After ensuring that Lu Shi was seated beside Chu Yunxi, Ling Er hurried off to find the waiter. Young lad, she called, please bring forth every dish your establishment offers for our young lady. The waiter, a simple soul, was taken aback and replied, oh dear, miss, we have over 40 dishes on our menu. Even 10 diners would struggle to finish such a feast. Might you reconsider? However, Ling Er resolutely shook her head, hands placed firmly on her hips, declaring, even if we cannot finish it, we shall have it. We possess ample silver. Just see to it that the dishes are prepared. Upon hearing Ling Er's insistence, the waiter felt it inappropriate to argue further and simply acquiesced before seeking out the manager. The waiter relayed Ling Er's request verbatim to the manager, who, after a moment's contemplation, clenched his teeth and said, let it be as she wishes. Serve each dish in succession. This young lady appears to be of extraordinary stature, likely a lady of considerable means. With the manager's directive, the waiter wasted no time and proceeded to the kitchen to communicate these demands to the chef. The chef reignited the flames and commenced his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Wei Huai and his entourage, who had also been present in the main hall, had heard every word spoken by Linger with clarity. One of the servants inquired, Wei steward, what do you make of this situation? Wei Huai could not suppress a slight frown. He was perplexed as to why the young girl would make such a demand. Suspecting it was instigated by Chu Yunxi. Contemplating this, he let out a derisive chuckle and lowered his voice, remarking, she is merely a rustic bumpkin who has suddenly ascended to the status of a young lady, indulging in extravagance without restraint. But where could they possibly have acquired such wealth? Chun Er has been accompanying them. Perhaps it is his money they are spending. She may think that upon arriving at the Chu family, she would have boundless riches and thus is unperturbed. Wei Huai meticulously constructed justifications for Chu Yunxi's behavior, oblivious to the notion that she might have set her sights on him. However, another thought crossed his mind. He approached Chu Yunxi and her companions and inquired, Miss, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Chao Yoji, who came to fetch you? He was aware of Chao Yoji's reckless nature, yet he felt compelled to express concern, as it would be rather troubling if they returned without him. Upon hearing Wei Huai's question, Chu Yunxi's lips curved into a subtle smile, and she instructed Linger, please inform Uncle Chen to bring Chao Yoji here. Linger promptly nodded in agreement and ascended the stairs to locate Chen Er. Chen Er had indeed seen Wei Huai, but he was confined in a room by Wei Huai's men, who feared that he would alert Chu Yunxi. After all, in Wei Huai's view, Chu Yunxi and Linger were merely naive young girls, and Lu Shi was nothing more than a fool. Among them, only Chen Er possessed any semblance of intellect. Now that Chen Er had aligned himself with Chu Yunxi, should he incite her to entertain any unscrupulous thoughts, it could indeed lead to complications. Hence, upon his arrival, they deliberately obstructed Chen Er from joining Lu Shi and the others. When Ling approached to seek out Chen Er, the guard stationed at his door, having overheard the recent conversation from downstairs, dared not intervene and allowed her entry. Inside, Chen Er remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon seeing Lingo enter, he hastily inquired, "How is the young lady?" The only individuals privy to the complete truth were Chu Yunxi and Chen Er, thus he harbored doubts about Wei Huai and his entourage, fearing they might devise some ill fate for Chu Yunxi. Linger, not grasping the intricacies of the situation, simply replied, "The young lady is well. She is currently waiting downstairs for lunch. However, that steward Wei has summoned Chao Yoji, so the young lady asked me to find you." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively flickered towards Chao Yoji, who was bound in the inner chamber, appearing utterly dazed and motionless. Following Linger's line of sight, Chen Er glanced at Chao Yoji, contemplated for a moment, and then understood the situation, responding affirmatively. "Very well, I shall take him down now." Upon uttering these words, Chen Er strode towards Chao Yoji, grasping him firmly and hoisting him from the ground, dragging him outside. Although Chen Er was the head of the village, he was fundamentally a farmer, possessing considerable strength. Moreover, Chao Yoji, in his dazed state, exhibited no inclination to resist, thus he was effortlessly pulled along by Chen Er. Linger moved swiftly, while Chen Er, burdened with a person in tow, proceeded at a more leisurely pace, trailing behind Linger as they descended the stairs. Upon witnessing Chao Yoji being unceremoniously brought down, bound and helpless, Wei Huai was taken aback and inquired urgently, "Miss, what is the meaning of this? Chao Yoji came to escort you to the Chu family. How could you possibly have him restrained?" Chapter 53. Are you not afraid of the Lord's wrath? Chu Yunxi let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Butler Wei, your words are misguided. If he had not committed any wrongdoing, would I have ordered someone to bind him?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's statement, Wei Huai felt a lingering discontent and was about to voice his thoughts when Chao Yoji, startled by something he had seen, suddenly sprang to his feet and collided towards Wei Huai.
Ah,
"There's a ghost. A ghost is going to eat me. It's going to eat me." Observing Chao Yoji's reaction, Chu Yunxi could not help but mock him silently. Meanwhile, Butler Wei was jolted back by the impact, raising his hand to steady Chao Yoji. Chu Yunxi's gaze sharpened at this moment. It was evident that Wei Huai possessed some martial prowess. Had he not been trained, the frantic Chao Yoji would have surely knocked him over rather than merely causing him to take a step back. It appeared that Wei Huai was far more formidable than she had initially surmised. Wei Huai, sensing something amiss, directed a piercing glance towards Chu Yunxi, who promptly lowered her head to sip her tea, evading his scrutinizing gaze and avoiding revealing any hint of her disquiet. Nevertheless, Wei Huai pushed Chao Yoji back towards the others and then inquired of Chu Yunxi, "Miss, what exactly is the matter with Chao Yoji?" Chu Yunxi chose not to respond, but Chen Er, standing nearby, stepped forward and declared, "I struck him." Wei Huai's expression instantly shifted, and he turned to Chu Yunxi, exclaiming, "I cannot fathom how Chao Yoji managed to provoke you, miss, to the extent that he has been so severely beaten." Wei Huai's tone was far from gentle, and his gaze was equally unfriendly. However, Chu Yunxi was entirely unconcerned. She had no intention of concealing anything before Wei Huai. After all, he was astute and perceptive, and any attempt to feign ignorance would be easily unmasked. Thus, Chu Yunxi boldly adopted the demeanor of a young lady and inquired, "What? Am I not allowed to do this?" Wei Huai responded, "Chao Yoji is the only son of Steward Chao. Miss, such actions are certainly unacceptable upon your return to the Chu family. If Steward Chao were to inform the master, he would undoubtedly question you regarding your transgressions." Wei Huai presumed that invoking the master's name would instill fear in Chu Yunxi, considering she was merely a girl of 15 or 16. However, to his astonishment, Chu Yunxi remained unfazed and coldly retorted, "What of Steward Chao's only son? Chao Dezhou is merely a steward, which makes him a servant. His son is but a servant born into servitude. If I were to kill a servant, what consequence would it bear?" Wei Huai found himself momentarily silenced by Chu Yunxi's words, for he could not deny the truth in her assertion. Despite their elevated positions, they remained servants, with their lives held at the mercy of their masters. Yet, to Chu Yunxi, they were not her masters. She was simply a misfortunate star cast aside in the countryside. Her only true master was the elder. With this thought, Wei Huai continued, Are you not afraid that the master will blame you for such actions? Chu Yunxi merely smiled, a delicate yet striking smile, then let the blame fall upon me. I am indifferent. Upon hearing these words from Chu Yunxi, Wei Huai wished to articulate further, yet was promptly interrupted by her. There is no need for you to continue, Wei Butler. Do not spoil my appetite, lest I grow famished, and upon our return, the master will hold you accountable. Wei Huai felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet he could only suppress it. After all, he could not jeopardize the master's grand designs. That girl, Chu Yunxi, was untouchable. In fact, not only was she untouchable, but she also required safeguarding to ensure her safe return to the Chu family. It was precisely for these reasons that Wei Huai dutifully acquiesced to Chu Yunxi's words. Nonetheless, he had come to realize one thing. Chu Yunxi was far from the innocent girl he had presumed her to be. Evidently, Chen Er had divulged something to her. But what of it? A girl of merely 15 or 16 years, what significant upheaval could she possibly orchestrate beyond causing a bit of trouble for the servants? Furthermore, what did it matter that Chen Er treated her well? Could that bond rival that of a father who shared her blood? Once Chu Yunxi returned to the Chu family, would not the matters thereafter unfold as the master and his associates deemed fit? Chu Yunxi had no interest in discerning Wei Huai's thoughts. After all, from the moment of her rebirth, she had meticulously mapped out her subsequent actions. Just then, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Chu Yunxi said, Uncle Chen, please sit and join me for a meal. Chen Er quickly responded, Miss, that would not be appropriate. Chu Yunxi merely replied, there is nothing inappropriate. To me, you are not a servant, but family. Let us sit down together and share a meal. Having been confined all afternoon, you must be hungry. Upon hearing this, Chen Er understood Chu Yunxi's intent and said, yes, thank you, Mississippi. With that, Chen Er took a seat, and along with Lu Shi and Ling Er, the table quickly filled with people. Wei Huai and his companions, however, were relegated to merely watching from the side. Wei Huai cast a cold glance, but chose to disregard them. The country girl lacked decorum, and once they reached the minister's residence, she would certainly face the consequences. Wei Huai had initially expected the meal to be a swift affair, yet he was taken aback when these individuals, unhurried and with an abundance of dishes, took only a couple of bites from each, stretching the meal over the course of half an hour, without finishing. As time slipped away, Wei Huai remarked, Miss, we must set off soon. Otherwise, we shall be late for our next destination and may have to spend the night in the wilderness. Chu Yunxi, however, responded nonchalantly, if we are running late, then let us stay the night and depart tomorrow. Hearing this, Wei Huai felt displeased and continued, the master has instructed that I bring you back promptly. How can we afford to delay for another day? Moreover, it has been years since the master last saw you, and he misses you dearly. Can you bear to let him continue yearning for your presence? However, Chu Yunxi was entirely unfazed by his tactics. Instead, she retorted, after waiting for 16 years, what is a mere half-day? Furthermore, the meal remains unfinished. I cannot embark on my journey with an empty stomach. As she spoke, she deftly lifted a piece of shrimp from the stir-fried shrimp dish with her chopsticks, only to set them down once more. Wei Huai, realizing that Chu Yunxi was deliberately stalling for time, felt his expression darken. Miss, the situation is urgent. If you continue in this manner, you cannot blame me for disregarding your esteemed status. Upon hearing Wei Huai's words, Chu Yunxi raised an eyebrow, aware that her delay was beginning to frustrate him. Initially, she had intended to prolong the matter for another day, but now, understanding that Wei Huai possessed considerable skills and that his companions were equally formidable, she realized that even if she were to reveal her silver needles, it might not suffice to impede them. Moreover, she was reluctant to have this matter exposed so prematurely. Chapter 54. Only worthy of the side door. After contemplating briefly, Chu Yunxi continued, then I shall trouble Butler Wei to settle the account first. Once I have finished the remaining 2 dishes, I will proceed to pack my belongings. Upon hearing this, Wei Huai's expression grew decidedly more complex. He had not anticipated that this audacious girl, Chu Yunxi, would dare to impose such a demand upon him. It appeared she was far from the simpleton he had initially presumed. However, the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly escort Chu Yunxi and the Lu family back to the Chu residence, thereby avoiding any further complications. Thus, Wei Huai gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced to Chu Yunxi's request, striding toward the waiter with a stern demeanor and inquiring, how much is the total? The waiter, intimidated by Wei Huai's unfriendly countenance, hesitated momentarily before responding, a total of 32 taels of silver. From a distance, Chu Yunxi overheard the exchange and felt the sum to be rather modest. Evidently, this small inn offered reasonable prices, as over 40 dishes only amounted to slightly more than 30 taels. Had they not already settled other expenses during their stay, she would have certainly extracted a heftier sum from Wei Huai. Reluctantly, yet obediently, Wei Huai produced the silver and handed it to the waiter. After settling the bill, he returned to Chu Yunxi and said, "Miss, the account has been cleared. We should hasten to gather our things and depart." Meanwhile, during the transaction, the remaining 2 dishes had been hastily consumed. Chu Yunxi, whose appetite was not particularly large, had actually been satisfied long ago. She merely feigned delay to prolong their stay. She rose and said, "Then I must trouble Butler Wei to wait a little longer. My mother and I will go upstairs to pack our belongings." The luggage brought by Chu Yunxi and her companions was minimal, consisting merely of a few articles of clothing and jewelry, with little in the way of valuables. Therefore, they were able to finish packing in no time. When Chun Er came to assist with the luggage, he could not help but inquire of Chu Yunxi, "Miss, are we truly returning with Wei Huai? Did you not mention wanting to delay?" Upon hearing Chun Er's question, Chu Yunxi maintained her composure and replied coolly, "The fact that Wei Huai has arrived indicates that Chu Tianqing has grown impatient. Further delays would not serve our interests. It is better to take advantage of the situation while we can." Chun Er nodded in understanding and remarked, "The miss is well aware. I feel reassured." Hearing this, Chu Yunxi felt a sense of comfort. "Uncle Chun, there is no need for concern." "Yes, miss," Chun Er replied, and he did not utter any further words. Instead, he shouldered the luggage that Chu Yunxi had prepared and stepped out first. Wei Huai waited downstairs, initially assuming that Chu Yunxi would prolong the departure. Yet he was surprised to see her come down promptly and obediently with her belongings. Observing this, he couldn't help but let out a disdainful chuckle, thinking to himself that she was no more than this. Although she feigned an air of superiority, she remained timid and apprehensive. Chu Yunxi did not cast a glance at Wei Huai. Instead, she exited and boarded a carriage with Lu Shi and Linger, while Chun Er took his place at the front. Little He, too, followed closely beside Chun Er, lying down quietly. Indeed, Chao Yoji, this time they seemed indifferent, save for Wei Huai who accompanied him. After all, he was the son of Chao Dezhou, and it was his duty to care for him. Upon leaving the town, they pressed onward. Chu Yunxi discerned the urgency radiating from Wei Huai and the others. Throughout their journey, they relentlessly urged the horses forward, scarcely pausing even during the night. Normally, the trip from Chongqing town to the capital required 2 days and nights. However, they managed to traverse it in a single day and night without respite. It was only at dawn, upon glimpsing the towering city walls of the capital, that the pace of their carriage began to ease.
Chun Er,
Seated at the front of the carriage, adjusted his clothing. Spring had arrived, and one would expect the weather to grow progressively warmer. Yet today was marked by a dismal rain, with a chill wind intermingling with the raindrops, rendering the atmosphere still quite frigid. Chu Yunxi had initially urged him to join the other carriage for some shelter from the inclement weather, but Chun Er, unwilling to leave the 3 of them unprotected, insisted on remaining at the helm of their carriage. Despite her repeated entreaties, he remained resolute, and she ultimately acquiesced to his wishes. Little Black, sensing the concern of Lu Shi, was brought into the carriage and now lay docilely at her feet. Noticing the deceleration of the carriage, Chu Yunxi inquired, "Uncle Chun, where have we arrived?" Chun Er replied, "Miss, we have reached the north gate of the capital." Hearing this, Chu Yunxi lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The grand and majestic city gate before her was identical to what she had seen in her previous life. Observing the queue of people waiting to enter, a wave of complex emotions washed over her heart. The persistent rain eerily mirrored the life she had led upon entering the city gate in her previous existence. Once one enters the world of the affluent, it is as profound and unfathomable as the sea. The capital is a place that devours without remorse, especially within the swirling vortex of power struggles that is the Chu family. Chun Er, observing Chu Yunxi's demeanor, could not suppress his growing concern and inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" Chu Yunxi shook her head and replied, "It is nothing, merely the realization that peaceful days are no longer ahead." The absence of tranquility did not pertain solely to her, but to everyone within the Chu family, from top to bottom. Chu Yunxi lowered the curtain and settled back into the carriage. After this brief interlude, their procession of 4 or 5 carriages majestically entered the city gates.
Youngling Er,
curious about the capital, occasionally lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. Chu Yunxi watched her without interference, for she too had once been captivated by the bustling splendor of the city. Ultimately, she had been entranced by the very vibrancy that had once dazzled her eyes. By midday, their carriage finally halted at the side entrance of the Ministry of Rites. Wei Huai disembarked and approached the carriage of Chu Yunxi, stating, "Miss, we have arrived at the Ministry of Rites. It is time to alight." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi lifted the curtain for a glance. The vermilion gate stood wide open, the courtyard walls towering, indeed imposing. However, Chu Yunxi let out a cold laugh. With an icy tone, she remarked, "Steward Wei, does my mother and I only deserve to enter through the side door of the Ministry of Rites?" Wei Huai was taken aback, astonished that Chu Yunxi would seize upon this particular issue. After all, entering through the side door was a decision reached after much deliberation by the masters, serving as a subtle warning to Chu Yunxi. He had initially thought that a girl raised in the countryside like her would be oblivious to the distinction between the main entrance and the side door. However, to his surprise, she indeed raised this very question. After pondering for a moment, Wei Huai responded, "Miss, the main gate of the minister's residence is typically only opened for important matters. Ordinarily, everyone uses the side door." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi could not help but inwardly scoff. The side door was generally only traversed by maids and servants. It was hardly conceivable that the masters would choose to enter through the side door instead of the main entrance. Chapter 55. A display of authority in her previous life. Chu Yunxi was indeed oblivious to the distinctions between the main entrance and the side door. She was merely dazzled by the grandeur of the minister's residence. Even when she entered through the side door, she felt a sense of trepidation. This naivety later became a source of mockery for others. This time, how could Chu Yunxi willingly suffer such indignity? "Steward Wei, I am the young lady of the minister's residence, and my mother is the esteemed lady of the minister. After 16 years away, I have returned. Why should I be denied entry through the main door and instead be relegated to this lesser entrance? Did you not say that my father longs for us? If that were true, how could he allow my mother and me to endure such humiliation, thereby tarnishing the reputation of the minister's residence?" Hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Wei Huai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would grasp these matters so well, even daring to issue a thinly veiled threat. However, they had already arrived at the threshold, and it was unwise to abandon their efforts. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Miss, it seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding the master's intentions. It is likely that the servants miscommunicated. I shall send someone to inquire with the master immediately." Chu Yunxi offered a gentle smile before responding, "I would appreciate it, Steward Wei, if you could send someone swift and keen of ear. Otherwise, with several carriages stationed here, it would be impossible to avoid attracting attention, and the minister's residence would suffer a reputation for mistreating its legitimate daughter." Wei Huai bowed his head, concealing his cold gaze, and replied, "Your words are wise, Mississippi. I shall attend to this matter personally." Chu Yunxi nodded, choosing not to speak further. Wei Huai turned and entered through the side door, making his way directly to the main hall of the inner residence. At that moment, Chu Tianqing and the others had already received the news of Chu Yunxi and her companion's return, so they were waiting in the main hall. However, to their surprise, after a lengthy wait, only Wei Huai returned alone. Chu Tianqing's expression shifted, and he coldly inquired, "Where are Chu Yunxi and Madame Liu? Have they not returned?" Wei Huai promptly responded, "Master, the young lady and Madame are already outside, but..." Upon hearing the first half of Wei Huai's words, Chu Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were back, that was sufficient. Yet, he did not anticipate that Wei Huai had more to say. However, the young lady insisted on entering through the main gate, not the side entrance. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing's expression grew increasingly complex, but before he could speak, a beautiful woman nearby immediately slammed her hand on the table and stood up. How audacious! She is merely a discarded daughter, accompanied by a fool. Yet she dares to wish to enter through the main gate of our minister's residence? Does she think she is worthy? The speaker was none other than Qin Shi, the current minister's wife, who had secretly been obstructing Chu Yunxi and her companions. She had already harbored great dissatisfaction with the decision to bring Chu Yunxi and Madame Liu back, and who would have thought that this country-bred little wretch would insist on entering through the main gate? Allowing them to enter through the main gate would be tantamount to acknowledging their status as legitimate wife and daughter. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. With this thought, Chen turned to grasp Chu Tianqing's sleeve, her tone laden with gravity. My lord, have you not considered the implications? If we allow them to enter through the main gate now, who knows how they might become emboldened in the future? It would be a blow to the dignity of our family. While I may be indifferent, Yunzi and Yunting cannot be subjected to such indignities. Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunting were the pair of twins born to Chu Tianqing and Chen. Upon hearing her words, Chu Tianqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wei Huai, observing from the side, interjected, My lord, the young ladies have several carriages awaiting them at the side gate. If they linger too long, it may attract unwanted attention and gossip. His tone was unassuming, yet his intent was clear. He urged Chu Tianqing to make a decisive choice. Young lady, you speak quite readily. What favor has Chu Yunqi bestowed upon you that prompts you to advocate for them?
Do you not see me as your mistress?
Chen's voice dripped with disdain as she addressed Wei Huai, who quickly lowered his head in contrition. Casting a cold glance at him, Chen resumed her discourse with Chu Tianqing. My lord, let them enter through the side gate. If they return and immediately oppose your authority, how can they expect to command respect within the household in the future? Chen's reasoning held a degree of validity, and Chu Tianqing found himself swayed. Yet, Wei Huai countered, My lord, we must consider the larger picture. At these words, Chu Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically, but ultimately he conceded. Very well, let them enter through the main gate. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with discontent and was about to voice her thoughts when Chu Tianqing coldly interjected, Enough, speak less. The matters of these past years are far too intricate for a woman like you to comprehend. As long as the Chu family stands firm, what does it matter if you endure some grievances? With that, he commanded Wei Huai, Go ahead and do as I instructed. As Chu Tianqing's words fell, Chen was incensed and hurried to stop Wei Huai, only to be subtly restrained by the gentle tug of her daughter, Chu Yunzi, from behind. Turning to glance at her, Chen saw her daughter shake her head slightly. Regardless of her lingering dissatisfaction, Chen had no choice but to acquiesce. Her daughter possessed a clever mind, often contemplating matters with greater foresight than herself, which led Chen to frequently heed her daughter's counsel. Nevertheless, her expression remained far from pleasant. Meanwhile, Wei Huai, having taken Chu Tianqing's orders, stepped outside to the side door, where he donned a respectful demeanor and addressed the carriage of Chu Yunqi and the others, saying, It was a misunderstanding caused by a misinterpretation of the master's words by the servant. I shall have them redirect the carriage to the front entrance immediately. Seated in her carriage, Chu Yunqi listened to Wei Huai's words with a cold smile in her heart, though her face merely registered a nonchalant acknowledgement. The carriages then made their way toward the main entrance. Linger, sitting in the carriage, gazed at Chu Yunqi with admiration, exclaiming, Miss, you are truly remarkable. If it weren't for your keen observation of the front and side entrances, we would have indeed caused a misunderstanding with the master today. With a whimsical chuckle, Chu Yunqi remarked, Silly Linger, what misunderstanding could there be? This is merely a show of force from the Chu family towards my mother and me. Upon hearing this, Linger furrowed her brow, evidently perplexed as to why the Chu family would seek to intimidate them.
Noticing Linger's confusion,
Chu Yunqi understood that the convoluted history was far too intricate to elucidate in just a few sentences. Thus, she simply said, You must remember, no one in the Chu family welcomes our return, and among them lurk creatures disguised as humans, all harboring malevolent intentions. Linger was momentarily taken aback, a wave of concern washing over her. But why must that young lady return? Could we not simply refrain from coming back? If we cannot confront them, surely we can evade them? Observing Linger's somewhat naive expression, Chu Yunqi gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied, I harbor no ill will, yet there are those who wish me harm. Chapter 56, A shrewd calculation. As long as my mother and I draw breath, these individuals will not relent. Rather than cowering in fear, it is far wiser to eradicate all sources of danger, thus enabling us to truly live. Chu Yunqi's gaze was profound, and although Linger struggled to fully comprehend, she nodded earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, Linger would accompany her mistress in whatever endeavors she chose to pursue. Chu Yunqi smiled gently, caressing Linger's cheek, and spoke no further. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the minister's residence. The majestic gates, adorned with intricate carvings, bore a plaque at the center inscribed with the flamboyant characters, Minister's Residence. A handful of attendants stood guard, slowly parting the crimson doors. Wei Huai then announced, Miss, we have arrived. Please disembark. Chu Yunxi was the first to lift the curtain, and only then did Linger assist Lu Shi in stepping out from behind. The side entrance of the minister's residence exuded an air of grandeur, yet paled in comparison to the main entrance. Linger, momentarily dazzled by the opulence, gazed in awe, while a nearby servant could not suppress a disdainful smirk, thinking to herself that this indeed was a girl from the countryside, lacking in worldly experience. Chu Yunxi remained unfazed by Linger's reaction, understanding it as entirely natural. Wei Huai spoke again. Madam, please enter. Chu Yunxi responded with a measured acknowledgement. Very well. Steward Wei, please lead the way. After this, she assisted Lu Shi into the premises, with Linger trailing behind them. They navigated around the screen wall, passed through the flower-laden gate, entered the central courtyard, and traversed a corridor before finally arriving at the main hall of the inner residence. As Chu Yunxi and her companions arrived at the entrance, a maid lifted the cotton curtain to welcome them inside. Chu Yunxi assisted Lu Shi in entering. Although she did not regard Linger as a mere maid, she had no choice but to leave her outside, and the same applied to Chen. Upon stepping inside, Chu Yunxi immediately spotted Chu Tianqing and Chen Shi seated in the principal position, with Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunting beside them. A chill swept through Chu Yunxi's gaze. She had believed she could perfectly conceal her animosity, yet upon encountering these individuals once more, she was overwhelmed by a fervent impulse to eliminate them at once. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly performed a slight bow to Chu Tianqing. Daughter Yunxi pays her respects to father. At first, Chu Tianqing did not regard them, his attention absorbed by the intricately crafted glass teacup in his hands, seemingly oblivious to their presence. It was only upon hearing Chu Yunxi's greeting that he lifted his gaze. And in that fleeting moment, he was taken aback. Clad in a striking indigo dress, Chu Yunxi caught his eye, yet his focus was drawn to Lu Shi, who timidly hid behind her. He had anticipated that after years of living in the countryside, Lu Shi would appear as a weathered rustic woman, but to his surprise, she wore a simple, white dress adorned with subtle embroidery, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. The passage of years seemed to have left no mark upon her visage. Her unadorned hairstyle further accentuated her purity and grace, reminiscent of a lotus flower emerging from the rain, captivating all who beheld her. It is the timid and bashful expression upon her face that stirs within him an overwhelming desire for conquest. Chu Tianqing's decision to wed Lu was not merely influenced by the advantageous prospects her father could provide for his career, but also by Lu's unparalleled beauty and intellect that shone brightly in the capital. Lu, being a naturally refined young lady, was undoubtedly exceptional as a mistress of the household. However, her dignified grace only accentuated the allure of his pampered concubine, whose seductive charm was hard to resist. Moreover, with the Lu family in decline, and Chen having borne him a son and a daughter, she proved far superior to Lu, who, after suffering complications in childbirth, could no longer conceive. In her youth, Chen possessed remarkable beauty paired with an enchanting allure that left no man indifferent. Yet, time, relentless in its passage, had dulled her once vibrant charm. Although she retained a semblance of grace, Chu Tianqing had long grown weary of her presence. Thus, upon witnessing the undeniable lust in his eyes as he beheld Lu, Chen felt a surge of indignation. Unable to confront Chu Tianqing directly, she turned to Chu Yunxi with a frosty demeanor and remarked, "You seem to grasp some semblance of decorum, yet you are, after all, a country bumpkin, exuding an air of poverty. Wearing but a few pearl flowers is truly an embarrassment for the minister's residence." Chen's words echoed those from a previous life, but Chu Yunxi merely chuckled lightly in response and said, "Gold and silver are rather vulgar. I have no fondness for them." To which Chen retorted with a derisive snort, "The country girl will likely never encounter any gold or silver in her lifetime, hence her disdain for what is deemed commonplace." Chen spoke, adjusting the golden hairpin atop her head, and continued, "You appear to be worth no more than a single tael of silver. Should you venture outside, people might say that I, the lady of the manor, have treated you poorly." Subsequently, she withdrew a silver hairpin from her coiled hair, gesturing towards Chu Yunxi, inviting her to approach and receive it. "Consider this a token of our meeting. Do not claim that I, your stepmother, have been unkind." Although Chen's words suggested generosity, her expression betrayed a distinct air of condescension. Chu Tianqing chimed in, "You should accept it. Your stepmother's good intentions should not be dismissed." A cold smile crept across Chu Yunxi's face at the term stepmother. How could she possibly merit such a title? However, before Chu Yunxi could respond, Chu Yunzi interjected, She took the silver hairpin from Chun and, with a gentle smile, approached with an air of delight. Since I was born half an hour later, it is only fitting that I call you sister. Mother has given you a gift, and it would be improper for me not to reciprocate. Allow me to present this to you. As she spoke, she produced a wooden hairpin adorned with a small jade stone, which was indeed simple yet elegant. However, had it not shared a striking resemblance to the hairpin worn by her maid, it would have been perfect. Chu Yunxi smiled, recognizing her sister's cunning. Using a maid's accessory would only invite ridicule upon herself as a young lady of the household. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's remark, the expressions of those present soured, particularly that of Chu Tianqing, who immediately adopted a stern demeanor and chastised Chu Yunxi. Yunzi means well. Perhaps she simply made a mistake. There is no need for such hostility. At that moment, Chu Yunzi feigned anger and turned to the maid behind her, scolding, "You foolish girl! How could you have mistaken the gift I prepared for my sister? Now I've been misunderstood by her. You truly deserve a beating." The maid promptly knelt on the ground, weeping as she begged for Chu Yunxi's mercy. "Miss, please do not be angry, otherwise, the young lady will sell me off. I implore you, if you are truly upset, just strike me to relieve your frustration. I promise I won't utter a word." Chu Yunxi could only laugh at her own foolishness. In her previous life, she had failed to recognize the blatant oppression and humiliation inflicted by Chu Yunzi. Instead, she had naively believed her to be a genuinely caring sister, only to find herself ensnared in a deadly trap. Furthermore, her maid was no better. With just a few words, she had portrayed herself as a spoiled young lady who would resort to beatings and selling off her maid upon their very first meeting. Such a clever scheme indeed. Chapter 57. Undeserving. Chu Yunxi let out a cold laugh. If an ordinary person were in her position, they might indeed fall prey to their schemes, unwittingly leaping into their trap. However, Chu Yunxi was utterly indifferent to reputation at this moment. Observing the young maid's tear-streaked face, she remarked, "A careless maid is of no use. It would be better to sell her off and find someone more astute." As she spoke, she turned to Chu Yunzi and added with a light chuckle, "What do you think?" Chu Yunzi was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a statement from Chu Yunxi. The young maid, looking desperately at Chu Yunzi for help, received a significant glance and immediately bowed her head to Chu Yunxi, pleading, "Please spare me, miss. Please spare me." The maid, determined, struck her head against the ground with such force that blood soon appeared, yet Chu Yunxi remained unmoved. Beside them, Chu Tianqing could not help but slap the table, exclaiming, "Enough! Enough! Yunxi has just returned home. This should be a joyous occasion, not a scene of despair." Hearing this, Chu Yunxi could only sneer inwardly.
À joyeuse occasion?
What a farce. There was hardly a soul present who felt joy. Upon hearing her father's words, Chu Yunzi quickly responded, "Yes, father, I acknowledge my mistake." After speaking, she glared at the young maid and coldly ordered, "Why are you not leaving at once?" The maid hurriedly scrambled to her feet and retreated, bringing this little episode to a close. However, Chen did not intend to let Chu Yunxi off so easily, mockingly remarking, "A girl from the countryside, her temperament is rather coarse. Upon returning home, she resorts to threats and violence." With this utterance, all blame was swiftly cast upon Chu Yunxi. It was she, the unsophisticated girl from the countryside, who fussed over trifles and sought to establish dominance through intimidation. Such was indeed a cunning tactic in the domestic strife, yet Chu Yunxi was wholly unimpressed by it. This assertion was utterly unfounded. A mere maidservant from the illustrious minister's residence should not engage in such behavior. Today marked my return, which is of little consequence. However, should this matter remain unresolved, any future transgressions would tarnish the reputation of the minister's household. While Chu Yunxi cared little for her own reputation, she was acutely aware that Chu Tianqing did. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, Chu Tianqing's expression darkened, and he commanded sternly, "From now on, let her serve as a laundry maid in the back courtyard. She need not return to the front." The attendant by Chu Tianqing's side promptly replied, "Yes, my lord." The maid in question was the personal servant of Chu Yunzi, clever yet instrumental in the numerous schemes against Chu Yunxi. Had it not been for her, Chu Yunxi would not have so swiftly fallen into the deep pit that Chu Yunzi had prepared for her in her previous life. "Enough, let this matter rest here. Yunxi has accepted the token of greeting from your mother, and that shall suffice," Chu Tianqing declared, noticing that Chu Yunzi still lingered beside Chu Yunxi. Accordingly, Chu Yunzi raised her hand to present the hairpin to her. Chu Yunxi merely smiled indifferently and then spoke. No need for that. My attire is striking enough. And this silver ornament is rather plain, thus ill-suited. Her words were straightforward, unequivocally conveying her disdain for their offering. The deep azure dress she wore, adorned with vividly embroidered orchid motifs, was indeed eye-catching yet not ostentatious, crafted by the skilled hands of Qingniang. When Qingniang presented her with several garments, her gaze was immediately drawn to the simpler hues and a dark blue martial outfit, unaware that at the bottom of the trunk lay a striking azure gown. In her previous life, she had favored muted tones due to someone else's preference, but times had changed. Now, she desired to stand out, to declare herself a formidable hedgehog. Anyone who dared to approach would draw blood. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Madame Chen became visibly displeased. What? Do you believe my ornament fails to complement your attire? Chu Yunxi did imply as much, yet upon her return home, she did not intend for immediate conflict. She spoke with a measure of restraint, allowing others to interpret her words as they wished. The term aunt was misunderstood. Yunxi merely suggested a lack of harmony. However, the moment the word aunt left her lips, it struck at the most sensitive part of Madame Chen's pride, provoking a swift change in her demeanor to one of fury. Chu Yunxi, what do you mean by that? I am the wife of the Minister of the Grand Secretariat. Chu Yunxi, however, merely chuckled lightly, choosing not to reply. In her heart, she mused that Chen, now advanced in age, had become increasingly overbearing due to her diminished beauty. Apart from her somewhat sinister methods, her intellect had also dulled. She was indeed manageable, yet Chu Yunxi concealed her true nature and harbored deep schemes, making it no simple task to contend with her. Noticing that Chu Yunxi remained silent, Chen tugged at Chu Tianqing's sleeve, exclaiming, "My lord, see how she treats me. She has just returned to the minister's residence and shows no respect for me, her biological mother. How can I discipline her in the future?" Chu Tianqing felt a headache coming on. The matter concerning Chu Yunxi's uncle was known only to him and a few trusted confidants, as the imperial edict had yet to be issued. Moreover, Chen was merely a woman of the inner chambers, and he had not divulged any of the underlying complexities to her. He had anticipated that Chu Yunxi, returning from the countryside, would be an unsophisticated girl who could be easily appeased with a few kind words and some gifts. To his surprise, the girl spoke with such clarity and conviction that he could find no fault in her. At this juncture, Chu Tianqing was at a loss for what to do. So, he merely slapped the table and said in a stern voice, "Enough. Do not quarrel." His gaze lingered on the three of them before he added, "Yunxi has been weak in health, spending many years in the countryside recuperating, and has only just returned. As her biological mother, why not show her a bit of kindness?" Though Chen was deeply unwilling, she could only acquiesce under Chu Tianqing's displeased gaze. Chu Yunxi found the situation quite amusing. It was no wonder that Chu Tianqing had achieved such success. It was closely tied to his ability to endure. However, Chu Yunxi did not display her thoughts on her face. Instead, she gradually performed a respectful bow and softly remarked, "Father, you are wise." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing felt a sense of relief in his heart. As long as he could keep Chu Yunxi occupied, the prosperous days of the Chu family were still ahead. Just as Chu Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Chu Yunxi continue, "Before I returned, I heard from Steward Wei that father misses both his daughter and mother dearly. Is that truly the case?" As soon as Chu Yunxi finished speaking, Chu Tianqing perceived this as a splendid opportunity that he could not afford to let slip away so easily. Thus, he donned a look of heartfelt sorrow and replied, "Indeed. It is true." Chapter 58. A matter for father to decide. For over a decade, Chu Yunxi had lived in the countryside, relying solely on Lu Shi for companionship, never once experiencing the warmth of a father's love. Consequently, Chu Tianqing presumed that her words were a plea for paternal affection. "You are my own flesh and blood. How could I not long for you?" he declared. Adopting a guise of grievance, Chu Yunxi sorrowfully replied, "Yet, father, why did you not come to visit me all these years?" Chu Tianqing was momentarily taken aback before responding. "The master said that in order for you to live well, I must not visit." A cold smile crept across Chu Yunxi's heart. It was evident that Chu Tianqing had conspired with Wei Huai to concoct this excuse. Yet it was riddled with inconsistencies. Wei, the steward, had informed Yunxi that as long as she surpassed the age of 15, it would be permissible for him to visit. So, why had her father only sent someone after her 16th birthday? Chu Tianqing was again caught off guard, not having anticipated that Chu Yunxi would cling to this detail. He had initially conferred with Wei Huai about this explanation 6 months prior, upon hearing news of her uncle. However, as that information had since changed, he dismissed it as false and paid it no heed. Little did he expect to be ensnared by Chu Yunxi's scrutiny. Before he could devise a plausible excuse, Chu Yunzi interjected, "If you must place blame, direct it at me. I fell ill, and father feared that I would transmit the sickness to you. Hence, he delayed your return." With her words, Chu Tianqing hastily corroborated, "Indeed, Yunzi's illness is contagious, which is why we could not bring you back immediately." In her 15th year, Chu Yunzi indeed experienced a bout of illness, yet whether it was genuine or feigned remains a matter of perspective. Chu Yunxi had no intention of dwelling on the matter. Having received an explanation, she chose to remain silent. She simply expressed, "Father, your profound love for your daughter is understood." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing felt a sense of relief wash over him, believing that Chu Yunxi harbored no ulterior motives and that maintaining the facade of a benevolent father would be manageable. However, before he could fully exhale this relief, Chu Yunxi spoke again. "There is yet another matter, father, for which I seek your guidance." Chu Tianqing inquired, "What is it?" Chu Yunxi did not respond directly, but called out toward the door, "Uncle Chun, please bring them in." "Yes, miss," came the immediate response from Chun Er, who promptly exited to fetch the individual. Listening to this exchange, Chu Tianqing felt an undeniable sense of unease, though he could not discern the nature of Chu Yunxi's intentions. Thus, he inquired, "What is happening?" Chu Yunxi merely replied, "I would appreciate it if you would accompany me outside to take a look." Frowning, Chu Tianqing was plagued by an ominous premonition. "Let us go, father. We shall see," urged Chu Yunzi from the side. Instinctively, Chu Tianqing glanced at her. Yet he recognized that this was not a moment for hesitation, so he rose and proceeded toward the door, where a waiting maid hastily raised the cotton curtain. As several individuals stepped outside, Chen Er suddenly seized a disheveled figure and dragged him into the courtyard. With a forceful push, the man collapsed onto the ground, splattering himself with mud and water. Before anyone could react, he began to drink from the puddle beneath him. The rain continued to fall, and a chilling wind penetrated their garments, causing Chun to shiver involuntarily. He inquired, "Who is this person?" Chu Yunxi replied, "He claims his name is Chao Yoji." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others subtly shifted. Chu Tianqing immediately signaled to a nearby servant, who approached and lifted Chao Yoji's face for a closer inspection before reporting, "Master, it is indeed Chao Yoji."
Chu Tianxing,
who prided himself on being perceived as a good father in Chu Yunxi's eyes, adopted an air of authority and questioned, "ISN, T. Chao Yoji, the one I sent to fetch you? What has transpired?" Chu Yunxi responded, "Chao Yoji is now a fool." At this revelation, the group turned their gazes back to Chao Yoji, who lay soaked in mud, seemingly oblivious to the cold, continuing to drink from the earth. Indeed, he appeared to have lost his senses. Nearby, Chu Yunzi observed the scene and discreetly signaled another maid, whispering, "Go summon Steward Chao and inform him that his son has returned, but there is a problem." The maid nodded quickly and scurried away. Chu Yunzi believed herself to be unnoticed. However, unbeknownst to her, all these occurrences were being keenly observed by Chu Yunxi, who was acutely aware of their actions. Chao Deji is a member of the Qin family, and Chao Yoji is his biological son. Now that Chao Yoji has encountered trouble, it would indeed be peculiar not to summon Chao Deji. Chu Yunxi had anticipated this situation long ago. Although Chao Yoji's predicament would inevitably create another enemy for her, it is important to note that he encountered difficulties while escorting her home. Consequently, regardless of his future actions, Chao Deji would harbor resentment towards her. In light of this, it may be more prudent to decisively sever ties. After all, the entire Chu family is her adversary. Whether the revelation comes sooner or later bears little significance. Yunxi, how could this happen when Chao Yoji was merely coming to escort you home? What transpired along the way? Chu Tianqing inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Before Chu Yunxi could respond, Chen Er, standing below, interjected, "My lord, it was I who inflicted this condition upon Chao Yoji." Chu Tianqing's expression changed dramatically. "Why did you do this to him?" "Because this man harbored ulterior motives. I do not know which rogue instigated him, but he attempted to harm the young lady and her mother during the journey. Fortunately, I intervened in time. Otherwise, the young lady and her mother would have returned home as corpses today." Upon hearing Chen Er's words, Chu Yunxi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Chao Yoji had no intention of killing her or her mother. He merely sought to commit an immoral act against them. She had never discussed with Chun Er how to address this matter upon arriving at the Chu family, yet it was unexpected that he would present an alternative justification. It seems he was concerned about the potential impact on their reputations. However, it can be considered a fortuitous misstep that has indeed affected the Qin family. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing furrowed his brow, his expression darkening with displeasure. Who, dare I ask, would have the audacity to target the two women? The petty individual remains unknown. Chen Er replied in a nonchalant tone. Chu Tianqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, refrained from speaking, yet internally he began to form suspicions regarding the perpetrator of this incident. The knowledge of his intention to bring Chu Yunxi back was limited to a select few, primarily his trusted allies, who were aware of the intricate dynamics at play and would never consider harming Chu Yunxi. The only individual with both motive and reason could only be his wife, Chen. Chapter 59. The Fatal Strike. She was aware of certain whispers surrounding Lu Chonglin, yet she remained oblivious to the intricate web of interests involved. Nonetheless, it was evident to her that upon the return of Chu Yunxi and her daughter, her position would be jeopardized. Furthermore, although she did not openly acknowledge it, she was acutely aware that Chao Dezhou was affiliated with the Qin family. Given that Chao Youji was the son of Chao Dezhou, discerning the true puppeteer behind the scenes was quite straightforward. Contemplating this, Chu Tianqing could not help but cast a glance towards the Qin family. Chun was immediately taken aback. Although she had indeed concocted schemes to eliminate Chu Yunxi and her daughter, each attempt had met with failure. Consequently, she had resolved to devise a plan once Chu Yunxi returned to the Chu household. As for Chao Youji, she had refrained from confiding in anyone, for she was no fool. Should any misfortune befall Chu Yunxi during her journey, the primary suspect would undoubtedly be Chao Youji, and the identity of his backer was hardly a mystery. However, she had not anticipated that an incident would indeed transpire concerning Chao Youji. Master, do not heed the instigators, Chen urged, her brow furrowed as she endeavored to convince Chu Tianqing that she was not the mastermind behind these machinations. If I were truly capable of such treachery, what benefit would it yield for me? While I may not harbor fondness for her, I am acutely aware that this matter pertains to your significant affairs. How could I possibly wish to embroil you in trouble? Chen whispered, lowering her voice earnestly. After hearing this, Chu Tianqing felt it made some sense. So he turned to Chu Yunxi and said, since this matter has already occurred, and he has received his due punishment, let us expel him from the residence and consider the matter settled. However, Chu Yunxi replied, Father, I wish to know, is Chao Youji a born servant, with his status recorded in our household? Chu Tianqing, not grasping the true implication of her inquiry, merely nodded in affirmation. Chu Yunxi continued, in that case, I believe this matter cannot be dismissed so easily. This individual harbors malicious intent and has overstepped his bounds. He must be dealt with severely. After a moment of silence, Chu Tianqing asked, what do you propose? To beat him to death. Chu Yunxi's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. If the Chu family was to assert their authority, she would reciprocate in kind. Moreover, she never intended to spare Chao Youji's life. Her previous decision not to kill him was solely to bring him back for the Qin family to witness, to demonstrate the dire consequences of provoking her. Yet,
Chu Tianqing hesita.
Chao Youji was a born servant, and if he were to be killed, it would tarnish the reputation of the minister's residence. However, as Chu Yunxi had just returned, he needed to cultivate an image of love and protection in her heart to facilitate future actions. Chu Yunzi observed her father's hesitation and interjected, Sister, do you not think this is somewhat excessive? Chao Youji is now a fool. Is there truly a need to take his life? Chu Yunzi, having expressed her heartfelt thoughts, garnered great satisfaction from Chu Tianqing. Indeed, this daughter of his truly captured his heart, considering his feelings and speaking on his behalf. Reflecting on this, Chu Tianqing could not help but cast an admiring and affectionate glance at Chu Yunzi, who smiled sweetly, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful and understanding daughter. However, Chu Yunxi remained unyielding, retorting coldly, Does father also believe it has gone too far? In response, Chu Tianqing adopted an expression of magnanimity, stating, Chao Youji, after all, is the son of Chao Dezhou, and the steward has contributed significantly over the years. Yunxi, it would be prudent not to sever ties completely. He paused momentarily, then continued in a tone that suggested his sole concern for Chu Yunxi. You have just returned home today. Should a grave incident occur, it would tarnish your reputation as well. As soon as Chu Tianqing finished speaking, Chu Yunzi chimed in. Father speaks wisely, sister. It would be best not to be so aggressive. Otherwise, it may be said that the young ladies of the minister's residence lack proper upbringing and are unruly. The corners of Chu Yunxi's mouth twitched at her sister's sharp tongue. Despite her initial restraint, she was already being chastised. Had it not been for her own past experiences with the complexities of the world, she might have been taken in by that remark. However, in the present moment, the one who narrowly escaped death is not you, so naturally, you remain indifferent. If he were still alive, my mother and I would likely be trapped in a nightmare day after day, becoming emaciated and muddled in our thoughts. Should we encounter anyone and utter unflattering remarks, it would truly tarnish the reputation of the minister's residence. Upon hearing these words from Chu Yunxi, Chu Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled Chu Yunxi's uncle. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly come to visit the mother and daughter. If he were to learn that Chu Yunxi and Lu had nearly been murdered by their own servants, how could peace be maintained? The expressions on Chu Tian's face were a tumult of emotions as he glanced at Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunxi before finally conceding. Then we shall proceed according to Yunxi's wishes. Chu Yunzi, listening from the sidelines, felt a seething resentment, yet could only force a smile, saying, since father has spoken, it would be improper for me to object. I shall follow my sister's lead. Were it not for the current circumstances, Chu Yunxi would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few sharp slaps across Chu Yunzi's face. This act of playing the pure and innocent flower was executed with remarkable finesse. With just a few words, she portrayed herself as one who, relying on her father's favoritism, disregarded sound counsel and behaved in a willful and arrogant manner. Chu Yunzi's prowess was formidable, and at present, Chu Yunxi could not swiftly unmask her faade. Nevertheless, there was no rush, for she possessed ample time and energy to engage them in this protracted game. The most pressing matter now was to demonstrate to this group of monkeys that she, Chu Yunxi, was not to be trifled with. By eliminating the chicken, known as Chao Yoji, before their very eyes. Coldly, it was declared, then let us proceed with the execution here and now. None among the maids and servants of the Ministry of Rites responded, and Chu Yunxi remained unperturbed. After exchanging a glance with Chun Er, he promptly affirmed, yes, Mississippi. With that, Chun Er retrieved a stout rod, the thickness of an adult's arm, which had been prepared in advance, and struck it down upon the frenzied Chao Yoji. A pained cry echoed through the air as Chao Yoji collapsed to the ground, his incoherent mutterings drowned out by the force of Chun Er's blow. With a swift strike, Chun Er's rod landed upon his mouth, sending 2 bloodied incisors flying and deforming his nasal bridge. Chu Yunzi gasped in horror, hastily covering her eyes, while Chu Yunting furrowed his brow in dismay. Chen's family member pulled Chu Yunzi aside, averting their gaze from the distressing spectacle. Chapter 60. Yunxi is not afraid. Lu was startled, trembling as she sought refuge behind Chu Yunxi. Embracing her, Chu Yunxi shielded her from the gruesome scene unfolding in the courtyard, gently covering her ears. In a soft whisper, Chu Yunxi reassured Lu, do not fear, mother. We are dealing with the villains. Only by vanquishing them can we truly live. Although her voice was barely audible, those around her could hear her clearly. Chu Tianqing remained largely unperturbed, yet the expressions of Chu Yunzi and Chen shifted dramatically. Their shock intensified as they witnessed Chao Yoji being mercilessly beaten by Chun Er. Realizing that Chu Yunxi was far more ruthless than the rustic wild girl they had anticipated. With a cold gaze, Chu Yunxi observed the blood of Chao Yoji staining the ground, mingling with the rainwater that had pooled beneath. She reflected that bringing Chun Er back with her had indeed been her wisest decision. Within the entire minister's residence, there was no one else she could rely upon. Had it not been for Chun Er's presence today, her performance would not have been so strikingly effective. Suddenly, a figure dashed from the shadows and lunged at Chao Yoji. Chun Er instinctively hesitated, but upon seeing Chu Yunxi's subtle nod, she added more force to the strike that had been momentarily suspended in midair. The blow fell squarely on the person shielding Chao Yoji. Chun Er struck with formidable strength, and given the age of the individual, they immediately spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. As Chao Dezhou spat out a mouthful of blood, he dared not pause for even a moment, immediately exclaiming, "My lord, I am at a loss as to what transgression my son has committed to provoke such wrath from you." With a furrowed brow, Chu Tianqing cast a glance in his direction, yet before he could speak, Chu Yunting interjected, "Steward Chao, you have misjudged the situation. It is not my father who is incensed, but rather my sister, who has just returned home. Chu Yunting and Chu Yunzi were fraternal twins, sharing only a slight resemblance. However, as the sole young master of the Shangshu residence, he was naturally favored, and his interruption drew no ire. Upon hearing Chu Yunting's words, Chao Dezhou's gaze immediately shifted to Chu Yunqi, and he inquired, "I presume this must be Miss Yunqi. Pray tell, how has my son provoked you to such a degree that you would seek his life?" Chu Yunqi scoffed internally, noting how Chao Dezhou's words echoed his earlier remarks to Chu Tianqing, albeit with a tone that was worlds apart. To Chu Tianqing, it was a plea for mercy. To her, it was a harsh reprimand. Coldly, Chu Yunqi replied, "Steward Chao, your question is rather peculiar. As the esteemed young lady of the Shangshu residence, must I seek your approval before dispatching a servant?" Chao Dezhou faltered, recognizing that Chu Yunqi had no obligation to inform him. Yet this was still his son. Contemplating this, he spoke, "Miss Yunqi, if my son has indeed offended you, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Since you have already dealt him such punishment, I beseech you to spare his life." Chu Yunqi gently shook her head, stating that Chao Yoji, as a servant, had the audacity to rebel against her and her mother, and he deserved to die. Upon hearing this, Chao Dezhou was at a loss for words, only able to retort that Yoji was his son, and he knew him best. Although Yoji lacked ambition and often engaged in frivolities, he would never commit such heinous acts. Chao Dezhou's words were a clear insinuation that Chu Yunqi was falsely accusing his son, intentionally causing him trouble. While it was true that Chao Yoji had not initially intended to kill Chu Yunqi and her mother, his aim was merely to tarnish their reputation. However, this made him even more detestable in Chu Yunqi's eyes. Therefore, she was not swayed by his defense and boldly declared that when Chao Yoji plotted to kill her, she was residing in the inn, making the matter evident to all. She acknowledged Chao Guanjia's paternal affection but insisted that he could not shield his son from accountability. At this juncture, Chu Yunqi paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and continued, stating that their father had already decreed that Yoji should be executed. Would he have their father go back on his word? The pressure exerted by Chu Yunqi directly impacted Chu Tianqing. After all, he had indeed pledged to act according to Chu Yunqi's wishes. Even if he did not explicitly declare that Chao Yoji should be executed on the spot, what difference did it make? Moreover, Chu Yunqi's earlier statements had already planted a seed of concern in Chu Tianqing's mind. If Chao Yoji were to live, she would inevitably inform her uncle. Thus, how could Chu Tianqing possibly protect Chao Yoji? Indeed, as soon as Chu Yunqi's voice fell, Chu Tianqing immediately declared, "Steward Chao. Chao Yoji has committed treasonous acts with the intent to harm Yunqi, and he truly deserves death. Do not plead for him any longer." Upon hearing Chu Tianqing's words, Chao Dezhou's face turned ashen, his lips trembled, yet he could utter not a single word. Chen Er stepped forward, forcibly pulling him aside, raising his wooden staff high and striking it down upon the already bloodied Chao Yoji with a resounding thud. Chao Dezhou could only watch helplessly from the side, unable to react. He cast a fierce glare at Chu Yunqi, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood before collapsing unconscious. Chu Tianqing waved his hand, and immediately someone came to carry him away. But the gruesome scene before them was too much for everyone to bear. After Chu Tianqing turned and entered the hall, the Chun women followed suit. Out of the corner of her eye, Chu Yunqi could not help but emit a cold, disdainful laugh. The surrounding maids and servants whispered among themselves, and Chu Yunqi heard them clearly. They merely spoke of her ruthless nature and lack of humanity, claiming she was nothing like the simple, unrefined girl who had returned from the countryside, but rather akin to a vengeful demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Chu Yunqi, upon hearing this, found their words to be accurate. Indeed, she was a vengeful demon emerging from the abyss, here to claim lives and exact revenge. She was unconcerned with Chao Dezhou harboring animosity towards her, as he was already aligned with the Qin clan and would inevitably seek to trouble her in due course. Whether he harbors hatred for himself or not bears no significance to her, for he had always been his own adversary. Chu Yunqi grasped Lu's hand, softly murmuring, "Mother, everything is all right now. Do not be afraid. Yunqi is here, and I shall protect you well, will I not?" Lu, with her childlike disposition, naturally felt fear in such circumstances. Yet she understood that Chao Yoji was not a virtuous man, but a villain who oppressed them. Hence, she declared, "Mother is not afraid. The wicked deserve punishment. Yunqi is right. Yunqi is not afraid." Chapter 61. A wife not yet deceased should not remarry as Lu spoke. She lifted her hand to brush away the raindrops that had landed on Chu Yunqi's face, prompting a gentle smile from the latter. Only Lu would contemplate that she was merely a 16-year-old girl, recently come of age, and worry that she might be frightened by such events, thus offering her comfort. "It's all right, my daughter. It's nothing to worry about." Chu Yunqi smiled tenderly, hoping to reassure Lu. Even when she took the life of another for the first time, she felt no fear, let alone when witnessing another commit such an act. Chu Yunqi soothingly patted Lu's back and continued, "Come, mother, let us go inside. There are still matters left unresolved." Lu was uncertain of what unresolved issues Chu Yunqi referred to, but that did not deter her from following her daughter's lead. Nodding earnestly, she responded affirmatively, and Chu Yunqi took her hand, leading her back into the hall. Chu Tianqing and the others had returned to their seats, and upon seeing Chu Yunqi entering with Lu, he remarked, "Yunqi has just returned home, and after a long journey, she must be weary. Let us conclude our discussions for today. We can address any matters later." Although Chun was somewhat reluctant, witnessing Chu Yunqi's earlier display had left her feeling unsettled. Coupled with Chu Tianqing's words, she begrudgingly refrained from further antagonizing Chu Yunqi. However, a subtle smirk played at the corners of Chu Yunqi's lips, hinting at her disdain. Today was far from over. After all, it was her first day back home, and the Chu family had prepared more than just this initial display of intimidation for her. There was much more to come. With a call from, who had been waiting outside, promptly responded. He lifted the cotton curtain and entered respectfully, saying, "Master, I am here. You are to accompany, and the others to in the East Wing," instructed casually. "Yes, master," replied, then turned to, saying, "Miss, let us go." However, remained rooted in place. Noticing this, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Smiled gently and replied, "I am merely curious. I have heard that the legitimate wife resides in the main courtyard. It seems I was mistaken. It appears the legitimate wife is to stay in the side courtyard. Perhaps it is simply the custom of that differs. Coming from the countryside, I am unfamiliar with such matters, but today I have truly gained insight." Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those present soured. S face hardened as he admonished,
Do not speak nonsense.
Immediately interjected, "You should simply accept your place in the side courtyard without complaint. The legitimate wife naturally resides in the main courtyard. But my mother is the legitimate wife. What worth is your mother to reside in the main courtyard?" S words were harsh, and would not tolerate them. She stepped forward and struck him across the face. S' expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Rushed over, lifting his face to examine it, and then glared furiously at. She raised her hand, intending to slap Chu Yunqi, seeking to relieve her son's grievances. However, her uplifted hand was seized by Chu Yunqi. "What are you doing, aunt?" Chun scolded, glaring at Chu Yunqi. "How dare you strike my tinger? You have gone too far." Chu Yunqi, with an innocent expression, replied, "I am merely fulfilling the duty of an elder sister, educating this ungrateful brother who knows nothing of propriety. How can you, aunt, resort to violence against me? Has the minister's residence no decorum?" Chun was infuriated by Chu Yunqi's retort. "How dare you, Chu Yunqi?" Yet, Chu Yunqi boldly shoved her back a few steps. Fortunately, Chu Yunzi timely supported Chen, preventing her from falling and creating a great spectacle. As a son, he should be punished for insulting his biological mother. If the aunt, as a mother, neglects her duties, is it not my responsibility as an elder sister to correct him? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunting immediately interjected. "My mother is the legitimate one. How can a madwoman from the countryside claim the position of the main wife?" This proclamation earned him a cold, piercing glare from Chu Yunqi, reminiscent of a hellish specter, akin to gazing upon a corpse. It sent a shiver down Chu Yunting's spine, awakening an instinctive fear within him. Observing the farcical scene, Chu Tianqing slammed the table. "Enough! What are you bickering about?" The esteemed lady and young master of the minister's residence, acting like common street brawlers. What dignity remains? Upon the utterance of Shu Yangxing's words, the mother and son fell into a considerable silence, yet Chu Yunqi continued to cast a frigid gaze upon Chu Yunting. After a prolonged moment, she finally averted her eyes and asserted, "My mother is the legitimate wife. The main courtyard should rightfully be allocated for her residence." Chu Yunqi's tone was unembellished, yet it carried an undeniable firmness that brooked no contradiction. Naturally, both Chu Yunting and Chun were displeased upon hearing this. After all, Chun had expended considerable effort in subduing Lu to ascend to the position of the official S-wife. How could they permit the return of others to usurp her rightful place so easily? Shudiangsing interjected, Yunshi, your stepmother has occupied the main courtyard for over a decade. It is unreasonable to expect her to vacate at a whim. If you are unwilling to reside in the eastern wing, there exists a larger courtyard in the west that you may occupy instead. Without altering her expression, Chu Yunshi merely replied, Stepmother? Are you referring to Chun? Shudiangsing's countenance darkened, and with a frigid tone, he retorted, How dare you address your mother by her surname? Chu Yunshi shook her head and inquired, Is my mother, Lu, not your lawful wife? Both Chun and her son were taken aback, uncertain of the reason behind Chu Yunshi's question, yet a foreboding sensation began to creep in. Even Shudiangsing could not suppress a slight frown as he responded, Of course she is. The daughter then posed a poignant question, Father, do you not understand a fundamental truth? Throughout history, a married couple is considered one entity. A husband may not take a second wife, while the first still lives. My mother was brought into your home with great ceremony as your lawful wife. What place does Chun hold in this matter? The 3 books and 6 rights. Of which of these does she possess? Shudiangsing furrowed his brow. When Lu left the Chu family for the countryside, she was already a fool. At that time, Chu Yunshi was but a tiny infant, barely cognizant of such matters. Logically, she should not have known about these customs. However, Chun Er, who had served in the household for many years, undoubtedly possessed this knowledge. It seems that he must have relayed such information to her.
Yet,
it was unexpected that Chu Yunshi would invoke these matters in their discourse. Indeed, there was no way for him to refute her claims. Chapter 62. Restoring the position of the principal wife. Very well, if that is the case. Let us relinquish the principal residence and allow the 2 of them to reside there, sighed Chu Tianqing, gesturing dismissively. Although he found Chu Yunshi's assertiveness rather off-putting, he could not deny the validity of her arguments, nor could he afford to disregard her entirely. After all, if she harbored any resentment, she could easily bring it to her uncle's attention, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. However, to his surprise, despite his directive, Chen Shi remained obstinate, exclaiming, Master, how can you do this? What position does this leave for the 3 of us? Chu Tianqing immediately furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, Chen Shi continued, her voice quaking with emotion, I have followed you for many years, bearing you a son and a daughter. I may not have accomplished great deeds, yet I have endured my share of hardships. How is it that upon their return, we are treated in this manner? As she spoke, Chen Shi clutched her silk handkerchief, stifling her sobs. Chu Yunshi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Chen Shi was indeed cunning, particularly when it came to manipulating men. She understood that in times like these, mere tantrums would not suffice. She needed to leverage her advantages as a woman. Having shared many years with Chu Tianqing, there was a modicum of affection between them, and he naturally did not wish to witness her in such distress. Thus, he remarked, Why are you crying? This is only fair. If it pleases you, I can grant you the house in the southern part of the city for a few days, so you may find some solace. To his astonishment, Chen Shi still refused to relent. Chu Yunshi understood the reasoning behind it all. After all, the Chen family had painstakingly managed to oust her mother, thereby seizing the esteemed position of the official wife. Naturally, Chen harbored such thoughts. Residing in the main courtyard signified her status. If she were to obediently vacate the premises and allow Chu Yunshi and Lu to take residence, it would be a disgrace to her. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly face mockery from the wives and daughters of other families, as her claim to the title of official wife was already tenuous at best. Hence, she would never relinquish it. Chen's commotion, however, caused Chu Tianqing to feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, Chu Yunshi, standing to the side, coldly remarked, I wonder who is truly recognized as the legitimate wife in the family tree. Upon hearing her words, everyone fell silent. Even Chen could not muster tears any longer. The family tree clearly indicated that Lu was the legitimate wife. Although Chen had entered the household as a secondary wife, after Lu departed from the Chu family, she had essentially assumed the role of the matriarch. Nevertheless, despite her efforts over the years, she had failed to secure a place in the family tree, rendering her merely a nominal official wife. In essence, she was little more than a concubine. If she were to acknowledge her status as a concubine, then Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunting would transition from being legitimate offspring to illegitimate. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically, and Chu Yunting was the first to step forward, exclaiming with indignation, "What are you, a country bumpkin? No? Let me tell you this. My mother is the legitimate wife, while yours is merely a concubine." Shu Yingxing maintained a stern expression and remarked, "Yunxi, do not be so aggressive. I will ensure that the main residence is relinquished, but for over a decade. Your biological mother has been universally acknowledged as the minister's wife, so let us cease this commotion." However, Chu Yunxi disregarded his statement entirely and retorted, "If my father is unable to take charge of this matter, then let us summon the clan elders to examine the family tree that will clarify everything." Upon her utterance, the countenances of several individuals darkened considerably. Particularly, Shu Yingxing felt the weight of her words. The clan elders had already expressed their discontent with his previous decision to abandon the Liu family and elevate the Qin family. Thus, it was improbable that they would permit the Qin family to be included in the family lineage. The situation regarding Chu Yunxi's uncle had further exacerbated the elders' dissatisfaction with his actions, and should this issue escalate to the elders, it would indeed lead to significant trouble. After careful deliberation, Shu Yingxing ultimately arrived at a decision and declared, "The position of the legitimate wife has indeed always belonged to your mother. Previously, due to your and your mother's illness, she retreated to the countryside for recuperation, allowing the Qin family to take her place temporarily. Now that we have reached this point, let us restore that position to your mother." Shu Yingxing had initially presumed that Liu was simple-minded and that Chu Yunxi, having been raised in the countryside, would lack sophistication and be dazzled by the opulence of the minister's residence upon arriving in the capital. He believed that by displaying a semblance of paternal affection, he would be able to manipulate her. To his astonishment, however, Chu Yunxi spoke with conviction and reason, leaving no room for argument. Many developments had already surpassed his expectations, yet he found himself compelled to acquiesce to her assertions. This left Chu Tianqing deeply dissatisfied. Upon hearing his words, Qinsher stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Chu Tianqing with incredulity and tentatively inquired, "My lord, are you truly speaking the truth?"
Chu Tianxing not dead?
It was indeed as it should be. Chu Yunting, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to madness. If his mother were to become a concubine, he would be relegated to the status of a bastard. The distinction between a legitimate child and a bastard was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Once he stepped outside, would he not be mercilessly ridiculed by those ruffians? Even Chu Yunzi, who usually maintained a composed demeanor, now exhibited a hint of rigidity in her expression, her gaze towards Chu Yunxi brimming with resentful hatred. She had once been the esteemed eldest daughter of the minister's residence, enjoying a noble status, treated like a precious gem by the daughters of lesser families. Yet, with Chu Yunxi's return, she had been relegated to the position of the second daughter, a status fraught with disgrace. How could she not harbor resentment? However, given the circumstances had already unfolded in such a manner, even if her heart brimmed with bitterness and dissatisfaction, she could only swallow her feelings and strive to maintain her usual image of an innocent flower. Closing her eyes, Chu Yunzi reined in her emotions of resentment and donned a compliant expression, gently tugging at her mother's sleeve. "Mother, since father has already stated it thus, we ought to acquiesce. After all, it is as it should be." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunting nearly leapt to his feet, urgently grasping his sister's arm and exclaiming, "Sister, have you lost your senses? How can you utter such words?" Chu Yunzi is not insane. It is precisely because she maintains her sanity that she utters such words. "Yunting, this matter was destined to unfold as it has. Your anger is futile, so you might as well comply." Chu Yunzi gently patted Chu Yunting's arm in an effort to soothe him, yet he remained impervious to her reassurances. Witnessing that Chu Tianqing had made his decision, and that both their mother and sister had acquiesced, he found himself powerless to effect any change. Ultimately, he could only storm away in frustration, though before departing, he cast a venomous glare at Chu Yunxi. "I shall not let you off easily. You shall await my vengeance." Chapter 63. In this match, she emerged victorious. In response to Chu Yunting's harsh words, Chu Yunxi remained unfazed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After Chu Yunting departed, Qinsher ceased her commotion. It was as if all her pride had been thoroughly subdued by a single remark from Chu Tianqing, leaving her despondently supported by Chu Yunzi. Chu Yunzi performed a respectful gesture towards Chu Tianqing and then said, "Father, mother is feeling unwell. I shall assist her down now." Having resided in the main courtyard for so many years, she has accumulated quite a few belongings. It is certain we cannot move everything today. I hope my sister can stay in the side courtyard for a few days. Chu Yunxi merely intended to return the ostentatious show of power they had prepared for her, and the location of her stay held no significance for her. After all, she had already reclaimed the position of the legitimate wife for her mother and thus was indifferent to the duration of their relocation. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxi replied, "That is of no consequence. After all, aunt's belongings are quite worn. My mother, as a dignified legitimate wife, naturally requires a completely new set." Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chen Shi felt as though she could shatter her silver teeth in frustration, yet her daughter, standing beside her, shook her head and silently urged her to endure. At this juncture, Chen Shi had no choice but to rely on Chu Yunxi, so she acquiesced in silence. Chu Tianqing then addressed Chu Yunxi, saying, "Since your sister has already spoken thus, you may proceed." "Yes, father," Chu Yunxi responded, assisting Chen Shi as they exited the main hall. Her expression remained impassive, devoid of any hint of insincerity, leading Chu Tianqing to perceive her as a considerate and obedient daughter. Yet, only Chu Yunxi understood the treacherous heart concealed beneath that beautiful facade. After Chu Yunxi departed, Chu Tianqing sighed and addressed Chu Yunxi, saying, "Yunxi, you and your mother have endured much over the years." Cold amusement flickered within Chu Yunxi. It was too late to feign a deep father-daughter bond now. Nonetheless, she maintained an appearance of docility. No grievances lingered, for her father acted with her welfare in mind. Had they not endured hunger and hardship in the countryside, she would not possess such vitality. Chu Yunxi's words were overtly dismissive of Chu Tianqing, yet they were grounded in truth. He had already inquired into these matters, leaving him at a loss for retort. Ultimately, he stated, "Now that you have returned, let us make the most of it. The side courtyard has been prepared. Shortly, I shall have Wei Huai bring a few maids for you to select from. Make yourself comfortable, and should you require anything else, inform Wei Huai."
And he will see to it.
Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Chu Tianqing then instructed Wei Huai to escort them. As Chu Yunxi led Lu Shi out of the hall, the rain had ceased. She gazed upward at the sun breaking through the clouds and could not help but smile gently. This round was hers to claim. What lay ahead would be a series of clear skies. As she descended the steps, Linger, who had been waiting nearby, hurriedly approached her. "Miss, how are you?" Chu Yunxi gently touched Linger's face and smiled softly, saying, "I will tell you when we return." Linger nodded obediently, following closely behind Chu Yunxi as she assisted Lu Shi. Lu Shi appeared dazed and confused, unaware of the events that had transpired. She merely felt that none of the Chu family members were virtuous, keeping her head down and allowing Chu Yunxi and Linger to support her without uttering a word. Chen Er, being a man, was not typically expected to enter the inner quarters. However, the distance from the far fragrance courtyard to the servants' quarters in the back was not too great, making it feasible for him to be present. Moreover, Chu Yunxi had no intention of allowing Chen Er to linger for long, so she merely walked over to offer a few words of caution. "Uncle Chen, the days ahead may prove to be quite arduous for you." Originally a member of the Qin family, Chen Er had later defected, no longer serving as their instrument of death, but rather aligning himself with his own interests. Consequently, the Qin family would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Despite the chaos of the present circumstances, they would eventually seek to settle the score with Chen Er. Although his existence might prevent them from resorting to lethal measures, they would certainly ensure that he did not enjoy an easy life. Chen Er was acutely aware of these realities. "Rest assured, Mississippi, when I agreed to accompany you back, I had already prepared for this," he replied. Chu Yunxi nodded, casting a glance at Chen Er that held a hint of regret before she turned to leave. Upon exiting the main courtyard and walking eastward, passing through a semi-arched gate and a small garden, then circling around a koi pond, one arrives at the distant fragrant courtyard. This place was once the residence of Chu Yunxi for many years in her previous life. Now returned, the scenery appears unchanged, albeit slightly more secluded, yet it boasts a serene tranquility. Wei Huai stood at the entrance of the courtyard, stating, "Miss, I shall not intrude any further. The servants have tidied the courtyard, and the bedding has been replaced with new linens. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants to summon me." Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, to which Wei Huai continued. "The master has instructed that due to the arduous journey of you and the madam, there is no need to proceed to the dining hall today. At mealtime, the servants will deliver your meals here." Thank you, Steward Wei, replied Chu Yunqi. It is my duty, Wei Huai responded before turning to depart. Come, let us enter, Chu Yunqi said, leading Lu Shi and Linger inside. Upon entering, Linger was immediately captivated by the sight of over 20 pots of flowers adorning the courtyard, her face lighting up with joy. Miss, these flowers are so beautiful. However, Chu Yunqi did not spare them a glance and remarked, they are merely potted for show, temporarily brought here for appearances. Having never entered the grand courtyards of affluent families, Linger was oblivious to such nuances. In her past life, Chu Yunqi too had been ignorant, perceiving it as an expression of Chu Tianqing's affection, but now, she felt no inclination to even cast a glance. It is indeed appropriate to cultivate certain exquisite flower varieties in pots, as they are often unable to withstand harsh weather conditions. Therefore, they are typically housed within greenhouses until the season becomes suitable for their relocation. However, in this courtyard, among the more than 20 pots of flowers, not a single rare variety can be found. Instead, they are all the most common types. Ordinarily, such flowers should be planted in the ground, tended to by servants. Upon pushing open the door, Chu Yunqi was the first to assist Lu into the room. The courtyard had certainly been cleaned, and the interior was immaculate, albeit permeated by a pungent scent of incense. While Chu Yunqi remained indifferent, Linger immediately furrowed her brows upon entering. Miss, the fragrance here is quite overwhelming, she remarked. Chapter 64. It remains uncertain whose allegiance it is, as it serves merely to mask the musty odor. Chu Yunqi lifted the aromatherapy burner from the table and cast it aside. This courtyard, long unoccupied, naturally bore a hint of mildew, which could only be concealed by a heavy fragrance. Oh, Linga nodded, subsequently placing the bundle she had been carrying on her back down. Their luggage was mostly stored in the gatekeeper's quarters, awaiting delivery. However, it was equally true that leaving it there was not entirely secure. Chu Yunqi harbored many secrets that should not be divulged to outsiders. Thus, some vital belongings were entrusted to Linger, nestled within this small bundle. Yunqi, I am so tired. I feel like sleeping. Lu Shi grasped Chu Yunqi's hand, her face clearly exhibiting signs of fatigue. Over the past few days, they had been on the road, without ample time to rest. Not only Lu Shi, but even Chu Yunqi herself felt exceptionally weary. Upon recently returning to the minister's residence, she had been preoccupied with the thought of an impending challenge, keeping herself in a state of tension. Now that the pressure had suddenly eased, exhaustion washed over her. Although the room bore a slight musty scent, once the pungent fragrance dissipated, Chu Yunqi detected a faint aroma of insect repellent. It seemed that the servants had already attended to pest control, yet remnants of mildew lingered. Thus, Chu Yunqi suggested, in that case, mother, why not rest on the bed? The bedding is new and will not feel damp. Lu nodded gently and made her way to the bed, discarding her shoes before climbing up. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. Linger observed her and could not help but exclaim, Madam has truly worked hard. Chu Yunqi, witnessing Lu's peaceful rest, smiled softly and remarked, let us step outside to converse. Indeed, Linger replied, following Chu Yunqi as they exited the chamber. Miss, what shall we do next?
Linger inquired.
There are 5 or 6 rooms in this fragrant courtyard. Please remove all the incense from within and dispose of it, then open the windows to allow for ventilation. The sun is now shining, and it is no longer so cold. Ample airflow will dissipate the musty odor, Chu Yunqi instructed. Yes, miss. Linga nodded in understanding and immediately set about fulfilling Chu Yunqi's request. She emptied all the incense from the rooms and opened the windows wide to let in fresh air. The rooms, unoccupied, would lose their odor after several days of proper ventilation. Once she completed her tasks, Linger noticed Chu Yunqi standing beside a small pond in the courtyard, playfully stirring the water with her hand, where several koi swam gracefully. The pond, modest in size, had been excavated partially and bordered with bricks, resembling more of an ornamental water feature than a traditional pond. Though the water was not particularly deep, it reached a height of about 2 feet. A few splendid koi glided beneath the recently unfurling lotus leaves. Miss, the water is quite cool. Upon witnessing Chu Yunqi's actions, Linga hurriedly spoke, fearing that Chu Yunqi might catch a chill. Although she could not comprehend why Chu Yunqi insisted on such behavior, she was concerned about the potential consequences of encountering water in this frigid weather. It's all right, Chu Yunqi replied with a gentle smile, adding, these koi are exquisite, and they bring joy to the beholder. With that, She continued to playfully engage with the koi at the pond's edge. "Miss, perhaps we should head inside," Linger suggested, her worry for Chu Yunxi's well-being evident in her tone. Chu Yunxi looked up, her smile unwavering as she shook her head. "There's no need. Let me touch them. These delightful fish bring me great joy." A radiant smile adorned her face, and her eyes sparkled with affection, clearly enamored with the creatures. In her previous life, she had cherished these fish, viewing them as the sole vitality in the courtyard, only to have them tragically caught and crushed by Chu Yunting.
Now,
Seeing them once more filled her heart with happiness. Observing Chu Yunxi's uplifted spirits, Linger couldn't help but smile as well, choosing not to deter her from interacting with the koi any longer. She understood that, at this moment, Chu Yunxi needed a space for quiet reflection. After all, returning to the Shang's mansion had stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within her, and it was even more so for her mistress. Linger sensed that Chu Yunxi harbored countless untold secrets within her heart, yet these remained unshareable with anyone. Thus, she resolved to silently stand by Chu Yunxi's side, offering companionship and nothing more. Seeing such a radiant smile on Chu Yunxi's face, Linger felt a wave of happiness wash over her. She ceased her chatter and quietly stood behind Chu Yunxi, observing her as she playfully interacted with the koi. After a while, the tranquility was suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Linger instinctively glanced towards the courtyard entrance and spotted Wei Huai accompanied by a group of young maids. "Miss, Butler Wei has arrived," Linger announced. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi acknowledged her and rose to her feet. As her hand emerged from the water, Linger quickly moved closer, retrieving a small cloth to dry the droplets from Chu Yunxi's hands. However, the moment she touched Chu Yunxi's hand, she was taken aback by the icy chill. Linger's expression shifted instantly, and she exclaimed with discontent, "They all said not to let you touch the water, yet you persist. Your hands are so cold. What if you catch a chill? Allow me to warm them for you." As she grumbled, she diligently dried Chu Yunxi's hands, and afterwards, she cautiously rubbed them to restore warmth, fearing that Chu Yunxi might succumb to the cold. Amused by Linger's concern, Chu Yunxi chuckled and replied, "Oh, my little caretaker, rest assured, your mistress is in good health and shall not be so easily chilled." With that, she withdrew her hand from Linger's grasp. "Oh, dear, miss,"
Linger exclaimed.
Unprepared for the sudden release, her hand flailing momentarily in the air. Chu Yunxi playfully pinched her nose and said nothing further as she strode towards Wei Huai. "Butler Wei," she greeted.
Chu Yunxi the ma?
Wei Huai promptly bowed and spoke. "Miss, this is a maidservant sent by the master for your selection. You may choose 4 personal maidservants and an additional 4 for more menial tasks. Should you find the need for more later, you may request additional assistance." This allocation was intended for both Chu Yunxi and Lu Shi, initially insufficient, as it was customary for each to receive 3 principal maidservants and 5 minor ones. In essence, this meant 3 primary attendants for significant duties and 5 for various laborious tasks. However, the limited space of the distant fragrant courtyard could not accommodate such a number. Thus, a smaller selection was made, with the intention to choose more upon relocation to the main courtyard. This arrangement, however, coincided with Chu Yunxi's preferences, as she favored a less populated environment, considering the uncertain loyalties of the maidservants. Chapter 65. The Girl. Chu Yunxi also wishes to protect. Chu Yunxi cast her gaze towards the maidservants. Wei Huai had brought over a dozen maidens, all of whom were remarkably fair and pleasing to the eye. However, among them were a few familiar faces. In her past life, Wei Huai had similarly presented her with maidservants, selecting 4, 3 of whom were spies for others. These spies lurked around her like venomous snakes, gradually pushing her into perilous situations. This was precisely why she had fallen prey to Chu Yunxi and her ilk with such alarming ease in her previous existence. Thus, this time, she was resolute in avoiding those spies, fearing that any interaction would lead to betrayal, an occurrence she was unwilling to endure once more. Consequently, she had eliminated all the others from consideration. Only one remained, a sensible and obedient maid, who in her last life could be deemed her confidant, with no ties to the Qin family or Chu Tianqing, solely loyal to her. Yet, it was precisely this loyalty that led to a grim fate. Having discerned their schemes, she attempted to warn her, only to be captured and ultimately dismembered by Chu Yunxi in collusion with that wretched creature, turning her into a living corpse. As Chu Yunxi regarded her, a pang of sorrow tinged her heart, and her eyes felt slightly warm. This little maid, Chu Yunxi longed to protect. However, at present, she could not make a direct selection. She needed to devise a method to discern which among these individuals was not an infiltrator sent by Chu Yunzi and her associates. Then avoid them and retain the remaining candidates. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, Chu Yunxi contemplated silently before speaking up. Steward Wei, which individuals do you deem most suitable? Wei Huai was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Chu Yunxi would pose such a question to him. Observing his expression, she surmised a fraction of his thoughts. A smile graced her lips as she continued, Steward Wei, you should be well aware of my disposition. Should anyone dare to scheme against me or bully me, I shall certainly not let it pass unchallenged. Moreover, having finally returned to the minister's residence, there are those who harbor ill will toward me and may be plotting my downfall at any moment. Upon hearing these words from Chu Yunxi, Wei Huai's countenance shifted noticeably. Chu Yunxi was subtly indicating to him that the Qin family, having been dealt a severe blow by her, would undoubtedly not let her off easily. Thus, it was certain that amongst these maidservants were members of the Qin family, and their presence around her signified potential peril. Should any misfortune befall Chu Yunxi, it would undeniably impact their significant undertakings. If her uncle were to create a ruckus, the situation could become quite dire. Furthermore, if it came to such a point, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. With these thoughts in mind, Wei Huai quickly donned a conciliatory smile and remarked, Miss, being young, one may not discern individuals accurately. From my humble perspective, this one, that one, and these few do not possess the requisite cleverness and are not particularly useful. As Wei Huai spoke, he gestured towards several maidens. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunxi scrutinized the maids carefully. The few selected by Wei Huai possessed commendable appearances, tall statures, and fair complexions, exuding an air of intelligence. However, it happened that the three sent by Chu Yunzi were precisely the ones Wei Huai had singled out. Understanding this, Chu Yunxi nodded slightly and remarked, If Steward Wei finds these few unsuitable, then they do not appeal to me either. Let us proceed to choose from the remaining maidens. With this, she seemingly casually pointed to a few, saying, You shall remain, while the others may trouble Steward Wei to escort them back. Wei Huai let out a sigh of relief, promptly acknowledging her words and bowing to Chu Yunxi before turning to lead the others away. Once he had departed, Chu Yunxi turned her gaze towards the remaining maidens and instructed, Very well, you may all enter with me. The maidens, upon hearing her command, quickly followed her into the small hall. Once they had taken their places within the room, Chu Yunxi seated herself and lifted her gaze to them, calmly inquiring, What are your names? Upon hearing her request, the young maidens promptly responded in turn. I am called Siqin. I am called Xiaotsue. I am called Ming'er. I am called. Their names were rather ordinary. There were a total of 8 maidens, and while Chu Yunxi listened attentively, she could only remember Siqin amidst the others. It is not that she has a poor memory. Rather, she simply lacks the desire to remember. Siqin, her devoted maid from her previous life, along with Ling'er, is all that matters to her. The rest of them are of little concern. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunxi casually remarked, Your names are rather cumbersome. I cannot retain them. Apart from Siqin, the rest shall be named Mei, Lan, Zhu, Ju, Lian, Song, and Rong. Upon hearing this, the young maids were momentarily taken aback, but soon composed themselves and bowed in gratitude, thanking the young lady for bestowing them their names. However, Siqin appeared somewhat perplexed, wearing a dazed expression. Had Chu Yunxi not known of the girl's intelligence, she might have mistaken her for a simpleton. From this day forth, Siqin shall be the sole managing maid among you, Chu Yunxi declared. Should any matters arise, you must convey them to Siqin. Upon hearing this, Siqin's expression grew even more bewildered, for she could not fathom why Chu Yunxi would place such trust in her after their mere first meeting. Entrusting her with the oversight of these 7 maids, the authority she was granted was neither trivial nor insignificant. At the very least, she was not the most experienced among them, and such a sudden elevation to power would likely provoke dissent among the others. Indeed, the very next moment, a maid who appeared to be several years older spoke up. Miss, Siqin has only been in the household for 2 months. There are many matters she does not yet comprehend. It may not be suitable for her to assume the role of managing maid. Chu Yunxi's countenance remained unchanged, though her tone grew markedly indifferent. What is this? Are you questioning my decision? The one ranked highest, known as Xiaomei's maid, immediately replied, I dare not presume. but having resided in the manor for 4 years, I am perhaps more suitable than a newcomer who has just arrived. Chu Yunxi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Your words do carry a certain validity." Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's face brightened, believing that Chu Yunxi was inclined to grant her the position. To her surprise, Chu Yunxi suddenly spoke coldly, "However, my humble abode cannot accommodate such a lofty and unskilled figure as yourself. It would be best for you to return whence you came." Xiaomei's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly implored Miss Y. Yet, Chu Yunxi merely waved her hand, instructing Siqin, "Expel her." Without question, Siqin replied, "As you wish, Mississippi." With that, she seized Xiaomei's arm and dragged her out, pulling her all the way to the outside of the distant fragrance courtyard. Chapter 66. As you wish, little housekeeper. The maid felt a twinge of resentment. After all, in her eyes, she was a long-standing resident of this household, far more suitable for the role of chief maid than the newly arrived young lady. Yet, this newcomer exhibited an utter lack of discernment, squandering her efforts in vain. Observing the lingering discontent on the maid's face, Siqin spoke coldly, "You may leave. The Yuanxiang courtyard has no need for you." Upon hearing this, the maid retorted with a huff, "Don't get too smug. Do you truly believe you've climbed to lofty heights? Inside resides a heartless fiend capable of murder, without a flicker of hesitation. Your time will come." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Siqin watched her retreating figure, her gaze growing colder still before she finally turned back to re-enter the room. Once inside, she found Chu Yunxi seated serenely, awaiting her return. As Siqin approached, Chu Yunxi inquired, "What did she say?" Siqin did not withhold the truth, replying straightforwardly. She claimed that the young lady is a heartless fiend. Initially, Siqin expected Chu Yunxi to react with anger, but to her surprise, the latter let out a brief, mirthless laugh. "She is not entirely mistaken. I am indeed a heartless fiend. Today, I took the life of Chao Yoji, son of Chao Dezhou. Should any of you 6 feel fear, feel free to depart." Siqin was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yunxi's words, particularly the reference to U6, which seemed to exclude her altogether. This piqued her curiosity, although she had never intended to leave in the first place. The remaining 6 maids exchanged glances, and in unison declared, "Since the young lady has chosen us, we shall never part." Chu Yunxi nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. She then continued, "Now that the other maid has departed, please step forward and introduce yourselves, one by one." "Yes, young lady," they responded in unison. "Now, you may all go. Please tidy up the room at the northernmost end. That will be your residence." "Understood," the 6 replied in chorus before turning to exit the small hall. Thus, only Chu Yunxi, Linger, and Siqin remained. Chu Yunxi addressed Siqin, saying, "Siqin, do you know why I appointed you as the head maid?" Siqin respectfully lowered her head and replied, "I do not know, but I understand that since you have made this decision, you must have your reasons. I shall simply follow your wishes." A smile graced Chu Yunxi's lips. Siqin was indeed still the same, obedient, clever, and never questioning, devoted solely to her mistress.
Turning to Linger.
Chu Yunxi remarked, "Linger, your sister Siqin is quite astute. There is much you can learn from her." Linger pouted, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Now that the young lady has Siqin, she hardly pays attention to me." Hearing this, Chu Yunxi could not help but chuckle, playfully pinching Linger's nose as she said, "Jealousy. Who said I no longer care for you? Both you and Siqin are my treasures." Upon hearing these words from Chu Yunxi, Linger immediately beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Now that's more like it." However, standing nearby, Siqin could not help but furrow her brow, her heart filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Just moments ago, Chu Yunxi had displayed the demeanor of a true young lady in front of the maids, yet now she seemed utterly unpretentious, even expressing such sentiments. This left Siqin thoroughly perplexed, unsure of what kind of person Chu Yunxi truly was. Noticing the conflicted expression on Siqin's face, Chu Yunxi gently inquired, "Siqin, do you believe in the concept of past lives and reincarnation?" Siqin shook her head, then nodded, finally stating, "I find it difficult to say. Such matters are far too enigmatic." Observing Siqin's frowning countenance, Chu Yunxi took her hand and said, "If I were to tell you that the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if we were close sisters in a past life, would you believe me?" Taken aback by Chu Yunxi's declaration, Siqin hurriedly knelt and replied, "Miss, your words truly overwhelm me. I am but a mere maid, unworthy to be considered a sister to you. Chu Yunxi understood that, to Siqin, she was merely a stranger. Yet, for Chu Yunxi, the bond they shared was profound. She could never forget that Siqin was willing to sacrifice her life for her. Even when transformed into a wretched being, Siqin clung to life for 3 additional days, all for the chance to see her once more. In her final moments, as Chu Yunxi lay on the brink of death, Chu Yunzi, in an act of humiliation, lifted her from the ground. Yet, with unwavering determination, Chu Yunxi bit off one of Chu Yunzi's ears, driven solely by the desire for vengeance. A spirit such as hers deserves to be cherished by Chu Yunxi as a beloved sister. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to brim in Chu Yunxi's eyes, and vivid memories of her past life replayed before her. Her palm instinctively clenched tightly. She dared not delve into those recollections, fearing that the pain would shatter her composure. And even more so, she dreaded losing control of her rage, which could lead her to act recklessly and disrupt her meticulously laid plans. She was terrified of losing herself. Seeing Chu Yunxi in such a state, Siqin could not help but feel a pang of worry. "Miss, what troubles you?" Chu Yunxi regained her senses, only to realize that, unbeknownst to her, tears had streamed down her face. She hastily raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but was preempted by Linger, who gently offered her handkerchief, carefully dabbing away the tears while expressing concern. "Miss, have you recalled something distressing?" It was only then that Siqin noticed Chu Yunxi weeping and, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Miss, why are you crying? Did I say something wrong that upset you?" Chu Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Merely a sudden reflection on past events." Siqin wished to inquire further, but noticed that Chu Yunxi's grip on the table's edge was tight, her knuckles turning pale. With a sigh, she chose silence and stood quietly beside her. As Linger listened to Chu Yunxi reminiscing about the past, a sense of concern welled up within her. However, she found herself powerless to assist, so she offered words of comfort. "My lady, there is no need for sorrow. Though the past may have been painful, it is now behind us. We have returned to the minister's residence, and things will surely improve from here on." Chu Yunxi gazed at Linger and nodded gently, replying, "I am fine. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Linger and Siqin softened considerably. Linger then dabbed at the corner of Chu Yunxi's eyes and pouted slightly as she continued, "My lady mustn't cry, otherwise, if the madam discovers it, she will surely think that I have bullied you, and then she will refuse to speak to me." Chu Yunxi was amused by Linger's words and quickly replied, all right. I shall heed your advice, my little manager." Chapter 67. Punishing the Evil Servant. As night fell, the courtyard of the Yuanxiang courtyard appeared considerably cleaner and more orderly after tidying up. Chu Yunxi lit a new box of incense in her room. The musty odor that had lingered was nearly dispelled due to the ventilation during the day, leaving a subtle fragrance of sandalwood in the air. Additionally, she had infused the incense with soothing aromas, rendering the atmosphere particularly comforting. In the countryside, Lu Shi would have retired early, but tonight she found herself restless. The mother and daughter lay side by side on the soft couch, and Chu Yunxi observed the slight furrow in Lu Shi's brow, prompting her to inquire, "Mother, why do you appear so discontented?" Lu Shi pouted slightly and replied, "Yunxi, I do not like this place. It feels like a cage for birds and beasts. I miss Xiaohei." Chu Yunxi paused for a moment, realizing that her mother was struggling to adapt to life in the Chu household. Yet, she understood that if they were separated, she would be unable to protect her mother fully. Only by keeping Lu Shi close in the capital could she ensure her peace of mind. "Xiaohei is with Uncle Chen. I shall have him brought here tomorrow. With Yunxi by your side, you need not fear, mother. No matter the magnitude of the challenges, I will bear them with you. You simply need to sleep well, eat heartily, and remain healthy." As she spoke, Chu Yunxi embraced Lu Shi tightly. Lu Shi, having been regained after much loss, had no other demands from her daughter. All she wished was for her to live well, filled with joy and happiness. Lu Shi's earlier tension gradually eased, soothed by Chu Yunxi's words and her warm embrace. Gazing at her daughter's delicate features, she smiled softly, her demeanor reminiscent of a carefree child. Indeed, with Yunxi present, there is no cause for concern. Chu Yunxi smiled gently at her, and then said, "Then you should retire early. Otherwise, when Xiaohei returns tomorrow, you'll be sporting dark circles under your eyes. And it may not recognize you." "That's impossible," Lu Shi pouted in protest. "Xiaohei is quite clever. It could never forget me." Chu Yunxi merely smiled indulgently and replied, all right, it will certainly recognize you. Now, can you go to sleep? Under Chu Yunxi's soothing words, Lu Shi ceased her fussing, nodded, and soon fell into slumber. After days of travel and the strain of constant tension, Chu Yunxi too felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. As she closed her eyes and drifted off, she quietly calculated that the money she had brought from the estate had dwindled to just a few taels. The following day, she must retrieve her monthly allowance from the accounting room. Without silver, navigating the bustling capital, where every inch is precious, becomes nearly impossible. This truth was not lost on her. The next morning, after Chu Yunxi had dressed and adorned herself, she noticed Linger entering from the courtyard with a rather frosty expression. Only upon seeing Yunxi did she manage to twitch the corners of her mouth. Linger, what troubles you? Linger, holding a tray of breakfast, placed it upon the table. The meal consisted solely of thin porridge and 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables, the porridge so insipid that it barely contained any grains. It was more accurately described as a bowl of water than porridge. Miss, the minister's residence is being exceedingly unreasonable, Linger exclaimed, her countenance tinged with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi sensed that something troubling must have occurred, prompting Linger's distress. Do not fret, take your time and tell me what happened. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Linger nodded and then spoke. I will go to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. They have sent bird's nest and tremella soup to Madame Chen. I initially believed that since Madame Chen dined so lavishly, we would receive even better fare. To my astonishment, they carelessly handed me a few bowls of plain congee and leftover pickled vegetables. When I confronted them, they retorted that we, being from the countryside, were only suited to such humble sustenance. Chu Yunxi comprehended the situation, remaining silent for a moment. It seemed that yesterday's incident had indeed provoked Madame Chen, who, unable to contain her irritation, resorted to underhanded tactics to suppress the mother and daughter. However, if such trifling schemes could genuinely cause Chu Yunxi to suffer, it would be a farcical outcome. Linger, accompany me to the kitchen. Mother, do not touch the congee for now. I shall return with something far superior. Noticing the chill in Chu Yunxi's demeanor, Linger understood her intentions, realizing that her mistress was not one to be trifled with, and thus agreed. Yes, Mississippi. Lu Shi had always heeded Chu Yunxi's directives, naturally following her lead. She nodded and inquired, Are you going to teach those bullies a lesson, Yunxi? Chu Yunxi smiled. Indeed. We shall ensure they think twice before daring to mistreat us. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi nodded vigorously. Excellent. But be cautious, Yunxi. Very well, Chu Yunxi reassured, gently patting Lu Shi's head and offering a few comforting words before turning to depart. In her previous life, Chu Yunxi had spent several years in the Ministry of Rites and was well acquainted with the layout of the kitchen. Guiding Xichin through the pavilions and corridors, she came to a halt at the Lawa corridor, forcefully kicking open the door. Inside, the cook was indulging in a savory piece of pork belly, her mouth glistening with grease. Upon noticing Chu Yunxi and Xichin, the cook's eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of guilt. Linger banged her hand heavily on the table, creating an imposing atmosphere. The cook, Zhao, was indeed fortunate. While her master enjoyed a simple meal of congee and vegetables, she feasted on rich and spicy dishes. Having served in the ministry for over a decade, Zhao felt herself superior to the other servants, often taking pleasure in oppressing them. To her, the recently returned Chu Yunxi was merely an easy target, a rustic girl who could be easily bullied. Moreover, as a young mistress of the household, Zhao inexplicably relished the feeling of dominance. Little did she expect that Chu Yunxi would confront her directly. Nonetheless, Zhao remained unfazed, for she knew well that the true mistress of the ministry was not Chu Yunxi, but rather Madame Chen. What could a mere country girl, who had just returned, possibly achieve? With a cold glint in her beautiful eyes, Chu Yunxi grasped a nearby cleaver and brought it down forcefully near the cook's hand, stopping just an inch away. The cook trembled in fear. The blade so close that a mere inch further would render her hand useless. Yet, despite her trepidation, Zhao stubbornly maintained her composure, feeling indignation at the audacity of the encounter, and thus raised her voice to scold. Impudent girl, do not presume that your status as a young lady instills fear in others. Let me assure you, I, Chef Zhao, am not intimidated by you. Chu Yunxi merely regarded her with a tranquil gaze, arching an eyebrow as she remarked, The last individual who opposed me now lies lifeless, having met their end by a flurry of blows. As a servant, Zhao, Your lack of decorum warrants proper correction. Since Aunt Chun is unwilling to intervene, I, as the young lady, shall reluctantly take it upon myself to do so. Zhao, filled with disdain, was preparing to retort when Chu Yunxi deftly employed a silver needle to strike her laughter point, causing her to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. The commotion from the kitchen soon attracted the attention of other maids in the residence, including several who had long suffered under Zhao's tyranny. Chapter 68. Retrieving the moon's silver Zhao. The cook cursed under her breath, yet due to the unexpected tickling of laughter, she found herself unable to cease her mirth, resorting instead to verbal taunts. Ha ha, you wild girl, ha ha, truly there are no rules, ha ha. How could you possibly compare to our second miss, ha ha ha. Chu Yunxi maintained her composure, replying, you ought to weigh your own worth. Ultimately, I am the daughter of the minister's residence, while you are merely a servant. If Chao Yoji dared to overstep his bounds, I would have executed him without hesitation. Your insubordination suggests you might follow in his misguided footsteps. Upon hearing this, Zhao suddenly recalled the incident from the previous day when Chao Yoji had been executed. It had caused quite a stir, and everyone was aware of it, but they all assumed it was an order from Chu Tianqing. After all, there were few witnesses present at the time, and even fewer among the kitchen staff.
Yet,
upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words and recalling the young maid who delivered food the previous night, who had claimed that it was Chu Yunxi's insistence that led to Chao Yoji's execution, Zhao began to feel a sense of dread. Zhao's complexion paled slightly. She had initially dismissed the rumors as mere gossip, unable to fathom that a girl from the countryside could possess such authority. However, as she observed the formidable aura surrounding the young lady, she found herself convinced and fearful. The young lady laughed heartily, exclaiming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Her laughter echoed, punctuated by her heavy gasps for breath, nearly causing her to faint. With a cold snort, Chu Yunxi raised her hand and discreetly extracted the silver needle while no one was watching. Madame Zhao fell to her knees, increasingly fearful of Chu Yunxi. The wild girl's methods were exceedingly ruthless, instilling genuine terror within her. Linger, hands on her hips, boldly declared, having realized your mistake. You should promptly prepare breakfast for the madam and the young lady, Madame Zhao. One must know their place. Madame Zhao dared not act slyly. She straightened her back and hurried to prepare the morning meal, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Despite it being early spring, she felt as though her garments were soaked. The other kitchen maids, witnessing this, also felt a twinge of fear and quickly joined in to assist. Once Madame Zhao had prepared the bird's nest porridge, along with the corn and rib soup and the stuffed meat pastries from the previous night, she respectfully presented them to Linger. Only then did Chu Yunxi leave, turning back with a half-smile, remarking, Madame Zhao, I trust you won't repeat such a mistake next time? Madame Zhao nodded eagerly, nearly bowing down to the ground. I understand my error, and shall not resort to such tactics again. Please rest assured, young lady. The maidservants who had previously endured Madame Zhao's harsh treatment watched this scene in astonishment as Chu Yunxi departed, secretly admiring her. Who would have thought that Madame Zhao would fear the young lady? Truly a remarkable occurrence. However, reflecting upon the actions of Chu Yunxi yesterday and her methods today, one cannot help but perceive her as formidable, akin to a vengeful specter. Henceforth, it would be prudent to avoid provoking her, lest one be oblivious to the manner of their demise. The thoughts of these individuals are of no consequence to Chu Yunxi. The two of them returned to the distant fragrant courtyard bearing a sumptuous breakfast, while Lu Shi remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired, savoring her meal with great delight. Once they had finished their breakfast, Chu Yunxi instructed Qin to retrieve the monthly allowance from the treasury. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Rights, Chen Shi, being a concubine, was entitled to 50 taels of silver each month. Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunting, as illegitimate offspring, were similarly entitled to 50 taels. Chu Yunxi nodded slightly. Her mother, Lu Shi, being the legitimate wife, was entitled to 100 taels monthly. And with Chu Yunxi's status as the legitimate daughter, she herself was entitled to 80 taels. Thus, the total for the mother and daughter duo amounted to 180 taels monthly, a sum that could facilitate numerous endeavors if saved judiciously. While Chu Yunxi was engrossed in her calculations, Qin returned, albeit empty-handed after a considerable interval. Miss, the Treasury informed me that the monthly allowance is only dispensed at the beginning of the month, and they mentioned that the lady of the minister is currently overseeing matters. If you wish to receive the monthly silver, it requires the lady's consent. I have failed you, miss, for I could not secure the funds, Sichin reported, her expression one of defeat. The trust bestowed upon her by the miss was palpable, yet she felt she had faltered in even this minor task. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yunxi could not suppress a cold laugh. The lady of the minister? Surely, they were referring to Chinshi. It seems she still holds sway, and it appears the treasury maintains a rather significant connection with her. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxi gently patted Sichin's shoulder and spoke, "Come, accompany me to the accounting office." Sichin nodded eagerly, responding, "Yes, Mississippi." Before departing, Chu Yunxi called out to Linger, addressing her, "Linger, take good care of my mother. We shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Linger promptly nodded, assuring Miss, "Rest assured, I will certainly look after Madam." Thus, Chu Yunxi and Sichin left the distant fragrant courtyard. The accounting office was not far from the fragrant courtyard, and soon the two arrived. However, before they could enter, the sound of conversation reached their ears. "Well done, humph. You caused my son's demise and still seek silver. You must be dreaming." Chu Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, it was Chao Dezhou. It appeared that the accounting office's reluctance to disburse the monthly silver was connected to Chao Dezhou. In her previous life, she had been unaware of the ties between Chao Dezhou and the accounting office, but upon reflection, it made sense. Chao Dezhou was affiliated with the Qin family, and the accounting office's refusal to issue her monthly silver was undoubtedly linked to them. She discreetly withdrew from the residence of the accounting officer, and Sichin, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, are we not going to collect our monthly silver?" Chu Yunxi maintained her composure, replying calmly, "To capture a thief, one must first seize the ringleader. Do you think Chao Dezhou alone holds the sway? If it were not for the Qin family's tacit approval, who would dare act so boldly?" Upon hearing this, Sichin instantly grasped the situation. It was evident that someone was deliberately obstructing matters, both in the kitchen and at the accounting office. Upon the return of the young lady, the first individual she entangled was none other than Lady Chen. Thus, it is evident that she is the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Lady Chen resides in the Yulan courtyard, the main residence of the minister's estate, which is spacious, bright, and adorned with picturesque scenery, a stark contrast to the secluded and tranquil Yuanyang courtyard. This clearly illustrates Chu Tianxing's favoritism towards Lady Chen. In recent days, Lady Chen's spirits have been considerably low. The arrival of Lu and her daughter has made her feel as though she is facing a formidable adversary. Moreover, the events instigated by Chu Yunxi yesterday have robbed her of a restful night, leaving her somewhat haggard and diminishing the remnants of her once enchanting charm. Only the newly arrived headpiece from the treasure pavilion has brought her a modicum of joy, a piece crafted at the cost of 1,000 taels, specifically designed to win her favor, and indeed, it is unique in the capital. Chapter 69. Such a cunning servant truly deserves to be dealt with harshly. As Chun felt a sense of vanity fulfilled upon gazing at her reflection, she paid little heed to the mother and daughter duo. After all, even though that foolish girl had usurped her position, the authority of the household still lay firmly in her hands. What did it matter if she was the legitimate wife? Without food to eat or money to spend, her plight was just as stifling. The maid diligently styled Chen's hair into the latest fashionable updo, praising her beauty. "Madam, your striking appearance, adorned with this floral coiffure, truly resembles that of an unwed maiden. Surely, the master will be most pleased." How could that simpleton possibly compare to the madam? Such flattery brought great delight to Chen, lifting her spirits considerably. Meanwhile, Chu Yunzi's gaze fell upon the flower pot, where a plant that had almost withered was now sprouting fresh buds. Her eyes grew colder as she contemplated the situation. It was indeed quite amusing. She had underestimated the tenacity of the seemingly crude Chu Yunxi. Upon her return, she had audaciously seized the position of the legitimate daughter. Chu Yunzi was well aware of the hardships faced by a concubine's daughter. After all, many of her friends had concubine daughters who were often subjected to casual beatings, treated no differently than servants. Furthermore, their future marriages were not within their control. A concubine's marriage needed the approval of the matriarch, and with Lu being a fool, such matters would inevitably be left to Chu Yunxi. What prospects could she possibly have? It was evident that a plan was necessary to teach her a proper lesson. Chu Yunzi had always held lofty ambitions, regarding the position of the legitimate daughter with disdain. There was little chance she would lower herself to associate with those who had become concubines. The resentment in Chu Yunzi's gaze gradually transformed into indifference. She was determined to devise a clever plan to ensure that Chu Yunxi would never have the opportunity to rise again. She must become the sole legitimate daughter of the Chu family. While lost in these thoughts, she overheard Chen Shi speaking nearby. That little wretch, Chu Yunxi, is merely a wild girl returned from the countryside, yet your father dotes on her so, Chen Shi warned. Yunzi, we must be cautious. Chu Yunzi smiled sweetly, responding obediently. Mother is cherished by father, and sister has been away from home for many years. How could she possibly rival mother? Hearing her daughter's words, Chen Shi felt a sense of relief. Just then, Zhao Mama hurried in from the courtyard and addressed Chen Shi. Madam, Chu Yunxi has arrived with her maid. Though I am uncertain of her purpose. Chen Shi's brows knitted together, her expression darkening. Let her in. I am curious to see what scheme she dares to employ to come here. She had long instructed the steward not to provide Chu Yunxi with any silver, especially given the enmity between Chao Dezhou and Chu Yunxi. It seemed likely that her visit was concerning this matter. Chen Shi's thoughts deepened, resolute that she would not allow Chu Yunxi to have things easy. Very well, madam, Zhao Mama replied, before stepping out to summon Chu Yunxi and her entourage. Chen Shi rose from her vanity, exited the inner chamber, and took her seat in the grand chair, poised and awaiting their entrance. When Chu Yunxi entered, she stood tall, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Shi seated in the grand chair. Perhaps it was the stern expression that inexplicably instilled a sense of dread within Madame Chen. How could the eldest miss lack such decorum, failing to pay her respects upon encountering the matron? Allow me to instruct you. With that, Zhao Mama, the sycophant by Madame Chen's side, approached Chu Yunxi, attempting to force her to kneel. In secret, Chu Yunxi drew a silver needle and deftly pricked Zhao Mama's Huantiao acupoint. No sooner had Zhao Mama uttered her words than she released Chu Yunxi and collapsed heavily to the ground. Chu Yunxi inconspicuously stowed away the silver needle and stepped aside. The Huantiao acupoint could induce lower limb paralysis, and Zhao Mama was proving to be quite a nuisance, deserving of a lesson for the time being.
Indeed.
This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Just as Madame Chen was about to retaliate, she heard Chu Yunxi, with a hint of astonishment, remark, "How is it that there are individuals in Auntie's courtyard who appear so ailing? Is it not possible that Auntie has treated her harshly, leading to such an affliction?" Si Qin, too, hurriedly pulled Chu Yunxi a bit farther away and added, "The young lady's health is precious. We must keep our distance. If she truly bears some illness, it would be most unfortunate to be contaminated." Chu Yunxi then deliberately suggested, Auntie ought to expeditiously expel such an ill individual, otherwise, not only would she be unable to serve, but should a guest arrive, it would surely frighten them. If word spreads, the Shang's residence may be tarnished.
Zhao Mama,
having only suffered from lower limb paralysis while remaining otherwise well, grew increasingly anxious upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words. "Madam, I am not ill. It must be her doing. It must be her." The complexion of Chu Yunxi subtly altered. Before she could utter a word, Si Qin interjected. "You claim our young mistress has wronged you. What evidence do you possess?" To falsely accuse one's master without proof is the mark of a treacherous servant, deserving of a swift demise. Though Si Qin was of humble standing, she had once been a lady of refinement, her family's fortune diminished due to her father's misdeeds, leading to her current servitude. Having witnessed the intricacies of the inner courtyard since childhood, she had also experienced the harsh realities of life through various circumstances. Thus, she understood the principle of loyalty, and upon becoming Chu Yunxi's maid, she resolved to remain steadfastly devoted to her. Consequently, when Chu Yunxi found herself in such predicaments, Si Qin could intuit her thoughts and would readily come forth to defend her. Meanwhile, the fallen Zhao Momo was rendered speechless by Si Qin's retort. She found herself in a predicament. To speak would be to present an unfounded accusation, while silence would imply her own incapacity to serve. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Zhao Momo hastily crawled toward Madame Chen, pleading, "Madam, please assist me. I speak no falsehood." Yet Si Qin cautioned, "My mother is not present. You stand before merely a concubine." Zhao Momo, struck by Chu Yunxi's declaration, was at a loss for words. Observing the scene with embarrassment, Madame Chen hastily commanded, "Someone, remove her." Two waiting maids promptly approached and dragged Zhao Momo away. Once the individual was pulled away, Chen's face turned cold as she spoke. "What exactly is your purpose here?"
Today,
Si Qin was denied the monthly silver and was told that only upon receiving my aunt's consent could it be obtained. "Since matters of the household are under my aunt's jurisdiction, It would be more prudent for her to send someone with this month's silver. According to the main family's allocation, my mother and I are entitled to 180 taels. Chu Yunxi stated with an air of confidence, her tone neither servile nor arrogant, meeting Chen's gaze without a hint of fear. You come from a rural background, and I shall not hold that against you. However, this month's silver is simply unavailable. Without rules, there can be no order. You may as well return. Chen was disinterested in further discourse. With her family's monthly expenses running into the thousands of taels, how could she afford to share with these lowly mother and daughter? Moreover, Chu Yunxi and Lu should be no longer living. Chapter 70. The dowry of the Lu family. The thought of that inept group of individuals filled Chen with frustration. She had expended her resources to hire a band of useless people, yet they allowed Chu Yunxi and her mother to return to the capital unscathed. If General Lu were to return, the situation would likely become even more complicated. Chu Yunxi, upon hearing this, remained unfazed and casually remarked, I have heard that my third brother spends over 1,000 taels of silver each month at the gambling house. If the monthly allowance was only distributed at the beginning of the month, one wonders where he acquires his funds. Is it that my aunt is unwilling to provide support, or is she merely concocting excuses to evade the matter? As soon as Chu Yunxi finished speaking, Chu Yunzi interjected, Sister, must you be so confrontational? My mother is merely considering the household's welfare. Father's monthly stipend is hard-earned. Naturally, every single tael must be accounted for. Listening to Chu Yunzi's sanctimonious words made Chu Yunxi feel nauseated. She raised an eyebrow and replied, You three are indeed considerate of father. But saving my monthly allowance does not seem to enrich the Ministry of Rights. Oh, by the way, I have not heard of my aunt sending any money to the estate over the years. Am I mistaken? It seems that my aunt and the woman from the Qin family have maintained a good relationship, exchanging letters over the years. Yet, not a single coin has found its way into my hands. Chen's expression stiffened slightly. She had covertly instigated the Qin family's harsh treatment of Lu's mother and daughter. And even the subsequent plot to hire someone for murder was meant to remain a secret. How could Chu Yunxi possibly know this? Could it be that the Qin family had inadvertently left behind some evidence that Chu Yunxi had seized? If that were the case, should Chu Yunxi present the evidence, she could easily label her as the instigator of a plot against a legitimate wife and daughter, and no one would dare to speak in her defense, even if she were to be beaten to death. With such thoughts, Chen was vigilant as she observed Chu Yunxi. What letter? I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. Chu Yunxi, however, merely offered a nonchalant smile. It matters not if my aunt denies it. I shall simply present it to father when the time comes. I trust he will advocate for me. Initially, Chen harbored doubts regarding whether Chu Yunxi was deceiving her. But upon witnessing her earnest demeanor, she was immediately convinced. It must be that her subordinates had acted carelessly, leaving her vulnerable in Chu Yunxi's hands. This realization instilled a sense of panic within Chen. What nonsense are you uttering? How could one fabricate something that does not exist? It is merely a sum of silver. Here it is for you. Chu Yuni furrowed her brow, hastily interrupting Chen's words. Mother, what are you doing? Had Chen been more resolute, it might have been inconsequential. Yet her words unequivocally conveyed to Chu Yunxi that she had been threatened. This was tantamount to an implicit admission of her prior misdeeds. However, in her inner turmoil, Chen was unable to heed a single word spoken by the concerned Chu Yuni. She simply rose, retrieved 300 taels in silver notes from her jewelry box, and handed them to Chu Yunxi, stating, You've just returned home, and your belongings are few. Although the household has prepared garments and accessories, you must procure additional items. Consider this surplus silver as a gift from your aunt. All of Chen's words fell upon Chu Yuni's ears as a manifestation of frustration and disappointment. She had never anticipated that Chu Yunxi possessed such capability, nor did she foresee her mother being so swiftly ensnared by her. This simply cannot stand. She must quickly devise a plan to deal with Chu Yunxi. If she continues to play her tricks unchecked, her position will inevitably be usurped. With the silver in her possession, Chu Yunxi felt a surge of elation and raised her gaze to Qin Shi, saying, Aunt Chen, you have resided in the Yulan courtyard for many years. Do not blame me for not allowing you time to vacate your position. The master's residence and the authority of the housekeeper rightfully belong to my mother. Starting tomorrow, I shall take charge of the minister's residence. Do you have any objections? She spoke with a calm demeanor, as if merely issuing a notification, which indeed was the case. Qin Shi, Anxious about the potential exposure of previous matters, inwardly cursed her subordinates for their incompetence in leaving behind incriminating evidence. However, the authority of the housekeeper represented financial resources. The daily expenses of the three women depended on it. If it were surrendered, how would they survive in the future? Contemplating this, Chen replied, "The matter of housekeeping must wait until your father returns for discussion. Must we delay the household affairs until father returns from court? What then of the properties and shops that were part of my mother's dowry?" Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Shi had once been the favored daughter in her family, and given the Lu family's immense wealth, when she married, her father had generously provided 18 shops and over 100 acres of fertile land, not to mention 12 chests of gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. Though much of the gold and silver had been spent on Chu Tianqing's career, those properties and shops had been retained. Since Lu Shi's expulsion, they had fallen into Chen Shi's hands, with the income remaining firmly within her control. Chu Yunxi's visit today was not solely to collect the monthly allowance. A matter of greater significance lay in the properties and wealth associated with these shops. Noticing Chen's silence, Chu Yunxi pressed on. "Could it be that you intend to hoard these for yourself, refusing to return what rightfully belongs to us? These possessions are the rightful property of the Lu family. Despite your authority in managing the household, you cannot claim them as your own. Should word of this spread, it would tarnish your reputation." She continued, "After all, you are merely a natural daughter, and such a dowry is beyond your means. For many years, the funds have been drawn from the earnings of the Lu family as shops. If these are returned, how would you sustain yourselves? 100 or 200 taels of monthly allowance vanish in an instant at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. It is woefully inadequate." Chu Yunzi, aware of the truth in her words, rose to respond, "Sister, you jest. Our father has served in official capacities for many years, necessitating various dealings. Most of these properties have long been converted into silver. There is nothing left." After her statement, Chen quickly echoed her sentiment. Yes, Yunzi speaks the truth. That is indeed the case. However, Chu Yunxi merely smiled with indifference. "Is that so? Since you both assert this, I shall approach father for what is due. After all, it was his expenditure. He should reclaim it. Surely, it is unbecoming for a husband to squander his wife's dowry. Such news would be shameful." As she spoke, she made as if to leave, causing Chen to panic. Chu Tianqing, of course, was aware that the properties and shops left by Lu had remained under her control. Yet he had never contested the matter, for they were united as husband and wife. However, if Chu Yunxi truly went to recount all that Chu Yunzi had just said, the situation would become quite troublesome. After all, Chu Tianqing is a person who values his reputation immensely. Should he discover that these matters concerning the properties and shops were being held against him, alleging that he had usurped them and squandered his wife's dowry, it would be a blatant affront to his dignity. In such a scenario, not only would the shops be at risk, but Chu Tianqing might also unleash his wrath upon the mother and daughter. Ultimately, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. Chapter 71. The wicked have their own adversaries. Chu Yunzi understood these principles. Thus she said, "Sister, please wait." Chu Yunxi indeed halted her steps and turned to inquire, "Is there something further you wish to discuss with our aunt?" With a smile, Chu Yunzi replied, "I misspoke earlier. It is likely that some of the properties and shops remain. However, when you all left in haste, no one took charge of them, and it was only then that Mother decided to manage them. If you wish to reclaim them, you may do so, but we must await Father's return to formalize the matter." Listening to Chu Yunzi's words, Chu Yunxi nodded, choosing not to dwell on it further. She was not particularly concerned about their potential refusal, especially if the matter escalated to Chu Tianqing. Chu Yunzi and Madame Chen were unaware of the intricate dynamics at play, foolishly hoping that Chu Tianqing would lean in their favor. Yet, Chu Yunxi was acutely aware that he needed to appease both herself and their mother. Hence, he would not dare to diminish her share in the slightest. After all, there remained a record of the dowry gifts from her mother's marriage stored in the storeroom. In light of this, it would be prudent to wait for father to return from court before proceeding. However, she cautioned, "Aunt and sister, please refrain from any underhanded tactics, for Uncle Chen has been part of this household for many years. He is well aware that all the shops are located in prime areas." Upon hearing this, the expression on Chu Yunzi's face visibly darkened. She had indeed considered that, with merely 18 shops at stake, it would be simple enough to bestow upon him a few less profitable ones. To her surprise, Chu Yunxi had anticipated their maneuver. However, despite their dissatisfaction, Chu Yunzi and the others were compelled to maintain a fade of harmony. Chu Yunzi remarked, "Sister, you jest. We would never resort to such actions." "That is well," replied Chu Yunxi, as she boldly departed from Yulan courtyard with 300 taels of silver in hand, accompanied by Xichin. Madame Chen, having lost 300 taels and additional properties, was infuriated, smashing the jewelry at her side in a fit of rage. Through gritted teeth, she seethed, "Chu Yunxi, you little wretch." Chu Yunzi's expression darkened instantly, her gaze fiercely fixed on the direction in which Chu Yunxi had vanished, her fists clenched tightly. "Yunzi, how could you let her take it? Why didn't you think of a way to stop her? What shall we do moving forward?" Madame Chen expressed her dissatisfaction. Chu Yunzi cast a sidelong glance at Madame Chen, sighed, and replied, "What would have been the outcome had we refused her? She has clearly made up her mind. If we do not comply, we shall only suffer the consequences." Though Madame Chen harbored resentment, she recognized the futility of the situation and ultimately swept her teacup to the ground in frustration. "You little wretch, I will not let you off so easily." Both Madame Chen and Chu Yunzi were equally filled with indignation. After Chu Yunxi returned, seizing her rightful status as the legitimate daughter, she now snatched away their properties. This was utterly unforgivable. She was determined to devise a plan to exact her vengeance. Even if she could not eliminate her, she must find a way to severely undermine her. Turning to Chu Yunxi, after the master and servant duo departed from the orchid courtyard, Xichin curiously inquired, "Miss, do you truly possess evidence of their correspondence? If so, why not present it outright and expose them, allowing them to face some hardship?" What evidence could there be? When she dispatched her subordinates to relay messages, it was all done covertly. The wife of the Qin family is illiterate and cannot write letters at all. I merely spoke thus to deceive the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Xichin was immediately filled with admiration for Chu Yunxi. It was well known that before the young lady returned to the estate, the Qin family had been exceedingly arrogant. Most of the servants privy to the affairs of the matriarch were either dismissed or met with a dire fate. Indeed, those who perpetrate evil shall eventually face their reckoning. Does the young lady truly believe that the properties and businesses you mentioned can be extracted from them willingly? Chu Yunxi replied, "For my possessions, they must first prove their capability to claim them." As she spoke, her gaze drifted far away, tinged with a hint of steely resolve. "Miss, your wisdom and prowess are truly admirable." Xichin thought to herself. Unbeknownst to her, she had become a devoted admirer of Chu Yunxi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Dezhou, initially reveling in the prospect of seeing Chu Yunxi suffer, was infuriated to learn that she had acquired silver from the Qin family. His expression darkened with rage as old grievances and new resentments surged within him. He vowed to pursue a relentless vendetta against Chu Yunxi, determined to exact vengeance for the untimely demise of his son. The maidservants in the Shangshu mansion initially held a nuanced attitude towards Chu Yunxi. However, her fearless confrontation with the Qin family and the swift punishment of the cook, Zhao, soon spread throughout the household. Consequently, the respect and trepidation towards the returning young lady grew among the people, who deemed her an indivisible force not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the earlier incident involving the demise of Chao Yoji had left many in the courtyard unaware of the unfolding events, leading them to perceive it merely as a sensational tale. Yet, following the revelations about Zhao's punishment, they began to speculate that Chu Yunxi might indeed possess the capability to execute such deeds, thus evoking an involuntary sense of fear. They felt that this suddenly returned young lady was certainly not one to provoke, and to do so would likely lead to an unforeseen downfall. Conversely, those maidservants and young attendants who had previously suffered at the hands of the Qin family felt as though this young lady had become their champion, allowing them to exhale in relief at witnessing the Qin family's misfortunes. As long as they could observe the Qin family's humiliation, their spirits lifted considerably. Upon Chu Yunxi and Xichin's return to the Yuanxiang courtyard, they were promptly greeted by Linger, who exclaimed, "Miss, you have returned. I was so worried." In response, Chu Yunxi playfully pinched her nose and said, "What are you fretting about? Your mistress is quite capable. She is merely a concubine and hardly a threat." Linger, still youthful and unaware of the complexities of the situation, was astonished to learn that Chu Yunxi had secured her rightful monthly silver and had even received additional funds from the Qin family. The young lady is truly formidable. With a mere gesture, she has compelled the concubine to part with such a substantial sum of silver. Chu Yunxi could easily envision the depths of Chen's resentment towards her. And it was inevitable that Chu Yunzi would seek an opportunity for vengeance. She has always maintained an image of beauty and fragility, manipulating those around her to neutralize any perceived threats. It was precisely this fade that had deceived me in my past life, rendering me oblivious to the venomous serpent coiled beneath her enchanting exterior. Yet, this time will be different. I am acutely aware of the intentions harbored by Chun, Chu Yunzi, and Chu Yunting, as well as others who have inflicted harm upon me, and I shall not spare any of them. Upon seeing the silver, Lu couldn't contain her joy and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "With this silver, we can buy candy for Yunxi. Let us procure an abundance of candied hawthorn." Chu Yunxi observed Lu's delight and shared a gentle smile, responding softly, "Indeed, let us buy whatever you desire, mother." Chapter 72. Worthy of the status of the eldest daughter, miss. What shall we do now? Upon hearing Siqin's inquiry, Chu Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding, "Siqin? When does Chu Tianxing usually return from court?" Siqin was momentarily taken aback by Chu Yunxi's direct reference to Chu Tianxing by name. She had not anticipated such familiarity. However, for Chu Yunxi, Chu Tianxing was hardly deserving of the title father. With no outsiders present, she felt no obligation to address him as such. Siqin replied, "Based on the time, it should not be long now. However, once the master returns from court, he must report to the Ministry of Personnel, so he won't be home until the afternoon."
But,
"Miss, the walls have ears. Please be cautious." Recognizing Siqin's concern, Chu Yunxi smiled slightly and nodded, assuring her, "I am well aware." Since he would not return until afternoon, they would wait. Today, they must reclaim their property and assets. Otherwise, if they allowed the Qin family time, they feared they might take preemptive action. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Siqin immediately realized the implications and exclaimed, "You are absolutely right, miss. Those possessions are still in the hands of Lady Chun and the others. To avoid complications later, it would be wise to retrieve them as swiftly as possible." Linger interjected, "Miss, do you intend to go out this afternoon?" "Indeed. We have to go out, but it is to meet my father. The dowry my mother brought when she married is now held by others, and it must be reclaimed." As Chu Yunxi uttered these words, she pronounced the term father with a notable emphasis, and the emotions that had been suppressed within her were all too evident. Lu Shi, lacking comprehension of the underlying sentiments, merely understood that someone had taken their belongings and that Yunxi intended to reclaim them, which she wholeheartedly supported. Linger, attuned to the situation, also expressed her unwavering support. "Rest assured, miss, I will take excellent care of madam." Linger vowed with utmost sincerity. Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, then retrieved the stack of silver notes she had acquired from the Qin family, carefully setting aside 200 taels to place in her purse. Recognizing that having funds would facilitate her endeavors in this unfamiliar territory, the remainder was securely locked away in a small cabinet beside the bed in the inner chamber. With nothing pressing at hand, Chu Yunxi chose to keep Lu Shi company. After enjoying their midday meal and allowing some time to pass, she gently encouraged Lu Shi to take a short rest. Subsequently, Chu Yunxi stepped out of the room and called to Siqin, who was instructing the other maids on tending to the flowers in the courtyard. "Siqin, let us be on our way." Since Lu Shi and Siqin were still strangers to one another, it was prudent for Linger to remain behind to attend to her. Especially given Siqin's poised demeanor in handling matters, having her accompany them was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Siqin responded affirmatively and followed Chu Yunxi as they departed from the fragrant courtyard once more. This time, they did not venture elsewhere but were instead headed directly to Chu Tianxing's study, as Chu Yunxi was aware of his habit of retreating there upon returning home. However, after only a few steps toward the study, Chu Yunxi paused once more. Siqin, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, what is the matter? Is there something amiss?" Unexpectedly, a faint smile suddenly graced the lips of Chu Yunxi. Chu Yunzi and her companions had undoubtedly been outmaneuvered, and they were certainly poised to report to him upon his return from court. They would not so readily relinquish all their estates and businesses. Upon hearing this, Siqin immediately grasped the implication. "Does the young lady mean that we should meet the master before they do?" "Indeed," Chu Yunxi affirmed with a nod. "Siqin, let us await him at the main entrance." "Certainly, miss." Siqin replied promptly, hurrying to follow Chu Yunxi toward the entrance. However, she was somewhat astonished by Chu Yunxi's remarkable memory. After all, The minister's residence was quite expansive, and they had only returned the previous day. Yet here she was, already able to discern her way. In truth, during her previous life, upon her return, Chu Yunxi had indeed been unfamiliar with the surroundings. The resplendence of the minister's estate had dazzled her, necessitating the guidance of maids and matrons whenever she ventured outside. Nevertheless, having lived in the minister's residence for several years thereafter, she had become sufficiently acquainted with her environment, to the point where she could navigate it without the need for assistance. Upon reaching the entrance, a servant promptly approached to inquire, "Miss, are you preparing to go out? I shall arrange a carriage for you at once." Before Chu Yunxi could respond, Sichin interjected, "There is no need. The young lady is not going out, merely waiting here for the master's return." The servant, upon hearing this, immediately acknowledged with a understood, and then departed. Chun Yunxi, after all, is the esteemed daughter of a prominent family, the legitimate eldest daughter of the illustrious minister's residence, and thus cannot afford to casually reveal herself in public, standing outside the grand entrance. Therefore, she and her companions patiently awaited within the gates. Indeed, within a short span, a carriage approached. The exterior of the carriage appeared rather unassuming, almost modest, yet its materials were exquisite, and a gentle breeze lifted the curtains, revealing the lavish and comfortable interior. With Wei Huai seated at the front of the carriage, it was evident that Chu Tianqing had returned. Consequently, Chun Yunxi hurried to greet him. As Chu Tianqing stepped out of the carriage, he spotted Chun Yunxi standing before him. Before he could utter a word, he heard her gracefully bow and say, "Daughter pays her respects to father." With her unparalleled beauty and her every gesture adhering to propriety, she exuded an air of dignity that led him to instinctively overlook her humble origins as a country girl. Moreover, he felt a swell of pride, recognizing that such a daughter could indeed enhance his reputation. The thought of her future connection to a general uncle softened his demeanor even further. Yunxi, displaying her understanding, inquired how long he had been waiting. Chu Tianqing glanced at his ceremonial attire and spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Not long," she replied. "Merely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Chu Tianqing nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "I appreciate your patience. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Of course, Chu Yunxi had matters at hand. However, under the current circumstances, she could not be the first to speak. Thus, she remarked, "There is nothing troubling me. It is merely that I feel for my father's arduous duties at court that brings me here." Chu Tianqing offered no further commentary, simply stating, "You are indeed more considerate, which befits your position as the legitimate eldest daughter." His words were neither overly familiar nor distant, devoid of any points to critique. "Very well, let us return to the residence." "Understood," Chu Yunxi replied, obediently trailing behind Chu Tianqing as they made their way home. As anticipated, he headed towards the study, and a subtle smile graced Chu Yunxi's lips, for she knew that an intriguing spectacle awaited them. Having already garnered some goodwill, she was confident that even if Chu Tianqing harbored no affection for her, he would certainly not favor Chu Yunzi and her companions. Therefore, regardless of their schemes, their defeat was inevitable and would be thorough. Moreover, even if Chu Tianqing were inclined to lean towards them, Chu Yunxi remained unperturbed, for she had a trump card waiting in the wings. Although it was under her uncle's name, they were indeed family, and considering the connection to the Liu family's dowry, it was only natural that she would not shy away from leveraging it. Chapter 73. The concubine truly found a good master upon the arrival of the four individuals in the study. They were indeed met by Chun and Chu Yunzi, who were already present. The moment Chun and Chu Yunzi spotted Chu Yunxi and Chu Tianqing approaching together, their brows furrowed in discontent. Chu Yunzi felt a sense of foreboding. She had not anticipated that Chu Yunxi would arrive before them. Before anyone could speak, Chu Tianqing inquired, "Why has everyone gathered today? Is there something amiss?" As he uttered these words, a slight frown creased his forehead. He was acutely aware of the discord between Chu Yunxi and the trio of Chun and her children, and the presence of all three indicated that something troubling had transpired. The thought alone made his head throb with discomfort. As Chu Yunzi hesitated to voice her thoughts, Chun took the initiative to express her grievances. "My lord, you must advocate for me." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing's frown deepened. Instinctively, Chu Yunzi sought to intervene and silence Chen, but Chen appeared oblivious to her presence. She was solely focused on the prior agreement to approach Chu Tianqing with her grievances, hoping to sway him in favor of their long-standing marital bond. "My lord, you are aware that the monthly silver is distributed at the beginning of each month. However, today, Yunxi came to my Yulon courtyard, insisting that I hand over the monthly silver to her, and she unjustly seized several hundred taels. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxing's expression soured, and he turned to Chu Yunxi, asking, "Yunxi, is this true?" Chu Yunxi remained composed and replied directly, "Indeed, such a matter exists. However, what my daughter seeks is not merely a monthly allowance." Previously, she refrained from initiating a conversation with Chu Tianxing, fully aware that once she did, he would undoubtedly favor Chu Yunzi and her companions, perceiving her as someone who is deliberately stirring up trouble and being overly confrontational. Should that transpire, it was likely that a portion of the family estate and businesses would be unjustly withheld. However, with the Chen family broaching the subject themselves and her being present to respond to their claims, the situation had transformed entirely. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Chu Tianxing appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "What is it that you desire then? What could your aunt possibly offer you?" "My mother's dowry." Chu Yunxi's tone was indifferent, yet her words rang with undeniable conviction. As soon as she uttered this statement, Chu Tianxing's expression faltered slightly. After having driven Lu Shi to the countryside years ago, he had directly bestowed those properties and businesses that constituted her dowry upon Chen Shi, as she had assumed the role of the household's matriarch and held the authority over the family affairs. Consequently, he had not given them much thought. To his astonishment, Chu Yunxi had not only remembered this matter upon her return the very next day, but had also boldly sought out her claim. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that they were in the wrong. If Chen Shi had readily handed over the dowry, she could have earned a reputation for generosity. Even if she chose not to comply, a discreet conversation could have led to a resolution.
Yet,
now Chen Shi not only refused to acquiesce, but also resorted to a display of tantrums before Chu Yunxi. What was this behavior? If word got out, it would be said that Chu Tianxing had usurped his lawful wife's dowry. Thus, the expression on Chu Tianxing's face darkened as he forcefully pushed Chen aside and spoke in a curt tone. "Years ago, when the Lu family went to the countryside for recuperation, they entrusted these matters to your management. Now that they have returned, it is only fitting that everything be returned to them." Upon hearing Chu Tianxing's words, Chen stood there in a daze, astonished by the stark contrast to what he had said when he had initially entrusted her with the properties. Just as Chen was about to retort, Chu Yunzi quickly intervened, saying, "Mother, father is right. It is best to return them." The betrayal from her own daughter was too much for Chen to bear. "But, my lord, I have managed these lands and shops for so many years, enduring hardships and toil. If I just return them now, has all my effort been in vain?" Before Chu Tianxing could respond, Chu Yunxi interjected, "And is correct. My mother and I have been away from the capital for 16 years, and, during this time, it has been aunt who has managed the shops and properties, truly enduring much hardship." Chu Yunxi paused momentarily, and upon hearing this, Chen felt a glimmer of hope. Eagerly nodding in agreement, "Indeed. So many shops and lands, it is an endless worry." Chen initially believed that Chu Yunxi had been swayed by her words and would relent, only to be taken aback when Chu Yunxi suddenly shifted her stance and continued speaking. "However, the shops that my mother's family brought as dowry are all located in prime areas of the capital." Without elaborating further, the annual profits from these establishments must amount to at least 10,000 taels. Over the course of 16 years, that totals to at least 100,000 taels of silver, which should not be considered excessive. Additionally, there are 100 acres of fertile land. Even if one merely collects rent, it should yield several thousand taels over these 16 years. I kindly request, dear aunt, that you present all these income figures. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Chu Tianxing had not anticipated such a substantial sum of silver, while Chen and Chu Yunzi were astonished that Chu Yunxi would even calculate this financial account. Furthermore, what she mentioned was indeed not an insignificant amount, considering the exorbitant figures she had received from these properties over the years. Seeing that Chen and the others remained silent, Chu Yunxi continued, "What, aunt? Are you unable to produce these figures? You cannot account for mere shop revenues? What about my mother's 13 chests filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and jade? All of these items are duly recorded. Could it be that you intend to surreptitiously seize them? Or is it possible that someone has already aided you in this endeavor?" Chu Yunxi's words were clearly laden with implication, and Chu Tianxing was perceptive enough to discern this. Regardless of whether Chu Yunxi spoke with intent or not, he knew that these possessions must be returned in full. With a grim expression, he addressed Chen. "Enough, you shall return all these items to Yunxi." Naturally, Chun was reluctant at heart and wished to voice her thoughts. However, before she could utter a word, Chu Yunshi continued, "If Auntie is unwilling, that is acceptable. Yet, the matter of this concubine usurping the dowry of the legitimate wife will surely become a topic of gossip throughout the capital." Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianqing grew increasingly anxious, for the repercussions of such rumors would tarnish the reputation of the Chu family. Moreover, it would not be long before Chu Yunshi's uncle returned. If this scandal reached his ears, resolving the matter would not be a simple task. Contemplating this, Chu Tianqing promptly declared, "Chen, return all the properties and dowries at once." After uttering this command, he turned to Chu Yunshi and added, "Your aunt has managed these businesses for many years, though she may not have contributed significantly. Her efforts deserve recognition. Let the profits be considered her compensation for toil." Chu Yunshi raised an eyebrow. "I have never heard of anyone's labor costs exceeding 10,000 taels a year. Auntie has indeed found herself a most generous employer." Chapter 74. A trip outside the mansion yet, since my father has already spoken, I, as his daughter, must comply. The matter of the silver can be overlooked, but the 13 boxes of gold, silver, jewels, and jade cannot be diminished in the slightest. Should any of these have been sold, I implore my aunt to compensate with silver. Chen's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, while Chu Yunzi nearly wrung her silk handkerchief to shreds beside her. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to acquiesce, for Chu Tianqing had already made his intentions clear. Failure to comply would certainly lead to dire consequences. Suppressing her indignation, Chu Yunzi expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister, for your magnanimity." With a gentle and gracious smile, Chu Yunshi replied, "Sister, you flatter me. This is only to be expected, as we are indeed one family. Without these shops and lands, it would be impossible for you to repay tens of thousands of taels. Oh, by the way, regarding the property deeds, I hope my aunt can present them forthwith. Otherwise, in a few days, she may feign forgetfulness, just as she does with the monthly silver. How would I, Yunshi, be able to defend my case then?" Chen's teeth were nearly ground to dust in frustration. Chu Yunshi was being deliberately provocative. She was tightening the noose, leaving them no room to maneuver, all while demanding obedience. However, at this juncture, even Chan could not afford to continue resisting. After all, further strife would yield nothing but loss, and would only serve to earn her husband's disdain, leading to a true double loss. With this in mind, Chen took a few deep breaths to quell her resentment, then whispered a few words to her personal maid, likely instructing her on the whereabouts of those possessions. "Yes, my lady," the young maid replied before departing. Chu Yunshi, unperturbed, remained in place, awaiting her return. After a brief interval, the maid returned with the house deeds and land contracts, presenting them to Chu Yunshi. She perused the documents. Although she was unaware of the precise locations of her mother's dowry properties, she was confident that the Qin family would not dare to play any tricks, for she could easily investigate the matter thoroughly. After reviewing the documents, she handed them to the musician behind her and continued, "What of the others? The remainder is primarily stored in the warehouse. Tomorrow, I will instruct Chao Dezhou to compile and verify everything, and then I will present the list to you." Chen's demeanor seemed utterly despondent, her voice lacking vitality. After sustaining such significant losses, it was only natural she felt overwhelmed. Chu Yunshi nodded in understanding, refraining from further comment, as she was aware that under the current circumstances, everything would be reconciled according to the original list of gifts. Seeing the matter resolved, Chu Tianqing waved his hand and said, "Enough, enough. Since this issue has been settled, you may all take your leave." He felt a headache coming on from their presence and wished to be alone to gather his thoughts. Having reclaimed her belongings, Chu Yunshi felt no inclination to linger further. Thus, she remarked, "Father, please rest well. I shall take my leave now." Chu Tianqing nodded, and Chu Yunshi turned on her heel and departed. Chu Yunzi assisted Chen to leave the study, leaving only Chu Tianqing and Wei Huai in the room. Chu Tianqing raised his hand to rub his temples, and Wei Huai, noticing this, promptly approached to massage his temples. "Do not fret, master. Miss Yunshi's actions are quite expected. It is, in fact, advantageous for her." Chu Tianqing inquired, "How so?" "Lai Kanglin will likely return to the capital shortly. If he were to witness the hardships faced by the young lady and her mother, it would surely raise suspicions. If the truth were to come to light, it would spell trouble for you, master. However, this course of events has allowed us to circumvent that complication in advance." Even if the matter were to resurface in the future, it would be you aiding the young lady in reclaiming these possessions, thus detaching yourself from any blame. Upon hearing Wei Huai's words, the furrow in Chu Tianqing's brow began to ease. After Chu Yunxi and Siqin departed from the study, the day had grown late. Siqin could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you truly are remarkable. With just a few words, you compelled them to surrender all these items." Listening to Siqin's praise, Chu Yunxi merely smiled, for they should have anticipated such a day when they took these possessions. The two of them conversed and soon returned to the distant fragrant courtyard. As Siqin was about to put these items away, she was halted by Chu Yunxi. "Siqin, please hand me the property deeds and land contracts." Although Siqin was puzzled, she complied and handed them over to Chu Yunxi. Subsequently, Chu Yunxi remarked, "We must take a look at these items upon our return. Tomorrow, Siqin, you shall remain at the estate to keep my mother company, while Linger accompanies me on my outing." Although Lu Shi was closer to Linger, the latter lacked the astuteness and intelligence that Siqin possessed. Linger had only stepped away for a brief moment and had remained within the confines of the estate, not venturing elsewhere. Thus, leaving Linger to attend to Lu Shi was not a matter of great concern. However, given that they were to leave the estate the following day for an extended period, leaving Linger behind seemed a rather imprudent choice. Retaining Siqin would undoubtedly bring greater peace of mind. Linger and Siqin were always obedient to Chu Yunxi's directives. Yet, come the following morning, upon hearing that Chu Yunxi intended to depart once more, Lu Shi became immediately displeased. "Yunxi, you must not go," she exclaimed, tugging at Chu Yunxi's sleeve. Her expression filled with discontent. Chu Yunxi gently patted the back of her hand and replied, "Mother, please listen. I have important matters to attend to. You should stay here and enjoy some time with Siqin. I promise to bring you delightful treats upon my return." In truth, had Chu Yunxi merely planned to inspect the shops, it would have been entirely feasible to bring Lu Shi along. However, this time, she also intended to visit Old Man Fan, which would render Lu Shi's presence somewhat inconvenient. Lu Shi, fond of both food and entertainment, was easily placated with the promise of snacks. Moreover, despite her somewhat muddled mind, she was quite obedient to Chu Yunxi and thus refrained from further protest, though she pouted, displaying an expression of lingering dissatisfaction. Chu Yunxi let out a sigh and continued to coax, "Uncle Chen will be bringing Xiao He over today. If Mother goes out with me, she will miss seeing Xiao He. Did you not express your longing for him earlier?" Upon hearing these words, Lu's demeanor softened instantly. "All right then, Yunxi, make sure to return home early." Chu Yunxi smiled and nodded in agreement, responding, "Certainly, I will hurry back once I finish my tasks. I must bring back some delicious treats." "Very well, do bring back plenty of delightful goodies for Mother." Chu Yunxi reassured her once more, and only then did Lu obediently allow her to leave. Chapter 75. This girl is almost like his daughter. Chu Yunxi instructed Linger to fetch 2 garments from the inner room and pack them into a bundle. Subsequently, she led Linger out through the side door. The narrow alley was lined with numerous carriages, belonging to ordinary folk striving to make a living. Logically speaking, as the esteemed young lady of the minister's residence, Chu Yunxi could have availed herself of the family carriage for her outing. However, within this household, she lacked any confidence. If she were to ride in the official carriage, it could potentially attract unwanted attention from spies. After all, she had pressing and clandestine matters to attend to today, necessitating a discreet approach. Chu Yunxi scanned her surroundings and casually selected a carriage, where she and Linger took their seats. Linger remained quietly attentive, occasionally glancing around in apprehension of unforeseen events, yet their journey proceeded smoothly. As the carriage gradually entered the bustling East Market, Chu Yunxi lifted the curtain to behold the vibrant marketplace. The shops of the capital were splendidly constructed, featuring tea houses, taverns, pleasure quarters, and more. Though it was still early, the market was already alive with activity, filled with the shouts of vendors and the bargaining of customers. This was indeed the capital, a realm cherished by scholars and literati. The coachman, experiencing such an unusually quiet passenger for the first time, considered the short distance ahead and felt quite content, cracking his whip to urge the horses onward. The market was sparsely populated, with children throwing firecrackers into the middle of the road. A deafening bang erupted, startling a horse, which began to gallop uncontrollably down the street. The coachman, faced with this sudden turmoil, paled slightly and strained to grip the reins, calling out to the horse in an attempt to halt its frantic pace. However, The frightened beast was oblivious to human commands, bolting wildly through the market, causing passers-by to scatter in panic. Seated in the swaying carriage, Chu Yunxi furrowed her brow, contemplating the coachman's lack of reliability. The vehicle was far less stable than the ox cart back at the farm. Miss, could this lead to trouble? Linger expressed her concern. Chu Yunxi sensed a vague unease. Aware that the horse had been spooked, yet she believed the coachman should manage the situation, maintaining her composure. If it comes to a real crisis, we shall leap from the carriage. As the horse ran amok, another carriage suddenly loomed ahead. The coachman, unable to rein in the horse, collided directly with the other vehicle. The impact startled both horses. However, their entangled positions prevented them from bolting further, granting the coachman the opportunity to regain control. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The young lady within the carriage bore an extraordinary status. Should anything untoward occur, he could not afford the consequences. The other carriage, resplendently adorned, housed a dark, gaunt coachman who, upon being struck, immediately altered in demeanor. Considering the noble passenger seated within, he scolded, "You fool! If you cannot drive, do not humiliate yourself. Now you've startled my master. You'd better come over and apologize." The gaunt coachman harbored a tinge of anxiety within. Today, fortune had smiled upon him, as he fortuitously encountered the royal carriage of the Qin prince, which had broken down on the road, affording him the opportunity to serve such esteemed guests. However, should they be startled, even his 8 heads would not suffice. On the other hand, the coachman from Chu Yunxi's carriage, acutely aware of his fault, hastily offered his apologies. "My horse was frightened, and I failed to maintain control. It is my error. Pray do not be angry, good sir. How would you like to resolve this matter?" The gaunt coachman, having not heard a word from the noble within the carriage, assumed that he too was incensed, and thus he found his courage, beginning to assert his authority. "Very well, seeing your sincerity, 5 taels of silver will suffice. I shan't press further. If you disagree, we shall leave it to the authorities." Instantly, the smile faded from the other coachman's face. "Good sir, I have elderly dependents and young children. It is no easy task to make this delivery, and I earn but a few copper coins from it, hardly enough to last a month. Are you not seeking to take my life?" Listening to this exchange from within the carriage, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. For an ordinary citizen, 1 tael of silver could sustain them for 3 months. To demand 5 for a mere fright seemed suspicious indeed. At that moment, a man from another carriage, having heard the commotion, lifted the curtain to reveal a strikingly handsome face. He arched an eyebrow at the man beside him and said, "Heiying, go and ascertain the situation." Heiying nodded slightly. "As you wish, my lord." Coincidentally, at that moment, Linger, having heeded Chu Yunxi's instructions, descended from the carriage, intending to assist the coachman in resolving the predicament. Heiying's gaze fell upon Linger, momentarily taken aback, before relaying all he had observed to the nobleman, Xie Xuanmu, within the carriage. "My lord, it is the girl who saved you before." Upon hearing the words of the Black Hawk, Xie Xuanmu lifted the curtain and gazed intently, soon recognizing Linger. Her figure indeed resembled that of the one who had rescued him. So this was her true appearance, delicate and charming, yet no more than that. Judging by her age, she appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. To his surprise, he had been saved by someone so young. Xie Xuanmu couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh in his heart. At 27, this girl was nearly of an age to be his daughter. "Black Hawk, we must not linger any longer," Xie Xuanmu declared, lowering the carriage curtain. "Yes, my lord," Black Hawk replied, then approached the gaunt coachman, offering him a silver coin while coldly stating, "My master has decided it is best to move on. We have more pressing matters to attend to." "Ah, yes, yes." The gaunt coachman quickly accepted the silver, eager to comply. He then turned to cast a glare at the coachman accompanying Chu Yunxi, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate." With that, he resumed his place at the front of the carriage and drove away. Inside the carriage, Chu Yunxi lifted the curtain just in time to catch a glimpse of the passing carriage, the breeze lifting its curtain to reveal a familiar handsome face. It was indeed Xie Xuanmu, a most unexpected coincidence. The coachman patted his chest, finally relieved, as Linger reassured him, "Coachman, if all is well, let us continue our journey. My lady's affairs await." "Of course, young lady." The coachman promptly responded, and after Linger boarded the carriage, he resumed their journey, which turned out to be uneventful. Within half a tea's time, the carriage circled the capital and finally arrived at the West Market. The West Market housed numerous medical establishments. However, based on her understanding of Old Fan, he would surely opt for a secluded location. Linger peered outside the carriage, puzzled, and inquired, "Miss, did we not say we were going to inspect the shop? Where are we headed?"
Chu Jun Si sợ mai ghen ly.
"The matter of the shop is not urgent. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Linger, though somewhat perplexed, chose not to press further, obediently acknowledging her words and falling silent. Surrounding them were several medical halls, among which a few were bustling with activity. Chu Yunxi steered clear of the commotion and, from a distance, spotted a sign adorned with a willow branch motif, inscribed with the words, "A medical hall," prompting the coachman to bring the carriage to a halt. Chapter 76. Old Man Fan. Long time no see. Chu Yunxi disembarked from the carriage with Linger, who dutifully paid the driver 1 tael of silver as instructed. The driver was taken aback and hastily declined, saying, "Miss, you have given too much. Only 25 when is necessary." Linger replied, "My lady has stated that this silver is not given in vain. Our whereabouts today must remain confidential, and you are to return to fetch us before dusk." Upon hearing Linger's words, the driver understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. "I comprehend." After accepting the silver, he drove away with the carriage. They entered a medical hall that was open but eerily deserted. Chu Yunxi led Linger inside, and finding no one in the main hall, they proceeded directly to the backyard. Linger hesitated and remarked, "Miss, is it appropriate for us to just barge in like this?" Chu Yunxi assured her, "Do not worry, I am acquainted with the doctor here." "Oh," Linger responded, following Chu Yunxi into the backyard. There, they found an elderly man leisurely sunning medicinal herbs. It was Old Man Fan. Chu Yunxi stepped forward and patted the old man's shoulder, exclaiming, "Old Man Fan, it has been a long time." Upon hearing her voice, Old Man Fan swiftly turned around. His eyes widened in excitement as he recognized her. "Little Master Uncle, I have finally awaited your arrival." Linger was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. Surely, she must have misheard. This old man seemed old enough to be her lady's grandfather, yet he referred to her as Little Master Uncle. How peculiar. Linger glanced at Chu Yunxi, only to find that the young lady was deep in conversation with the Old Man Fan, seemingly accepting the title of Little Master Uncle. She puffed out her cheeks, lost in thought, ultimately refraining from voicing her questions. Old Man Fan appeared quite pleased to see Yunxi, indicating that her journey to the capital had been smooth, arriving sooner than he had anticipated. Though she had encountered some troubles along the way, they had been effortlessly resolved. However, Old Man Fan, one must wonder why your clinic is so desolate, with not a single patient in sight? Rolling his eyes dismissively, he replied, "I do not require the clinic for my livelihood in the capital. It merely serves as a convenience for my interactions with the Little Master Uncle. As for treating ailments, it is all a matter of fate." Chu Yunxi stroked her chin, realizing that Old Man Fan, despite his casual demeanor, must have saved a considerable sum, otherwise he would not regard wealth as inconsequential. Yet, despite regaining her shop, she found herself still in dire need of funds, as she had to save for the 7 spirit grass. If memory served her right, the auction price of the 7 spirit grass had soared to over 10,000 taels, being an exceptionally rare medicinal herb that was said to possess miraculous healing properties. Although the profits from the shop were substantial, they would inevitably incur numerous expenses in the future, making it unlikely to save such an amount within a year. For her mother's sake, she knew she had to be prepared. With this in mind, Chu Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at Old Man Fan and remarked, "Old Man Fan, as the heir of the Mingfeng Medical School, it would be quite embarrassing for outsiders to know that your clinic is so empty." Seeing the earnestness in Chu Yunxi's expression, Old Fan felt a sense of embarrassment. His revered master had once elevated the Mingfeng Medical School to great heights, with disciples scattered across the land. Some had even ascended to become the chief imperial physicians. As the direct disciple of his master, he could not allow the reputation of their lineage to be tarnished in such a manner. Although the Mingfeng Medical School had seen better days, it still boasted a considerable number of disciples. Now, with Chu Yunxi at the helm, if the clinic were to languish in desolation, the news would surely reach those disciples and create considerable trouble. Reflecting on this, Old Fan spoke, "You are correct, my little junior. However, as a newcomer, I find that most of our patrons are regulars, and it may prove challenging to retain patients." With unwavering determination in her eyes, Chu Yunxi smiled gently and replied calmly, "What does it matter? It is merely a matter of timing. Old Fan, fetch me some paper and ink. I have instructions for you." Old Fan hurriedly retrieved the writing materials from the back courtyard and placed them on the table. Chu Yunxi spread the paper flat, rolled up her sleeves, and began to write. Once the ink had dried, she folded the paper and handed it to Old Fan. Ling Er, having previously learned some characters, leaned closer to examine the paper, which bore the words, "Grand opening, half-price consultation fees." Old Fan's expression twitched, while he acknowledged the ingenuity of his little junior's idea. He worried it might lead to financial loss. Little Junior, although the shop is modest, it is situated in a bustling area, and I have already invested over 500 taels of silver to acquire it. I am left with but my coffin funds. Is this truly a wise decision? Linger hesitated and remarked that the prices of medicinal herbs were quite exorbitant. Although the young lady possessed remarkable medical skills, such a loss-making venture could hardly retain many clients. Chu Yunxi understood their concerns, yet she remained steadfast in her decision. Old Fan, how do you perceive my medical skills compared to the doctors at the neighboring establishments? Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's inquiry, Old Fan instantly regained his confidence and asserted with unwavering conviction, Little Master Uncle is the direct disciple of our revered Master Uncle, having inherited his medical expertise. Naturally, she surpasses these ordinary physicians. Although the doctors in the capital may have numerous patients, they do not necessarily resolve complex ailments. However, with Little Master Uncle's lineage from the esteemed Master Uncle, she undoubtedly holds the advantage, especially considering Master Uncle's reputation as a miraculous healer. Chu Yunxi smiled gently. What we aim to excel in is treating intricate illnesses, addressing ailments that others cannot or dare not treat. As long as there are patients willing to give it a try, I am confident that our clinic will gradually flourish. Old Fan solemnly handed over the silver coins from his pouch to Chu Yunxi. Despite the conflict in his gaze, he still placed his trust in her. Little Master Uncle, let us take this bold step. The expansion of the Mingfeng medical sector lies on you. Chu Yunxi responded with a warm smile, returning the pouch before producing 200 taels in silver notes to hand to Old Fan. Upon witnessing this, Old Fan was taken aback. When did Little Master Uncle become so affluent? Chu Yunxi, however, remained silent and proceeded to present the property deeds and contracts. These properties and shops are part of my mother's dowry. Given the inconveniences I face at home, Old Fan, I would appreciate your assistance in managing them. Old Fan was once again astounded. Gazing at the deeds of 18 shops and 100 acres of fertile land before him, he found it hard to believe. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, I have recently heard that a lady from the minister's residence has returned to the capital from the countryside. Could it be that you, my young master, are? Old Fan's words trailed off at this point, yet Chu Yunxi understood his implication. Without reservation, Chu Yunxi nodded in affirmation. You are correct in your assumption, but we must be cautious in concealing our relationship. We cannot allow others to discover it. Chapter 77. The poison youth. Old Fan immediately nodded in understanding. Chu Yunxi said, take this rice paper outside and post it. We still have matters to attend to today. Old Fan agreed and took the rice paper outside, where he affixed it to the exterior of the medical hall. Many curious passers-by observed, but most opted to either walk by or depart with laughter. Within the medical hall, Chu Yunxi arranged a few things and then instructed Linger to fetch the garments she had prepared before leaving the estate. The two of them proceeded to the back courtyard to change in the guest room. The attire she donned was the dark blue martial outfit gifted by Qing Yang. With her unparalleled beauty, the dark blue martial attire seemed tailor-made for Chu Yunxi, perfectly complementing her figure. The fine fabric, combined with Qing Yang's exquisite embroidery, accentuated her exceptional elegance. Linger gazed in awe and couldn't help but exclaim, Miss, you look so handsome in this outfit. Hearing Linger's praise, Chu Yunxi chuckled helplessly and playfully tapped her on the head. Little girl, you are so young yet already infatuated. Linger stuck out her tongue and replied, You can't blame me, Mississippi. It's all because you are too stunning. If you were a young master and strolled through the streets, countless young ladies would surely be captivated by your charm. Chu Yunxi then teasingly grasped Linger's chin and said, If I were a young master, I would undoubtedly take you home as my bride first. Linger, unfazed, responded, Then I shall ensure to bear many children for you, Mississippi. The two attendants exchanged a few words, and it was only when the elder Fan arrived that Chu Yunxi donned her veil and stepped outside. After waiting for an hour, only a handful of elderly patrons entered seeking treatment. Despite the limited number of patients, Chu Yunxi devoted herself wholeheartedly to the practice. Once the elder was cured, He expressed his gratitude, saying, "The physician's skill with needles is commendable. I have often struggled with shortness of breath, feeling on the verge of passing away several times. It was only upon my family's urging that I visited your clinic. I thought such a chronic ailment would require a considerable sum to remedy. Yet I was surprised to find the consultation fee so reasonable." Chu Yunxi smiled gently and replied, "Please endeavor to keep moving and approach your breathing gradually. In time, this ailment shall improve." The elder thanked her sincerely and left the clinic at a leisurely pace. Elder Fan observed the meager consultation fee on the counter, barely a fraction of a silver coin, and frowned deeply. It seemed he needed to devise a plan. His young apprentice worked so hard, and he felt he could not remain idle. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a brown long robe and sporting a beard entered the clinic. He surveyed the surroundings and clicked his tongue disapprovingly. If one lacks ability, they should refrain from mingling in this field. How dare they establish a clinic directly across from our fush outing? After an hour, only 2 patrons. It's utterly pathetic. Do not presume that mere medical knowledge entitles you to a livelihood. With such limited skill, you might as well return to farming. The speaker was Wan Kai, the second steward of fush outing, who often loitered near the clinic when he had nothing else to do. In the past, there were clinics that held a reputation similar to fush outing, yet they all closed down for various reasons. At last, only fush outing stands out distinctly. Though they have garnered some reputation in the capital, Old Fan spat towards Wan Kai and coldly remarked, "So, you have purchased this territory? Must I?" An old man with a shop in the West Market still bow to your whims?
Begone, begone.
Wan Kai had intended to assert his dominance, to make it known that all medical establishments in the West Market were under the aegis of fush outing. However, the old man's lack of tact incensed him, prompting him to issue a stern warning. "Within 3 days, your clinic shall inevitably close its doors. Arriving here without any sense of decorum. You shall surely learn some hard lessons." Chu Yunxi was well aware of the numerous local power brokers in the capital, yet encountering such brazen arrogance was indeed a first for him. Nevertheless, given that they were currently seeking business for their clinic, and that the man had merely uttered some harsh words without taking further action, Chu Yunxi chose not to provoke him intentionally. Upon returning to fush outing, Wan Kai found the exterior teeming with people. He grasped his apprentice's arm and inquired, "What has transpired here?" The apprentice furrowed his brow and sighed. "A patient has come in with severe bodily decay. He was unconscious for an hour and has just regained consciousness. His right leg has been bitten by an unknown creature, and the flesh is rotting away. From my examination along with other physicians, it is evident that the bite is poisonous. However, neither the servant nor the young master can identify the venomous creature that inflicted the wound. The decay began immediately after the bite, indicating that the toxin is indeed formidable. It may be beyond our means to treat." Wan Kai exhaled sharply, coldly muttering, "What a vexing predicament." The afflicted individual was a youth of about 15 years, his lips tinged with purple, his eyes wide open in terror, fearing that if he succumbed to slumber once more, he might never awaken. Yet, despite his efforts to persevere, his body gradually grew rigid, and he resignedly closed his eyes. The elderly man who followed appeared to be a servant, kneeling as he beseeched for assistance.
"Doctor,
I implore you to save my young master. He has been bitten by a venomous creature, and should he not receive treatment soon, it will be beyond remedy." Wan Kai discreetly pushed the old man's hand aside, observing the tattered garments worn by both master and servant. They evidently hailed from a destitute background, lacking the means to afford medical care. Furthermore, it remained uncertain what type of poison had afflicted the young man, necessitating the use of rare medicinal herbs to sustain his life before any further measures could be taken. Such precious herbs were exceedingly costly, and Wan Kai had never been one to engage in charitable acts. Thus, he had no inclination to provide treatment. This poison has likely infiltrated the vital organs, making it exceedingly difficult to cure. Although I, at Fu Shou Tang, am eager to assist, I cannot compromise my reputation. If you too can gather 50 taels of silver, I am willing to attempt treatment with rare medicinal herbs, but you must sign a document stating that should any misfortune befall your young master, it will not implicate me. Wan the doctor. 50 taels. The bystanders gasped in disbelief, recognizing it as an exorbitant demand. For an ordinary family, the maximum monthly income rarely exceeded half a tael of silver, and given the appearance of the master and servant, they hardly seemed affluent enough to procure such a sum. "We do not have the money at present, but if you are willing to save a life, I shall request Master Jiang to deliver the silver by tomorrow.
Wan Kai,
Who had always conducted his affairs based on monetary gain, found the servant's grand proclamations amusing. As he noticed the entrance of Fu Shou Tang being obstructed, he disdainfully kicked the servant aside and remarked with an irritable expression, "Such audacity! If you truly had connections with the esteemed Minister Jiang, the imperial physicians would have arrived to render aid, instead of resorting to this wretched establishment," Fu shouting. "Come, escort these two out." The poisoned youth began to cough violently, while Zhongbo, with reddened eyes, trembled and said, "Young master, it is my failure to protect you. I am to blame. You have done your utmost. It is not your fault. Life and death are fated, Zhongbo. Do not burden yourself with guilt." After uttering these words, the youth seemed to lose all strength and collapsed into unconsciousness. The innkeeper of Fashaotang forcibly ejected the master and servant from the premises. Other physicians from nearby clinics observed, their anger suppressed by fear. None dared to take responsibility for this unfortunate situation, despite Zhongbo's imploring gaze. Who would dare accept a patient that even Fashaotang's doctors refused? If a life were to be lost, it would spell disaster for the entire establishment. Chapter 78. If you trust me, what harm is there in trying? After Wan Kai dismissed the individuals, he proceeded to attend to other patients. Business was never a concern for him. As long as there was money, everything took precedence. For Fashaotang was the foremost medical establishment in the capital. He had the backing of influential figures close to the reigning prince, who would dare to cause trouble. At this moment, the sun blazed mercilessly outside, and the onlookers observed the young boy gradually losing vitality, preparing to depart. Despite the pleas of the servant on his knees, no one paid heed. Who would risk their reputation to save this critically ill youth? In that moment of despair, a veiled young girl squeezed through the crowd, accompanied by an elderly man. They forged a path, followed by a maiden clad in dark blue martial attire, her hair tied in a high ponytail. The girl, also veiled, obscured her features, yet approached the servant and gently spoke, "If you wish for your young master to live, take him to a certain clinic." The servant wiped the tears from his face, momentarily dazed by her words, and hesitantly inquired, "Miss, do you possess medical skills and are willing to lend a hand? If you trust me, what harm is there in trying?" Among the onlookers were several doctors who, witnessing the girl's determination to treat the boy, expressed their disbelief at her youthful audacity. "Young lady, this boy cannot be saved. Haven't you heard what the doctors from Fashaotang have said? Even if your clinic lacks patience, you cannot recklessly attempt to treat him. Who says otherwise, young lady? You are far too inexperienced. If you fail to heal him, you may find yourself burdened with a grave responsibility. Why take such a risk?" Some observed with amusement, while others offered well-meaning warnings, concerned she might invite calamity. In response, Chu Yunxi merely smiled gently and addressed Uncle Zhong. "A healer's compassion is paramount. Tending to the sick is my duty. I wish to do everything within my power to save him, unlike those at the Fashaotang, who demand payment before offering aid." With that, Chu Yunxi gestured for Uncle Zhong to escort the young man to a nearby clinic, then instructed Linger and Old Fan to close the clinic's doors. Those outside, intrigued by her earnestness, crowded around the clinic, eager to learn the outcome, though many were merely there to witness a spectacle. Before long, news of this reached Fashaotang. Wan Kai, who had been sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing the news, scoffing disdainfully. "What an unworldly girl! Does she not comprehend the consequences of failure?
Ha!
To challenge Fashaotang is sheer folly." As Wan Kai's words faded, a sycophant at his side quickly chimed in, "Indeed, you, esteemed doctor of Fashaotang, are unrivaled in the capital. What is a mere girl to you?" Wan Kai sneered, clearly unimpressed. Yet, he mused that perhaps only someone from the illustrious Mingfeng medical school could stand as an equal to him. After the decline of the Mingfeng medical sect, they have long since vanished from the capital, so he harbored no concerns. Within the medical hall, Linger gazed at the youth lying on the wooden bed and could not help but inquire, "Miss, what poison afflicts this young man?" Chu Yunxi shook her head, noting the myriad of poisonous creatures and the inadequacy of Zhongbo's description, leaving them to rely on luck. "First, we must disinfect, expel the toxic blood, excise the necrotic flesh, and then prepare the antidotal herbs along with life-saving medicine. Perhaps this will yield a positive outcome." Linger promptly set about her preparations. Chu Yunxi and the old man Fan gathered the herbs for detoxification, grinding them into a fine powder. Fan then fashioned the youth's trousers, cutting them to expose the injured area. It revealed a right leg marred by necrotic flesh, with deep wounds that almost laid bare the stark white of bone. The calf was a gruesome sight, the flesh a muddled mess, and perhaps due to the passage of time, it emitted an unpleasant odor, with white maggots crawling through the decaying tissue. Upon witnessing this, Linger felt a wave of nausea and hurried to the side to retch. This was the first time Chu Yunxi had been confronted so directly with another's wounds, yet, having previously witnessed Si Qin transformed into a grotesque figure in her past life, she found the comparison somewhat mitigated her reaction. Though her throat tightened and bile surged, it was not as acute as Linger's response. Observing the maggots feasting upon the necrotic flesh, Chu Yunxi even felt a quiet relief. The presence of maggots indicated that the wound was not infected, which, for the young man, could be considered a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, he likely would not have endured to this moment. Though the servant was concerned, he dared not interrupt Yunxi's thoughts. Watching the youth, who was unconscious yet suffering in pain, filled him with great anxiety.
Linger.
Sterilize the tweezers and scissors over the fire and prepare the bandages, Chu Yunxi called out, but received no response. Turning back, she discovered that Linger had already succumbed to nausea. With a gentle sigh, Chu Yunxi continued, "Old Fan, prepare what I just mentioned." Old Fan nodded promptly. "Understood, young master." As a physician, he had seen many patients and had grown accustomed to such injuries. Familiarity with the specific procedures in this setting allowed him to work in perfect harmony with Chu Yunxi, who moved with fluid grace, showing no sign of delay. First, she felt the boy's pulse. Although it was erratic, the poison had not yet fully taken effect, indicating it was likely a slow-acting toxin. However, the situation was still dire. If the poison was not expelled soon, the youth may not survive. Chu Yunxi used silver needles to seal 18 of the boy as acupoints, halting the spread of the toxin and preventing damage to his internal organs. When Old Fan brought the sterilized tweezers and scalpel, she carefully began to excise the necrotic flesh. The boy, still unconscious, furrowed his brow in evident agony. Chu Yunxi could not afford to hesitate. If her movements slowed even slightly, the boy would be beyond saving. Gradually, half an hour passed, and the necrotic tissue was completely removed. Chu Yunxi applied the finest wound ointment and expertly bandaged the injury.
Subsequently,
she used a silver needle to pierce the 10 fingers of the young man, administering acupuncture across various acupoints throughout his body. Gradually, dark red toxic blood began to flow from the tips of his fingers. Once the black toxins were expelled, the blood transformed to a crimson hue. Yunxi then staunched the bleeding from the young man's fingers and removed the needles. By the time she completed this procedure, 2 hours had elapsed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she spoke to the loyal servant beside her. After a brief interval, your young master shall awaken, but his body will still require care. During this period, it is imperative that his diet remains light. Ideally, he should subsist solely on plain congee until he is fully recovered. Upon hearing Yunxi's assurance, the servant, Zhongbo, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for saving his life."
thank you.
Yunxi helped him to his feet and instructed the elderly Fong to pour him a cup of water, also offering him a steamed bun. "There is no need for such formality. Please eat something. Your young master requires nourishment, and you must not fall ill. Otherwise, there will be no one to care for him." "Thank you, miss," Zhongbo replied, tears in his eyes as he accepted the bun from Fong. Reflecting on the attitude of Fu Xiaotang in contrast to this young lady before him, he realized the stark difference. A true healer possesses a compassionate heart, while some others do not deserve the title of healer at all. Chapter 79. All thanks to the company of peers as the door of a medical clinic swung open. A throng of onlookers surged inside, some drawn by curiosity, others eager for amusement. Wan Kai, hidden among the crowd, observed the young man lying unconscious on the bed. His gaze drifted to Chu Yunxi, whose serene expression suggested that she was merely suppressing her emotions. Who could possibly heal such a patient? "My dear girl," he remarked, "this young man bears no grudge against you. Why must you torment him for the sake of your clinic's business? It would be prudent to offer compensation. Otherwise, beware when the authorities arrive." "I told you this girl was being unreasonable," he continued. 2 hours have passed, and he remains unresponsive. Who knows if he is even alive? To jeopardize a life for the sake of profit is utterly reprehensible. Such a clinic must not be allowed to persist, lest it become a source of calamity. Old Fan. Overhearing the crowd's shameless slander against Chu Yunxi was instantly incensed. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "You shameless lot! If you refuse to attend to patients, how dare you spread rumors against a young woman striving to save a life? Should you continue this unfounded chatter and tarnish my establishment's reputation, do not blame me for reporting you to the authorities." The crowd, recognizing their loss of face, fell into an awkward silence. Yet Wan Kai scoffed. "Let me assist you in dealing with the authorities. We shall see how long your clinic can remain open." "Very well. Let us report to the authorities and inquire of the magistrate whether a visit to the Fushaotang for medical consultation necessitates the advance payment of 50 taels of silver. It appears that Dr. Wan's clinic is not intended for the common folk, and one wonders if the annual taxes of Fushaotang are submitted punctually." The young girl seemed to possess a pair of discerning eyes, causing Wan to feel inexplicably guilty, leading him to fall silent. The youth lying on the sickbed stirred slightly, his eyelashes quivering, and slowly opened his eyes. He murmured, "Zhong Bo."
Where am I?
Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Bo hurried to the youth's side, exclaiming with delight, "Young master, you have finally awakened. This young lady has indeed spoken the truth." Zhong Bo then succinctly recounted the events to the young man, who learned that it was a girl who had saved him. He nodded gently towards Chu Yunxi, his voice weak yet resolute as he expressed, "Miss, thank you. I shall repay your kindness." Linger quickly offered the youth a pill, saying, "Young master, this medicine will alleviate your pain." Trusting her, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. And indeed, his pain subsided considerably. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, fell into hushed whispers. Was it not Dr. Wan who claimed this poison was incurable, with no remedy to be found? How then did this young girl succeed in saving him? Even the esteemed Dr. Wan lacks confidence. This young lady is truly remarkable. Despite her veiled appearance, she undoubtedly possesses both beauty and kindness. This establishment is indeed commendable, embodying the benevolence of a healer, dedicated to rescuing those in peril, a rare gem among medical institutions. Should one encounter any ailments in the future, this clinic shall be the destination. It certainly spares one the trouble of visiting Fushaotang, where one might be exploited as a gullible patron. Yet, I believe this is merely a coincidence. How could a mere girl, so young, possibly possess such advanced medical skills? Indeed, after decades of practice, how could we be outdone by a girl in her teens? Even if she had been studying medicine since birth, such prowess would be implausible.
Bah!
What a shameless bunch. If you cannot succeed, must you obstruct others as well? What if this young lady harbors extraordinary talent and has studied under a renowned master? The crowd buzzed with discussion, while some colleagues expressed dissatisfaction and skepticism towards Chu Yunxi. Her remarkable abilities astonished many. One, humiliated by being outshone by a mere girl, could only depart with a sullen expression, pushing through the crowd. As the onlookers found the spectacle diminished, they gradually dispersed. Within less than half an hour, the news had spread throughout the capital. Everyone aware of the miraculous healer who had arrived in the West Market, possessing exceptional skills and hailed as a prodigy. The young man, still recovering and unable to move, was settled by the elderly fan in a room at the back of the clinic, for which both he and Uncle Zhong were immensely grateful. "Thank you, young lady. I shall remember this kindness." Chu Yunxi remained unfazed, regarding it as a trifling task. "It was merely a stroke of good fortune for you, coinciding with the opening of a medical establishment, which can be considered your own blessing." After she spoke, she departed from the chamber, returning to her position at the front. Old Fan exchanged knowing glances with Chu Yunxi, exclaiming that the young master was indeed formidable, employing a simple method to ensure that everyone remembered their clinic. Chu Yunxi smiled faintly, attributing the success to the support of her peers. At this moment, one could only imagine how regretful Wan Kai must be. As the young man rested, Uncle Zhong busied himself in the clinic, assisting Yunxi. Fortune smiled upon them, as the afternoon brought an unexpectedly high volume of patients. Fortunately, with Old Fan and Chu Yunxi tending to the cases, most ailments were minor and could be treated with prescriptions. In instances requiring acupuncture, Chu Yunxi took the lead. The duo collaborated efficiently, working tirelessly for 2 full hours before they finally found a moment to rest. Ling Er observed the collected consultation fees, noting their surprisingly low prices. Yet they had still accumulated a substantial amount of silver by the afternoon. "Miss, our grand opening has been a resounding success. Business is thriving. We've earned over 30 taels of silver." Chu Yunxi was somewhat astonished, realizing they had garnered such a significant profit in a single day, again attributing it to the support of her colleagues. The clinic's announcement would be removed after 3 days, and once a steady flow of patients was established, its fortunes would gradually improve. Old Fan had originally come to the capital merely to be near Chu Yunxi, but upon hearing her words, he felt a surge of determination. If the physicians in the capital were all as disdainful as Wan Kai, would the common folk be left to await their demise? The Ming Feng medical sect had always upheld the principle of benevolence in healing, and thus it was their duty to treat the sick and save lives. As the sun descended, Chu Yunxi observed the gradual dimming of the sky and contemplated her return. She lifted her gaze towards the old man Fan and said, "Please take good care of that young man. Should he require assistance, do your utmost to help him. He is younger than I, and surely has endured considerable hardships along his journey." The old man Fan, interpreting Chu Yunxi's words as an act of kindness, readily agreed, unaware that she held the belief that the young man was extraordinary. Just as Chu Yunxi was about to depart, another thought struck her. Linger had come to the capital in search of her father, and given the number of people frequenting the medical clinic, she urged him to be vigilant and inquire discreetly. Old man Fan nodded and inquired, might there be any portraits or likenesses? Linger replied, there are no portraits, but his name is Zhou Hai, and he possesses a pleasing appearance. He should now be around 34 years of age. Very well, I understand. Rest assured, little Linger, I shall certainly find him for you. Old man Fan assured her. After his words, Chu Yunxi exchanged her attire with Linger before taking her leave. Chapter 80. The nephew of the Grand Tutor Jiang. The hired carriage awaited at the entrance of the medical hall, just as Linger had previously indicated.
Chu Yunxi climbed up alongside Linger.
By the time they returned to the distant fragrant courtyard, night had already fallen. During their passage through the eastern market, Chu Yunxi purchased lotus cakes and chestnut cakes, as well as other delectable treats favored by the young lady. Upon disembarking, Linga handed the driver 15 taels of silver. The driver, upon seeing the amount, hastily declined, stating that the young lady had already compensated him in the morning and that this sum was excessive. However, Linger paid him no heed, firmly placing the silver into his hand. She then declared, "Our young lady has instructed that you are an honest man and a reliable worker. Henceforth, you need only accept our young lady's business, earning 15 taels each month." The driver's eyes widened in astonishment. 15 taels? He could scarcely earn such a sum in half a year. Yet, there was one stipulation. From now on, you are to be in service to our young lady. She is your mistress, and you must not betray her trust. The driver, fully cognizant of the implications, promptly assented, "I understand." Linger nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" Such a humble name would tarnish the young lady's ears. "You may simply call me Old Zhou," he replied. Chu Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, and the two then turned to enter the estate through the back door, making sure not to disturb anyone. Chu Yunxi's spirits soared as she stepped into the distant fragrant courtyard, only to be met by a familiar shadow that leaped towards her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Wang, Wang, Wang." Upon hearing the voice of Little Black, she exclaimed with delight, "Uncle Chen has brought Little Black over." Si Qin and Lu Shi emerged from the inner room, Lu Shi pointing at Little Black with a smile as innocent as a child's. "Yunxi, Little Black has come to keep us company. We are reunited." In Lu Shi's heart, Little Black, who had accompanied them for half a year, had long become part of the family. As Chu Yunxi gazed at Little Black, who was eagerly licking her palm, a wave of tenderness washed over her. "Yes. From now on, Little Black will always be with us. Mother will not feel lonely anymore." She felt a sense of peace within. After all, Little Black was clever and had grown considerably, making it a formidable presence against any ordinary dog or maidservant. With Little Black around, she could offer some protection to her mother. Lu Shi clapped her hands, gently stroking Little Black's head with a warm smile. After a long day, having finished dinner, Chu Yunxi soon fell asleep beside Lu Shi in bed. Logically, having returned to the Chu residence, the Yuanxiang courtyard was quite spacious, with spare rooms available.
Chu Yunxi,
now 16, should have been sleeping apart from Lu Shi. Yet Lu Shi, like a child, was unwilling to be separated from her. Furthermore, given their precarious situation in the treacherous Shangsa mansion, Chu Yunxi felt uneasy about leaving Lu Shi alone in a separate room, so they continued to share the same bed. In the following 3 days, Chu Yunxi, accompanied by Linger, ventured out early each morning from the Shangsa mansion to attend to patients at a nearby clinic. However, as the clinic grew increasingly crowded, They took care to enter and exit through the back door to avoid being noticed. After completing her final tasks for the day, Chu Yunxi was preparing to change her attire and leave when suddenly, exclamations from passers-by echoed from outside the clinic. How could the esteemed Jiang Taifu be here? And it seems he is visiting this humble clinic. Jiang Taifu was not known for frequenting such places. Could it be that this newly opened establishment has some notable connections? She recalled that the servant of the poisoned young man had mentioned their acquaintance with the Taifu. Meanwhile, Wan Kai, upon hearing the commotion from the clinic, squinted and promptly rushed out with his entourage, only to behold a refined gentleman clad in a blue robe, accompanied by several attendants, stepping into the clinic. This was none other than Jiang Taifu, the foremost scholar official, who wouldn't he wish to curry favor with him. As Chu Yunxi's gaze met Jiang Taifu's, she was reminded of their brief encounter in her previous life. Though still under 40, he was known for his integrity and unwavering devotion to the welfare of the people, having remained unmarried for the sake of his service to the court. Before she could speak, Jiang Taifu took a step forward and inquired, "Did the young lady save Chen Er's life?" A flicker of realization crossed Chu Yunxi's mind. She had sensed the extraordinary nature of the young man, yet did not anticipate his connection to the Taifu. Recognizing Jiang Taifu's reputation as a virtuous official, she concluded that it was indeed fitting for the young man to have received such assistance. With this in mind, Chu Yunxi responded, "Are you referring to the poisoned young man?" Upon hearing her words, Jiang Taifu nodded eagerly, precisely. With a gentle smile, Chu Yunxi replied, "It was merely a trivial matter. If the esteemed official wishes to meet the young gentleman, please follow me." With that, she graciously led Jiang Taifu toward the rear courtyard. It was only upon seeing Zhongbo in the courtyard that Jiang Taifu felt a slight sense of reassurance. "Zhongbo, how is Chen faring?" At once, Zhongbo knelt down with a thud, expressing, "I and the young master intended to traverse the forest for a hunt to satiate our hunger, but alas, we were beset by a ferocious beast. The young master was also bitten by a venomous insect, nearly succumbing to the poison. The physician from Fushaotang refused to attend to our young master unless we provided 50 taels of silver. And had it not been for the timely aid of a maiden from a nearby clinic, you would not have seen the young master again." As Zhongbo recounted this, he could not help but shed tears of despair. Jiang Taifu's countenance darkened as he silently noted this incident and helped Zhongbo to his feet before continuing. "And what of Chen? How is he now?" Such matters could be addressed later. What was paramount was the well-being of his nephew. Upon hearing Jiang Taifu's inquiry, Zhongbo hastily replied, "The young master is in the side chamber. I shall escort you there at once." Having spoken, Zhongbo led Jiang Taifu to the room where the youth he referred to as Chen resided. As they entered the chamber, the pungent aroma of medicine mingled with a faint trace of blood assailed their senses. The frail young man, who was leaning against the wall on the bed, sensed their arrival and immediately lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor, he exclaimed with fervor, "Uncle!" Jiang Taifu glanced over, noting the young man's leg, from which blood seeped through the bandaging, indicating that it had been cleaned and treated. Although the youth's complexion was pale and weak, he was able to sit against the wall unaided, a clear sign of significant recovery. Jiang Taifu finally exhaled in relief, grateful that Chen was safe. "Good child. As long as you are safe, how could your uncle face your father otherwise?" Listening to these words, Chu Yunxi turned and left, choosing not to intrude upon the warm exchange between the uncle and nephew. However, witnessing Jiang Taifu's profound concern for Jiang Chen inevitably reminded her of her own indifferent father, causing her heart to grow cold. From the very beginning, she had merely been a pawn in Chu Tianqing's eyes, easily discarded when unnecessary and summoned back when needed. Such transient treatment was hardly superior to the companionship of a dog. A chill flickered in Chu Yunxi's gaze. Yet she found solace in the presence of her mother by her side. Chapter 81. The Loyal Guardian. Before departing, Master Jiang expressed his profound gratitude to Chu Yunxi, insisting on bestowing upon her a generous gift of 1,000 taels of silver. Although Chu Yunxi wished to decline this offer, she found herself unable to do so due to the master's unwavering insistence, and thus she reluctantly accepted the gift. The young lady, with her remarkable healing abilities, had saved the life of Chen. Master Jiang assured her that should the need arise in the future, she should bring this token to his residence, and he would certainly assist her. Chu Yunxi did not refuse and graciously accepted the wooden token presented by Master Jiang. Although the type of wood was unknown, it felt substantial in her hand, and it was adorned with a gemstone at its center. She recognized this gem, having heard it was brought from foreign lands as a tribute to the current emperor. Master Jiang's illustrious contributions in the court had earned him this splendid gem, bestowed upon him by the emperor as a commendation. This underscored the significance of the token. Chu Yunxi was inwardly astonished, realizing that Chun Er held great importance to Master Jiang. Maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, she humbly expressed her thanks. Master Jiang nodded in acknowledgement and stated that he had matters to attend to at his residence before departing with Chun Er. "Take care, Master," Chu Yunxi said with a slight bow, offering her polite farewell. Ling Er remained in a daze for some time, then suddenly comprehended that she had just encountered a figure of great stature. She had previously heard of a righteous and incorruptible official in the capital, revered by the people and holding a prominent position. She never anticipated she would have the fortune to meet him. What astonished her even more was the fact that he had directly gifted 1,000 taels of silver in gratitude. Such generosity was indeed extraordinary.
Miss.
Master Jiang's generosity is truly remarkable. Old Fan stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, compared to this 1,000 taels of silver, the promise made by Jiang Taifu holds far greater value. My dear Junior, our medical clinic may truly realize our previous aspirations. Chu Yunxi offered a faint smile, replying,
Let us hope so, Old Fan.
I shall leave the management of the clinic to you for the next few days. Keep a vigilant eye on the people from fushouting, and do not let Wankai cause any trouble. Please keep this 1,000 taels safe. Old Fan shook his head, aware that Chu Yunxi was the esteemed young lady of the Shangshu mansion. However, having spent so many years in the countryside, he could surmise the reasons behind her circumstances, even if she had not disclosed them. Thus, it was evident that Chu Yunxi must be in dire need of funds at present. The medicinal materials at his disposal were readily available, and if she truly harbored concerns, leaving 500 taels would suffice. A young lady has numerous matters requiring financial attention, be it silk garments, ornate hairpins, or cosmetics, each necessitating expenditure. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yunxi conceded that Old Fan's reasoning was sound. The shop still had many matters to attend to, and it would be impossible to procure funds immediately. Thus, she did not insist. After setting aside 500 taels, she placed the remaining silver into her bundle, and the two departed from the Yujian medical clinic. Be cautious in all matters, and if there is an urgent situation, merely send a messenger, she advised. Indeed, you two should take care, he replied. Chu Yunxi exited the rear courtyard of the Yujian medical clinic and took the carriage of old Zhou back home. Meanwhile, at fushouting, the attendant informed Wankai, who had just returned from consultations, about the happenings at the Yujian medical clinic, embellishing the tale as he spoke. Upon hearing the news, Wankai was consumed by jealousy upon learning that the Grand Tutor had bestowed 1,000 taels of silver as a token of gratitude to Chu Yunxi. Reminded of the words spoken by Zhongbo, he felt an overwhelming regret that compelled him to contemplate smashing his head against the wall. Why had he not believed? Had he placed his faith in the beginning and made earnest efforts to save the young man, that 1,000 taels would now belong to him. Instead, it had slipped through his fingers. Nevertheless, he possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge that the poison was beyond his capabilities to remedy. In retrospect, he considered that the success of the newly established medical clinic was merely a stroke of luck. Cursed be it, that insufferable girl had reaped the benefits. However, it was of little consequence. Our Fushaotang is the finest medical establishment in the capital, and those who dare to challenge us will inevitably face closure. Little did Wankai know that after taking Jiangchen, Grand Tutor Jiang had casually informed his colleagues, including the prefect of Jingzhou and the Minister of Justice, about Fushaotang's negligence in providing assistance. Even with powerful backing, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Soon, word spread that this new clinic had performed miraculous feats, saving the Grand Tutor's nephew, and as a result, the Grand Tutor had generously gifted 1,000 taels of silver. Esteemed among the common folk, the Grand Tutor's reputation attracted many to the clinic, drawn by its affordable fees and amiable doctors, thus elevating the clinic's standing in the capital circles. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxi, accompanied by Linger, returned to the minister's residence, bringing delectable pastries and snacks for Lu Shi. However, due to the delays caused by the events involving the Grand Tutor, they arrived later than usual. As soon as they entered, Lu Shi rushed over with Xiaohe in tow. Yunxi, you have finally returned. Lu's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Chu Yunxi, as if performing a magic trick, produced a delicately wrapped pastry from behind and presented it to Lu. having taken a little extra time to procure the treats for his mother. He explained that these pastries were freshly made by the Lin family shop and were said to be exceedingly delicious. Upon hearing this, Lu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly exclaimed, "Really? Of course it's true. Would Yunqi deceive his mother?" Lu clapped her hands joyfully, accepting the pastries and unwrapping them. She took a gentle bite, and the sweet flavor immediately flooded her senses, prompting her to squint her eyes in sheer happiness. Not far away, standing outside the fragrant courtyard, Chu Tianxing happened to witness the scene, causing a surge of emotions within him. After more than a decade, Lu's beauty remained enchanting. Time seemed to have bestowed upon her an exceptional grace, coupled with her childlike disposition, though somewhat simple-minded. Her lively gaze and innocent expressions made her appear as a blossoming maiden of 16 or 17. Yet, she also exuded a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman, leaving Chu Tianxing instinctively swallowing hard. Chen, who accompanied him, sensed something amiss with Chu Tianxing and lightly cleared her throat, chiding softly, "My lord, have you forgotten the purpose of our visit?" This gentle reminder pulled Chu Tianxing back to reality, although he couldn't help but subconsciously compare Chen and Lu. The disparity was immediately apparent. Although Chen, despite her mature age, still possesses an enchanting charm, the familiarity of nearly 2 decades has rendered her somewhat tiresome. Thus, when the fresh and spirited Lu made her entrance, Chu Tianxing's thoughts swiftly drifted in her direction. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for such distractions. He cleared his throat and said, "Please come in." As the two entered the courtyard, before Chu Tianxing could utter a word, a shadow suddenly darted towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a black dog. The fierce little creature barked aggressively at Chu Tianxing, mistaking him for an intruder. This reaction was, in fact, quite understandable. The dog had been residing in the distant fragrant courtyard for several days, familiar with the maids, and now, encountering 2 unfamiliar faces, it was naturally on high alert. Moreover, animals possess a sensitivity to emotions that often surpasses that of humans. Although Chu Tianxing and Chen appeared calm, their underlying intentions were far from benign, prompting the black dog to regard them as potential thieves. Enraged by the dog's obstruction, Chu Tianxing kicked it aside, his face contorted with disdain as he exclaimed, "What insolent creature dares to bark so wildly?" Chapter 82. The wish fulfilled. Chu Yunqi had long been aware of the uninvited guest in the distant fragrant courtyard. However, she initially hesitated to offer assistance, not anticipating that Chu Tianxing would act in such a manner. With her deep-set eyes, she cast a glance at Chu Tianxing and Chen Shi, surmising that they must have matters to discuss. Upon witnessing Chu Tianxing kick the small black creature, Lu Shi stepped forward to push him away, her voice laced with caution. "You wicked man, do not harm the little black one." A sense of inexplicable anger surged within Chu Tianxing. How could Lu Shi be so protective of a mere animal? Did she truly regard him as inferior to a dog? Raising the pastry in her hand, Chu Yunqi addressed Lu Shi, "Mother, please take the pastries and enjoy them with Linger and Siqin in your room, shall you?" Lu Shi was reluctant to leave, still shielding Chu Yunqi. With hesitation, she replied, "Yunqi, there are bad people. If he bullies the little black one, he may also bully you." "Mother, I shall be fine," Chu Yunqi reassured her, gently patting her hand. "The little black one dislikes him. If it rushes at him, it will only be harmed again. Do you not feel sorry for the little black one?" Upon hearing Chu Yunqi's words, Lu Shi calmed down, albeit momentarily hesitating before stating, "Then Yunqi must be cautious. Should he dare to bully you, retaliate." Chu Yunqi responded with a gentle smile and then turned to Linger, softly instructing, "Please take mother inside." Linger complied, soothing Lu Shi, who, although still apprehensive, ultimately led the small black creature away. Chu Yunqi lifted her gaze to meet Chu Tianxing's, her tone growing markedly more resolute. She wondered what business had brought her father here. Chu Tianxing could not shake off the notion that Chu Yunqi was irked by his earlier act of kicking her dog, which had also frightened Lu. Nonetheless, a flicker of dissatisfaction arose within him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Chen interjected with a smile, saying, "Yunqi, you have returned to the capital for some time now. Years ago, when we sent you to the countryside for recuperation, it was upon the advice of the esteemed sage. Now that you are back, let us visit the state monastery tomorrow to express our gratitude. Your aunt has already made all the necessary arrangements. What do you think?" Chu Yunqi's eyes turned frosty, reminiscent of her past life. Back then, Chen and Chu Yunzi had similarly lured her to the state monastery under the pretense of offering thanks. only to plot against her ruthlessly. The images that flashed through her mind were as fleeting as a passing show, yet even after all these years, they still filled her with revulsion. This time, she was determined to teach Chun and her daughter a lesson. Chun, harboring a tinge of anxiety over the possibility of Chu Yunxi's refusal, recalled Zier's instructions, which sent an inexplicable wave of tension through her. If Chu Yunxi were to decline, their meticulously laid plans would come to naught. However, unexpectedly, Chu Yunxi said nothing and merely nodded, agreeing to follow her aunt and father's arrangements. Observing the girl's obedient demeanor, Chun questioned her own perception but found solace in the fact that she wouldn't have to exert herself to deceive her. After all, she was just a country bumpkin. No matter how clever, she could never surpass the cunning of the two of them. Chu Tianxing's expression softened, and he regarded Chu Yunxi with newfound warmth. You have endured much hardship over the years. Tomorrow, our family will go to pay respects. Your mother, being unwell, need not accompany us. Yes, father. Chen's demeanor was untroubled as she observed Chu Yunxi, recalling the meticulously devised plan that flickered ominously in her eyes. How dare this insolent girl threaten her and pilfer her possessions, plunging them into financial hardship? That foolish mother of hers had been the one abandoned over a decade ago. Did she truly believe she could secure the position of the eldest daughter of the minister's household? The esteemed status she had painstakingly acquired over the years would never be relinquished to another. The role of the minister's wife was rightfully hers, and Chu Yunxi, with her illegitimate lineage, was utterly unworthy. Once the matter was settled, Chu Tianxing and Chun departed the courtyard. Linger emerged from within, grasping Chu Yunxi's arm, and said, "Miss, I sense Chun harbors ill intentions. Should we reconsider our visit?" Chu Yunxi gently patted Linger's hand, offering reassurance. "Do you recall what I previously mentioned? One may evade trouble for a time, but never indefinitely. To ensure our safety, we must confront the source of our troubles. Moreover, their pretext this time is to fulfill a vow. I cannot afford to abstain. However, you need not worry. After all, the outcome of their schemes is still uncertain. Do you not trust me?" Reflecting on their shared experiences, Linger suddenly understood. If there were any doubt, Miss would never act recklessly. With this realization, she promptly replied, "Of course I trust you. Since you have made your decision, how may I assist you?" Chu Yunxi calmly instructed, "Tomorrow, you and Siqin shall delay your departure by half a day. I will inform you of what needs to be done in due course." Upon hearing these words, Linger finally felt a sense of relief. Recalling the pastries she had just enjoyed, she promptly produced a clean cloth and handed the wrapped lotus cake to Yunxi. "Miss, this delicacy is quite sweet. Do give it a taste." Chu Yunxi took a bite of the treat and nodded in approval, indeed finding it delightful. "In the future, whenever you desire it, I shall procure it for you daily." Linger immediately beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing in happiness as she replied, "Miss is truly kind to me." Chu Yunxi smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair before stating, "You are mine. If I do not treat you well, then to whom should I show kindness? However, it is getting late. Let us summon dinner first. After we dine, we shall rest, for tomorrow holds more significant matters." Linger obediently nodded, "Yes, miss. I shall go at once." After Linger departed, Chu Yunxi intended to seek out Lu Shi but was unexpectedly halted by Siqin. "Siqin, is there something amiss?" Siqin's eyes reflected concern, and her tone carried a hint of anxiety as she said, "Miss, do exercise caution regarding the second miss tomorrow. Earlier, while delivering lunch to Madam, I overheard Qinger, the second Miss's personal maid, revealing that this time the second Miss has devised a cunning scheme, awaiting your unwitting entrapment." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi merely smiled softly, her lips curving in amusement as she replied, "Even the most flawless plans possess flaws, Siqin. I have faith in you and Linger. As long as you adhere to my instructions, there shall be no issues whatsoever." Seeing Chu Yunxi's unwavering confidence in her, Siqin was at a loss for words. Remembering the past, when she had been mistreated by the servants of the Chu family, she silently vowed to safeguard Chu Yunxi at all costs, grateful for the kindness she now received. The maid vowed to protect her mistress with utmost dedication. Upon uttering these words, the two exchanged a knowing smile, and the bond between Siqin and Chu Yunxi deepened as a result. After dinner, as the lamps were extinguished and everyone retreated to their respective chambers, the night deepened into a tranquil darkness. Lying on her bed, Chu Yunxi found herself unable to succumb to slumber. She gazed at Lu's serene sleeping visage, and emotions began to swell within her. The cool moonlight streamed through the window as she draped herself in a light garment and approached the window, closing her eyes as memories began to resurface in her mind. Chapter 83. Yunshi, be good. Mother is here. In her previous life, due to her return, the Chun family harbored deep suspicions towards her. Although they treated her well on the surface, they constantly plotted against her. At that time, the late Mrs. Liu was no longer present, and Linger had not yet appeared in her past life. She found herself devoid of trustworthy companions. Seizing the opportunity to go to the temple to pay respects, the Chun family bribed the monks and administered an aphrodisiac to her, causing her to fall victim to their scheme in a moment of carelessness. When the drug took effect, she became disoriented and was utterly oblivious to what transpired. Upon awakening, she discovered a man lying beside her, and her own attire was disheveled. At that tender age, she did not comprehend the gravity of the situation and believed she had been violated, leaving her in a state of panic and despair, reduced to tears. Coincidentally, the Chun family, along with her so-called father, arrived to escort her to the temple for worship. When the door was pushed open, she was found in a state of undress, embraced by a stranger. Chu Tianqing witnessed this absurd scene and immediately struck her, accusing her of shamelessness and tarnishing the family's reputation. This incident ultimately provided Chu Yunzi with an opportunity to exploit the situation further. It was only in her demise that she realized the truth. The scandal that had besmirched her innocence at Xianghua Temple had been orchestrated entirely by Chu Yunzi. The seething hatred within her chest ignited her eyes with a crimson fury, her fingertips nearly piercing her palms as she bit her lip until it bled, rousing her from the near madness of vengeance. Did Chu Yunzi still perceive her as the naive Yunshi? Yet, she had been dead for 8 years. Over the course of these 8 years, countless times under the influence of the old ghost Dong, she has contemplated how to avoid the misfortunes of her life, and how to exact vengeance upon those who wronged her. Every detail, driven by hatred, has been meticulously scrutinized, ensuring that no flaw would arise. This time, she is determined to make Chu Yunzi pay 100-fold. Her suffering must be repaid to Chu Yunzi 10 times over. As the rage gradually subsided, Chu Yunshi began to feel fatigued. She closed the window and turned to her bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Yet, that night was far from tranquil, as the events of her past life at the state minister's temple seemed to haunt her like a sinister specter, endlessly looping in her dreams. Yunshi, are you all right? Lu Shi inquired, observing the furrowed brows of Chu Yunshi, tears streaming down her cheeks, her body trembling uncontrollably. She gently nudged Chu Yunshi, holding her tightly. Yunshi dear, mother is here. The villains in your dreams have been driven away by me. Do not be afraid. Perhaps it was the warmth of her embrace that gradually roused Chu Yunshi from her nightmare. Seeing Lu Shi beside her and reflecting on the dream's turmoil, she exhaled deeply. Mother, I am fine. Her eyes slowly regained clarity, her gaze growing resolute. She was no longer the lonely girl of her past life. She possessed the strength to protect those around her and to ensure that those who plotted against her would come to regret their actions. The following morning, Chu Yunshi donned her attire for prayer, a simple yet elegant pale blue gown that rendered her ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Once she completed her grooming, she shared a meal with Lu Shi before gently reminding her, Mother, I will be leaving shortly. Please continue to heed the guidance of the musician, as you have before. All right? In recent days, Lu had grown accustomed to Chu Yunshi's frequent outings for business, so upon hearing her words, she nodded without hesitation in agreement. She had already given instructions to Linger and Xichin, ensuring that all matters were well in hand, requiring no further reminders. Naturally, her bundle contained numerous valuable items. Since the Chen family and Chu Yunzi had prepared surprises, it was only fitting for her to reciprocate. Within the Yulan courtyard, Chu Yunzi leisurely adorned herself, gazing at the mirror where a youthful beauty, radiant as blooming peaches and plums, reflected back at her. A subtle smile graced her lips, suggesting her spirits were high. Chen, holding a handkerchief, spoke with a stern tone, declaring that this time, they could not allow that wild girl to escape. Their plan must not falter. It was exasperating that her father, in his attempts to curry favor with General Liu, had disregarded the well-being of the three of them. The amusement in Chu Yunzi's beautiful eyes deepened as she gently replied, Mother, you jest. How could this be our plan? If this matter succeeds, would it not be my sister who is unable to contain her emotions? Chen, well aware of Chu Yunzi's determination, was confident that this plan would indeed succeed. She could almost envision the scene of triumph. That little wretch, Chu Yunshi, lying beneath a wild man in a display of abandon. If her father were to witness such a sight, surely both the wild girl and her foolish mother would be forced to leave the minister's residence in disgrace. Indeed, Zir speaks wisely. The doors of our minister's residence are not open to just anyone. Even if one manages to enter, not everyone can remain in good standing. That wild girl has survived thus far, but she will not be fortunate every time. The mother and daughter exchanged a knowing smile, realizing that time was of the essence. They leisurely made their way to the exterior of the minister's residence, only to discover that among the waiting carriages, there remained but one. With an air of displeasure, the daughter cast an indifferent glance at Chowdejo and inquired, "Where is the young lady?"
Chowdejo had steady blik.
The young lady stated that one should approach the act of worship with sincerity. Noticing that the madam and the second young lady had yet to arrive, she opted to set off early and await the madam at Xianghua Temple. Truly, a country girl devoid of any sense of decorum. Chu Yunzi keenly observed the passers-by casting glances at Chenshi, and a fleeting emotion flickered across her exquisite visage. She tugged at Chenshi's garment and whispered, "Mother, father is coming." Chu Tianxing, perplexed, asked, "Where is Yunxi? Why have we not seen her?" "Sister has gone ahead, father. We must hasten to catch up," Chu Yunzi responded. Chu Tianxing, upon hearing this, merely nodded in acknowledgement. This girl certainly possesses a hasty disposition. Very well, let us board the carriage. Chenshi, feeling rather irritable, settled into the carriage as the family proceeded towards Xianghua Temple. Meanwhile, the already departed Chu Yunxi sat within her own carriage, idly toying with the beads in her hands. As she gazed upon the familiar road, her expression grew increasingly frosty. Strangely, as she drew nearer to Xianghua Temple, her mood seemed to calm, even giving rise to an inexplicable delight. She picked up the pastries prepared by Lu Shi and sampled a delicate bite. The cloying sweetness unfurled in her mouth, seemingly softening her sorrows. After half an hour, they finally arrived at Xianghua Temple, and Chu Yunxi glanced back, only to find the official road devoid of any carriages. It appears that Chen and Chu Yunzi are still on their way. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yunxi decided to engage in other pursuits. With this thought in mind, she entered the Xianghua Temple, carefully avoiding the monks, and found a meditation room. Subsequently, she poured a white powder from her kettle, and upon hearing commotion outside, she quickly climbed out of the window and concealed herself against the wall. "Liaoshan, I have heard that today the abbot has instructed you to entertain a prominent family. Perhaps they will bestow a generous offering," remarked one of the young monks as they entered the meditation room. The monk named Liaoshan had a kind visage, though his eyes appeared remarkably shrewd. The other monk, named Chen, was also a novice who had only been ordained for a few years. However, Liaoshan was exceptionally astute and was favored by the abbot, which is why he was assigned to attend to the Chu family. Chapter 84. A father's kindness and a daughter's filial piety. Perhaps in the next life. Chu Yunxi's gaze was fixed intently on Liaoshan. His visage was indelibly etched in her memory. In a previous life, during a pilgrimage with the Chu family, Liaoshan, with his benign countenance, had shown her great care, leading her to lower her guard and unwittingly consume the ginseng soup he provided, resulting in her loss of consciousness. He had mixed in a potion thrice the usual strength. Once his scheme was complete, Chu Yunzi rewarded him with 500 taels of silver, and Liaoshan departed from the Xianghua Temple, parading about and deceiving others, ultimately becoming a revered master adored by all. Fate has never been equitable. Thus, we must ensure he is well entertained. Liaoqing stroked his chin and remarked with a grin, "I have heard that Miss Chu Yunzi is a great beauty." Liaoshan poured tea for himself and Liaoqing, raising the cup to his lips and drinking deeply. Reminiscing about the task entrusted to him by Chu Yunzi, his eyes remained indifferent. As long as he dealt with the wild girl from the countryside, 500 taels of silver would be his reward. The fates of others were of no concern to him. However, upon finishing his tea, Liaoshan inexplicably felt a parched sensation in his throat, attributing it to the heat and dismissing it. Chu Yunxi withdrew her gaze and calmly departed from the scene. The poison she had recently concocted was due for a trial. Liaoshan, despite his monastic life, had destroyed her future for the sake of silver, and now it was time for him to pay the price. Once the poison took effect, it would cause him excruciating agony, not leading to death, but manifesting sporadically until his body became emaciated, resembling a walking skeleton by the time he departed this world. Liaoshan sensed a stare upon him and barked, "Who is there?" Upon emerging from the meditation room, He was greeted only by the sight of a languid gray cat ascending the rooftop, embodying an air of utter lethargy. He felt a momentary jolt of surprise. Could it be that he had misperceived the situation? Contemplating this, Liao Shan shook his head, chastising himself for being overly sensitive to the slightest sounds, and turned back inside. When Chu Tianxing and the Chen mother-daughter duo arrived at Xianghua Temple, they were personally welcomed by the abbot. Upon learning that he had come to fulfill a vow for his beloved daughter, the abbot promptly guided Chu Tianxing to the Mahavira Hall. As they stepped into the hall, they beheld a young girl kneeling devoutly upon a bright yellow mat not far away. She was earnestly bowing to the statue of the Buddha, her tone imbued with sincerity as she spoke. "O Buddha, I, the devout believer Chu Yunxi, age 16, beseech you to bless my father with a prosperous career and to safeguard my mother from worry throughout her life. I vow to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle in your honor, as a testament to my sincerity." With that, the girl bowed deeply once more. Chu Tianxing recalled his years of neglect towards Chu Yunxi, initially feeling no particular sentiment. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of guilt surged within him. Observing Chu Tianxing's expression, Chen's teeth clenched in frustration. This wild girl truly knew how to act, thinking she could elicit sympathy in this manner. Alas, after today, she would be irrevocably cast aside by the Chu family. With such thoughts, Chen's mood improved significantly. Only Chu Yunzi gazed deeply at Chu Yunxi, sensing that her sister's actions diverged from her initial assumptions. After several encounters, her once unshakable confidence had begun to wane. "Dear sister, please rise. Your heartfelt intentions bring me great joy, and I regret the hardships you have endured over the years." Shi Yingxing stepped forward to assist Xiangxi, gazing upon the delicate yet radiant visage of the young girl. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Yunxi's beauty bore a resemblance to that of Lu's in her youth, yet it surpassed it. Xiangxi suppressed the disdain swelling within her, maintaining an impassive expression. Having perused numerous scripts, she was adept at playing her part. Surely, her father had not intended to send her and her mother away, now that they had returned. He would undoubtedly arrange for concubine Chen and her sister to vacate the Yulan courtyard without delay. Observing the girl's clear eyes, Shi Yingxing felt a momentary inclination to acquiesce. Yet concubine Chen could no longer contain herself. She cleared her throat and interjected, "My lord, did we not agree to discuss this matter at a later time?" It was true that they had previously spoken of relinquishing the main courtyard, but later, concubine Chen employed her wiles. However, these were merely the tactics employed by women in the intimacy of the chamber, and with a gentle whisper, she had persuaded Shi Yingxing to allow them to remain in Yulan courtyard. Shi Yingxing, gazing at his favored concubine, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, promptly casting aside the faint vestige of paternal affection. He addressed Xiangxi, "This matter shall be arranged by your father, though not at this moment. You will understand."
Will you not?
Xiangxi remained silent, her gaze turning frosty. Shi Yingxing was indeed a scoundrel. She had no desire to continue this charade. Filial piety? Perhaps in another lifetime. Her father ought to remember, for if word were to spread that she and her mother resided in the side courtyard while a concubine occupied the main residence, it would surely tarnish his reputation, potentially branding him as one who favored concubines over his legitimate wife. After all, who would allow their lawful wife to dwell in a side courtyard? Would you not agree, father? The young woman spoke as if casually. Yet each of her words carried profound significance. Chu Tianxing was acutely aware that in the realm of officialdom, besides talent, virtue also held great importance. The reputation for favoring a concubine over a wife was a burden no one could bear. Moreover, should Chu Yunxi's uncle become aware of the current circumstances surrounding the Lu family, the consequences would be dire. Chu Tianxing recognized that Yunxi's words contained a measure of truth, though he was reluctant to admit that he had mistreated the mother and daughter over the years. At that moment, standing nearby, Chu Yunzi gently interjected, "Sister, why must you pressure father? My mother has accompanied him for many years. Though she lacks distinction, she has endured hardships. It was for your sake that mother and I were sent to the estate. Had it not been for that, how could you have the fortune to live until now?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxi cast a sidelong glance at her sister, her expression a blend of amusement and scrutiny. "Do you really wish for this fortune?" The smile on Chu Yunzi's lips faltered immediately. Seeing the tension in the air, Chinshi interjected, "Yunxi is merely jesting, dear. You must be weary from the journey. Take your sister to the meditation room." We shall reside at Xianghua Temple for the next few days, engaging in vegetarian meals and Buddhist prayers to fulfill her vows. Although Chen sure appeared kind, her gaze turned icy upon encountering Chu Yunqi. Were it not for the forthcoming plan, she would have preferred to show no leniency towards Yunqi. She longed to expel the Lu mother and daughter. However, for the sake of her long-term strategy and their plans, she could only endure for the time being. Contemplating this, she envisioned a future where Chu Yunqi faced betrayal and isolation, her satisfaction evident as she raised her brow in triumph. In her heart, Chu Yunqi let out a cold snort. The Chen family was filled with treachery, and together with Chu Yunzi, the mother and daughter duo incessantly plotted against her. Did they truly believe that in this lifetime she would still be so easily manipulated? Upon hearing Chen's words, Chu Yunzi responded affirmatively. Indeed, the daughter understood. After speaking, Chu Yunzi reached out to link her arm with Chu Yunqi's, only to be deftly evaded by Chu Yunqi. For a moment, Chu Yunzi's expression stiffened once more, but she quickly regained her composure. Sister, let us retire for the evening. After our arduous journey, we must be weary, and there are still other matters to attend to. Chu Yunqi chose to ignore her sister, striding directly outside. Chu Yunzi felt as though she might shatter her silver teeth in frustration, yet in the current circumstances, she could only endure. Chapter 85. You haven't been affected by the love potion? Madam Chen instructed Chu Yunzi to escort Chu Yunqi to the Qingxin Zen Institute. She and Chu Tianqing resided in the Mantingfang Zen room, which lay across the river from the institute. Although they seemed close, a significant distance separated them, an arrangement they had deliberately orchestrated. As Madam Chen watched the figures of Chu Yunqi and Chu Yunzi depart, she let out a cold snort. Wild girl, your fortunate days are numbered. I shall see how you weep later. Master, shall we also rest at the Zen room for a while? Chu Tianqing nodded in agreement. Walking side by side, Chu Yunzi carried herself with the haughty demeanor of a noblewoman as she addressed her sister. Sister must have endured great hardship in the countryside. It is pitiful that you have suffered for so many years before being remembered by father. Chu Yunqi raised an eyebrow, pondering how this white lotus believed that pricking at her sore spots would grant her control over her. With a suppressed cold sneer within her heart, she maintained a smiling facade and replied, What father owes me shall be discussed later. However, I cannot abide those who usurp the rightful place of others. Thinking that after more than a decade as the legitimate daughter, they truly believe they are the rightful mistress born of their father's loins. Greed is a serpent that swallows an elephant. Dear sister, be wary of being bitten back. Sister, having come from the countryside, you must not be dazzled by the splendor of the capital and forget your own humble beginnings. Thinking you can seamlessly integrate into the circle of noble women and elevate yourself above others. The animosity between Chu Yunzi and Chu Yunqi had long been laid bare. They would still put on a fade in the presence of outsiders, but in moments of solitude, their disdain was utterly unmasked. Chu Yunqi grasped Chu Yunzi's hand with a swift motion, forcing her back against the wall. Their gazes locked, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Ultimately, Chu Yunzi, lacking her sister's profound mastery, broke the silence first. Sister, what is the meaning of this? Such a pity that you, with such theatrical talent, do not pursue a leading role in the finest opera troupe in the capital, the younger sister retorted with an intentionally mocking tone. The grace and composure that Chu Yunzi typically maintained began to falter, and she pushed Chu Yunqi away, declaring, Sister, you jest. How could I ever compare to your prowess? You present yourself as a dutiful daughter in public, yet behave so differently in private. Chu Yunqi offered a detached smile and replied, not unlike my sister's dual nature. With that, she made no further delay and strode directly into the meditation hall. Enraged, Chu Yunzi clenched the handkerchief in her grasp into a tight ball, her gaze seething as she watched her sister's retreating figure. However, upon reflection, she realized that today would mark the complete loss of her innocence, reducing her to nothing more than a tarnished reputation. With this thought, she regained her composure. The meditation hall comprised two chambers, named Prajna and Wonderful Lotus, situated on the left and right sides of the hall, respectively. A sense of unease gripped Chu Yunzi as she harbored an inexplicable fear of complications arising. Meanwhile, Chu Yunqi, disinterested in further banter, stepped directly into the Prajna chamber. As she observed her sister's departure, a flicker of resentment ignited within Chu Yunzi's eyes. Upon entering the right chamber, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a deep voice, Little monk Liao Shan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A surge of joy filled Chu Yunzi's heart as she opened the door to reveal Liao Shan. Recalling that Chen had already arranged everything, a sense of unease stirred within, prompting another inquiry. Do you remember the tasks assigned to you? Liao Shan joined his palms together, speaking with a steady voice. Ba, the humble monk remembers. That is well. Today, we must succeed. Failure is not an option. A substantial reward awaits upon the completion of the task. Liao Shan gazed at the enchanting young woman before him, secretly lamenting her willingness to employ such malicious means against her own sister. Truly a femme fatale. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Liao Shan nodded in agreement. The humble monk remembers. Chu Yunzi produced a packet of medicine and handed it to Liao Shan, her voice cold as she commanded, "Go forth and act according to the plan. I shall ensure her disgrace." Liao Shan inclined his head slightly, casting a glance at Chu Yunzi before departing. Upon entering the meditation chamber, Chu Yunzi lit sandalwood incense and settled at the table, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Benefactor, this is Liao Shan. In gratitude for the 1,000 taels of silver donated by the esteemed minister, I have been instructed to deliver a meal." A subtle smile graced Chu Yunzi's lips, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "The performance begins," she declared.
Come in.
Liao Shan surveyed the surroundings and briefly met Chu Yunzi's gaze before averting his eyes. This woman was stunningly beautiful, yet having offended others, her fate was sealed. Beauty often accompanies misfortune, and he could hardly blame her for her ruthless heart. Recalling Chu Yunzi's instructions, he quickly arranged the dishes on the table. "These are the most popular vegetarian dishes from our state monastery. Please, benefactor, do indulge." "Thank you, young monk." Chu Yunzi spoke politely, then picked up her chopsticks. However, before she could grasp any food, she noticed Liao Shan's intense gaze fixed upon her. Confused, she inquired, "Is there a problem?" Liao Shan quickly shook his head, diverting his attention until he observed Chu Yunzi ladling a bowl of ginseng soup and tasting it, at which point he felt reassured. After finishing the soup, Chu Yunzi feigned a weary demeanor, lightly rubbing her forehead. She said to Liao Shan, "Little master, I feel a bit dizzy. Could you kindly summon my family?" The young girl, with her delicate features now appearing frail and weak, made Liao Shan's throat tighten with concern. "Miss, are you all right?" he asked, pretending to care as he stepped closer. Following Chu Yunzi's instructions, he added a potent restorative medicine, fearing that her body might not withstand it. Yet, Chu Yunzi feigned weakness, her eyes appearing half-closed as she collapsed onto the table. Seeing his plan come to fruition, Liao Shan gazed at the girl's exquisite beauty, sighing in dismay. It was truly a pity that such stunning grace would fall into the hands of a coarse individual. If only time permitted, he would have savored the moment himself. Soon, his arranged accomplices would arrive. Once they seized this girl, he would spread the news, and the Chu family would inevitably learn of it, leading to the complete ruin of her reputation. Liao Shan reached out, intending to lift Chu Yunzi and carry her to the bed. However, before his hand could touch her, he was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of sandalwood, causing him to feel faint. In the next moment, Chu Yunzi lifted her head, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, tinged with mockery. By the time Liao Shan realized the fragrance was amiss, it was too late. He stumbled backward and collapsed onto the floor. Chu Yunzi rose and closed the door, casting a cold glance at Liao Shan. As he entered the room, she had already taken the antidote and infused the sandalwood with a sedative. Liao Shan lay on the ground, still somewhat dazed, when a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes came to a halt beside his head. He raised his gaze, and his eyes met Chu Yunzi's, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "You mean to say you are unaffected by the aphrodisiac?" Chu Yunzi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Is it that surprising? From the moment you stepped into our Zen room, I knew the soup you brought was tainted." Chapter 86. This young lady is indeed extraordinary. Liao Shan remained uncertain, recalling that Miss Chu had previously referred to her as merely a country girl. Why, then, did she exhibit far greater intelligence than he had anticipated? He sensed that events were spiraling beyond his control, and his heart raced with mounting anxiety. This feeling of helplessness instilled in him an inexplicable dread towards the girl before him. "Did you truly know all along? Were you merely putting on an act with me?" Chu Yunzi crossed her arms, taking advantage of Liao Shan's vulnerability after he had succumbed to the effects of the softening powder. "Monks are typically of a serene and self-denying nature, yet the moment I laid eyes on you, I discerned an endless abyss of sinister intentions within your gaze. Upon my return to the capital, it is only prudent to remain vigilant against your numerous schemes. In a desperate bid to extricate himself, Lao Shan pleaded, "Esteemed young lady, I am but a pawn in this game, forced to resort to such underhanded methods. From this day forth, I vow to amend my ways and never again indulge in wrongful deeds." His naturally handsome features bore an expression of feigned contrition, and his deliberate lowering of his head evoked a sense of remorse. Were she an ordinary 16-year-old girl, perhaps she might have been deceived by his pretense. Alas, Chu Yunxi remained unmoved. Aren't monks supposed to embody compassion? Why then do you lack mercy towards this frail girl? If my surmises are correct, your ordination was merely a means to evade the clutches of the authorities, was it not? Lao Shan's facade crumbled, and he raised his gaze, now wary and betraying an unmistakable fear as he regarded Chu Yunxi. He believed he had concealed his true self remarkably well. Over the years, he diligently played the role of a docile acolyte, earning the abbot's favor. Occasionally, some patrons would bestow him with monetary gifts, allowing him to live a relatively comfortable life. However, the transgressions of his past were sins he could never fully obscure. "I do not understand what you are saying." His complexion shifted, and he vehemently denied the accusations. Chu Yunxi, weary of his evasions, seized the wooden fish from the table and struck him, causing his head to bleed profusely. She gazed down at him with a frigid demeanor, declaring, "People revere the Buddha, yet you exploit this faith for your own gain, resulting in the demise of countless souls while aspiring to be venerated as a holy monk. You are truly despicable." Memories of his past life as a sycophant to a wealthy family resurfaced. Before he took to monastic life, he had forcibly claimed a girl from his village, leading to her tragic death, which had prompted the authorities to pursue him. Her mild retribution was, in essence, an act of mercy, yet it did not signify the end of his punishment. Meanwhile, in the Miaolian Zen room, Chu Yunzi brewed a cup of tea, her anxiety mounting as the appointed time approached. And yet Liao Shan had not arrived with any news. This unease gnawed at her heart, fearing that an unforeseen mishap might have occurred. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that no matter how cautious Chu Yunxi was, she could never fathom their plans. Suppressing her inexplicable apprehension, she furrowed her brows. Just then, she heard a knock at the door. She refrained from opening it immediately, listening intently as the knocking commenced with 3 gentle taps, followed by 2 rapid ones. It was the prearranged signal they had established, confirming that Liao Shan had finally arrived. Chu Yunzi opened the door only to find it empty outside, a slight frown creasing her brow. Was it truly so unreliable to rely on this individual? Had she known, it would have been wiser to delegate the task to someone else. Just as she was lost in thought, a heavy wooden fish struck her, rendering her unconscious. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped her, she realized that the assailant was none other than Chu Yunxi. Gazing at the wooden fish in her hand, Chu Yunxi couldn't help but reflect on its surprising ease of use, albeit somewhat brutal, rather unsuited for someone who preferred a more decisive approach. Observing the unconscious Chu Yunzi, she stepped forward, tilting her chin up, a momentary vision flashing in her mind, her expression chillingly bloodthirsty and indifferent. "My dear sister, the humiliation I endured in my past life is one you should now experience. Do not thank me too profusely, for this is what you rightfully deserve." The Clear Heart Zen monastery lay in silence, yet Yunxi was aware that within the span of half a stick of incense, the Chen family would conspire with Chu Yunzi to summon their father and catch her in the act, thereby tarnishing her reputation. She dragged the unconscious Chu Yunzi to the Prajna Zen room, changed out of her garments, and then stripped Chu Yunzi down to her underclothes. Calculating the time, she thought that Linger and Sichin should be arriving soon. Chu Yunxi donned a gown of moonlight white, discarding the blue outer robe she had worn when leaving the estate onto the ground, then strode away, anticipating the spectacle that awaited her upon her return. As she departed, a messenger from the Chen family arrived at the Clear Heart Zen monastery to investigate, only to find the Prajna Zen room shrouded in silence, with a pale blue gown scattered on the floor, clearly belonging to the attire worn by Chu Yunxi. At last, Zheng Pozi felt at ease. She had always preferred to act cunningly within the Chu household, aiming merely to complete her tasks hastily. Observing the figure of the woman lying unconscious on the bed, who bore a resemblance to Chu Yunxi, she hastily concluded it was indeed Chu Yunxi. Concealed in the shadows, she scrutinized the happenings within the Prajna Zen room. Before long, a drunken man stumbled into the courtyard of Qingxin Zen Academy. Although he appeared to be inebriated, his gait was surprisingly steady. Zheng Pozi frowned slightly. It seemed he was merely feigning drunkenness, demonstrating the lady's discerning eye for people. Inside the Prajna Zen room, Chu Yunzi's consciousness began to blur. The man clad in coarse linen stood before the beauty in the room, a smug smile spreading across his face. A brown mark disfigured his visage. And in the surrounding villages, no maiden would look upon him favorably. Typically, he could only pilfer a few items to exchange for money, indulging himself at the local brothel. Unexpectedly, today, he had been informed by a young monk about a beautiful young lady residing in the Prajna Zen room of Qingxin Zen Academy. If he could serve her well, a reward awaited him. Upon hearing this, he felt fortunate and hastened to the location, not anticipating the serendipitous encounter with such an enchanting beauty. Chapter 87. The scheme sweat beaded on Chu Yunzi's forehead as she wrestled with an unbearable headache. Groggily opening her eyes, she was confronted by the sinister visage of an unfamiliar man beside her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she struggled desperately before her consciousness faded. "Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family." The man chuckled maliciously, holding her tightly in his embrace. "Fear not, young lady. I shall serve you with utmost diligence." With that, he leaned in, his grotesque face approaching for a kiss. Chu Yunzi fought valiantly against him, but he swiftly struck her with a resounding slap. At that moment, the scent of sandalwood wafted into her nostrils, sapping her of all strength. Glancing out the window, she spotted a shadow lurking suspiciously. She surmised it might be Zheng Pozi and called out for help in desperation. "Zheng Pozi, please save me, help me." Zheng Pozi observed the man entering the room of the Bodhi meditation chamber, followed by the sounds of a scuffle. She hastily approached the door to listen, catching the faint sounds of a woman's struggle. Blushing slightly, Zheng Pozi inwardly scoffed at the wild girl from the countryside, who shamelessly consorted with such a foul-mouthed rogue. To think she dared to vie for the position of the eldest daughter of the minister's residence was truly ludicrous. Fortunately, the lady of the house was clever and resourceful. With a self-satisfied smile, she dismissed the girl's pleas for help, coldly striding away toward the nearby Mantingfang Zen courtyard to execute her plans. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from Chu Tianqing, Qin meticulously feigned a calm demeanor while admiring the fish by the lakeside, her heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. She envisioned the meticulously crafted scheme coming to fruition, once the master witnessed that shameless woman, Chu Yunxi, entangled with a man of questionable character. There would be no place for the pair of vile mother and daughter within the halls of the minister's residence. "Madam, it is accomplished," came the exultant voice of old Zheng, tinged with a sense of malicious glee. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, recalling the torment inflicted by that wretched girl in recent days, wishing fervently for her demise. She pulled old Zheng into a secluded corner and inquired eagerly, "You witnessed it with your own eyes? Our appointed agent has entered the BR Zen room?" With a mischievous grin, old Zheng animatedly recounted, "I stood vigil outside the door, and saw with my own eyes that little wretch succumb to the love potion, unconscious upon the bed. Then, a man entered the room without hesitation. Has the deed been done?" Old Zheng raised her eyebrows suggestively, adding, "I heard that Chu Yunxi was persistently pleading no in a delicate voice. That man seems rather ruthless. He likely forced himself upon her. We should make our move now." As Chen listened, a sense of long-suppressed frustration began to dissipate. The metaphorical sword hanging over her head was finally poised to be removed. "When the time comes, say it like this," she whispered instructions to old Zheng, planning their ruse before exchanging knowing glances, their scheme successfully set into motion. In the meditation room, Chu Tianqing was engrossed in his reading, his expression clouded with displeasure. Compared to the comforts of the minister's residence, the conditions here were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he only had to endure this for 2 days, which offered him a modicum of solace. Just as he set the book aside, he heard hurried footsteps. Chunshir burst through the door, her countenance fraught with alarm, as though she had encountered a grave matter. "What has transpired to leave you so flustered?"
Chu Tianxing inquired.
A hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. After all these years as the minister's wife, Chunshir still displayed a reckless demeanor that irked him. Her face was pale, suggesting she had stumbled upon something deeply troubling. She glanced up at Chu Tianqing and, with a tone of resignation, said, "My lord, please do not be angry." Zheng Pozi intended to deliver lunch to Yunxi, but she unexpectedly witnessed a man sneaking into the Qingxin monastery, where Yunxi appeared to be quite intimate with him. Chu Tianqing's demeanor grew frigid, a storm brewing in his eyes as he hurled the books from the tea table to the ground. This matter must not be spread carelessly. She is a young lady of the minister's household. If her reputation is tarnished, how shall she hold her head high in the capital thereafter? Chen Shi smirked inwardly, pondering how one could hold their head high after such disgrace. This was precisely what she desired. Had it not been for the inability to expose that little wretch, Chu Yunxi, in a compromising situation, she would have acted far more decisively. Nevertheless, despite her inner thoughts, she continued to feign concern, instructing the person outside, Zheng Pozi, "Please enter and relay everything you know to my lord." "Yes, madam," came the response. Zheng Pozi swiftly entered the room, her gaze falling upon the pallid face of Chu Tianqing, which filled her with an inexplicable sense of trepidation. She promptly knelt down and began recounting the events. "My lord, I thought to offer some extra care to the young lady, as she has endured much hardship. However, I was taken aback when I witnessed that unexpected man engaging in lively conversation with her. Initially, I intended to summon someone to drive him away, but fearing a possible connection between him and the young lady, I hesitated to act rashly, hoping to find an opportunity to inform you and the madam. Yet, upon leaving the Zen temple, I saw that man enter the young lady's meditation chamber and close the door, while she coyly expressed her longing for him since arriving in the capital. At this moment, it is likely that..." Noticing the murderous glint in Chu Tianqing's eyes, Zheng Pozi wisely swallowed her words about the possibility of them indulging in untamed passions, oblivious to the world around them. Chu Tianqing's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He had sent Chu Yunxi to the estate 16 years ago, devoid of any affection for her. Were it not for necessity, he would never have brought her and her mother back to the capital. However, should Chu Yunxi bring him disgrace, he would not hesitate to deal with this ungrateful daughter personally. At the very least, he would have an explanation for the outside world, ensuring that he would not be branded as heartless and ungrateful. Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth. Lu had lost long ago, and now, attempting to contend with her by bringing back a mere maid was nothing short of a farce. The grandeur of the minister's residence was a privilege only she and Zier deserved, while that lowly mother-daughter pair ought to vanish from existence like dust. "My lord, for the sake of the Chu family's honor, it would be prudent to investigate the matter swiftly. Hopefully, it is merely a misunderstanding on the part of Aunt Zheng." With utmost sincerity, Aunt Zheng swore with her life that should she utter a single lie, her entire family would face dire consequences. "The maidservant's intentions are solely for the well-being of both you and your esteemed wife." Chu Tianqing could feel the fury boiling within him as he forcefully kicked open the door, making his way towards the Qingxin Zen courtyard. As a father, the thought of catching his own daughter in the act was, in itself, absurd. He never expected Chu Yunxi and Zier to embody the virtues of gentleness and propriety. Yet, he could not fathom that she would disregard the family's reputation to cavort with a rogue. Given this reality, he would not hesitate to be unyielding. Such a daughter, he would rather be without. Chapter 88. Surely, someone is harming our daughter. After departing from the Qingxin Zen temple, Chu Yunxi stepped outside and chanced upon Linger and Siqin lifting the curtain of their carriage, exchanging smiles. Linger addressed the coachman, instructing him to stop here. "Very well, Mississippi." Siqin held a bundle in her hands while supporting another person behind her. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yunxi realized that they had brought her mother along. "Mother, you have come as well?" Chu Yunxi had initially not intended to bring Lu Shi, considering the devious schemes of Chen Shi. She could not afford to constantly worry about her mother while dealing with this mother-daughter duo. Siqin, with a hint of helplessness, explained, "Madam expressed her desire to pray for you, miss, and insisted on accompanying us. We could not dissuade her, so we brought her along." Lu Shi's eyes were filled with affection for Chu Yunxi, and upon seeing her daughter, she beamed radiantly. "Yunxi, do not abandon your mother. I wish to pray for your well-being and for your safety and success." Tears glimmered in Chu Yunxi's eyes as she observed her mother's earnest demeanor. She felt a stir of emotion and nodded with a smile. "As long as mother is by my side, everything will be well." Linger and Siqin were deeply moved by this scene. Although the madam was different from ordinary individuals, her heart always remained devoted to her daughter. Chu Yunxi led them to the Buddhist hall for worship. With solemnity, she knelt down, glancing at Lu Shi beside her, and murmured, "May the Lord show mercy and grant my mother everlasting joy." Lu Shi cast a gentle smile at Chu Yunxi, looking at the statue of Buddha as she wished. May my Yunqi find success and always remain by my side. As Linger and Sichin gazed upon the Buddha statue, they silently made their wishes and subsequently contributed to the incense fund. Noticing that the time was ripe for the grand performance at the Qingxin Zen Temple, Chu Yunqi led the group forward. Chu Tianqing's entourage was considerable, fearing that the incident would not create enough of a stir. Chun deliberately instructed old Zheng to summon numerous onlookers, intending to thoroughly ruin Chu Yunqi's reputation. Upon arriving at the Qingxin Zen Temple, the lewd words of men and the soft moans of women emanating from the Prajna Zen room only intensified his fury. The sounds unmistakably indicated unspeakable acts were taking place. He forcefully kicked open the door to the Zen room, and the sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. The bed nearby was in disarray, and the woman lying there was marked with bruises, a clear indication of the events that had transpired. The man, in a state of languor, was poised to engage once more, and beneath him lay not Chu Yunqi, but rather his beloved Zizi. His chest heaved, and the anger nearly drove him to madness. At that moment, the effects of the drug on Chu Yunzi began to wane. As she opened her eyes and comprehended her surroundings, her exquisite features contorted in horror. Chun, believing the scene was too shocking for Chu Tianqing to bear, hastily embellished the narrative, exclaiming how Yunqi, who usually appeared so obedient and sensible, could secretly consort with a man of ill repute. If word spread, it would tarnish the entire reputation of the Shangshu mansion, leaving her daughter, who was yet to be married, in a precarious position. Without uttering a word, Chu Tianqing raised his hand and struck Chen, leaving her utterly bewildered. Take a good look. Who is the woman lying in bed? It was only then that Chen realized, stepping out from behind Chu Tianqing, that the one beneath that wild man was her own daughter. A thunderbolt struck her, leaving her face pale. Z, how could it be you? Chu Tianqing cast her a peculiar glance, prompting Chen to regain her senses, realizing her blunder. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her once bright eyes now swollen and red from weeping. My lord, someone must have harmed our Z. Do you not know what kind of person our daughter is? With that, she forcefully pushed the man aside and wrapped the quilt tightly around Chu Yunzi. Chu Yunzi looked at the marks on her body and the lecherous gaze of the grotesque man, and she felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. She could perceive that all that should not have been done had been done by this repugnant man. Anger surged within her. It should have been Chu Yunqi lying here. Yet, she had completely forgotten the events leading up to her unconsciousness. Chu Tianqing, too, was consumed by rage. He yanked the man off the bed and kicked him to the ground, even intending to crush his wicked root. Seeing the imminent danger, the man quickly rolled away, retorting, Your daughter came to me willingly, seeking a man. Why treat me this way? Chu Tianqing's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet the man persisted, continuing, That little harlot took the initiative to come to me. Chu Yunzi, merely a 16-year-old maiden, despite the myriad schemes swirling in her mind, found herself overwhelmed by the events of the day. Upon hearing the man hurling vile invectives, labeling her a shameless harlot, she was driven to tears. In this dire situation, her only recourse was to weep, hoping that her tears might compel Chu Tianqing to act. Chu Tianqing, witnessing the man's increasingly outrageous comments and observing Chu Yunzi's pale, tear-streaked face, could no longer contain his fury. With a thunderous shout, he called out, Wei Huai, who had been on standby at the Qingxin Zen Institute upon hearing the commotion, sensed the gravity of the situation from Chu Tianqing's icy tone. He hastily entered the Zen room and, under the scrutinizing gazes of those present, seized the man and pinned him to the ground. Then, Chu Tianqing's cold voice echoed, Dislocate his jaw. Yes, sir. Wei Huai replied decisively, swiftly dislodging the man's jaw with a few deft movements, rendering him utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, cradling Chu Yunzi, wept profusely, exclaiming, Master, you must stand up for our Zizi. Someone must be plotting against her. Plotting against her? Perhaps you could elucidate why she is found here. Chu Tianqing's expression darkened. Having witnessed the cunning of women, he had surmised part of the truth, yet he recognized Chen Shi's naivety. Chen Shi retorted, Zheng Pozi can attest to the fact that she saw a man enter Chu Yunqi's room. How could it possibly be my Zizi? No sooner had she finished speaking than Chu Yunqi strolled in, her demeanor relaxed as she addressed the situation. Madam, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak frivolously. Is it fair that I should bear the blame based solely on your unsubstantiated claims? Zheng Pozi immediately fell to her knees, pointing at Chu Yunqi and pleading, I assure you, I truly saw the eldest young lady entangled with that man. Please believe me, my lord. Chu Yunshi, linking arms with Lady Lu, replied coldly, Are you implying that I am lying? Just moments ago, I went to the temple to fetch my mother, and upon my return, I found you all congregated in my Bohan Zen chamber. I must inquire, even if my sister is of a flirtatious nature, must she bring a man into my quarters for such indiscretions? Chu Tianqing initially perceived this as a mere excuse from Chu Yunshi. Yet upon noticing Lady Lu and the two maidservants by her side, he began to believe her words. Chun Shi, rendered speechless, stammered. It may have been a mere case of mistaken identity. Perhaps Zheng Pozi misjudged. Out of the corner of her eye, Chu Yunshi observed Chu Yunzi's mortified expression and the tears that streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, eventually leading to her fainting from distress. A chilling smile crept into her heart. These were the very torments that Chu Yunzi had once inflicted upon her, and now, she was poised to repay each one in kind. Chapter 89. Reaping what one sows. Chu Tianqing cast a frigid glance at Chen Shi and Chu Yunzi, as well as the naked man sprawled on the ground. His expression hardened. He spoke with icy detachment. Wei Huai, take this man away and execute him discreetly, leaving no trace behind. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing these words, the man was immediately struck with terror, his fear manifesting in a most pitiful manner, filling the room with an overwhelming stench of nausea. Chu Yunshi furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. This man, consumed by his lust, had brought such a fate upon himself. He deserved no sympathy. Wei Huai seized the man by the collar, lifting him as one might a chick, while his attendant emotionlessly clothed the man, subsequently binding his hands and feet before escorting him away. Although he had taken liberties with Chu Yunzi, this incident was known only to those present. Once he left this courtyard, he must appear fully attired, lest any hint of impropriety be revealed. After all, this concerned the dignity and reputation of the minister's residence. Chun Shi cradled Chu Yunzi in her arms, her voice trembling as she addressed Chu Tianqing. My lord, Zir has been schemed against. As her father, you will certainly stand up for her, won't you? Chu Yunshi scoffed softly, fixing a cold stare upon Chen Shi, her tone frigid as she replied, Auntie, while this may seem coincidental, I can't shake the feeling that all threats are directed solely at me. Otherwise, why would old Lady Zheng be so certain that the ruffian from the countryside is connected to me? Linger and Siqin were in a state of extreme anxiety. Though they were innocent of worldly affairs, it was evident that a grand drama was unfolding at the Qingxin Zen Institute, where the young lady could very well be wrongfully accused of any number of things. Chen's face was a mask of panic. She could not fathom how her meticulously planned scheme had gone awry. Aware that she was no match for Chu Yunshi, she resolved to wait until Zir awakened to address these matters, hastily shifting the conversation. Were it not for Granny Zheng's revelation, how would I have known these affairs? Yunshi, are you still unaware of how your aunt treats you? Have I ever wronged you during this time? Chu Yunshi raised an eyebrow. Chen was not entirely foolish, attempting to extricate herself from the predicament. Alas, she was ultimately a victim of her own machinations. Chu Tianqing felt his dignity affronted and wished to disengage from the matter. He cast a cold gaze upon Granny Zheng, a commanding presence born of his high rank, augmented by a look reminiscent of Yama demanding a soul, which immediately compelled her to kneel in terror. She had initially intended to expose Chen's misdeeds, but was deterred by the knowledge that Chen and the young lady held leverage over her. Granny Zheng, your scheming against the master and your attempts to tarnish Yunshi's reputation are truly reprehensible. If you are not punished today, it will undoubtedly bring peril to the Chu family in the future. Granny Zheng, not lacking in intelligence, realized that Chu Tianqing intended to use her as a scapegoat to salvage his pride. Ultimately, fear overcame her. Had she not harbored ill intentions from the outset, she would not find herself in this predicament. This servant acknowledges her guilt. With a decisive wave of his hand, Chu Tianqing summoned Xiao Dezhu and pointed at Zheng Pozi, instructing him to take her away and execute her in secrecy. His cold, unfeeling demeanor instilled a sense of dread in Chen Shi. Zheng Pozi finally ceased her struggles, resigned to her fate. A mocking glint flickered in Chu Yunshi's eyes. Her father, much like in years past, was excessively concerned with his reputation. Though he appeared to dote on Chen Shi, he would discard her like a worthless object if, one day, she and Chu Yunzi ceased to serve a purpose. Yes, sir.
Cao de hu hu diplit, approaching Zheng Pozi.
Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, her heart turning to ash. Today's events served as a grim lesson. The remaining maidservants in the courtyard caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene through the slightly ajar door, hearing every word spoken with clarity. Thus, even without entering the Zen room or witnessing the entirety of the incident, they comprehended the gravity of what had transpired. Aware that Chu Tianqing was motivated by his reputation and the desire to keep this matter from becoming public, they trembled in fear, kneeling and weeping as they pleaded, "Master, we saw nothing today, and we shall never speak of it. Please grant us our lives." Chu Tianqing's expression remained impassive. During Chu Yunxi's absence from the estate, he had treated Chu Yunzi as his own beloved daughter, imparting lessons in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, investing immense effort in her. If news of Chu Yunzi's situation were to leak, it would not only jeopardize potential alliances, but also lead to her being looked down upon if she were to marry someone of a lesser family background. At that moment, Wei Huai had dealt with the brutish man, the blade in his hand still stained with blood, as he respectfully addressed Chu Tianqing. "My lord, the matter has been resolved." Chu Tianqing's demeanor was icy as he nodded slightly. He then surveyed the surroundings, his tone turning severe as he commanded, "Sell all those who are aware of this matter to the brokers, leaving not a single soul behind. The farther from the capital, the better." Chu Tianqing's words encompassed everyone present, which naturally included Linger and Siqin. Linger glanced nervously at Chu Yunxi, having just arrived in the capital. She was desperate to avoid being sold. Moreover, she lacked any form of slave registration. Yet, the bloody blade in Wei's hand instilled fear in her young heart. Chu Yunxi reassured Linger with a steady gaze, seemingly unfazed by the situation, and said, "Father, if we hastily dispose of so many servants, it may arouse suspicion that something untoward occurred at the Prime Minister's residence. Rather than that, it would be wiser to ensure that everyone remains tight-lipped. This way, we can keep the matter concealed." The maids present were taken aback by Yunxi's defense of them. They were acutely aware that if sold to brokers, their fates would likely be far more dreadful than death itself. Though they currently served as maids in the Chu household, they were affiliated with a prominent family, and when outside, they held their heads high, unaccustomed to being oppressed. However, if sold, there would be no good destination awaiting them, and they might ultimately fall into the hands of a cruel master, jeopardizing their very lives. Upon recalling the initial arrival of Chu Yunxi at the minister's residence, the sentiments harbored by them were predominantly disdain and contempt. However, as time has passed, they have gradually begun to feel remorse. The young lady from the countryside, whom they once looked down upon, has, in fact, been their savior. In unison, they knelt down and earnestly pledged, "Master, we assure you that we will not disclose this matter. Our lives are now in your hands, and we would not dare to act recklessly." Chu Tianqing, having no desire to hear further discourse on the subject, raised an eyebrow and solemnly declared, "Enough. Since the young lady has interceded on your behalf, you must keep this matter strictly confidential. Should even a whisper of it escape your lips, I shall not be lenient."
With that,
Chu Tianqing waved his sleeve and prepared to depart.
Chapter 90, Chu Zunxi. How dare you?
Upon witnessing Chu Tianqing's impatient departure, Chen Shi hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "My lord, what about Zier and me? I shall pretend to be oblivious to this matter concerning my dear daughter. Should she dare to engage in any further actions that tarnish our family's reputation, I shall disown her." With that, he stormed away in fury. Recalling the tenderness and consideration of Chu Tianqing in the past, Chen Shi glanced at his now somber countenance, and a sense of trepidation began to seep into her heart. "Yes, I am aware of my limits," she murmured, watching him leave, feeling her hands and feet grow cold. It dawned on her that she seemingly did not know her husband, with whom she had shared a bed for many years. The image of Chu Yunzi's despair only deepened her sense of uncertainty about the future. How did things come to this? "Madam, have you heard the saying? Those who commit numerous injustices will ultimately bring about their own demise." The melodious voice of a young girl echoed, causing alarm bells to ring in Chen Shi's mind. Although she may have been foolish, she was not blind to the reality before her. It seemed that Chu Yunxi was undoubtedly fanning the flames behind the scenes regarding Zier's predicament. After all, it should have been her, the one who lay here, her purity snatched away by a wild man, only to be caught in the act by them. Chen Shi appeared to grasp a certain possibility. Yet she still stared at Chu Yunxi in disbelief, as if yearning to hear the truth directly from her lips. "Could it be that you were already aware of our scheme?" Observing Chen Shi's terror-stricken reaction, Chu Yunxi smiled with satisfaction. "Madam, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Her expression remained indifferent, yet her words dripped with scorn. Upon hearing this, Chun was immediately filled with rage, pointing at Chu Yunxi and exclaiming,
Chu Zunxi.
"How dare you?" Chu Yunxi gently pressed down her finger and softly responded, "Aunt, do you believe in the saying? What goes around comes around. When you seduced a married man and forced my mother out of our home, you should have anticipated this day would come. How does it feel to see your daughter lying beneath another man? Do you not wish to slay me?" The girl's smile bore an enticing charm. Her words laced with half-truths, yet they made Chen nearly certain that Chu Yunxi had long been aware of the plans at the state minister's temple. "Chu Yunxi, do you really think such clumsy tactics can achieve great things? If my husband truly cherished your mother, why would he abandon his wife and daughter back then?
Now.
You dare to scheme against my Zizi, you wild girl. Just wait and see." Chun glared at her in anger before turning to the bed to check on Chu Yunxi. Chu Yunxi observed this, unable to suppress a cold laugh. It was not that she was overly arrogant, but to speak frankly, would it be so difficult for her to win the affection of Chu Tianqing? No, it would be quite easy. Having lived a second life, her understanding of human nature far surpassed that of these individuals. Moreover, she was exceedingly familiar with the true nature of Chu Tianqing. She simply held no regard for them. Withdrawing her gaze, Chu Yunxi's expression became serene, suppressing all emotions. In her previous life, Chu Yunzi and Chun had conspired together, deliberately spreading rumors to tarnish her reputation after devising a scheme against her purity. Although she struggled fiercely at the time and did not completely lose her chastity like Chu Yunzi, the collective voice of the masses proved to be a relentless force, making it impossible for her to clarify the matter, leading to her being scorned at every turn. The noble ladies in the capital already looked down upon Chu Yunxi for being a country girl, and the incident at Xianghua Temple only served to turn her into a source of ridicule. Chu Yunzi feigned benevolence, showering her with false concern and warmth. She had once believed that despite not sharing the same lineage, their sisterly bond was genuine. However, as Chu Yunxi faced her demise, she realized that her gravest error lay in placing her trust in deceitful individuals. Fortunately, she now possessed the strength to exact her revenge. The suffering she endured would be repaid to Chu Yunzi 1,000-fold, for only then could her heart's bitterness be quelled. Regaining her composure, Chu Yunxi turned to Lu and the others, saying, "Let us depart. This meditation room is no longer pure. We shall find another place to reside." The matter of fulfilling vows remained unresolved, and even in the face of such turmoil, Chu Tianqing was furious, yet the facade of propriety must be maintained. They had to remain at Xianghua Temple, ensuring that not a whisper of the incident reached outsiders. "Indeed, miss," responded Siqin and Linger in unison, and together they exited the courtyard. As they walked along the path, Linger recalled Chen's earlier words, a wave of dread washing over her. With reddened eyes, she addressed Chu Yunxi, "Miss, did you anticipate that Chen would scheme in such a manner? Such peril. Why face it alone? Thank goodness you are safe. Otherwise, I would not know how to cope." Sister Qi, feeling a deep sense of compassion, said, "Miss, everything can be shared between me and Linger. Please do not bear the burdens alone. We are here to alleviate your troubles." Chu Yunxi smiled gently, acknowledging the kindness of the two girls, and replied, "Very well. I shall not do so again." Upon hearing her words, Linger felt a wave of relief wash over her, and contemplating the dismal fates of Chun and Chu Yunzi, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, the young lady was remarkable. With just a few words, she had sent Chen into a fit of rage, her face turning the color of a pig's liver, which was quite satisfying for Linger to witness. Undoubtedly, Aunt Chen had initially plotted against the young lady, and the loss of the second young lady's purity was a consequence of their nefarious deeds. Lu remained silent, yet her innocent eyes reflected concern as she looked at Chu Yunxi and said, "Yunxi, you must behave." Chu Yunxi smiled and replied, "Mother, I understand that you worry for me, but I have not been bullied. I have driven away the wicked." This brought a slight improvement to Lu's expression. Once they arrived at another meditation room, it wasn't long before Lu yawned and said, "Yunxi, I feel rather weary." Chu Yunxi glanced at the sky, realizing that after all their commotion it was indeed late. "Mother, let us partake of the vegetarian meal from the state monastery before resting. The dishes here are quite delightful, particularly the glutinous rice pumpkin porridge, which is exceptional." Coincidentally, Linger's stomach growled at that moment, prompting a wry smile from Yunxi, who then asked a novice monk from the temple to bring them the vegetarian fare. After dinner, the Xianghua Temple was enveloped in profound tranquility. After a long and arduous journey, both Linger and Sichin were fatigued and had already retired for the night, while Lu, accustomed to an early slumber, had succumbed to sleep even earlier than usual. Yunxi, however, was beset by a multitude of thoughts, gradually losing her drowsiness. She recalled that Liao Shan must have been rescued by now, and considering the passage of time, it was nearly the moment for his awakening. Drawing upon her memories from a previous life, Yunxi penned a lengthy letter, elucidating Liao Shan's original identity and the reasons behind his renunciation. These revelations were insights she had fortuitously acquired later on. Subsequently, she gathered her long hair and donned the martial attire from her travel bag. Gazing into the copper mirror, she beheld a strikingly poised young woman, her lips curving into a subtle smile, her brow adorned with an air of determination. The young lady stepped into the moonlight, moving through the night with a spectral grace. Chapter 91. What a coincidence. Encountering the Prince of Chun, here the young monks resided in the tranquil back courtyard of the temple, a serene environment in close proximity to the main hall. The abbot of Shenghua Temple treated everyone kindly. Liao Chen yawned and turned over, intending to continue his slumber, when he was unexpectedly met with the dark, brooding gaze of his bedfellow, Liao Shan, who struck him sharply across the face. Instantly incensed, Liao Chen exclaimed, "What madness is this in the dead of night? If it weren't for my passing by the river and rescuing you, you would have been long gone. How dare you disturb my peaceful dreams? Had I known, I would have left you to your fate." His words, initially laced with reproach, were overshadowed by his fatigue, and being abruptly awakened by a slap was enough to ignite his anger. Unbeknownst to him, this outburst provoked Liao Shan's fury, who retorted, "What? Are you regretting saving me? Then go die." In that moment, Liao Shan produced a dagger from who knows where and lunged at Liao Chen. The moonlight illuminated Liao Shan's face, and the cold glint of the blade reflected in Liao Chen's eyes, awakening him to a chilling realization. Could it be that he had misjudged Liao Shan, who now sought to take his life? "Are you insane? Disturbing my dreams and attempting to kill me?" Liao Chen, feeling the weight of cowardice, recognized Liao Shan's erratic behavior and hastily sprang from his bed, neglecting to don his outer garments, and shouted towards the people outside, "Help! Liao Shan intends to commit murder." In a panic, he fled the meditation room, leaving Liao Shan momentarily stunned. It was as if he had lost his sanity, dagger in hand, chasing after Liao Chen. Though his movements were sluggish, failing to catch up, the courtyard was small, and even the slightest sound could rouse everyone. As the crowd stirred to open the door, they beheld, under the moonlight, their usually gentle and diligent senior brother, Liao Shan, transformed into a figure reminiscent of a demon, poised to slay the newly arrived junior disciple. Aware of the impending trouble this would cause, they united to wrest the dagger from Liao Shan's grasp. He was soon rendered unconscious, allowing Liao Chen to wipe the perspiration from his brow, feeling a surge of dread as he gazed upon the unconscious form of Liao Shan. This incident needed to be reported to their master. The fact that senior brother Liao Shan had resorted to violence was truly alarming. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxi noticed that the abbot's meditation room was vacant, so she stealthily opened the window and placed a letter inside before turning to leave. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, prompting her to quickly conceal herself. In the shadows of the night, she observed that accompanying the abbot was a tall, elegant man clad in black. His striking features were accentuated by the moonlight, rendering him exceptionally handsome. The prince visited the state monastery annually, presumably regarding the case of Guaer. Xie Xuanmu nodded slightly. Guaer, merely 12 years old at the time, had tragically lost her life at the hands of a villager, a truly pitiable fate. This case had languished for 5 years, during which Guaer's parents had tirelessly sought the truth, aging considerably in the process. Being in a position of authority, the prince felt compelled to exert his efforts. The abbot recalled a horrific incident that had occurred 5 years prior at the foot of the mountain, where the young girl Guaer, only 12, was violated and subsequently murdered. It was said that the perpetrator was from her own village, yet 5 years had passed, and Prince Chen had remained vigilant regarding this matter, which still awaited resolution. It is evident how deeply the murderer has concealed themselves, otherwise they would have been exposed long ago. Upon recognizing the individual before her, Chu Yunxi could not help but momentarily freeze in surprise. What a coincidence it was to encounter Prince Chen here. However, she was taken aback to discover his acquaintance with the abbot. Stealthily, she intended to withdraw, only to hear Xie Xuanmu's stern voice calling out, "Whoever is hiding there, come forth." As Xie Xuanmu approached the corner, he was on the verge of spotting Chu Yunxi when a sudden cloud of powder obscured his vision. He hastily shielded his eyes, and once the powder settled, he brushed it away. Yet, there was no sign of anyone remaining. Damn, this person is remarkably swift. If I were to catch them, they would not escape unscathed. The abbot, perplexed, inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" Xie Xuanmu's expression grew grave as he replied, "Someone has entered your meditation room." The abbot, though puzzled, had spent many years at Xianghua Temple, beloved by the devotees. However, his meditation room contained nothing but scriptures and records of donations from the faithful. Surely no one would dare to steal such items? Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, the abbot promptly stepped into his chamber. To his surprise, he discovered a letter left upon the desk. Frowning, he opened the envelope, revealing ink that was still fresh, suggesting it had been written not long ago. Could it be that someone specifically delivered this? After perusing the letter, his smile gradually faded. Xie Xuanmu, who had followed him in, noticed the subtle change in the abbot's demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you, abbot?" The abbot handed the letter to Xie Xuanmu, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that someone is deliberately framing us? It is utterly inconceivable that he would label as a villain of considerable malice, asserting that 5 years prior, he caused the demise of a young girl in the village. How could this be, when he is the most obedient and sensible among all the young monks? He consistently takes the lead in transcribing and reciting scriptures. How could he possibly be a murderer? Surely, there must be someone harboring a grudge against him to speak thus. Xie Xuanmu's gaze turned slightly frigid, his profound eyes imbued with a chilling intensity. Years ago, he dispatched his subordinates to investigate, yet they uncovered naught. Every corner of the capital had been scoured, but that individual seemed to have vanished from existence, save for the one place overlooked, the Xianghua Temple. Perhaps it is worth a second inquiry. Recalling Guerre's innocent and kind visage, which was extinguished in her youth, his eyes grew even colder. Just as Xie Xuanmu was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. "Abbot, it is dire. Liao Shan has gone mad. He has taken up a dagger and intends to slay junior brother Chen." Master Jingyuan, finally shaken from his composure, urgently instructed the young monk, "Come, follow me at once." At some point, Black Hawk had appeared by Xie Xuanmu's side. Noticing the look of perplexity on his master's face, he hastened to explain, "Your Highness, the individual you instructed me to investigate, the last place he vanished 5 years ago, was not far from the Xianghua Temple. According to the clues, the true perpetrator behind Guerre's tragedy may very well be concealed within this temple." This revelation cast a shadow over the once resplendent temple, which now seemed to exude an air of foreboding. As the evening breeze caressed the man's countenance, Xie Xuanmu spoke in a low voice. "Let us accompany Master Jingyuan to investigate." Upon reaching the rear courtyard, they indeed beheld Liao Shan, enveloped in an aura of hostility. A stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. A person cannot conceal two faces unless their usual demeanor is merely a fade. "Master, could it be that brother Liao Shan has succumbed to malevolent influences, seeking to harm his closest disciple?" Liao Chen, visibly shaken, cowered behind his elder brother, seemingly apprehensive that Liao Shan might turn his aggression towards him once more. It is not possession, but rather the result of being drugged. This poison merely exacerbates one's inner demons and may somewhat hinder the movements of the afflicted. It is likely that he has always harbored such tendencies. Xie Xuanmu gazed intently at the unconscious Liao Shan, gradually approaching him. The young monk attempted to intervene, but was halted by the Black Hawk. He gently caressed Liao Shan's cheek, his gaze deepening with concern. The onlookers were filled with perplexity, wondering what he was about to do. Chapter 92. This grudge Chu Yunzi, shall surely avenge. He brandished a dagger, and amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, he plunged it into the man's face. The onlookers, fearing the sight of bloodshed, hastily shut their eyes. To their astonishment, Xie Xuanmu had merely sliced through a layer of human skin mask. He lifted the mask entirely, holding it aloft, causing the monks to gasp in shock. Brother Liao Shan had indeed undergone a transformation. No wonder he seldom washed his face and forbade us from getting close to him. But who, in truth, was he? As Xie Xuanmu gazed upon the familiar visage beneath the mask, memories of Guerre's tragic demise flooded his mind, his gaze turning steely. He addressed the abbot, stating that the individual who had caused Guerre's death 5 years prior was undoubtedly this man. Once the abbot recounted the long-buried past, The monks realized that the truth was far more horrifying than they had imagined. Such a malevolent individual, masquerading as gentle, deserved nothing less than the ultimate retribution. Abbot, you must deliver this man to the authorities. Although the abbot felt sorrow, he refused to shield the culprit. He scooped a bowl of water and splashed it upon the unconscious Liaoshan, rousing him from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Liaoshan found himself under the fearful gazes of those around him, feeling utterly perplexed. Abbot, what is happening? Why do you all look at me in such a manner? Zhou Shan, do you still remember Gua, the one you caused to perish? Sneered the Black Eagle. Liaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how his deep-seated disguise had been uncovered. However, upon hearing Guer's name, a mocking smile finally crept across his face. After years of concealment, you've managed to catch me. Huh. You officials are indeed more astute than I had anticipated. The abbot gazed sorrowfully at Liaoshan, reflecting on the fact that his painstakingly nurtured disciple had turned out to be an unadulterated demon, nearly causing him to faint from despair. Hi. Take him to the Dali Temple and inform Guer's parents. The case from 5 years ago is due for resolution. Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Their master had been troubled by this matter for many years, and at last, the burden was lifted. Yes, master. As Xie Xuanmu departed, he requested a letter from the abbot's Zen room. Observing the elegant script, he deduced it must have been penned by a lady. Who could she possibly be? To have uncovered that Liaoshan was indeed the Zhou Shan of yesteryear? Truly enigmatic. After Liaoshan left, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Yet the young monks were likely too fearful to sleep that night. In contrast, Chu Yunxi enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, she rose early and positioned herself at the temple's prime vantage point to witness the sunrise, while also listening to the monks' gossip about current events. For instance, the gentle and kind-hearted young monk Liaoshan was revealed to be the murderer from Huangtu village, who had been taken away by officials the previous night. Chu Yunxi felt a sense of satisfaction, her mood considerably lightened. The world's karma is cyclical, and retribution is not absent, merely delayed. In stark contrast to Chu Yunxi's ease, Chu Yunzi had endured a night plagued by nightmares. In her dreams, a grotesque man relentlessly demanded from her, and despite her pleas, he showed no mercy. His mouth spewed forth vile and repugnant words, inducing a sense of nausea. She suddenly awoke from her slumber, her forehead drenched in a fragrant sweat. Chun had watched over Chu Yunzi the entire night, and utterly exhausted, had only just succumbed to a light slumber at the edge of the bed. Now sensing the commotion, she quickly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Chu Yunzi awake, exclaimed with great excitement, "Zizi, it's wonderful that you are unharmed." Chu Yunzi's complexion was as pale as death, and through gritted teeth, she declared, "Mother, we have been outmaneuvered by Chu Yunxi. I had specifically instructed that young monk to drug her. Why is it that I nearly lost my virtue instead? I vow to exact my revenge." Chun recalled the warning issued by Chu Tianqing the previous day, shuddering involuntarily, and cautioned her daughter, "Indeed, vengeance must be sought, but not at this moment. Zizi, your father values his reputation above all. We must refrain from provoking Chu Yunxi for the time being. Have you not noticed that whenever we, mother and daughter, confront her, we inevitably find ourselves at a disadvantage?" Chu Yunzi was acutely aware of this reality. Chu Yunxi was far cleverer than she had anticipated. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that no matter how formidable Chu Yunxi might be, she could never rival her own experience and sophistication. After all, she was merely a country girl. How could she possibly compare to a naturally pampered young lady like herself? To attempt to seize everything that belonged to her, Chu Yunxi would need to demonstrate her true capabilities. The recent encounters were merely due to her own negligence. Given the right opportunity, she was certain she could crush Chu Yunxi with ease, as one would squish an ant. Let us bide our time and spare her for now. But when the opportunity arises, we shall ensure her utter destruction, Chen soothed, patting Chu Yunzi, though her gaze and tone were shrouded in darkness. "Mother, I understand what must be done," Chu Yunzi replied resolutely. Chu Yunzi reluctantly decided to compromise, yet she inexplicably sensed that matters were not as straightforward as she had anticipated. As dawn broke, the mother and daughter boarded the carriage and departed. With her lofty disposition, Chu Yunzi could no longer be easily provoked, while Chen aimed to employ some underhanded tactics to take revenge on Chu Yunxi. However, the incident at Xianghua Temple kept her perpetually vigilant. She realized that underestimating Chu Yunxi was no longer an option, and a comprehensive plan was imperative. Perhaps it was best to wait until her adversary revealed her own vulnerabilities. After finishing breakfast, the carriage from the minister's residence had been waiting at Xianghua Temple for quite some time. Only then did Chu Yunxi and her entourage commence their journey. Linger, recalling her earlier conversation with a young monk, spoke in a mysterious tone. "Miss, something occurred at Xianghua Temple last night. I heard that a monk named Liao Shan was involved in a grave incident and fled to the temple to evade capture." Kiching, still in her teenage years and intrigued by gossip, asked curiously, "I heard even the magistrate of Jingzhou has been mobilized. Last night, Prince Chen personally sent someone to apprehend him. It seems the transgression is quite serious." Linger replied indignantly. That monk appeared amiable. Yet who would have guessed that 5 years ago, he violated and murdered a girl from his own village? He committed a heinous act and still shamelessly worships at Xianghua Temple. It is truly horrifying. Such a beastly human is all too common. Sichin expressed her outrage. "This is utterly outrageous. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Thankfully, we are safe at Xianghua Temple, otherwise." Seeing that time was of the essence and fearing a change in weather, Chu Yunxi stated, "All right, it is time for us to return home." The journey back was not particularly long. Yunxi observed the two young girls yawning and eventually falling asleep, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. These two girls were exceedingly frail. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to secretly bolster their health. At the very least, they should possess the capability for self-preservation, thus averting numerous troubles. The return journey was enveloped in a profound silence, with Lu gazing out at the fleeting scenery. Suddenly, she murmured Changlin. Chu Yunxi's expression momentarily stiffened, as she found herself momentarily stunned. She had actually heard her uncle's name from Lu's lips. "Mother, do you still remember Uncle?" Yet, Lu fell silent, yawning and resting her head on Yunxi's shoulder, drifting into slumber. She appeared carefree, seemingly devoid of worries. But Chu Yunxi understood that Lu was burdened with many unspoken thoughts she herself could hardly recall. Chapter 93, Not Even As Good as a Dog. With her gaze lowered, Chu Yunxi observed the individuals beside her, feeling an inexplicable tenderness within her heart. As time passed, the day of her uncle's arrival in the capital drew near, marking the end of Chu Tianqing's fortunate days. The carriage traversed the bumpy terrain at the foot of the mountain. After a restless night, Yunxi gradually succumbed to drowsiness, leaning against the carriage curtain and drifting into slumber. Nevertheless, she dared not sleep too deeply, for the three individuals accompanying her lacked the ability for self-defense, and she must remain ever vigilant. Upon awakening, they had already arrived at the minister's residence. Yunxi instructed Sichin and Linger to escort Lu Shi back to the Yuanxiang courtyard while she made her way to the storeroom. Previously, she had requested Qin Shi to return all of her mother's dowry. Although the land and shops had been returned, the 13 boxes of dowry remained unaccounted for. She had initially believed that Qin Shi's promise to return them meant it would not take long. However, days had passed with no sign of them. Thus, Chu Yunxi resolved to search for them herself. While it was indeed difficult to be in Yuanxiang courtyard, she felt it necessary to at least ascertain the inventory. The spring chill lingered in the evening air as she made her way through the pavilions and halls towards the storeroom. To her surprise, Chao Dezhou was there counting the items and barred her entry. "Miss, this is a restricted area. Outsiders are not permitted to enter," he declared. With a sardonic smile, Chu Yunxi retorted, "Pray tell, who is the master here? Am I truly the outsider?" She had expected the steward to be well-versed in matters. Yet he proved to be less discerning than the little black creature in her courtyard. Chao Dezhou felt somewhat bewildered upon hearing this, instinctively questioning, "Who is Xiaohe?" He had never heard of such a figure. Of course, as soon as Chu Yunxi finished speaking, he regretted his inquiry. "It's a dog I raised in the village. Obedient and sensible. Most importantly, it is a well-mannered creature that doesn't obstruct the path. Give it a couple of bones, and it will wag its tail in gratitude." Chao Dezhou's anger was thoroughly ignited. He already harbored resentment towards Chu Yunxi, and her words only fueled his ire to the point where he nearly leaped in frustration. However, he maintained a facade of composure befitting a steward, his expression cold as he remarked, "Though the young lady is the head of the household, she has only recently returned to the Shangshu mansion and is likely unfamiliar with its affairs. The storeroom is indeed a place of importance, and it is customary to restrict entry to outsiders. It is understandable that the young lady, having come from the countryside, may not be aware of these protocols." Chu Yunxi smiled indifferently, showing no sign of anger at his remarks. What? Is the steward concerned that I might carelessly damage the items in the storeroom? Chao Dezhou was taken aback by the formidable aura exuding from Chu Yunxi, secretly astonished that he exhibited any semblance of weakness before this wild girl. This was not a favorable situation. He coldly replied, "Then might I inquire what brings the young lady to the storeroom? Is it perhaps for jewelry and fine garments?" Just recently, the master sent a delivery for the young lady, and the monthly purchases are accounted for. Naturally, the allocation is limited. Your share has already been dispatched, leaving no grounds for excess. Haunted by the memory of his tragically deceased son, Chao Dezhou could only think of killing Chu Yunxi to relieve his pent-up fury. However, he was no fool. Lu Chonglin was soon to return to the capital. Although the master valued him greatly, there was still Wei Huai, and more often than not, the master's attention lay with his wife. If, at this critical juncture, something were to befall Chu Yunxi, it was likely that he too would suffer dire consequences. Considering this, Chao Dezhou suppressed his anger and spoke to Chu Yunxi with a semblance of civility. "Chao steward, my mother's dowry remains in the storeroom. Is it such a difficulty for this young lady to retrieve a few pieces of silk from the dowry?" Naturally, Chao Dezhou dared not voice any objections. After all, the dowry belonged solely to their respective mistresses and was not even the property of the Ministry of Rights. What could he possibly say? Furthermore, should the master discover his intention to settle personal scores by deliberately making things difficult for Chu Yunxi, he would likely not escape unscathed. Indeed, the Qin family had already suffered losses at her hands, and he was merely a servant. How could he compare to the Qin family? Never mind. Once Lu Chonglin's influence waned, would he truly concern himself with a fallen sister? He certainly did not believe so. By that time, the Lu family would be in disarray, and Chu Yunxi would merely be a rustic girl from the countryside. What waves could she possibly stir? Ultimately, Chao Dezhou slightly bowed his head. "Of course not, Mississippi. Please." As the storeroom was opened, Chu Yunxi conducted a brief inspection and noticed a stack of about 10 boxes in the corner. It appeared that the Qin family had indeed utilized a considerable amount, though she was uncertain how much remained or how the Qin family would return it. For the time being, these matters were not something she wished to dwell upon. She retrieved a well-preserved piece of exquisite yun brocade from one of the boxes. Although the patterns were not distinct, the fabric was remarkably smooth. Feeling soft to the touch, upon her uncle's initial return to the capital, she prepared several outfits as a modest expression of her affection. In her previous life, her uncle had always shielded her. Yet she never managed to repay him before his untimely demise, a lingering regret that weighed heavily on her heart. After bringing back the fabric, the following day, Chu Yunxi dispatched Siqin to the finest tailor in the capital, meticulously communicating the details, prompting the tailor to commence the crafting of the garments. Chu Tianqing appeared to be avoiding his home, often returning late and leaving early, except for his court duties. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, concerned about the implications for Chu Yunxi's reputation due to the incident at Xianghua Temple, refrained from causing further trouble for Yunxi. Everything unfolded as Yunxi had anticipated. Without Chen Shi's interference, she dedicated 2 hours each day to reading and occasionally visited the medical clinic to attend to patients, enjoying a rare tranquility. Interestingly, after Yunxi had saved a young man from poisoning, the clinic's business began to flourish. The medicinal offerings from Fushaotang were notably affordable and effective, especially given the exceptional skills of the resident physician. While at the clinic, Yunxi assumed the alias Lin Yun, and as familiarity grew among the patrons, they affectionately referred to her as Dr. Yun. The clinic generated a considerable revenue daily, and as time passed, it garnered an impressive reputation, establishing itself as a prominent establishment among medical clinics in the capital. Despite the persistent attempts by the troublemakers from Fushaotang, they were repeatedly outmatched by Yunxi, leaving in disgrace and becoming the subject of ridicule. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. When the tailor returned with the finished garments, Yunxi listened as Linger excitedly exclaimed, "My lady, as I was purchasing the flaky pastries, I overheard the common folk speaking of a victorious general from the border, whose army is now merely 10 miles from the city gates, poised to enter the capital by tomorrow." Upon hearing this news, Yunxi momentarily stood in astonishment, soon to be engulfed by immense joy. At last, this day has arrived. With her uncle returning in triumph, the members of the Chu family are bound to lose their composure. Tomorrow, we shall go and witness it. Upon hearing Chu Yunxi's words, Ling could not help but be slightly taken aback. My lady, do you intend to go and see it as well? Aren't we rather busy? Chapter 94. Lu Chonglin returns to the capital upon hearing what Linga had said. Chu Yunxi could not help but gently tap her on the head and then inquired, "Do you know what my relationship with this general is?" Linger, somewhat bewildered, instinctively covered her forehead and asked, "Ah, miss, do you have a connection with him?" Chu Yunxi proceeded to explain, "This general, named Lu Chonglin, is my mother's full-blooded younger brother, thus he is my uncle." Upon hearing this revelation, Linga's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Goodness, Miss has an uncle who is a general. How impressive!" Linga's innocent gaze was filled with admiration, yet Chu Yunxi merely smiled. She had never disclosed her relationship with Lu Chonglin to anyone, for in her previous life, she too was unaware of her uncle's existence, only encountering him later on. Linger, filled with reverence, remarked, "Your uncle fights on the battlefield to safeguard the peace of the realm. Such a person is a hero worthy of respect." Hearing Linga's words, Chu Yunxi could not help but sigh inwardly. The world may celebrate her uncle's triumphant return, yet few understand the struggles he has faced over the past decade. The general has fought countless battles, and she knows well the brutality of war. That night, Chu Yunxi found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in fear of disturbing the Lu family. She donned an outer robe and made her way to the corridor. As it was now late April, nearing May, the weather had warmed considerably, and standing in the corridor clad in a single garment, she felt no chill. Little Black wagged its tail and cautiously approached her side, bobbing its head to capture Chu Yunxi's attention, while softly humming. With a hint of exasperation, Yunxi gently patted Little Black's head and smiled, saying, "Little Black, Uncle is coming back. Mother will finally have the chance to meet him. I hope she still remembers him." She could sense that Lu's health had improved significantly, yet the toll of the past years could not be restored in mere months. It would require a gradual approach. As for her own affliction, she was certain that once she obtained the auctioned medicinal herbs, she would awaken from her stupor. The next day, the eastern market of the capital buzzed with an unusual liveliness, with throngs of people forming long lines, instinctively standing on either side of the road, eagerly gazing at the city gates, awaiting the general's return. Among the crowd, a striking young man donned in deep blue attire exuded an air of gallantry, accompanied by a youthful girl whose innocent visage radiated a charming obedience. So many people admire the general. "Miss, look at all the young ladies waiting for his appearance,"
remarked Linger.
Yunxi raised her gaze, following Linger's line of sight, and indeed spotted a group of blossoming maidens leaning over the railing, seemingly anticipating the arrival of their beloved. With a subtle arch of her brow, Yunxi mused on how they had yet to behold her uncle's true visage, yet were already enraptured. If they were to actually see him soon, they would likely be astonished by his countenance. Amidst the throng, someone exclaimed, "General Chu has entered the city." The crowd erupted in excitement, each person turning towards the city gates with eager anticipation. Outside the city gates, a man rode a magnificent steed into the capital, surveying the familiar sights of the city with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. After so many years, he had finally returned. He had departed the capital at the tender age of 16, and now, after years of toil and triumph, he had achieved great success, having led his soldiers through life and death battles. This man was none other than Lu Chonglin, returning to the capital. Close behind him was his military strategist Lu Song, who marveled at the bustling streets filled with citizens who had come to welcome Lu Chonglin. The general has truly won the hearts of the people, he mused. This victory was splendid, had it not been for Lu Chonglin's ability to hold off the enemy. Facing 10 at once and capturing their stronghold along with the enemy leader's head, the war would have dragged on much longer. This battle has left the enemy utterly defeated. The news of their victory had long since reached the capital, but this group had chosen to rest at the borders before their return. The journey home for the army was naturally slow, which explained their late arrival. The citizens eagerly awaited Lu Chonglin's appearance, and as he rode past the eastern market, young maidens tossed flowers at him, exclaiming dramatically, "Welcome back, General Chu. I offer myself to repay your service to the nation." Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out, earning disapproving glances from the other women. Lu Chonglin cast a brief glance over the throng, offering a slight nod in greeting. His gaze fell upon a young boy in the crowd, whose face struck him as somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. Yet, before he could take a closer look, the boy was obscured by the throng. Lu Chonglin withdrew his gaze and continued onward. The common folk held Lu Chonglin in great esteem, especially the young maidens, who, upon learning of his unmarried status, had entrusted their families to seek opportunities for courtship at the Lu residence. Chu Yunxi gazed longingly at Lu Chonglin. Her uncle had scarcely changed from her memories of him. However, given the multitude around them, it was not the time for recognition. Thus, she could only retreat with Linga, hiding amidst the crowd and watching intently. Linga remarked, unable to contain herself, that General Lu's features bore a striking resemblance to the young lady's. Indeed, he was her maternal uncle. Chu Yunxi smiled faintly and did not refute the observation. Noticing the increasing throngs on the bustling street, she took Linger to the medical hall, for she needed to find a suitable opportunity to meet her uncle. Lu Chonglin, mounted on his war steed, rode directly towards the imperial palace alongside Lu Song. Having returned, he was aware that the emperor had been awaiting his arrival for some time. It was imperative to report back to the palace promptly to avoid any suspicions from those with ulterior motives, as he was known for his arrogance and disdain for others. Although the emperor had already drafted an edict to appoint him as the general of the northern frontier, the court was rife with factions, necessitating a cautious approach. Upon reaching the Xuanwu Gate, guards approached to take his steed. Observing the majestic palace, Lu Chonglin appeared contemplative before stepping through the crimson gates alongside Lu Song. The eunuchs at the Xuanwu Gate had been waiting for an extended period. Upon Lu Chonglin's return, they respectfully said, "General, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please allow us to escort you inside." "Thank you, eunuch," Lu Chonglin replied with a slight bow, then followed the eunuch inside. After navigating through countless palaces, they finally arrived at the Golden Throne Hall of State Affairs, where, from a distance, he could see the civil and military officials gathered within, whispering among themselves as they awaited the appearance of the newly esteemed general. The emperor is gravely ill, and the regent is Prince Xie Xuanyu, standing beside the empty dragon throne. It is said that this newly ascended nobleman hails from a merchant family, whether it be sheer fortune or otherwise. He has secured victories and gained the emperor's favor. Amidst the crowd, a voice, tinged with envy, remarked, although the civil and military officials ostensibly enjoy equality, the reality is far from it. The scholars, indoctrinated by the ideals of Confucianism, consistently regard their status as superior to that of the military generals, who they often perceive as uneducated brutes relying solely on their physical prowess. In their eyes, the rigorous journey through the imperial examinations elevates their position. Discrimination against military personnel has long been entrenched, yet compared to the previous court, the current years of turmoil have led to a notable improvement in this regard. Chapter 95. The Grand General of the North as a civil official. How could one so brazenly insult the newly ascendant nobles of the court and the Hanlin scholar? Does he believe that a second-rank military general is of no consequence? Scholar Jia Sheng merely spoke in passing, yet unexpectedly, it was seized upon by Prince Chun, Xie Xuanmu, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Prince Chun, a man of martial lineage, had commanded troops at the frontier years ago and had been absent from the capital.
Now,
with the emperor gravely ill, he was permitted to act as regent. Thus, Prince Chun confronted the civil officials with such vehemence. Jia Sheng was consumed with ire, yet he dared not voice it, fully aware that he was no match for Prince Chun. Nevertheless, he hastily retorted, "I did not mean it that way. I merely mentioned it as I overheard it in casual conversation." Xie Xuanmu's penetrating gaze was laced with coldness as he scoffed lightly, since time immemorial. A hero's origins have been inconsequential. Lu Chonglin is to be appointed as the Grand General of the North by His Majesty. Minister Jia, one must speak with caution. The conversation about Lu Chonglin's affiliation with the Third Prince's faction was abruptly stifled. Now that Prince Chun had returned to the capital, the emperor had entrusted many state affairs to him, and it seemed that upheaval was imminent. "There is no need for such aggression, Your Highness. I believe Minister Jia is merely curious about General Lu, hence his comments. Surely, there are no ulterior motives." A man standing not far from Xie Xuanmu turned to face him, defending Jia Sheng. With charming phoenix eyes and a striking appearance, a beauty mark at the corner of his eye made him particularly outstanding. He was none other than the third prince, Xie Wenjian. Xie Wenjian observed the Hanlin scholar being reprimanded and quickly offered his assistance. However, the Prince of Qin did not spare him a glance, coolly averting his gaze. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xie withdrew his eyes, the chill in his expression deepening, almost taking on a sharpness. "General Lu has arrived." The voice of a eunuch echoed from outside the hall, relaying the news that reached within. Lu Chonglin and Lu Song were halted by the guards at the entrance, who began to search them. Upon discovering that Lu Chonglin bore no weapons, They breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully addressed him. "General, please." Lu Chonglin nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Lu Song appeared visibly anxious. He had never felt such tension, even on the battlefield. Having never visited the capital before, the current scene unnerved him even more. "Lu Song, wait for me here." With that, Lu Chonglin strode confidently into the hall. The civil and military officials awaited, their gazes drawn to the imposing figure clad in armor as he entered. Lu Chonglin, barely past his 30s and seasoned from years of warfare, exuded an air of authority without needing to display anger. His striking features further distinguished him among the court's generals, lending him an even more formidable presence. "Your humble servant Lu Chonglin pays his respects to the Prince of Qin." He bowed deeply before the prince, who stood at the foot of the dragon throne. "General Lu, now that you have returned to the capital, it is time to discuss merits and rewards. With the emperor absent, I shall take it upon myself to oversee this matter." Before the prince could finish his sentence, a eunuch respectfully presented an imperial decree. "Chief Lu, please read the decree on behalf of the prince." Manager Lu slightly nodded yes. "Your Highness, Prince Qin, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, it has come to our attention that General Lu is valiant and skilled in battle, having dealt a significant blow to the enemy forces with frequent reports of victory, capturing 10 cities from the adversary. Therefore, I hereby bestow upon him the title of Grand General of the North, granting him 10,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, 20 boxes of jewels and precious items, and 3 boxes of medical texts and literature. Thus decreed." "I humbly thank your majesty for your gracious favor," General Lu Chonglin responded, bowing deeply as he respectfully accepted the imperial edict from Manager Lu. Among the civil officials, Chu Tianqing observed the honored Lu Chonglin with mixed emotions. He regarded Lu as a distant relative. Aligning himself with Lu could facilitate his endeavors in the court. However, contemplating the current state of the Lu family, he quelled such thoughts. It would be prudent to maintain some distance, especially since Lu Chonglin had expressed intentions to visit the Ministry of Personnel. The battlefield had stained Lu Chonglin's hands with considerable bloodshed. Years ago, when Lu Chonglin could not participate in the imperial examination and chose to enlist in the army in a harsh and frigid land, Chu secretly mocked him for dreaming foolish dreams. He had assumed Lu Chonglin would perish on the battlefield, thus he had been unyieldingly harsh towards the Lu mother and daughter, neglecting them for the past 16 years. Little did he expect that Lu Chonglin would return, rising from a nameless 6th-rank soldier to the highly sought-after position of 2nd-rank Grand General of the North. Truly, fortunes shift like the river. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Prince Qin pondered for a moment and then spoke again. "General Lu has been away from home for many years. The emperor wishes to grant you a residence, providing you with a place to settle." Lu Chonglin shook his head, politely declining the emperor's generous offer. However, he expressed a longing to return to his previous residence, having grown up there and cherishing those memories. "Then let it be as you wish," replied Prince Qin, pausing momentarily before adding, "In 2 days, we shall host a banquet in the palace to welcome you back. Do not forget." "Yes, I understand," Lu Chonglin replied. The ministers, each harboring their own thoughts, felt envious of Lu Chonglin, especially since the emperor and Prince Qin were showing him considerable favor. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with this rising noble in the future. The royal family, concerned that the Lu family's ancestral home had been neglected for years, graciously bestowed several servants upon Lu Chonglin. He accepted this offer without hesitation, feeling relieved. With the emperor's health in decline, and the northern general recently returned to the capital, the ministers were reminded to coexist peacefully and not disturb the emperor during his illness. The ministers responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." After the morning court session concluded, the crowd dispersed. Some had intended to engage Lu Chonglin in conversation, but upon seeing him exit the Hall of Supreme Harmony with an imperial edict in hand, they refrained. Outside the hall, Lu Song had been waiting for some time and, upon seeing Lu Chonglin emerge, remarked, "This palace is far too vast and with restrictions on movement. It cannot compare to the ease of the military camp." Lu Chonglin patted Lu Song's shoulder reassuringly. "All right, I have fulfilled my duty and expressed my gratitude. Let us return to the residence." After leaving the Xuanwu Gate, Lu Chonglin proceeded directly back to his estate, the emperor's gifts following him closely behind. Throughout the journey, he was beset with anxiety, riding his noble steed along familiar streets. Upon catching sight of the plaque inscribed with the characters Lu Fu in the distance, his restless heart finally found a semblance of peace. However, upon pushing open the door, he was met with the disheartening realization that the residence had long fallen into disrepair. He gazed at the overgrown Lu Fu, reflecting wistfully on how, after many years of absence, it had succumbed to neglect. Although the Lu family had but one general, the eldest daughter was still in the capital. Why had she not taken the initiative to maintain Lu Fu? It appeared as though the house had been uninhabited for over a decade. LV Song observed the dust-covered crimson door and the crooked plaque, which only added to the desolation of the scene. Memories flooded back of the days when he and Lu Chonglin had marched off to war at the tender age of 16. How swiftly time had elapsed. Like a fleeting shadow. It had been over a decade. Perhaps his sister had been preoccupied with trivial matters, yet he believed they would manage to restore it. Lu Chonglin entered and wandered through Lu Fu, noticing that while the front yard was indeed overgrown, the interior of the residence had evidently been tidied, albeit barely. Chapter 96. A prompt visit to Uncle. Having met the general, the servants respectfully bowed, their gazes filled with trepidation as they looked upon Lu Chonglin. There is no need for such formalities. For now, let us tidy up the residence, Lu Chonglin commanded. Upon his instruction, the servants promptly set to work, while the guards accompanying the carriage unloaded box after box of rewards into the Lu household. Lu Song felt a mix of joy and concern. He was well aware of the situation in the capital, where factions had divided into the Third Prince and the Crown Prince's party. Ordinarily, the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne would pose no issue, yet with the Regent Qinhuang in power, the Third Prince had begun to stir restlessly. As a newly favored general, Lu would undoubtedly be in high demand at court, and one could only fear the challenges that lay ahead. Let us join in the preparations, Lu Chonglin remarked before he could step into the estate, only to be called back. General Lu. The two turned toward the voice and were taken aback by the sight of a considerable gathering not far off, many of whom bore gifts and wore smiles as they approached the Lu residence. Lu Song, reveling in the unfolding scene, murmured, now that he has returned in glory. It appears that many have come to extend their congratulations. Our northern general certainly has his hands full. Lu Chonglin regarded the unfamiliar faces with a polite, yet distant demeanor, graciously declining the gifts they offered. The general has triumphed in battle. He is a true hero in the eyes of the common people. We hold Lu Chonglin in the highest regard, someone in the crowd remarked with heartfelt sentiment. If old Master Lu were aware that his son has now been appointed as a general, he would surely rejoice from beyond. Lu Chonglin cast a sweeping glance over the gathering. In addition to the nearby neighbors, there were numerous townsfolk who had come to extend their congratulations. Nowadays, the court had explicitly prohibited clandestine dealings between civil and military officials, which relieved Lu Chonglin immensely as no officials were present among the attendees. Lu Song respectfully returned the congratulatory gifts, inciting a sense of dissatisfaction among the crowd. Lu Chonglin quickly interjected, expressing gratitude to the assembled uncles and aunts, stating that their good intentions had been duly acknowledged, and accepting such gifts would indeed be contrary to propriety. At that moment, the seasoned general, having surpassed the age of 30, exuded a mature composure, and the crowd hesitated to press their gifts upon him, ultimately retracting them but reluctant to depart. Chonglin, do you still remember your Uncle Zhang? I met your father years ago, and I have watched you grow up, a man in his 50s said with a flattering tone. Lu Chonglin regarded him with indifference, recalling certain past events. Indeed, this Uncle Zhang had known his father, yet when his father passed away and the Lu family needed support, Zhang had distanced himself, even mocking Lu Chonglin's aspirations when he enlisted in the army. Uncle Zhang, it has been quite some time. I wonder if you still harbor prejudices against those of merchant lineage, Lu Chonglin remarked. Uncle Zhang, merely a secondary son of a modest household, often felt superior due to his son's achievement in the imperial examinations, and while he had taken advantage of the Lu family's hospitality, he had shown no gratitude. Uncle Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment, caught off guard by Lu Chonglin's recollection of past grievances, and he hastily retreated under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Lu Song raised an eyebrow and quietly remarked to Lu Chonglin, well done. Such individuals are adept at elevating themselves while belittling others. It is only fitting that he be brought low. In the midst of the crowd, Wang Pozi scrutinized Lu Chonglin, noting not only his eloquence but also his esteemed position as the general of the northern town. She secretly calculated her prospects. Lu Chonglin, still unmarried, had garnered the attention of Wang Pozi even before his arrival in the capital. She relished the art of matchmaking, always seeking to enrich herself through her son's endeavors. Upon spreading the word in the capital that her family resided merely a street away from General Lewis and that their families shared a close rapport, many sought her assistance in arranging matches. It can be said that her business had flourished beyond measure in recent months, accumulating nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Although General Liu had achieved great feats, the absence of a woman by his side seemed untenable. Having been away at war for years, returning to the capital alone, it would surely be more pleasant with a companion to attend to him. Moreover, the vast Liu residence required a mistress to oversee its affairs. Wang Posi's remarks caused a slight change in Liu Chanlin's expression. Though he had not previously contemplated marriage, he found her words rather unpalatable. There was no need for her to propose suitors on his behalf. Regardless of the silver she had amassed, this matter would remain unchanged. "Someone, please escort Wang Posi out," he commanded, his patience wearing thin. Glancing at Song, he coldly instructed Song, "Please ask our neighbors to return home." "Yes, General," Song replied, his imposing presence and slightly frosty tone conveying the weariness of the general after a long journey. "The general appreciates your kind intentions, but after years away from home, he wishes for tranquility. Kindly take your leave." Some, undeterred, attempted to force their way in, wishing to converse further with Liu Chanlin. With a stern expression, Song summoned his imposing subordinates to encircle the gates of the Liu residence, ensuring that no one dared to cause any trouble. Amidst the commotion, Chu Yunxi seized a moment of respite and instructed old Zhou to accompany her and Linger to the medical clinic. Curiously, Linger inquired if the young lady intended to meet the general. Yunxi shook her head, clarifying that was not the case. But she did wish to see her uncle at the earliest opportunity. Recalling that she had brought along a piece of her mother's wedding dowry when she left home, she remembered Uncle Liu Changlin had gifted that hairpin to the Liu family long ago, and it might prove useful now. As per usual, old Zhou halted the carriage at the back entrance of the clinic, assisting Yunxi down. She instructed him, "Return to fetch me in 2 hours. During this time, you are free, but do not disclose my whereabouts, understood?" Listening to Yunxi's earnest request, old Zhou chuckled good-naturedly. "Miss, with the generous monthly allowance you provide, I would gladly sit here waiting all afternoon." Chu Yunxi did not press the matter further. Old Zhou was reliable enough, at least he had not stirred any trouble.
Which was quite satisfactory.
She entered through the back courtyard with Linger, just as old Fan was drying herbs. Upon noticing Yunxi's arrival, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Little Master Uncle has come to consult today. How wonderful! Some doctors are eagerly awaiting your presence, hoping to learn more from you." Chu Yunxi shook her head. "I have a matter to attend to at the clinic today, and will not be consulting, but there is something else I need your assistance with, old Fan. When might you be available to help me?" Seeing Yunxi's serious expression, old Fan also restrained his smile and promptly said, "Please speak freely, my little master uncle. There is no need for formality with me. Our clinic, albeit driven by many purposes, requires discretion regarding my current identity. If you find the time, could you craft a mask to conceal my appearance? This way, even if I encounter acquaintances while attending to patients, I need not feel anxious in the slightest." Aware of Chu Yunxi's true identity, old Fan understood her desire for safety and readily agreed to her request. "Rest assured, my little master uncle, I shall have the mask ready for you within 10 days to half a month. You can place your trust in me." Chu Yunxi patted old Fan's shoulder and added, "At this time tomorrow, someone will visit the clinic. He will be approximately in his 30s, quite handsome. Please bring him to me." Old Fan's expression turned peculiar, as if he believed his little master uncle was about to be spirited away. Chapter 97. Is the general truly not visiting his young paramour? Little master uncle, could it be that you have developed mortal sentiments? We must strive to elevate the Mingfeng medical sect. How can we allow ourselves to stagnate because of a man? Wouldn't you agree? Chu Yunxi cast a glance at the old man Fan, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Old Fan, have you taken it upon yourself to oversee my affairs now?" The young lady's smile was radiant, yet the old man inexplicably felt a chill creeping down his spine. As if the girl before him were capable of devouring souls. "Of course not, little master uncle. I will remember your instructions for tomorrow, without fail." Chu Yunxi raised an eyebrow, choosing not to dwell on the matter with old Fan. She meticulously composed her letter and then handed it to Linger. "Linger, please deliver this letter to the Liu residence and ensure that it reaches Liu Changlin, General Liu. Additionally, take this jeweled hairpin along with it." She placed both the letter and the hairpin into an envelope, solemnly presenting it to Linger. "Miss, I shall return once my task is complete." Yunxi nodded slightly. watching Linger depart before she resumed her practice at the medical hall, veiled. Before long, several patients arrived in succession, and she and old Fan attended to them with great efficiency. Originally, there had been over a dozen patients waiting in line. Yet in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, most had been seen to. In contrast, at the Fushaotang, which had initially been akin to the Yujian Medical Hall in terms of patient volume, the doctors were attending to their patients at a painfully slow pace. As the patients at Fushaotang realized that those at Yujian Medical Hall had already finished their consultations without having even glimpsed a doctor, they began to flock to Yujian Medical Hall. In an afternoon bustling with activity, the Yijian Medical Hall thrived, especially in contrast to the now empty Fushaotang. It was evident that Yijian was immensely popular. Once, there were only 5 medical halls in our town. Initially, we believed Fushaotang's high prices were justified by the quality of their medicines. However, it turned out that not only were their remedies mediocre, but the costs were steep, and in the end, ailments remained untreated while the doctors shifted the blame, which was truly infuriating. An elderly lady who had just received her prescription for typhoid fever wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, the physicians at Yijian merely took my pulse and discerned my ailment. Their medicines are the most affordable, yet they effectuate the swiftest healing. Upon hearing the townsfolk's praises, Chu Yunxi felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. If her medical skills were solely to be wielded for vengeance against those few scoundrels, it would indeed be a waste. A healer's benevolence lies in the ability to save others, contributing to the accumulation of blessings. Chu Yunxi was not deterred by hardship. After all, she had endured such suffering in her previous life. What could be more challenging than that? Her sole desire was to bestow these blessings upon her loved ones, her mother, uncle Linge, Sichin, and perhaps even old Fan. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yunxi proclaimed, "Our establishment prides itself on integrity. Rest assured, good ladies, Yijian Medical Hall will adhere to the principle of prioritizing the well-being of the people." The staff exchanged glances, their satisfaction evident as they regarded the veiled female doctor, who said that only men could run a medical hall. Dr. Yun's skills were exceptional, earning her the admiration even of Jiang Taifu. Lu Chonglin found tranquility as he wandered through the Lu residence, feeling an inexplicable tinge of melancholy. Though the scenery remained unchanged, the people had transformed. Lu Song, sensing his unspoken thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Now that you have attained fame and your sister is the wife of a high official, if you long for family, why not pay them a visit? Why endure this unnecessary sorrow?" Lu Chonglin shook his head, aware that it was highly frowned upon for civil officials and military generals to meet privately. Having just returned to the capital, he felt the intricacies of court life were too treacherous to navigate hastily. "I shall wait a few days before I go," he decided. Lu Song, understanding the complexities of the capital's customs, refrained from pressing further. After the servants had tidied up the Lu residence, it was transformed anew within a couple of hours. Lu Chonglin sent for additional furnishings to prepare his family as quarters, and by the time he finished, the sun had begun to set. Lu Song went to oversee the Northern Frontier Army, taking the opportunity to visit the study, a place where he and his elder sister once stole moments of leisure during their youth. "General, you have received a letter," he said, knocking on the door. Moments later, as Lu Chonglin opened the door, Lu Song handed him the letter. "Who sent this missive?" Lu Chonglin inquired, puzzled. "The doorman dispatched it. I happened upon it and took the liberty of bringing it to you." "General, could it be that a bold young lady has written to confess her feelings?" Lu Chonglin shot Lu Song a glare and retorted irritably, "Do not speak nonsense." Upon unsealing the letter, the elegant handwriting momentarily startled her. It bore a resemblance to that of her elder sister. However, as she read the opening lines, his entire demeanor froze. "Chonglin, though years have passed since we last met, my sister has often thought of you. I wonder how you are faring nowadays? After many years of warfare at the border, you have finally made a name for yourself, and your sister rejoices for you. We shall meet tomorrow at the appointed hour at the medical hall. Please do not disclose your whereabouts, lest it be discovered. Yours sincerely, Lu Wanjin." Lu Song stole a glance, and was astonished to realize that it was a letter from Lu's elder sister. Observing Lu Chonglin's restrained emotions, he remarked with a smile, "I told you, Sister Lu has been thinking of her brother. But who delivered this letter? Could it be a trap?" Lu Chonglin retrieved a hairpin from the envelope, its main body slightly tinged with red, likely due to the passage of time. Yet, the petals adorned with gemstones gleamed as brilliantly as they did in years past. This hairpin was a gift I personally bestowed upon my sister on the occasion of her marriage, and she has cherished it all these years. Lu Chonglin's feelings were complex, yet for the sake of safety, he accompanied Lu Song to inquire at the gatehouse. Lu Song asked the gatekeeper, "Do you recall what the person who delivered the hairpin looked like?" The gatekeeper shook his head, stating only that it was a slender young girl, though she appeared quite astute. Lu Chonglin assumed it must have been a maidservant from the Lu household and did not dwell on it further. Thus, he instructed Lu Song to decline the matters of the following day. He wished to visit his elder sister in person. In those years, he was not particularly fond of his brother-in-law, Chu Tianqing. However, his sister was remarkably beautiful, and the Lu family had extended considerable assistance to the Chu family. He believed that Chu Tianqing would treat his sister well. With such thoughts in mind, he found himself increasingly eager to reunite with her. After all these years, he wondered how she was faring now. The following day, at the hour of noon, Lu Chonglin personally selected a set of moon-white long robes, complemented by a hairpin, and meticulously groomed his stubble to a pristine finish. Clad in civilian attire instead of his battle armor, Lu Chonglin resembled a refined young gentleman from a distinguished family. At that moment, Lu Song knocked on the door and announced, "General, I have brought you breakfast. May I come in?" Without lifting his gaze, Lu Chonglin nodded in affirmation. Inviting him inside, Lu Song placed the food down and looked up at Lu Chonglin, and upon witnessing the transformation of his rugged features into those of an exceptionally handsome man, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "The general's appearance is truly remarkable. I thought you were some noble scion. Are you not on your way to meet a lovely maiden?" Chapter 98. The unconditionally trustworthy Uncle Lu Chonglin cast a cold glance at Lu Song and retorted with irritation, "Speak carelessly again, and I shall bestow upon you 20 lashes. Do you think this general is easy to provoke, allowing you to jest at will?" However, despite his words, he could not help but reflect inwardly that the Lu family has always been known for producing beauties. His mother was once a renowned beauty in the capital, and his sister, in her youth, was equally captivating. Lu Song, naturally not wishing to court trouble, quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. Upon returning to the capital, the general's demeanor was more affable than in the barracks. Once everything was prepared, Lu Chonglin specifically ordered that the gifts he had arranged for the Lu family be placed in the carriage. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxi arrived at the clinic during the hour of the rat, her usual calm demeanor replaced by an inexplicable nervousness. Old Fan raised an eyebrow and promptly stood to pour her a cup of tea, expressing his confusion. "Little master uncle, you are typically so composed. It is surprising to see you in a state of anxiety." "Seeing an old acquaintance naturally causes a bit of tension," Chu Yunxi replied. "I must borrow the clinic for today, as it will be closed for business." Given that it was rare for her to make such a request, Old Fan readily complied and cleared the space for her use. "There is no issue at all. I have already posted a notice indicating that there will be no disturbances for you and your friend." After saying this, Old Fan left the clinic, allowing Chu Yunxi the privacy she sought. Lu Chonglin entered the clinic through the back door, following the address he had been given. The fragrant aroma of herbs surrounding him caused him to frown involuntarily. In the military camp, it was not uncommon for him to sustain injuries, and he bore no aversion to the scent of herbs. However, he was perplexed as to why his elder sister had summoned him to this place. The sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention, and beneath the expansive sleeves, Chu Yunxi clenched her fists tightly. In her previous life, she had wronged her uncle the most. Fortunately, having returned to the past, she vowed never to betray those around her again. Lu Chonglin entered the medical hall and made his way to the courtyard, softly inquiring, "Elder sister, is she here?" At that moment, a young girl emerged from the inner room, yet Lu's figure was nowhere to be seen. The girl struck him as somewhat familiar. Lu Chonglin frowned in displeasure and, fixing his gaze on Chu Yunxi, coldly demanded, "Who are you? Where is Lady Lu? The minister's wife? Are you deliberately scheming to lure me here?" Chu Yunxi was not surprised that her uncle did not recognize her, for she had yet to be born when Lu Chonglin departed all those years ago. Observing him in his freshly donned attire, meticulously groomed, it was evident that he placed great importance on their meeting. Chu Yunxi remained silent.